Transformed into the reserved food of a werewolf noble, Lin Che awaited his fate at the dining table on the 7th day. Candlelight reflected off sharp fangs, while knives and forks tore into the flesh of his kind. In the moment he was thrust onto the table, a small werewolf licking his neck, he severed the creature's tongue, shattering the last vestige of hope he harbored for this world. His desperate roar roused the dormant system, and the first firearm coalesced in his palm. As the gun fired, the death knell of the magical era was quietly tolled. This old world, steeped in minions and sorcery, demanded a new order. From the Desert Eagle to railguns, from portable nuclear devices to the Southern Sky Gate project. He did not wish to be a hero. He aspired to become a master of firearms so formidable that even the gods would take heed. Chapter 1. The Blood Feast Breaks. In the Valoran Empire, in the province of Winterhold, within the territory of the Blackwood Viscount, the mournful howl of the cold wind wrapped around faint, anguished cries, reminiscent of countless vengeful souls knocking at the door. What should have been a hall filled with revelry exuded a nauseating stench, and the gilded candelabras, meant to illuminate the human realm, cast shadows over a table littered with dismembered limbs. Elegant yet wild were the werewolf nobles, indulging in the warm flesh of their fellow beings with silver cutlery. They were engaged in a banquet of their own. Lin Che was shackled in a corner with coarse iron chains, his body scrubbed repeatedly by servants until it appeared pale, then coated with spices to make him more palatable. 7 days prior, he had arrived at this castle, destined to become a chosen lamb for the slaughter. Empty the bowels of this two-legged lamb. There must be no trace of taste. I wish to share with my subjects, friends, and family. Thus, Lin Che survived to the 7th day. He watched as vibrant humans were dragged to the dining table, listening to the sickening crunch of bones being shattered, the remnants of any lingering luck from his transmigration ground to dust by that sound. While others traversed realms as princes or generals, Lin Che found himself reduced to being the appetizer of a werewolf noble. Finally, it's your turn. The werewolf butler, clad in a silk waistcoat, flicked his fluffy tail and hefted Lin Che onto the table like a carcass awaiting butchery. The pain would elicit a groan, a thrashing of his body, an affirmation of his existence as a premium two-legged lamb. A half-grown werewolf approached, its crimson tongue licking his neck with an elegance reminiscent of the Western nobility Lin Che had observed in films of his past life. His eyes, half-closed, seemed to savor the vintage of an exquisite red wine. But Lin Che would not become a mere wine delicacy. He suddenly opened his eyes wide. Insanity ignited within his lifeless gaze. This damned world had worn out its welcome. Before the small werewolf could retract its tongue, he summoned his last vestige of strength and thrust his right arm violently into its throat, fingers gripping the bloodied tongue, yanking with all his might. Rip. The severed tongue emerged, and the young werewolf clutched its throat, emitting a harrowing scream as green saliva mixed with blood gushed forth. The surrounding werewolves erupted in chaos, converging upon him. Filthy wretch, you wish to devour me? First, pay with your life. Lin Che spat out bloodied saliva, adrenaline surging through his veins as he swung his fists, determined to land one last blow. Just as the claws were about to rend his flesh, a blinding stream of garbled code flashed in his mind, followed by a chilling mechanical voice that erupted. Newbie task rage and desperation exceeded expectations. The Dark Sentinel system is officially activated. Rewards: Desert Eagle, Demon Slayer, Temporary, Emergency Stamina Potion X1, Reserve Gene Serum X1. Manifest. Lin Che roared, his face flushed with a newfound vigor. His external aid had finally arrived. The cold metallic sensation gripped his palm, and without hesitation, he raised it towards the nearest snarling werewolf and pulled the trigger. Bang! The 10.41mm bullet erupted with a deafening roar, the recoil jolting his arm, sending shockwaves through his bones, yet that surge of power thrilled him to his core. The foremost werewolf's chest exploded with a gaping wound, dark blood splattering across the opulent velvet tapestries. It had no time to howl before it crashed to the ground, limbs twitching briefly before falling still. Wretched two-legged creature, you dare tarnish the honor of the Blackwood family. The werewolf seated at the head of the table slammed his hands on the oak surface, rising with fury, gray fur cascading from his neck to his cheeks, blood-red eyes ablaze with wrath. Tear him apart. Let him learn the consequences of offending the Wood family. Lin Che fired another shot, stunning the werewolves into momentary silence. He then produced a vial of pale blue liquid and injected it into his neck, feeling the pure energy surge through his veins. Now I feel alive. His weakened body revitalized, and his grip on the gun steadied. this transformation occurring in mere moments. Using the corpse of the small werewolf as a shield, he pushed aside tables and chairs, rolling to the side, his back pressed against the wall, forming a secure angle with a nearby stone pillar. He fired 2 more rounds, the bullets grazing a werewolf's ear before striking the stone pillar, sending sparks flying. The werewolf recoiled in fear, its howls growing weaker. Observing the encroaching werewolves, Lin Che suddenly lunged, biting into the arm of the small werewolf, teeth piercing through thick flesh, warm blood coursing down his throat. Such brutality made the werewolves shudder. They were the predators, yet here was a human feasting upon one of their own. Come on, charge again. Lin Che wiped the blood from his face, aiming his handgun at the leading werewolf, his voice laced with ferocity. Weren't you just so bold? Now let me see if your bones are tougher than my bullets. Yet the werewolves hesitated. The power of that black metallic object was too terrifying. The recently shot werewolf had not even activated its supposed regenerative abilities and was already beginning to blacken. The werewolves gazed at the gun in Lin Che's hand, pondering, what kind of magical artifact is that? How could a lowly human possess such a rare magical item? System notification: killed a LV9 werewolf, gained 92 Sin coins. Killed a LV13 werewolf, gained 132 Sin coins. Obtained Werewolf Codex Puzzle Fragments X2, weaknesses unlocked, heart/severe brain trauma. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Che glanced at the system panel. Name: Lin Che. Profession: Dark Sentinel. You enter the darkness, witness the darkness, eliminate the darkness. Position: Reserve, locked. Physique: 10, gradually increasing. Strength: 10, gradually increasing. Speed: 10, gradually increasing. Mental: 15, gradually increasing. Sin coins: 224. Lin Che surmised that the reserve gene serum was taking effect, though he was uncertain how much his attributes could rise. He gently rubbed his fingers along the black gun's surface. Desert Eagle, Demon Slayer, temporary caliber 10.41 mm, magazine capacity 5/10, special effect: silver bullets inflict greater damage on dark creatures, duration 24 hours. Newbie task: counterattack in desperation. Task requirements: break through the werewolf siege and escape Blackwood territory within 10 minutes. Task hint: survive, and you shall be the judge of the dark world. Fail to escape, and you are less than refuse. Task rewards: Desert Eagle, Demon Slayer, complete form, magazine capacity increased to 20, bullet silver content enhanced, unlock quick reload skill. His marksmanship was non-existent. The last 2 shots had been pure luck, striking vital points. Now, he could only rely on the handgun to intimidate and buy time. Without allowing him a moment to catch his breath, a deafening roar suddenly erupted from outside the castle, resonating with the oppressive force of the blood moon, causing the flames of the banquet hall to flicker. A glaring red warning abruptly manifested on the system panel. Alert! A level 35 blood moon werewolf is about to arrive. Time remaining, 9:58. Lin Che tightened his grip on the gun. A level 35 werewolf was far more terrifying than the ones before him combined. He glanced at the 5 remaining bullets in his magazine, pondering how he would escape in the next 10 minutes. Chapter 2, The Blood Moon Chase. System countdown, 9:32. System countdown, 9:31. Lin Che pressed himself against the wall, one hand gripping his gun, the other holding a small werewolf's lifeless body as a shield in front of him. The oppressive force of the level 32 blood moon werewolf drew nearer, and those familiar with gaming knew that creatures with a prefix were typically formidable. Fortunately, he was mere meters away from the grand oak door, which stood ajar, allowing moonlight to stream in like a beacon of hope. However, 2 nearly 2-meter-tall werewolves blocked the entrance, their gray fur bristling, claws hanging limply at their sides, and their blood-red eyes fixed intently on him, akin to predators fixating on their prey. Here goes nothing. Lin Che gritted his teeth and retrieved an amber emergency stamina potion from his inventory, uncorking it and downing half the bottle in one swift motion. System notification: consumed half a bottle of emergency stamina potion. Constitution: 10, current, 20, strength, 10, current, 20, speed, 10, current, 20. Effect lasts for 30 minutes. A warm current surged through his limbs, and he felt invigorated. He swiftly raised his Desert Eagle, aiming at the werewolf to the left of the door and pulling the trigger. Bang! The 10.41 mm bullet whistled through the air and struck the werewolf's shoulder, black blood splattering against the stone wall as the creature howled in pain, crashing against the doorpost, a large wound slowly oozing blood. Remaining bullets, 4 of 10, just as the other werewolf lunged at him, Lin Che seized the small werewolf's body and charged forward. The body still radiated warmth, causing the werewolf to hesitate, its claws suspended in the air, wary of harming its fallen kin. Now was the moment. Lin Che channeled all his strength into his shoulder and slammed into the werewolf's abdomen. The creature staggered back, allowing him the opportunity to dart outside, only to be momentarily stunned. The exit led to a second-floor balcony. There was no time for curses as Lin Che leaped off, his calves jolting painfully upon impact. Yet as he looked up, a chill coursed through his veins. Not far away, a towering 2.5-meter giant wolf was fixated on him. Its grayish-white fur shimmered under the blood moon, its eyes glowing like burning coals, and vapor billowed from its nostrils. It was the blood moon werewolf. Awoe! The wolf's howl reverberated painfully in his eardrums as it launched itself towards him with the force of a tempest. Lin Che rolled and scrambled behind the stable, raising his weapon and firing. Remaining bullets. 3/10 the bullet grazed the werewolf's ribs, splattering black blood onto the haystack. In pain, it slowed, giving Lin Che the chance to grab a horse's reins and vault onto its back. These horses, long accustomed to the presence of werewolves, were unperturbed by the danger. He gripped the reins tightly and urged the horse forward. Go, go. Startled, the herd bolted, carrying him away from the castle. As they passed the banquet hall window, Lin Che caught a glimpse of the human servants inside. Crouched in the corner, they were filled with terror, yet a flicker of longing for freedom shone in their eyes. But he had no time to dwell on them. The howls of the werewolves behind him grew closer, nearly snapping at his heels. The speed of the blood moon werewolf was terrifying, quickly closing the gap behind him. Lin Che gritted his teeth and squeezed the trigger once more. Remaining bullets. 2 out of 10 the shot struck the werewolf squarely in the chest, causing it to grunt and falter, thick fur soaked in black blood. Yet it merely shook its head, and, with a howl, dozens of werewolves surged from the castle like a tide. Damn it! Lin Che poured the remaining half of his stamina potion into the horse's mouth. The horse reared, mane flaring, its speed suddenly surging, hooves pounding against the dirt path and kicking up clouds of dust, finally creating a little distance. System countdown, 8:32. System countdown, 8:31. The werewolves continued their relentless pursuit, especially the blood moon werewolf, its eyes burning with ferocity. Lin Che fired again, hitting one werewolf in the head. Kill LV-15 werewolf. Earn 156 Sin coins. He had only one bullet left, yet the pursuers showed no signs of slowing. At that moment, the sound of hooves echoed ahead. A squadron of human cavalry clad in silver armor blocked the path, their long spears pointed menacingly towards the ground. Their armor glinting coldly under the blood moon, the emblem on their chests depicting a radiant cross. Help! There are werewolves behind me, Lin Che shouted, elated and waving his arms. But the response was a volley of arrows slicing through the air, one narrowly missing his ear and embedding itself in a nearby tree, the feathers still trembling. Stand down, you vile slave, the leading cavalryman bellowed, his tone laced with noble arrogance. In the name of the holy light, this territory belongs to the Silver Shield Knights. Retreat. Wasn't he just delivered to the werewolves days ago? How did he escape? Silence. He must not be allowed to escape. These knights maintained their territory while concealing the filth beneath the veneer of prosperity. Lin Che's heart plummeted. Damn wolves, I despise that term. Behind him, the claws of the blood moon werewolf were already close enough to graze the horse's tail. Before him, the cavalry's spears gleamed ominously. Damn it, death behind me, death ahead. Let's see who dies first. He leaned low over the horse's back, gripping the reins tightly, urging the wild steed towards the knightly formation. Under the blood moon, the howls of wolves, the thunder of hooves, and the knight's furious shouts collided, casting shadows of death from both flanks, suffocating him. Charge! Keep charging! The horse barreled forward, arrows embedding into its sides like quills. The Silver Shield Knights, fearing being trampled, had no choice but to part, allowing Lin Che to finally cross that invisible line of territory. Mission accomplished. Congratulations, novice. Mission reward, Desert Eagle, Exorcism. Bullet capacity, 20/20ths. Unlocked skill, quick reload. Reload in 0.5 seconds, no recoil. Note, remember, this is merely a glimpse of the darkness. Night Watchman, can you uphold your original intent? I just escaped the jaws of wolves. Am I to fear you armored scum? Lin Che raised his weapon and fired, the bullet striking the forehead of the archer who had just shot at him, splattering black blood onto the silver armor as the man tumbled lifelessly from his mount. The remaining Silver Shield Knights were about to dispatch 2 members to pursue him, But the werewolves were more numerous and closing in, forcing the cavalry captain to order his men to form ranks immediately. The Blood Moon werewolf reached the boundary line, forced to halt, a low growl rumbling in its throat. "Get out of my way." "Esteemed sir," the knight's lieutenant gripped his spear, his tone hardening. "According to the Treaty of the Winter March Alliance, you may not cross the boundary line by even a step." "I said get out of my way." Bang! Lin Che suddenly charged back. It was not by choice. The wild horse had been shot in the eye, disoriented, and had brought him back. Since he was back, he would fight. He raised his weapon once more, not at the cavalry, but at the werewolves. The bullet struck one werewolf in the chest, black blood gushing forth. Kill one LV-23 werewolf. Earn 236 Sin coins. The Blood Moon werewolf fixed its gaze upon Lin Che, then glanced at the human cavalry arrayed before it, a glint of ferocity flashing in its eyes. "You are all in league together." No sooner had the words left its mouth than it lunged toward the knightly order, followed closely by its pack of werewolves. The long spear of the Silver Shield Knight pierced through the wolf's belly, while the werewolf's claws rend the armor of the cavalry. A single bullet ignited a fierce melee between humans and werewolves. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Che leaped off his steed and took refuge behind a grand tree, aiming his desert eagle at the most conspicuous Blood Moon werewolf amidst the chaos, his finger tightening around the trigger. Bang! The bullet whizzed past the Blood Moon werewolf's ear, attracting the attention of two piercing gazes. The werewolf turned its head, its crimson eyes locking onto him. Bang! "Look at your mother." With 18 bullets at his disposal, he had no choice but to gamble everything. Chapter 3: Blood Moon Decapitation. The blood moon stained the wilderness a dark crimson hue, as Lin Che nestled behind the roots of an ancient locust tree, continuously adjusting his breath. 20 paces away, a contingent of 20 silver-armored knights formed a natural shield wall, clad in chainmail, effectively blocking him from over 30 werewolves. A sharp sound pierced the air. The towering Blood Moon werewolf, standing at 2.5 meters, tore through the knight's chainmail with claws as sharp as iron hooks. Black blood mingling with shredded flesh splattering onto the grass. The knight, struck by the savage assault, could barely scream before becoming a mere morsel for the beast. Only the knight captain, hoisting a round shield, stood firm, yet deep gouges marred the surface of his shield, and he was forced to stagger back, clearly unable to hold out much longer. Bang! Lin Che pulled the trigger, the bullet expertly penetrating a werewolf's temple. As black blood erupted, the system's notification echoed in his mind. Killed LV-13 werewolf, earned 135 Sin coins. He squinted, steadying his breath, and aimed at the next target. With only 12 bullets remaining, each shot had to find its mark. Although he had previously slain a human knight, the knights, recognizing the dire situation, refrained from targeting him. Instead, they formed a defensive line against the werewolf charge. Utilizing their cover, Lin Che's gunfire rang out. Killed LV-22 werewolf, earned 225 Sin coins. Killed LV-15 werewolf, earned 156 Sin coins. The warm rush from the emergency stamina potion surged within him, his grip on the weapon growing steadier, his aim remarkably improved. A howl erupted from the Blood Moon werewolf, witnessing nearly half its kinfall. Its gray-white fur bristled, swelling by 1/2 meter, veins bulging beneath its skin. With a ferocious swipe, it sent the knight captain flying. The man crashed into a tree trunk, his fate uncertain. In the next moment, the werewolf charged towards Lin Che with a feral speed, covering 10 meters in the blink of an eye. Lin Che's pupils constricted, but he remained calm. He fixed his gaze upon the werewolf's gaping maw, observing the gleaming fangs, and just as the wolf's shadow loomed over him, he swiftly sidestepped, forcing the muzzle of his desert eagle against the beast's jaws. Bang! 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 5 bullets erupted in rapid succession, the sound echoing like thunder. The bullets pierced the werewolf's throat, shattering its spine, black blood splattering Lin Che's face. The massive wolf's corpse crashed atop him, constricting his breath. He struggled to push the body aside, wiped the blood from his face, and muttered, "Damn it, I finally took you down." Silence enveloped the scene. Killed LV-32 Blood Moon werewolf, earned 3,200 Sin coins. Indeed, it was an elite creature, yielding a high reward. The remaining werewolves, now fixated on the fallen Blood Moon werewolf, lost their previous ferocity, emitting mournful cries before retreating into the darkness. The knights stood frozen, gazing at Lin Che, drenched in werewolf blood, their eyes wide with disbelief. This seemingly enslaved individual had slain a Blood Moon werewolf? The leading knight swallowed hard and gestured for his comrades to collect their fallen brethren. Daring not to approach Lin Che from a distance, he remarked, "This place is perilous. Take care of yourself." With that, he departed, his expression a complex mixture of emotions. Leading his injured comrades away, their horses' hooves fading into the night. It remained uncertain whether this newfound conscience arose from the recent battle or a fear of Lin Che's weaponry. Lin Che slumped beside the werewolf carcass, gasping for breath as the system notifications continued to flood his mind. Killed LV-32 Blood Moon Werewolf. Reward: Elite Level Firearm Proficiency, Aim Speed 50, Accuracy 30, Desert Eagle Magazine 5, Werewolf Compendium, complete. Unlocked: Weaknesses, Heart, Throat, Brain. Earned Bronze Title, Werewolf Slayer. Once his breathing steadied, he recalled his own predicament. He wore nothing but tattered rags, exposed under the blood moon, akin to a naked rider showing off to his father. With adrenaline waning, he felt the chill of the night. Rising, he rummaged through the pile of werewolf bodies, tearing clothing from their remains and wrapping himself in it haphazardly. Just as he secured the straps, a faint glow of pentagram light emerged from his chest, and the system's voice resonated again. Constitution 20, Strength 20, Speed 20, Spirit 15. Criteria met. Promoted to Reserve Night Watchman. Granted reserve equipment. Riot electric baton. A weight pressed into his palm, a half-meter-long object, shaped like a steel whip with a black non-slip grip. Pressing the button on the grip, the whip crackled to life with blue electricity. Riot electric baton. High-power pulse mode. 200,000 volts instantaneous discharge. Single shock lasting 0.5 seconds. Standard endurance maintaining for 3 hours. Floating within the glow were several lines of text. Promotion to Official Night Watchman requires punishment of 10 dark sinners. Main quest: infiltrate the depths of the Valoran Empire within 3 months. Engage with the corners of the dark world and advance to an official night watchman. Failure to comply will result in the revocation of system privileges. Reserve permissions opened. Corrupt constable supply store. Exchangeable items. Body bags. Corpse dissolving liquid. Standard handgun ammunition only. Body bags. Corpse dissolving liquid. Such is the style of corrupt constables. Lin Che smirked, walking over to the slain steed and using the knight's abandoned arrowhead to carve a piece of horse meat, gathering some hay nearby. Under the moonlight, he bit into the raw horse meat, his gaze growing increasingly cold. 10 sinners. He already knew where to find them. The small town that had captured him 7 days prior, selling him to werewolves as food. As he chewed the meat, the sound enveloped in the cold wind. He resolved that it was time to settle old scores upon his return to Jiotun Town. After finishing the meat, Lin Che secured the Desert Eagle to his belt, grasped the Riot electric baton, and turned towards Jiotun Town. Chapter 4. Blood Vendetta in Jiotun Town. The wind in Jiotun Town carried 2 distinct scents, one of fermented wheat beer from oak barrels, and the other, a faint undertone of blood. As a renowned artisan town within the Silver Shield Marquis' domain, it enjoyed relative prosperity, supplying barrels to the nobility, with merchants arriving and departing in droves. Yet, unbeknownst to many, this prosperity came at the cost of delivering 20 living souls to Viscount Blackwood each month. The bought slaves and deceived outsiders became mere meat for the werewolf nobles' banquets, ensuring a semblance of peace between the Silver Shield Marquis and Viscount Blackwood. The mayor and the knights of the territory were painfully aware of this grim reality, a truth shared by the pitiful slaves and outsiders who were treated as mere livestock. Lin Che was one such outsider. Upon his arrival in this world, he possessed only a flip-top lighter, contemplating trading this oddity for currency to survive. The tavern owner had warmly invited him to trade inside, only for him to be knocked unconscious from behind as he turned away. When he awoke, he found himself completely naked, the werewolf steward scraping the skin from his collarbone with a silver knife, proclaiming, "Fine skin and tender flesh. The Viscount will surely love this." In such a world, where was the light? It was merely a domain surrendered to cannibals, who claimed the sunlit spaces for themselves. Lin Che walked for 7 or 8 hours before finally spotting the sign for Jiotun Town. The dirt path beneath his feet transformed into cobblestones, and the wooden sign for Jiotun Town glistened a wine-red hue under the sunlight, resembling blood spilled from humanity. His attire, scavenged from werewolf corpses, was a patchwork of rags, making him appear as a beggar dressed in mismatched clothing. At the town entrance, the soldiers demanded a toll for entry, only to be rendered unconscious by Lin Che's electric baton. Testing its efficacy, he found it satisfactory. The townsfolk merely cast a fleeting glance his way. Accustomed to the plight of refugees, they were disinclined to invite trouble. After all, it wasn't them who fell unconscious. Any issues would naturally fall upon the mayor and knights to resolve. If they couldn't handle it, what chance did the common folk have? Lin Che strode directly towards the general store at the eastern edge of the town. As the wooden door creaked open, the owner, leaning against the counter, was engaged in flirtatious banter with a woman in a low-cut silk dress, idly toying with a copper coin in his hand. The woman's bosom created a deep crevice capable of concealing a coin, yet Lin Che had no desire to gaze upon it. His attention was fixed on the face of the proprietor and the plump man who had just peeked out from behind the counter. The rotund man, bald on top with two fleshy jowls hanging from his chin, exuded a pungent odor. It was this very scent that had lingered in his memory when he had been knocked unconscious, a smell he could never forget. "Boss, I need something that can ignite a fire," Lin Che rapped on the counter, gesturing with his fingers to indicate the shape of a flip-top lighter, roughly this size. "Just press and it ignites." The proprietor initially wore a smile, but as he recognized Lin Che's face, his grin froze, his lips twitching. You remember?" Suddenly, Lin Che drew out a stun baton and activated it. The blue-white arcs of electricity illuminated the baton, with a crackle reminiscent of a serpent striking. "You didn't expect me to return, did you?" Before the proprietor could call for help, the baton struck his shoulder. The current surged through his body, and he crumpled to the ground like a shrimp deprived of its strength, wailing while drool trickled from the corner of his mouth. "Who is causing a disturbance?" The stout man burst forth wielding a wooden club, his eyes widening in shock upon seeing Lin Che. Yet, before he could swing his weapon, Lin Che advanced, pressing the baton against his belly. "Ack!" The plump man's body convulsed as he collapsed, the fat beneath his burlap garment quivering. The townsfolk scattered in panic, none daring to approach, their eyes fixed on the baton emitting blue light, filled with terror. "Make way, make way!" The hurried footsteps of several patrolling soldiers echoed as they squeezed into the shop. Clad in coarse linen, armed with rusted rifles, the leader, a man in leather armor, bore a broken iron sword at his waist. "Who dares to run rampant in Jiutong town?" "Run rampant?" Lin Che turned, holding the baton with grave seriousness. "I am Lin Che, sacrificed to a werewolf 7 days ago, nearly becoming its meal. I have come to reclaim what you owe me, with interest." As soon as he finished speaking, he lunged forward, sweeping the baton towards the lead patrolman. The soldier had just unsheathed his sword when the electricity erupted along the metal, exploding upon contact. With a thud, he collapsed, emitting wisps of smoke. The remaining patrolmen, terrified, dropped their rifles and fled. Lin Che made no move to pursue but turned back to press the baton against the proprietor and the stout man. The mingled sounds of electricity and wails reverberated at the entrance of the shop. He wanted these two to experience the despair and pain he had felt while chained, listening to the werewolves gnawing on bones. "Stop!" The distant sound of hooves approached. A group of patrolmen escorting a knight in plate armor and an elderly man clad in fine robes. The silver shield emblem on the knight's chest gleamed. It was a member of the Silver Shield Knights, and the old man was the mayor of Jiutong town. "You wretched slave! You dare defy the Marquis's will and slay patrolmen!" The mayor shouted, pointing at Lin Che. "Lord Lanslow, quickly slay him and atone for the Marquis." The leading knight remained silent, drawing his sword as the hooves clattered upon the cobblestones, ready to cleave this black-haired peasant in two with a single breath. "Your sins are heavier than those of the werewolves." Lin Che slowly reached for his Desert Eagle, aiming the barrel at the knight. "Werewolves consume humans by nature. You assist the werewolves in capturing your own kind, losing even your basic instincts." The knight paused, then suddenly charged, his sword slicing through the air towards Lin Che's head. Bang! Bang! The 1041 caliber bullets pierced the knight's armor, exploding a gaping wound in his chest. The knight let out a muffled groan, dropping his sword and crashing to the ground. Killed LV-23 knight, gained 235 sin coins. The mayor, terrified, felt his legs give way, collapsing to the ground, muttering, "Wretched peasant. You will die?" Lin Che approached him. "You will never know, for you will die before I do." He pressed the barrel against the mayor's forehead and fired again. Killed LV-13 knight, gained 136 sin coins. The shopkeeper had long since fainted from fear. Lin Che fetched a bucket of cold water and splashed it over the stout man. "Now, who else participated in this filthy transaction? Names or addresses, speak, and I shall grant you a swift death." "What are you saying?" "I don't know." "You wretched peasant, huh?" The combination of electricity and water was particularly stimulating. The stout man trembled, his lips quivering, and under the continuous shock of electricity. He stammered out a dozen names. There were the mayor, the knight, a tailor, and a hunter. Lin Che produced a scrap of cloth to jot down the names. Then, armed with his Desert Eagle, he proceeded door to door. His elite pistol proficiency made his aim terrifyingly steady, each gunshot heralding the fall of a wrongdoer. Killed LV-6 commoner, gained 60 sin coins. killed LV7 commoner, gained 70 sin coins. The townsfolk cowered within their homes, no one daring to open their doors. As the sound of footsteps grew nearer, then faded away. When Lin Che, bloodied, entered the tavern at the center of town, all the patrons had fled, leaving only a woman in black leather armor seated at the bar. She had short hair that grazed her ears, a short knife strapped to her thigh, and held a mug of ale. Upon seeing Lin Che, she raised an eyebrow. "Hey, the bloodied avenger. Care for a drink to calm your nerves? I know a thing or two about Viscount Blackwood. It might be useful to you." Lin Che responded, "Beautiful lady, you bear a hint of blood as well. Are you seeking revenge on Viscount Blackwood? I can assist you, but it will cost some gold dragons." Chapter 5. Blood contract. The winds of the Frostwinter province always carried a biting chill, cutting against the skin like a knife. Yet within the lands of Viscount Blackwood, a more grotesque absurdity lurked, the grotesque transformation of living beings into delicacies. The crisp sound of silver knives cutting through flesh. The muffled crunch of werewolf nobility chewing on bones echoed continuously within the castle, becoming the most repugnant aspect of daily life in this land. Behind this lawlessness lay a name, a wood. As the father of Viscount Blackwood, this old werewolf was notorious within the noble circles of the Valoran Empire as a master manipulator. He would present officials with boxes filled with black pearls while leveraging resources from werewolf tribes to win over border lords, consolidating power to such an extent that even his most inept son was granted a human territory, treating humanity as mere livestock. Many tales of the Blackwoods flowed from the woman's lips, the ale steaming in the coarse ceramic cup, enhancing her ethereal beauty. When she uttered the name Blackwood again, Lin Che tapped his fingers on the table, an air of casual defiance in his demeanor. "Fair lady, we've been conversing over half a cup of ale. You can't expect me to keep calling you hey, can you? A name wouldn't be too much to ask." She raised her gaze, her amber eyes glinting with icy resolve. Yet her voice remained level, devoid of inflection. "Evelyn, I once served as a mercenary with a merchant caravan, and now I hunt werewolves." As she spoke, her left hand unconsciously brushed the short knife at her thigh. The sheath was worn, the edge frayed, and near the hilt, 10 shallow marks were etched, resembling claw marks from a wolf. "I am Lin Che, a night watchman. If that is too cumbersome, you may simply call me Lin." Lin Che swirled his drink. "Evelyn, that name suits your knife. It has a certain vigor to it." Evelyn took a deep swig from her mug, the bitterness of the ale failing to mask the hoarseness in her voice. 10 years ago, Blackwood and his werewolves invaded my home. It is a tale of revenge." Lin Che listened intently. Evelyn spoke, casually rolling up the sleeve of her left arm, revealing a scar so deep it seemed to reach the bone. Stretching from her elbow to her wrist, the edges of her skin were wrinkled, as if it had been scorched by fire and then forced to heal. "In these 10 years, I have pilfered the coin purses of nobles and served as a mercenary, barely managing to survive. Eventually, it was my own comrades who betrayed me, stabbing me in the back simply because I refused to join them in delivering slaves to the werewolves." Evelyn's tone was remarkably calm, yet her presence was imbued with stories untold, a fact that captivated Lin Che. She dragged a canvas backpack from her feet, and as she unzipped it, the gleam of silver and gold coins dazzled his eyes. "Lin, I cannot explain why, but I have a strong feeling that you will assist me in locating Blakewood. Do not question it. This is a woman's intuition." Evelyn's fingers brushed against Lin Che's lips, rough yet powerful. The heavy coin purse, swollen with riches, thudded heavily on the table. Lin Che was uncertain of the currency in this world, yet gold and silver have always held value. "If you manage to escape from Blake's castle, you must possess skills superior to mine and undoubtedly know the way. I am hiring you, and together we shall return to exact our vengeance." She pushed the coin purse toward Lin Che, her voice laced with a hint of pleading yet underlined by stubbornness. "This purse serves as a deposit. Upon completion of the task, I will relinquish all my savings from these years, including my rune-embellished dagger." Lin Che picked up the coin purse, weighing it in his hands without opening it, before tossing it back into Evelyn's backpack. His expression shifted, losing its playful demeanor. "Agreed. However, my motivation is not your money, but rather your intuition. I wish to test its accuracy." Evelyn's eyes sparkled, akin to a dying fire suddenly reigniting with embers. She immediately rummaged through her backpack, allowing Lin Che to select various items, which he found highly satisfactory. This was not the act of a mindless avenger. She was well prepared. Dagger, crossbow bolts, medicinal powders, even finely arranged iron wires for lock-picking, all meticulously organized, revealing that this vengeance had indeed been a decade in the making. Lin Che declined her offer, opting instead to activate the system panel, a pale blue screen illuminating before him. "System notification. Reserve task completed. Punished the 10 evils. Promoted to official night watchman. All attributes 20. Current constitution 40. Strength 40. Speed 40. Spirit 35. Unlock night watchman permissions. Access to dark creature database. Redeem special police supplies. Unlocked official equipment. Night watchman uniform. Customizable appearance. Special handcuffs with piercing spikes. Enhanced pepper spray. Logistics update. Unlock basic handgun, basic shotgun. And other supplies. Require sin coins for redemption. Current sin coins, 74.48. Lin Che tailored the collar of his standard hunting attire into a diagonal flap. Added hidden pockets for the pepper spray at the cuffs, and secured a riot baton at his lower back, perfectly concealed by the hem of his uniform. As he emerged from the tavern's vacant room, Evelyn was caressing her dagger, her gaze sharpening upon seeing him. Your attire is even more refined than those sold in the city's tailor shops. Black scales? I encountered it during my time with the merchant caravan. A foot costs 5 silver dragons. Lin Che tapped the handcuffs at his waist. A gentle press releasing 3 silver spikes with a soft click, glinting coldly. As long as it gets the job done, durability is what matters. Aesthetics are merely a bonus. The two set off immediately, for they could no longer linger in the tavern town, and seizing the moment was crucial. The werewolves would never anticipate Lin Che's return. By the time they arrived at Blake's territory, night had fully descended. To ensure the success of their mission, Lin Che consulted the database and communicated with Evelyn, the seasoned mercenary, regarding the werewolves' acute night vision and keen sense of smell. Evelyn retrieved a small glass vial from her backpack, its surface etched with intricate runes. What is this? Night vision potion, she replied, pouring 2 drops of pale purple liquid, applying it to the skin around her eyes. I saved this from when I accompanied a mercenary team to an ancient tomb. It costs 20 gold dragons per vial and allows one to see clearly within 30 paces, even spotting insects hidden in the crevices of stones. She poured 2 more drops and offered them to Lin Che. Apply some. Visibility is crucial when battling werewolves at night. Lin Che accepted the potion and applied it, a transparent film forming around his eyes, illuminating the previously inky darkness. The dry grass by the roadside, the distant silhouettes of trees, and even the stones beneath his feet became visible. Next, Evelyn produced a paper packet, sprinkling a grayish-white powder onto their clothing. The powder emitting a sharp scent reminiscent of saltpeter. This is a mixture of saltpeter and mugwort ash. It masks the scent of the living. I've tested it before while evading werewolves. It works. Lin Che, being inexperienced, naturally followed her lead. However, unbeknownst to Evelyn, there was something more enticing to the werewolves than the scent of a human. On the day Lin Che killed Blake, the blood of Blakewood that splattered onto his garments had quietly formed a blood bond. This was a unique bloodline mark of the Wood family, a capability exclusive to those evolved into Blood Moon werewolves. Ironically, Lin Che remained oblivious to the fact that the level 32 Blood Moon werewolf he had slain was none other than the Viscount Blakewood, mistaking it for merely an elite creature, having never encountered Blakewood himself. The lights in Blake's castle still flickered, but this time they emanated an air of grimness. In the courtyard behind the castle walls, dozens of human servant corpses were arranged in a circle, each bearing the marks of claw wounds on their necks. These were Blake's burial offerings. The werewolf, Butler, stood in the center of the circle of bodies, clad in a black tailcoat, blood still staining his claws. Suddenly, he halted, his nose twitching rapidly, a glint of ferocity flashing in his amber eyes. The familiar scent of the blood bond. It's here. A low howl escaped the butler's lips, tinged with excitement. Instantly, the werewolves surrounding the circle sprang into action, their claws scraping against the ground, producing a muffled sound as they retreated to either side of the castle's grand entrance, their dark silhouettes lurking in the shadows like serpents poised to strike. The werewolf, Butler, had not anticipated that the man would dare to return. He had intended to complete the funeral rites before delivering the news of Blakewood's demise to his old master, and then offer his own life as atonement. But now, he would extract the spine of his enemy and render it into fat, presenting it to his master. Unbeknownst to them, Evelyn had crouched low, stealthily creeping along the castle's shadowy edges, confident in her stealth skills. However, upon landing, the werewolves in the courtyard suddenly turned in unison, their crimson eyes fixating on her like rows of burning nails. Evelyn's breath caught in her throat. She realized there were over 100 werewolves in the square. Some perched on the steps, others crouched on the eaves, even heads peeking from the castle windows, densely packed, sealing off the square entirely. Particularly concerning was the werewolf funeral ritual. She was well aware of its significance, and this time they had arrived at an inopportune moment. She had thought Lin Che merely escaped, but it turned out he had slain numerous werewolves and significant figures among them. Her complexion turned as pale as paper, her lips quivering uncontrollably. Yet Lin Che, upon landing, remained unfazed. With a swift motion, he drew the riot baton from his waist. The blue and white electricity crackling at the end of the baton, accompanied by faint popping sounds. Gripping his desert eagle tightly with his right hand, he aimed it at the foremost werewolf, grinning as he revealed his white teeth. "Dear friends, your master has returned with a new companion. Last time we didn't finish our game, so let's settle the score now." Chapter 6. Shotgun shells and swift killings. The 100 werewolves encircled the castle square, fixated on you. "What shall you do?" Lin Che weighed his desert eagle in hand. What else could he do but fire? Was he expected to dance with them? Mastery of an elite handgun was not merely for show. With a 50 aiming speed increase and a 30 hit rate bonus, combined with 40 points of strength firmly grounding the firearm, the recoil barely registered against his palm. The sound of the chameau ji ing pesia resonated throughout the castle, as the 1041mm bullet sliced through the air with a chilling whoosh. Even the level 32 Blood Moon werewolf could not withstand the formidable armor-piercing effect, which completely disregarded the defenses of the level 10 and 20 werewolves. Bang! The bullet accurately struck the crown of a werewolf's head, causing black blood and brain matter to splatter 3 feet away. Killed a level 11 werewolf, gained 111 sin coins. The werewolf horde erupted into chaos. 3 of the most cunning werewolves brandished iron shields stained with sacrificial blood, clearly attempting to block the onslaught with brute force. Lin Che flicked his wrist, and the riot control baton crackled with blue and white arcs of electricity as it collided with the edge of the shield. The moment the current surged into the werewolf's body, its fur charred black, and its limbs stiffened like iron boards. Before they could collapse, Lin Che had already reloaded, and with a bang, he fired a shot that pierced through a skull, black blood oozing down the shield's crevices, staining the ground a deep crimson. Killed a level 17 werewolf, gained 175 sin coins. Killed a level 16 werewolf, gained 160 sin coins. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire echoed against the castle walls as Lin Che charged forward, stepping over the carcasses of werewolves. The sound of crushed bones mingling with the system notifications in his mind. Killed a level 13 werewolf, gained 130 sin coins. Killed a level 19 werewolf, gained 198 sin coins. Killed a level 22 werewolf, with the riot baton in his left hand and the chameau ji ing pesia in his right. Lin Che reveled in the carnage, while Evelyn, on the other side, was nearing her limit. Her iron bone breathing technique was the most basic breathing method from the Valoran province, and after years of practice, she barely reached level 20, relying solely on a decade of mercenary experience to survive through evasion. The claws of the werewolves were exceptionally sharp. Had it not been for the protective rune glowing faintly golden around her vital area, she would have been disemboweled by now. At this moment, the deep gash on her thigh exposed bone, blood dripping through the seams of her leather armor, leaving a trail of fine crimson lines with each step. Her left arm hung limply, clearly broken from the earlier defense, and every moment of combat exacerbated the cold sweat that poured from her, moisture streaming down her temples, rendering her complexion as pale as parchment. By the time Lin Che emptied his third magazine, there were over 30 werewolf corpses piled in the plaza, black blood flowing through the cracks of the stone bricks. The remaining werewolves finally grew fearful, retreating with their necks hunched and ears pinned back. Even when the werewolf butler bellowed orders, they scurried back into the dark corridors of the castle, tails tucked. When Lin Che reached Evelyn's side, she was leaning against the wall, gasping for breath, having held on by sheer will. Observing the gruesome wound on her thigh, Lin Che clicked his tongue in dismay. Rummaging through the system space for a medical kit, 500 sin coins, current sin coins, 11,322. The moment the antiseptic was splashed onto her wound, Evelyn gasped in pain but did not utter a sound. However, before Lin Che could wrap her bandage, Evelyn suddenly raised her hand to clasp his neck, her bloodied lips brushing gently against the corner of his mouth, her voice hoarse. "Dear Lin, thank you for not abandoning me." Lin Che froze for half a second, then pulled her waist closer, returning the kiss fiercely and swiftly, tasting the remnants of barley wine at her lips. "I detest when others take advantage of me. I demand a return." Evelyn laughed softly at the kiss, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Even the pain from her wound dulled somewhat. After Lin Che dressed her injury, he lifted her onto his back, searching for a storage room on the outskirts of the castle. He first nailed the doors and windows shut with wooden planks, then piled hay-filled crates to block any gaps, sealing even the ventilation openings with burlap. "Stay here. I will bring you Blackwood's head. Just as he stepped outside, he opened the logistics inventory, gritting his teeth as he spent 10,000 Sin coins to acquire two formidable items. One was the Remington M870 Lang Yiji Shang, valued at 9,000 Sin coins, includes 20 rounds. Upon acquiring it, he realized the gun was quite striking. The body was forged from matte black titanium alloy, engraved with dynamic wolf tooth patterns. The shotgun shells were shaped like bionic wolf fangs, soaked in a low-temperature, blood-virulent virus. Upon impact, they would stiffen the muscles and render coagulation ineffective. This weapon was a veritable bane to werewolves, as its extraordinary regenerative abilities were rendered null under the virus's influence. When fired at close range, the wolf fang-shaped projectiles spread in a fan-like manner, forming a net of death, inflicting an additional 30 piercing damage to dark creatures, each wound becoming an incurable lethal injury. The second item was the Sanling DCI Mob by 2,000 per set, a three-sided spike coated in a secret paralyzing agent, the needle tip gleaming coldly, sharper than a finely crafted steel blade. Even a mere scratch on the werewolf's tough hide would allow the agent to permeate instantly, rendering their limbs as heavy as lead, incapacitating them long enough for a fatal strike. Lin Che crouched around the storage room, digging pits, sprinkling a bit of werewolf blood to mask the scent of freshly turned earth, finally covering it with a layer of straw. This was a tantalizing appetizer prepared for the pursuing werewolves. Meanwhile, deep within the castle, the werewolf butler pressed his claws onto a werewolf's shoulder, incessantly commanding, "Put it on. All of you, don the iron armor. That human's magical tools are extraordinary. Your wretched hides cannot withstand them. Even if your bones shatter, you must wear them." The werewolves reluctantly donned the rusty iron armor, the plates scraping against their fur, producing a grating sound. They were proud members of the Blood Moon clan. When had they ever worn human gear? Yet, the alternative was death. The heavier iron oak shields were especially coveted. As the werewolves prepared, Lin Che had already opened the castle doors with the Remington M870 Lang Yiji Shang. The wind in the corridor carried Lin Che's voice. "You are throwing quite the funeral, aren't you? If I don't take you all down, would my journey here be in vain? Are you ready?" The safety of the shotgun clicked off with a decisive sound, the stock pressed against his shoulder, already chambered. A low growl from deep within the corridor resonated from the werewolves, and Lin Che licked the bloodstain at the corner of his mouth, his steps unwavering as he spent 10,000 Sin coins. Today, if he did not slay 7 in and 7 out, it would indeed be a losing bargain. Chapter 7. Oil-soaked beast fight. The remnants of the wolf's nest incite new hatred. Is anyone home? Is there an old man in the house? The castle corridor was filled with a chilling wind, with several desiccated heads hanging from the columns. Lin Che felt no fear whatsoever. In fact, he hummed a playful line from a skit from his past life. The more tense the situation, the more he relished making light of it. As the literary reading would put it, using jest to contrast his fearlessness. In his own words, before dying, he needed to let this pack of pups hear something fresh, lest they reincarnate without ever having encountered humor. He strode boldly forward when suddenly, a light click echoed beneath his feet. It was the sound of a trap being triggered. Lin Che's pupils constricted, and with a quick push off the stone bricks, propelled by a speed boost of 40 points, he leapt back 3 meters like a gust of wind. Just as he steadied himself, he saw 3 rows of half-foot-long iron spikes springing up from where he had just stood, glimmering coldly. Had he been a moment slower, his leg bones would have been pierced through. TSK, such antiquated traps still lingered here. Just as Lin Che prepared to continue forward, a figure suddenly emerged from the side corridor. It was a werewolf, its gray fur disheveled, its eyes reflecting a hint of bewilderment at encountering Lin Che. Clearly not expecting prey to dare venture in, Lin Che had intended to pull the trigger of the shotgun, his finger hesitating on the trigger before he decided to sling it behind him. Instead, he seized the riot control baton at his waist, the blue and white electricity crackling at its tip, resembling a lightning bolt coiled around his hand. A sinister grin spreading across his face as he charged forward. "You little mutt. Today you will experience what it means to be electrified to the bone." This thing is both shocking and stunning. The werewolf, frightened by this display, let out a low growl and turned to flee deeper into the castle. Yet no matter how fast it ran, it could not match Lin Che's speed of 40 points. In just a few strides, Lin Che caught up, the baton crashing down onto the werewolf's back. The werewolf donned a patchwork of iron armor, electric currents coursing through its metallic shell, causing its body to stiffen as if it had been drained of strength. Its fur frizzed to a charred black, and it emitted a mournful, guttural whine, drool dripping from the corners of its mouth. Huh, even armor conducts electricity. How foolish. Lin Che delivered a swift kick, sending the werewolf tumbling. He then drew his desert eagle from his lower back, and with a resounding bang, the bullet shattered its skull, brain matter mingling with dark blood, splattering against the mottled wall. In the blink of an eye, the corpse vanished without a trace. System notification: killed a level 13 werewolf, gained 130 Sin coins. He continued onward, pursuing his path until he arrived at a spacious castle hall. After a cautious glance, he entered. Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed behind him. The passage he had just entered was sealed by a descending iron grate, completely cutting off his retreat. Almost immediately, over 20 werewolves surged from the second floor. Some wielding poison crossbow bolts, others brandished flaming torches. A wave of dread washed over Lin Che as he noticed the ground beneath his feet was slick with a dark liquid. The stench intertwined with a familiar scent of charred human flesh. It was kerosene, oil extracted from human bones, something he had encountered while being a sacrificial lamb. A despicable human scum. The werewolf butler emerged, clad in armor, his murky eyes filled with malice. This kerosene is brewed from the marrow of your own kind, gathered over 3 months. Today, you shall experience the torment of being burned by the oil of your fellow brethren. Fire. As soon as he finished speaking, a barrage of crossbow bolts flew towards Lin Che, reeking of poison. He dodged to the side, the bolts narrowly grazing his arm before embedding into the wall. The green venom instantly corroding the stone, releasing wisps of white smoke. He pivoted, swinging his electric baton with all his might, delivering a crushing blow to the iron gate. With a loud clang, a narrow crack appeared in the iron grate. Lin Che's eyes sparkled with hope, just as he prepared for another strike. A new volley of crossbow bolts forced him to retreat behind a column for cover. Throw the torches. Burn him. The werewolf butler howled, and several torches were hurled into the kerosene. Boom. The kerosene ignited in a brilliant orange flame, flames leaping high. The searing heat accompanied by the acrid stench of burning flesh engulfing him, making Lin Che cough violently. Watching the fire circle shrink, he steeled himself. Pushing off the column with his legs, and with a burst of 40 points of strength, he soared over the flames, landing securely on the second-floor balcony. A crossbow bolt whizzed past his shoulder, embedding deeply into the wooden pillar of the balcony. He narrowly escaped, the combination of speed and strength proving advantageous. Lin Che swiftly readied his Remington, resting it on his shoulder, aimed at the werewolves, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The Wolf Fang shotgun, laced with biological toxins, unleashed a deadly spray, ensnaring the werewolves in a net of death. The werewolf butler was caught off guard, his left eye pierced by the shot, black blood oozing through his fingers as he writhed in agony on the ground, though the other werewolves bore armor to shield them from fatal strikes. The toxins seeped into their wounds, causing what would have been swift healing to fester and bleed. One by one, they collapsed, howling in despair. Do you feel the power of technology? Lin Che stood on the balcony, looking down at the struggling werewolves, his voice dripping with mockery. Your claws may be strong, but can they withstand bullets? Your regeneration may be formidable, but can it endure toxins? Before my gun, you are merely a herd of slaughtered pigs. He strode forward down the balcony, firing the Remington repeatedly, each shot toppling a werewolf, especially the butler, upon whom he stepped, looking down condescendingly. Trash like you belongs in a garbage dump. Bang! Killed a level 35 werewolf, gained 2,000 Sin coins. Indeed, ordinary monsters are nothing but refuse. The remaining werewolves, utterly terrified, limped away into the castle's depths, abandoning the butler's corpse. Lin Che pursued for a while longer, dispatching several more werewolves. His Desert Eagle was down to a single magazine, and the Remington had 1 bullet left, but his Sin coins had replenished to 6,000. He returned to the hall, the kerosene still ablaze. Bending down, he used a retrieved axe to sever the werewolf butler's head, tossing the bodies into the flames. Unfamiliar with who Blackwood was, he believed that the one issuing commands was indeed Blackwood, so he took the head with him. Whistling a tune, he stepped out of the castle, only to be struck by a sudden realization. The storage room where Evelyn was hidden had its wooden door torn apart, planks scattered on the floor, bearing fresh claw marks. Evelyn. Lin Che rushed forward, entering to find a second-tier werewolf pinning Evelyn against the wall, its claws shredding her leather armor, revealing a bleeding wound beneath. 2 werewolf corpses lay on the ground, their legs and feet pierced by spikes from the ground, with the spikes dragged out. The werewolves' chests were pierced by poisoned daggers. Evidence of Evelyn's desperate struggle, yet she was now too weak to continue. Clutching a runic dagger in a last-ditch effort to hold off the remaining werewolf, her arm trembling. Just as Lin Che was about to raise his gun, he hesitated and instead charged forward, gripping the werewolf's neck with a fierce hold. his veins bulging as he audibly cracked the level 15 werewolf's vertebrae, snapping it with raw strength. The body slumped to the ground, its claws still poised to strike. Evelyn sat on the floor, her eyes wide with shock. Your strength is beyond belief. This is a werewolf. It would take 10 ordinary mercenaries to subdue one. Lin Che dragged the werewolf's body outside, crouching to retrieve a medical kit from his system space, tending to Evelyn's wounds with a gentler touch than before, deliberately avoiding her old injury on her leg, and casually handing her the butler's head. Here, the head of Blackwood. Consider it revenge for you. Evelyn took the head, her fingertips brushing over the werewolf's fur, studying it for a few moments before gently shaking her head. This is not him. Blackwood's fur is gray and white, with a red scar at the corner of his eye. I have remembered it for 10 years. I would never mistake it. Lin Che paused, recalling the gray and white fur and the red scar. Suddenly, he remembered the blood moon werewolf he had shot dead outside the castle. It had indeed possessed gray and white fur and a scar by its eye. Rubbing the back of his head, he sheepishly admitted, "Oh, the Blackwood you mentioned was probably the one I killed outside the castle." Evelyn stared at him for several seconds before suddenly laughing, her amber eyes softened, losing some of their coldness, gaining warmth instead. I believe you. A person who could single-handedly wipe out a werewolf nest should have no trouble with a werewolf viscount. As for the remaining payment, you can keep it. Lin Che interrupted, pointing at her empty backpack. I know you don't have extra money to pay me. That bag of coins you have is all you can offer. You would have to owe for your ale. I don't want the money. But I have a condition. Take me to become a mercenary. I wish to see this wretched world. Evelyn nodded, leaning against the wall to slowly stand up. No problem. The Mercenary Guild has a base in Luoshire town. I know people there who can help you register. While the two took a moment to rest in the storage room. Deep within the castle's tunnels, 3 werewolves stumbled and ran. One of the werewolves limped as it ran, panting heavily. We must report to Lord Wood. Lord Blackwood is dead. That human is merciless. We need to request reinforcements. Before it could finish, the other 2 werewolves suddenly pounced, their fangs tearing into its throat. Blood splattered against the tunnel walls. One of the werewolves licked its lips, its gaze dark and menacing. Lord Wood is far in the Northern Territory. By the time he sends reinforcements, that human will have long since escaped. Now, I must first locate Lord Clin's elder brother, who serves as the chief in the Hafing Ling, commanding over 200 werewolves, and he will undoubtedly seek vengeance against the murderer of his sibling. Importantly, this castle will become Lord Clin's stronghold. He has desired this fortress for quite some time. They are the spies sent by Clinwood to keep watch over Blakewood. Chapter 8. I shall leave my name in this world. The stone walls of Blakewood Castle crackled ominously in the flames. The structure built from a mixture of chalk and crushed stone charred black by the burning oil. The fire, derived from the bones of humans, blazed with an intensity that enveloped the night sky in a cloak of orange-red flames and thick black smoke, staining half the heavens as if they were draped in a blood-soaked rag, dimming even the cold stars. As Lin Che carried Evelyn out of the castle, the thunderous sound of collapsing wooden beams echoed behind them. This den of evil, which had plagued the province of Lindong for many years, was gradually being reduced to ashes. The air, thick with the acrid scent of charred remains, mingled with the metallic tang of blood. As they traversed the wilderness, Lin Che adjusted Evelyn in his arms. Her black leather armor, complemented by strips of white gauze, accentuated her pallid complexion while exuding a fierce charm. Perhaps due to excessive blood loss, Evelyn was deeply asleep against his shoulder, her warm breath intermittently brushing against his neck, causing strands of hair to gently graze his skin. A smile involuntarily crept onto Lin Che's lips as he hummed a familiar tune from the night markets of his past life. The melody meandering yet imbued with an inexplicable joy. He would never admit that his happiness stemmed partly from Evelyn's blood-stained kiss before her unconsciousness, and partly from their resounding victory. After all, to single-handedly dismantle the lair of a werewolf viscount would bring delight to anyone for several days, especially with the rewards that came from such carnage. His thoughts turned, and the data panel unfolded before his eyes. Constitution 40, Strength 40, Speed 40, Spirit 35. Maintaining the status quo with significant equipment consumption, primarily ammunition. Fortunately, the triangular spike paralysis was only slightly damaged, stored in a wooden box along with other spoils salvaged from the castle. Opening the logistics equipment list in his mind, Lin Che silently recited, and the panel instantly refreshed with a myriad of entries. However, the more he looked, the more he couldn't help but click his tongue. Indeed, the finest items bore exorbitant price tags. Wolfang rapid-fire pistol, 8 Sin coins, 9mm caliber, firing rate of 120 rounds per minute, effective range of 80 meters. suitable for jungle raids and close combat in towns. Giant Wolf Riot Shield, 6 Sin coins 12-meter diameter, made of titanium composite layers with polymer coating. Featuring built-in shock absorption and serrated edges, foldable to 30 centimeters. Blood Wolf Combat Boots, 20,000 Sin coins biomechanical elastic fiber boot body with built-in microshock absorption. Slip-resistant carbonized sole with waterproof and corrosion-resistant coating, weighing 0.8 grams, suitable for harsh environments such as mines and jungles. All these items were related to wolves. It seemed that the kills of werewolves had triggered this. I wonder if slaying a dragon would yield a dragon-themed set of equipment? Lin Che stared at the gear for half a minute, his finger hovering over the panel several times before begrudgingly adding some ammunition and closing it. Alas, 6 coins were insufficient. He needed to earn more Sin coins quickly. Suddenly, Evelyn murmured softly, her voice akin to a dreamer's, repeating the phrase to sure to, big stone. Lin Che raised an eyebrow and paused his steps. The name sounded like that of a formidable warrior wielding a massive axe. He pondered who would wield the axe more ferociously, him with his current strength of 40, or who could shatter a werewolf skull with a single blow. After approximately half an hour, Evelyn finally awoke. Rather than asking to be set down, she tightened her grip, pressing her face closer to Lin Che's back. Exuding a hint of languor from her slumber, "Your back is quite warm, more comfortable than my old wool blanket." Lin Che's ears instantly flushed, and his neck warmed as well. "If you're awake, you should walk on your own. My arms are getting tired. If you don't get down soon, I might just drop you," he said, though the hand supporting her thigh remained steady. Evelyn seemed to see through his insincere words, chuckling lightly. Her breath carrying a faint scent of ale. "I won't get down. You're much more comfortable than a horse." After traveling about a mile, Evelyn's stomach suddenly grumbled audibly in the quiet forest. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she patted Lin Che's shoulder. "Let me down. I have some leftover flatbread in my bag that just needs reheating." Lin Che then released her, finding a sheltered slope to shield them from the wind, and struck flint to ignite some dry branches. The crackling campfire flickered to life, casting an orange glow on their faces. Evelyn squatted by the fire, rummaging through her backpack for any other food items. Lin Che suddenly inquired, "Now that you've avenged yourself, where do you plan to go next?" Evelyn replied, somewhat bewildered, "I was once solely focused on killing Blake. Now that he is dead, I find myself at a loss for direction. And you? Why do you wish to take on the hard life of a mercenary?" He could not reveal his true motive of earning Sin coins to exchange for equipment to grow stronger and achieve greatness. Instead, he pondered briefly before responding with a hint of bravado. "The freedom of a mercenary allows me to eat wherever I go, while leaving my name, Lin Che, in this wretched world." Suddenly, a wolf's howl echoed through the forest, its distant tone laced with a hint of ferocity. Evelyn instinctively reached for the ruined short knife at her waist, visibly tense. They had just escaped the territory of the werewolves, and this sound did not bode well. Yet when a gray wolf emerged from behind the trees, she breathed a sigh of relief. It's just an ordinary wolf, not a werewolf. These wolves lack offensive capability. They're merely drawn by the scent of blood. Lin Che's eyes, however, sparkled with excitement as he retrieved a one-handed axe seized from the castle. "Perfect. I haven't tested my strength yet. Wait here. I'll be back quickly." The gray wolf, evidently unprepared for a human to initiate an attack, paused momentarily before baring its teeth and lunging at Lin Che's lower leg. With a swift flick of his wrist, he swung the axe down, and with a sickening thud, the blade cleaved through the wolf's skull, black blood and brain matter splattering onto the ground, forming a dark puddle. No Sin coins. This wolf was merely a precursor. For soon, 7 or 8 more wolves began to encircle from various directions. They were not only drawn to the scent of Evelyn's wounds, but also to the blood pact on Lin Che. Werewolves and wolves were inextricably linked. Gripping the axe, Lin Che wielded it effortlessly with his strength of 40. He sidestepped a wolf's attack from the left and countered with a swift strike to its flank, sending it crashing against a tree, lifeless. Though the ordinary wolves had sharp claws and teeth, they could not penetrate the defense of his mercenary gear, merely tearing a few holes in the fabric. The system panel indicated that repairing these damages would cost 500 Sin coins. That was a bit pricey. He moved through the pack like a precise killing machine, his speed of 40 rendering the wolves unable to touch his garments. At times, just as a wolf's claws were about to grasp his back, he would already be turning to strike from the side, delivering fatal blows. Evelyn initially gripped her short knife tightly, anxiously watching Lin Che's back, but soon, her shock transformed into a numbing astonishment. Having been a mercenary for 10 years, she had never witnessed anyone single-handedly slaughtering wolves with such ease, as if those ferocious beasts capable of tearing human throats were merely lambs awaiting slaughter. Could he truly be a master? Of course, he was. Evelyn found herself smiling. To emerge unscathed from 100 werewolf siege was not the mark of an amateur. Once the last few wolves howled in retreat, tails tucked between their legs, Lin Che shook the blood from his axe. The hem of his hunting gear was stained with mud and blood, yet he appeared anything but disheveled. Instead, he radiated the poise of one who had just emerged from battle. You were far too reckless just now. The anticipated stars in her eyes and concern did not materialize. Evelyn's tone was tinged with reproach as she reached out to brush off the wolf fur from his shoulder, leaving her companion alone in place. What if other creatures approached? Moreover, it was imperative to kill these wolves with a dagger or a short sword. Using an axe would ruin the pelt. A pristine gray wolf pelt could fetch 3 silver dragons, enough to purchase 2 bags of bread. The manner in which you are hacking at them leaves nothing but holes. At most worth 1 silver dragon, such waste. As she spoke, she picked up a branch and sketched a simple formation in the snow. Furthermore, you were too focused on charging in, neglecting to leave a backup. If you encounter a larger pack of wolves, you must retain some strength for defense. Ideally positioning yourselves back to back, with one attacking from the front and the other guarding against ambushes. This way, you can preserve your lives while ensuring the bounty is not squandered. Lin Che listened attentively, occasionally nodding and asking questions. What should I be mindful of if I encounter a beast faster than an ordinary wolf while on guard? I cannot keep my gaze fixed behind me, can I? Watch for footprints and listen for sounds. After she patiently answered, she looked up to see Lin Che paying close attention, his expression devoid of impatience. Suddenly, she stood on her toes and placed a gentle kiss on his cheek, softly stating, "This is a reward for your willingness to listen to my ramblings." Lin Che touched his cheek, smiling, "Thank you. Now, will you teach me how to skin a wolf? We cannot let the remaining pelts go to waste." Evelyn retrieved a small, delicate skinning knife from her backpack, its blade as thin as paper. Begin by making an incision at the wolf's jaw, slicing down along the throat. Do not cut too deeply, otherwise, you might pierce the internal organs, and blood will stain the pelt, making it difficult to sell. As she spoke, she demonstrated, the knife gliding smoothly, creating a neat incision along the wolf's abdomen. Her movements, so practiced they resembled the actions of one who had performed this task countless times. Lin Che followed her lead, initially clumsy and making a small cut in the pelt, but gradually growing adept, eventually managing to skin a fairly intact wolf pelt. Evelyn inspected the pelt he had skinned and nodded with a smile. Not bad. This is quite good for a first attempt. It should fetch at least 2 silver dragons. Lin Che dragged the mangled pelts and wolf carcasses to a nearby log, binding them with vines and hanging them from a branch. He even left a note on a wooden board, indicating that the prey was unclaimed and available for passers-by, signing it as the night watchman Lin Che. The meat would suffice for a family for quite some time, and even if the pelts were damaged, they could be repurposed into knee guards. Nothing should go to waste. "Why did you leave my name?" Evelyn asked grandly. "Do you not wish to leave a mark in this world? Thanks. Or should I kiss you as a token of my gratitude?" Evelyn turned her head, remaining silent, her gaze softening as she looked at the hanging wolf meat and pelts. "My father used to do this. He said it is not easy to make a living in the Lin Dongxing province. If one can lend a hand, they should. In my homeland, we have a saying," Lin Che said as he wiped the blood from his hands, "leave a thread of kindness for future encounters. Who knows, perhaps one day we will find ourselves in need. And someone will assist us?" Evelyn paused, then curiously inquired, "The tune you were humming earlier, and this saying about leaving a thread of kindness, are they from your homeland? What is your homeland like?" Lin Che momentarily halted his actions, his mind flashing back to the vibrant night markets of his past life. The flow of traffic beneath the streetlights, and the scenes of friends sharing skewers and beer. He shook his head, suppressing those memories, and softly replied, "I suppose so. My homeland has many such principles, as well as numerous lively experiences." The two wrapped the intact wolf pelt into a large bundle, securing it tightly with vines and slinging it over their shoulders. They roasted dozens of pounds of wolf meat by the campfire before continuing toward Luosher town. However, shortly after their departure, a pack of elite werewolves emerged in the forest. These werewolves were not clad in human silk or leather armor. Instead, they donned armor made from rhinoceros hide, with faint silver magical runes embedded along the edges. The leader of the pack was half a head taller than an ordinary werewolf, his gray fur interspersed with streaks of white. He crouched down, sniffing the blood of the wolves on the ground, then caught the scent lingering on the wooden sign left by the two. His gaze was so menacing it could pierce through water. "It is the scent of the human who killed Blake. Pursue. Alive to see, dead to see." The wooden sign was shattered beneath a claw, leaving only a chaotic array of footprints and the distant howls of wolves. Chapter 9. Hidden dangers in the town. Werewolves collecting taxes. Luoshi town sat at the narrow pass on the western edge of the Yingzui mountain range. When the wind blew through the mountain mouth, it always carried a cold, hard essence reminiscent of rock. This place had long since fallen outside the jurisdiction of the Silver Shield Marquis, and, being close to the Yingzui mountain range, was rife with banditry. It had become a no-man's land where mercenaries, merchants, and fugitives congregated. The cobblestone road, worn smooth by the passage of hooves and boots, was lined with stone houses adorned with graffiti by mercenaries, depicting knights wielding swords, snarling werewolves, and a few crooked lines of text. Do not provoke the wolf in red silk. Upon entering the town, two burly men stationed at the wooden gate leaned on their long spears. Noticing Lin Che carrying a large bundle, the man on the right raised his chin. Town entry tax, 2 copper coins per person. Evelyn fished out the coins, and before they had gone far, they overheard the two men gossiping. That woman looks familiar. Isn't she the one who single-handedly took down a snow wolf last time? Who cares who she is? A package means profit. We'll ask her for more next time. Lin Che glanced at Evelyn, but she silenced him with a look. The town was more bustling than they had anticipated, with vendors selling hot soup from iron cauldrons, groups of mercenaries clad in leather armor, and merchants carrying their wares. Upon catching sight of Lin Che's bundle, someone immediately approached. Wolf pelts? How much for each? Evelyn merely shook her head, not breaking stride. As they reached the eastern side of the town, the sign of the Dashi Stone Tavern caught their eye. The sign was a tall slab of blue stone, inscribed with the tavern's name, the strokes crooked as if carved by a finger. The moment they pushed open the door, they were greeted by a melange of scents, rich ale, the sweat of mercenaries, and the aroma of roasted meat wafting through the air. The tavern was loud and bustling, with over 20 wooden tables filled to capacity. Do not stare around. Evelyn leaned close to Lin Che's ear. Your eyes shine too brightly, like a novice who has just come from the countryside. It makes you an easy target for predators. Lin Che immediately reined in his curious gaze. If you have your sights set on me, you are the true target. He then forced a friendly smile and followed Evelyn through the crowd toward the bar. As they passed a table, a mercenary with a mustache whistled, calling out to Evelyn. Evelyn, long time no see. Care for a drink? Evelyn merely waved her hand, not pausing her steps. The bar counter was made from a solid piece of oak, with one half lined with barrels of liquor and the other half covered in wooden boards plastered with yellow job notices. A few mercenaries were gathered around, pointing and discussing. Dashi Stone, I have brought goods. Evelyn placed the bundle onto the bar, causing a loud thud. Suddenly, a creaking sound echoed from the back room, followed by the muffled sound of something heavy being moved, and soon after, a towering figure emerged. It was a two-headed giant. One head was bald, while the other sported a crew cut, the latter's gaze far sharper and shrewder than the former. The giant's broad shoulders nearly matched the width of the doorframe. Clad in a rough burlap vest that barely concealed his chest, he gripped a wooden basin larger than a wash basin, with flour dusting the rim, indicating he had just been kneading dough in the back. Lovely Evelyn, you have finally come. The left head boomed. What good treasures have you brought for Dashi Stone this time? Snow fox pelts, or deer hides? The right head remained silent, leaning closer to sniff. Its eyes brightening. Wolf pelts. It lacks a bloody scent. The fur must be smooth and of good quality. You have skinned them with care this time? Lin Che stood by, quietly observing the two-headed giant. He recalled the information Evelyn had shared with him on the road yesterday. Two-headed giants are intelligent beings, with tough skin and substantial strength, often wielding earth-based magic. Generally, no one wishes to provoke them. Evelyn began to untie the bundle's hemp rope. 3 complete gray wolf pelts lay exposed, their deep gray fur glistening softly under the tavern's oil lamp. The edges were neatly cut, devoid of any stray hairs. Evelyn extended her finger, gently gliding over the surface of the pelts, freshly stripped from the forest. The fur was remarkably smooth, intact without a single tear. Feel this texture. It surpasses that of the snow fox pelt from last time. Thus, be sure to, you ought to raise your price a bit. Hey, you little girl. Are you trying to raise the stakes? The figure on the left observed the wolf pelts, noting the recent drop in market value. This year, there has been an oversupply of wolf pelts. A single one is worth at most 2 silver dragons. Do you expect 3 silver dragons? Absolutely not. The figure on the right quickly reached out, tugging at the left figure's ear, and whispered urgently, don't argue with her. This girl consistently offers the finest goods. The last wolf pelt she sold was snapped up by a merchant for 5 silver dragons. If we offer her 3 silver dragons for each pelt, she will return next time, and we won't lose out. The figure on the left grimaced but muttered, but the market really has dropped. Lin Che also witnessed what it meant to speak discreetly in broad daylight. Evelyn's eyes brightened. All right, 3 silver dragons for each pelt. De sure to, you are truly straightforward. I also have a few smaller ones, freshly hunted yesterday in the forest. Though the pelts are smaller, the fur is even softer. How about 1 silver dragon each? As she spoke, she produced 2 palm-sized wolf pelts from her bundle. The figure on the right examined the small pelts and nodded, fine. The 2 will be 2 silver dragons. In total, 3 large pelts for 9 silver dragons, 2 small for 2 silver dragons, plus these few. We'll sum up to 20 silver dragons for you. With that, he turned and retrieved 20 silver dragons from an iron box beneath the bar. Silver dragons are the predominant currency among mercenaries. They are less valuable than gold dragons, yet more accessible than copper coins. 1 gold dragon, 100 silver dragons, 10,000 copper coins. Evelyn accepted the silver dragons, a satisfied smile gracing her face. The surrounding mercenaries, recognizing Evelyn, gathered around the bar, filling the space tightly. A bearded mercenary raised a mug of ale, leaning towards Evelyn with enthusiasm. Evelyn, this time, don't go solo. Join us in the Iron Blade mercenary group. The captain mentioned keeping a vice-captain position for you, with a monthly salary of 50 silver dragons. It's much better than going it alone. Another tall, slim mercenary chimed in. Exactly, it's too dangerous for a woman to go solo. Travel with our caravan to Ingchao City, with us around. You'll be safe and can earn a handsome profit. Several other mercenaries echoed their agreement, some whistling, others banging on the table, all eager for Evelyn to join their band. Evelyn smiled and gently nudged Lin Che forward, speaking naturally. Thank you all for your kind offers. But I plan to form my own mercenary group. Allow me to introduce Lin. We have completed 2 missions together in the forest, and he possesses commendable skills. He is here to register as a mercenary. Lin Che required an identity that would allow him to traverse the continent. He scratched his head in a cooperative manner, presenting an endearing image of a newcomer unfamiliar with the customs, and clasped his hands towards the surrounding mercenaries. I am a novice and still learning the ropes. I hope to receive guidance from all esteemed seniors. He understood that while out in the world, it was better to play the humble role than to display brilliance too soon. When the time came to act, he could reveal his true capabilities. Commendable skills? The bearded mercenary frowned, a hint of disdain in his tone as he assessed Lin Che from head to toe, stopping at his not-so-brawny arms. Evelyn, why did you recruit a novice? Forming a mercenary group is no trifling matter. Without at least 3rd tier, level 30, strength, one cannot maintain control. Just last week, a novice formed a group and was torn apart by wild wolves the moment they left town. Not even a body was recovered. 2 nearby mercenaries joined in the jeering. A lanky one scoffed. Exactly, why not join us instead? Don't waste your time with this pretty boy, with that physique. He might not even be able to lift a sword against a goblin. Let me test him. A mercenary clad in black leather armor stepped forward, towering over Lin Che by a head, his muscular arms evident of years of training. He reached out and grabbed Lin Che's wrist, intending to pull him closer. In his mind, this pretty boy wouldn't withstand his grip. However, upon grasping Lin Che's wrist, he felt as though he had seized a piece of heated iron. Lin Che's wrist was as hard as stone, and he could not budge him. Following that, Lin Che effortlessly flicked his wrist, a seemingly minor yet skillful force sending the mercenary staggering back 3 paces, his lower back colliding with the table leg, causing him to wince in pain as ale splashed over him. Thank you, brother, for the lesson. Lin Che maintained his innocent smile, his tone sincere, yet to the others. This smile was particularly irksome. The surrounding mercenaries were taken aback. The previously imposing black-armored mercenary was a bona fide 2nd-tier warrior, quite strong among the mercenaries in town. How could he be so easily repelled by this 1st-tier novice? The bearded mercenary's eyes lit up, and he quickly raised his cup, his tone shifting to one of respect. Impressive skills. I misjudged you, Brother Lin. Your strength must exceed 2nd tier. Let us keep in touch for future tasks. The other mercenaries chimed in, and even the previously mocking lanky mercenary fell silent, embarrassed. Lin Che smiled in response, his gaze casually sweeping over the task board behind the bar. The newly posted tasks primarily involved escorting caravans to Ingchao City, with rewards of 80 silver dragons for locating a lost mine map, 100 silver dragons for helping a lord find a missing horse, and 30 silver dragons for other tasks. The papers still quite fresh. However, many of the older task papers, 8 out of 10, were related to dark creatures, such as hunting 3 1st-tier werewolves and bringing back their claws for 50 silver dragons, or rescuing villagers abducted by werewolves, alive or dead, for 30 silver dragons. Some papers still bore traces of dried blood, indicating they had remained unclaimed for quite some time. Lin Che pondered, Why are there so many werewolf-related tasks left unattended? Are the werewolves near Luoshi town too formidable, or have the mercenaries grown fearful? Just as he was about to inquire with Evelyn about this, the tavern's wooden door suddenly burst open with a loud bang. Splintering wood flying as cold wind and snowflakes rushed inside. A werewolf clad in a dark red silk robe entered, flanked by two exceptionally tall werewolves dressed like human knights. The silk werewolf was leaner than a typical werewolf, his robe embroidered with a menacing wolf head in silver thread, the eyes adorned with rubies, exuding a sense of opulence. His fingers were long and delicate, adorned with a sapphire ring intricately engraved, unmistakably belonging to someone accustomed to luxury. Deshertu, an esteemed guest present. The silk werewolf spoke with an air of undeniable arrogance. The tribute tax for this month is due. Deshita's tavern owes 20 silver dragons, and each mercenary present must contribute 5 silver dragons. The tavern fell instantly silent, the previous raucous laughter and cursing extinguished, leaving only the crackling of the oil lamps. The mercenaries lowered their heads. The figure on the left side of Deshertu opened his mouth, intending to protest that taxes had just been paid this month. But the figure on the right swiftly tugged at his ear, warning him with a glare. The left figure swallowed hard, ultimately resigning with a pained expression. "I will retrieve the money right away," cursed Zelinduo. "You are too greedy." The tax collector, Zelinduo, paid no heed to Deshita's words. If he encountered a two-headed giant in the wild, he would certainly kneel and call it father. However, this is Luoshi town, near the Ingzue Mountains, where even a paladin would have to show respect to the Rodden family. Evelyn maintained a cold demeanor, while Lin Che's hand remained ever ready to draw his Desert Eagle Exorcist, or Remington M879 Wolf Tooth, to avoid any unintended casualties. In the realm where werewolves hold dominion, Lin Che's eyes glistened with greed as he contemplated the vast accumulation of sin coins that lay within reach. Chapter 10. The Burdens of Double Taxation and the Manipulations of Madmen. Evelyn's fingers gripped Lin Che's wrist tightly, warning him not to move. That is Zhuolin Luodan, the tax collector from the werewolf tribe of the Eagle Beak mountain range. The Luodan family governs half of the werewolf settlements in the mountains, their wealth far surpassing that of the Blakes. They would not hesitate to disregard even the Marquis of Silver Shield, should they kill him. "We can forget about leaving Luoshi town today." Lin Che's previously cold demeanor faded, and he deftly reached for his coin pouch at his waist, deliberately causing the silver dragons within to clatter in a disordered manner. He lowered his gaze, feigning the appearance of a novice intimidated by the werewolf's presence. Yet the hair on the back of his neck stood on end. He could distinctly sense the silk-clad werewolf scrutinizing him with amber vertical pupils, as though appraising a piece of meat awaiting its price. Zhuolin Luodan finally took a step forward, his silk robe sweeping across the wooden table as he lifted his hand, showcasing a sapphire ring that glimmered in the candlelight, casting reflections across Lin Che's face. "The blood pact of the Wood family now stains you. Consider it an honor." He scoffed inwardly, knowing that the Luodan family adhered strictly to their own rules and would not meddle in the affairs of others. However, if someone from the Wood family were to discover this, it could fetch a handsome price. Timidly, Lin Che presented 5 silver dragons, his mind racing with calculations. Would a blast from a shotgun be enough to reduce this silk-clad wolf cub to shreds? Was that silk robe a magical artifact? Fortunately, Zhuolin did not linger further on the matter. He merely cast a cold glance before refocusing on the collection of taxes. The silver dragons clinked loudly within the oak chest, while 2 summoned mercenaries struggled to carry it, their backs bent like branches weighed down by snow, not daring to raise their heads. Yet, scarcely had the werewolf contingent stepped out of the tavern when a tremendous crash echoed. The oak door was kicked open, splintering wood flying in all directions as a squad of silver-armored cavalry marched in. The golden lion emblem on their breastplates gleamed coldly in the candlelight, the sound of their boots striking the floor resonating like a hammer upon the hearts of all present. "Safety tax," bellowed the leading cavalryman, his voice booming. The armor he wore bore fresh stains of dried blood, indicating a recent skirmish. "The tavern owes 20 silver dragons, and each mercenary is to pay 5 silver dragons. From this day forth, the Lionheart Mercenary Corps will oversee the safety of Luoshi town. Those who fail to pay their taxes may expect to receive their corpses tomorrow." Lin Che was dumbfounded. Had it not been said that this was a no-man's land? The werewolves had just finished collecting the ended tax when the human mercenary corps arrived to levy a safety tax. This so-called safe haven was nothing more than a hellish scene of extortion. He glanced around, observing the mercenaries with their heads bowed, their eyes filled with resignation, not daring to utter a word of dissent. Evelyn leaned closer, her voice barely above a whisper. The Lionheart Mercenary Corps holds great renown in the Winter Province. They recently expelled the Iron Claw Mercenary Corps last month. Their captain is a 7th-tier warrior named Barton. She paused, adding, "There is also a fire mage in the corps named Ebel." Evelyn spoke at length, but the essence was clear. They were not to be trifled with. As Lin Che listened intently to Evelyn's warnings, the crowd suddenly parted violently. A man clad in full armor strode forward, heading straight for Evelyn. "Evelyn, return to the Lionheart Mercenary Corps with me. I have reserved the position of vice captain for you for half a month. Do not waste your time here." He reached out, attempting to grasp Evelyn's arm, as if a husband were catching his unfaithful wife. Lin Che would not allow him to succeed. With a powerful shove, utilizing 40 points of strength, he pushed against the man, halting his advance mid-motion. The man, Cain, appeared taken aback, clearly unprepared for someone to stand against him. "Cain, I have told you, if you kill Blakewood, I will marry you. But if you cannot, do not trouble me further." "Lord Cain." Lin Che suddenly feigned a smile, his tone dripping with obsequiousness, even rubbing his hands together. "Are you still recruiting? I wish to join you." The tavern erupted in laughter. Some patrons banged on tables, nearly overturning their mugs. This pretty boy must be hoping to live off a woman. The Lionheart Mercenary Corps seemed a tempting prospect indeed, to discard all dignity. The mercenary who had been friendly with Lin Che earlier shouted curses, tossing a leftover bone at Lin Che's feet. Cain, momentarily calmed by the laughter, poked Lin Che's shoulder with his finger, the metal clinking against Lin Che's hunting gear with a sound reminiscent of fragile chimes. "You wish to join me? What strength do you possess?" "3rd tier. Lin Che thumped his chest, sincerity dripping from his words. "I have previously accompanied a merchant caravan and slain 2 first-tier werewolves. Though, I am curious about the salary you offer." He cast a sidelong glance at Evelyn's waist, insinuating that his captain was too poor. Cain cleared his throat. "We recently lost several brothers in a skirmish with the Black Wind Mercenary Corps over the trade route to Eagle Nest City. We are in dire need of manpower." He raised his chin, his tone patronizing. "Reserve members earn 30 silver dragons per month, while formal members receive 50 silver dragons. But you must demonstrate your capabilities to prove your 3rd-tier strength. Do not simply boast." Upon hearing this, several mercenaries around them perked up. A monthly salary of 50 silver dragons surpassed that of a vice-captain in smaller mercenary groups, enough to rent a modest dwelling in Luoshire town and even marry a wife. Some were already whispering to Cain, inquiring about available positions. However, Lin Che leaned in closer, nearly pressing against Cain's armor, almost forcing him to take a step back. He lowered his voice, ensuring everyone could hear. 50 silver dragons is far too modest. Could you possibly raise it to 50 gold dragons?" He scratched his head innocently, implying that Evelyn often wore his old hunting gear after bathing, which was coarse and uncomfortable. He considered getting her something softer, like velvet. The laughter in the tavern nearly lifted the roof. Patrons laughed until they clutched their sides, some even spraying their ale. Evelyn's face flushed crimson, yet she did not retort, instead subtly tugging at Lin Che's clothing. Cain's expression turned ashen, his face reddening from neck to ear, his hand instinctively grasping the hilt of his sword. The sound of metal scraping against metal grating on the nerves. "You are courting death." Lin Che was prepared. With lightning speed, he seized Cain's gauntlet with his left hand, causing the sturdy steel to creak under the pressure of his 40 points of strength, effectively immobilizing him. Swiftly, he drew forth a baton, its blue-white arcs of light shimmering in the dim light, nearly brushing against Cain's nose. "Let us not be hasty, my lord. Evelyn does not favor commotion, and you are somewhat of an eyesore." Cain felt as though his wrist were caught in a vice, searing pain radiating through his bones. He struggled to break free. Yet Lin Che's grip remained unyielding, preventing him from even unsheathing his sword. The mercenaries who had previously mocked Lin Che now stared in disbelief, their mugs suspended in midair. Cain, a genuine 3rd-tier warrior and a squad leader within the Lionheart Mercenary Corps, was being rendered utterly helpless by this pretty boy. He glared at the baton crackling with energy, his voice filled with incredulity. "Who are you, really?" Lin Che smirked, the air of innocence evaporating from his demeanor. "I am the night watchman, Lin Che, a man destined to make even the gods weep." "Lin Che?" A piercing scream suddenly shattered the tavern's atmosphere. With a resounding crash, the oak door was torn asunder, splintering into pieces as a figure nearly 3 meters tall blocked the entrance. Beneath a mane of gray-white fur, a pair of crimson eyes locked onto Lin Che, and fangs glimmered ominously in the light. A deep scar visible on his chest testified to years of brutal combat. Clinwood, the elder brother of Blake, the leader of the Black Wind Ridge, had finally arrived. Chapter 11. Spicy pepper to break armor, potions to prolong life. Bang! Bang! 2 rounds of 1,041mm caliber bullets whistled toward the entrance. Lin Che's reflexes were unparalleled. Upon catching sight of Lin Wu's gray-white hair, he seized Kane's shoulder armor with his left hand, unleashing 40 points of strength in a dramatic throw, as if discarding a sack of grain. The full-body armor of Kane collided with the doorframe, producing a resounding clang, just as it shielded Lin. Meanwhile, Lin Che's right hand, gripping the Desert Eagle pistol, was already aimed at the werewolf's chest, the third shot following closely behind. The bullet struck the crimson armor that coalesced on Lin's chest, only to be deflected, creating a shallow dent in the stone wall. The armor emitted an eerie red glow, its patterns swirling as if alive. This armor, crafted from a blend of high-grade werewolf blood and magical runes, was 3 times tougher than ordinary iron plate. Lin scoffed dismissively, calling it a child's toy. His towering figure, nearly 3 meters tall, rushed forward, leaving an afterimage in its wake, claws slicing through the air with a piercing shriek. A toy, daring to shatter the Wood family's rune armor? In less than 3 seconds, the werewolf's claws were upon Lin Che. Task: the villain's revenge. Objective: eliminate LV-53 Blood Moon Werewolf, Lin Wood. Task reward: official Night Watchman Gene Serum, X1, failure penalty. Host will be devoured. System will be unbound. Damn it. With a reward, he dares to act. Lin Che's riot control baton shot out with a whoosh, crackling blue-white arcs of electricity as it struck Lin's crimson armor. The current dissipated like it had met a solid wall, barely singeing a few hairs on Lin. Is this all you can muster? Lin's claws, carrying the stench of blood, swiped at Lin Che, who felt as though his chest had been struck by a heavy hammer, his body flying like a severed kite. The Night Watchman's gear was torn, leaving 3 deep gashes that exposed bone, blood immediately soaking through the fabric. He crashed against the stone wall, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Had it not been for his 40 points of constitution, that claw would have eviscerated him. Behind him, Evelyn was also caught in the shockwave, her body stumbling as Lin Che's form collided with her, her back slamming against the oak bar with a heavy thud. Splintering wood flying as she let out a muffled groan, succumbing to darkness. What are you looking at? Get in there. Lin Che wiped the blood from his lips and roared at the mercenaries still frozen in the tavern. Yet, their only response was a cacophony of fleeing footsteps. Several mercenaries toppled tables in their haste, while the cavalry of the Lionheart Mercenary Corps even leaped out of the windows, beer spilling across the floor like the cowardly urine of frightened souls. The tavern's proprietor, the 2-headed giant named Stone, vanished in an instant. Friendships aside, business is business, and life is paramount. Here, no one dared to offend a werewolf. In mere seconds, the once boisterous tavern was left echoing only the sounds of breath. A sudden crimson glow emanated from Lin Che's chest, a fierce wolf pattern rising beneath his skin, winding towards Lin like a living snake. This was the blood pact left by Blake, now activated by Lin's bloodline. Lin reached out to grasp the wolf pattern, crushing it with a fingertip of red light. Mocking, with the blood of the Wood family, do you truly consider yourself a worthy meal? Today, let me show you how the illustrious Wood family deals with your wretched kind. Before he could finish, Lin lunged again, even faster than before. Lin Che could only roll and dodge, feeling the werewolf's claw graze his shoulder, instantly leaving a deep scar. He felt like a mouse toying with a cat. Lin driving him to knock over barrels and kick aside benches, the Desert Eagle long abandoned in a corner. The riot control baton slipping from his grasp as it rolled across the floor, the electricity crackling yet failing to touch the werewolf. That armor was held up by a heart shield. Lin Che caught a glimpse of the dark red heart shield on Lin's chest, its runes flickering incessantly. This was the core of the crimson armor. He suddenly lunged towards a wooden crate behind the bar, fingers brushing against a cold metallic spike. The previously damaged, triangular spikes of paralysis. He pierced his fingertip, dulling the pain of paralysis, then spun around, the spike's chain wrapping around Lin's foreleg, binding him to the surrounding pillars. Lin momentarily hesitated. Although the spike couldn't penetrate the crimson armor, it granted Lin Che a moment's respite. Open logistics depot. Lin Che roared within, and a virtual panel unfolded instantly, the glaring balance of 5,000 sin coins catching his eye. He scanned the list and abruptly halted at an icon. Gas mask, wolf's kiss. Entirely black, conforming to facial contours, with built-in toxin filters capable of resisting irritant gases. Venomous spray priced at 5,000 sin coins. It's a gamble. Lin Che decisively exchanged for it, the mask appearing in his hands. He swiftly donned it, simultaneously retrieving 100-fold enhanced pepper spray from the sleeve of his hunting gear. As Lin broke free of the spike, He lunged at Lin Che once more. Lin Che quickly sidestepped, gripping Clin's jaw with his left hand while positioning the pepper spray bottle against the shotgun barrel with his right, then pulling the trigger. Bang! The bottle shattered, the orange-red spray erupting, the pungent aroma saturating the tavern. Even Lin Che, wearing the mask, felt his throat constrict. A howl. Clin let out a piercing scream as the pepper spray invaded his nostrils and eyes. He frantically clawed at his face, his once crimson eyes now bloodshot. Even the red glow of the armor dimming slightly. High-grade werewolves are already sensitive to smell, and this 100-fold enhanced pepper spray was more brutal than a red-hot iron. He even contemplated tearing off his own nose. Bang! 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 9 shotgun shells erupted in succession. The fang-shaped projectiles infused with biological toxins pummeling the crimson armor like a torrential downpour. The runes on the armor began to crack, the red glow gradually fading, until finally, with a sharp crack, it shattered, black blood seeping from the fissures. Clin's struggles weakened, his throat emitting raspy sounds. Lin Che took a half-step back from the recoil, swiftly removing the empty shell with his left hand while retrieving a new round from the gun's cartridge with his right. The quick reload, skill activated. His fingers dancing as 3 bullets were loaded in an instant. Die for me. Lin Che aimed at Clin's neck and pulled the trigger once more. The shotgun blast tore through the werewolf's throat, black blood splattering against the stone wall like a blooming, otherworldly flower. Clin's massive form staggered, crashing heavily to the ground. Limbs twitching briefly before falling completely still. System notification. Eliminate LV-53 Blood Moon Werewolf. Clin Wood. Task completed. Rewards. Official Night Watchman Gene Serum X1. Sin coins 10,000. Current balance. 10,000. Breathing heavily behind the gas mask, Lin Che felt the wounds on his chest continue to bleed. Some of the pepper gas seeping into the wound, heightening his awareness. He had no time to celebrate, quickly retrieving the faintly blue-glowing gene serum. The liquid in the syringe seemed to pulse with life. Gritting his teeth, he plunged the needle into his arm. The serum flowed into him. A chilling warmth spreading throughout his body, the itch of healing beginning, pain gradually subsiding. Constitution 401, currently increasing. Strength 401, currently increasing. Speed 401, currently increasing. Spirit, Evelyn. Lin Che dashed behind the bar, lifting the unconscious Evelyn. Blood still trickled from her forehead, though her breathing remained steady. He picked up the Desert Eagle and the riot control baton, hoisting Evelyn onto his back, and swiftly exited the tavern. At this moment, the streets of Luoshi town were deserted. Only the distant sound of hooves from the Lionheart mercenary corps and the pervasive sense of being watched surrounded him. Lin Che knew that by killing Clin Wood and incurring Kane's wrath, he could no longer remain in Luoshi town. Escape. This might be the thought of an average person, but a night watchman would never flee. Triggering promotion task. Stand and live or kneel and die. Task requirements. Within the Eagle's Beak mountain range, eliminate at least 300 sinners. Using their blood to cleanse the night watchman's attire. Task duration. 24 hours. Task completion. Firearm ammunition gene serum. You bastards. Your grandpa Lin Che is coming. Chapter 12. Luring the enemy in, axing off the dog's head. He's dead. Clin Wood is actually dead, killed on the territory of the Rodden family. By a mere human. Zhuolin Rodden leaned against the stone wall outside the tavern, utterly despondent. He had just finished collecting the tribute from the entire Luoshi town when he stumbled upon Clin leading a dozen elite werewolves. That was a 5th-tier Blood Moon werewolf. A core force of the Wood family, at least 10 times stronger than his good-for-nothing brother, Blake. Clin understood the rules. He pulled a heavy money pouch from his robe. And when the 100 gold dragons tumbled out, Zhuolin's eyes lit up. The Wood family has been on good terms with the Rodden family for generations, so, respected tax collector, might we borrow your territory to deal with a person? Clin knew the courtesies, and Zhuolin was naturally happy to grant a favor. He pointed towards the tavern. Inside. He hasn't run. He had intended to watch the show, waiting to see Clin tear the human bound by a blood contract to shreds. But before a few minutes had passed, a dozen sharp cracks suddenly exploded from inside the tavern, sharper than thunder, and no victorious howl of a werewolf followed. Zhuolin sensed something was amiss. You, go check. Zhuolin grabbed a mercenary and ordered him to investigate. The mercenary was stammering a plea when a hulking figure staggered out of the tavern. It was the 2-headed giant, Big Stone. His left face was flushed with excitement, while cold sweat beaded on his right face. Zhuolin, damn it, you're in big trouble. Dead. That werewolf, called Clin Wood, was blasted to death by that black-haired human using a magic artifact. Zhuolin shoved Big Stone aside and rushed into the tavern. A thick, metallic scent of blood assaulted him. Clin Wood's corpse lay on the greasy, footprint-stained floor. A bloody hole in his neck still oozed dark blood. The protective mirror over his heart, capable of stopping bullets and activating a crimson armor, was shattered into pieces scattered on the ground, emitting a faint crimson glow. Lin crouched down, confirming the breath. Clinwood was truly dead. A bounty. Lin straightened up abruptly, his voice trembling. Issue the highest bounty, 100 gold dragons, plus the friendship of the Rodden family. Whoever captures Lin Che and that woman gets the reward. News spread as if on wings, instantly sweeping through Boulderfall town. Kane of the Lionheart mercenaries gripped his sword hilt. The humiliation of being thrown out by Lin Che earlier, the fury of losing Evelyn. Now was the perfect time to settle old and new scores. He immediately ordered, assemble everyone. The mercenaries who scraped by year-round had their eyes turn red with greed. 100 gold dragons. Enough to buy a house with a courtyard in an average city, marry 2 wives, and live a stable life. Some grabbed bows, others hefted axes. Rushing chaotically towards the town outskirts. Big Stone was still shouting amidst the crowd. That murderer is badly wounded. Evelyn is unconscious. Meanwhile, in the shadows behind the tavern's back door, over a dozen elite werewolves were growling low, their eyes blazing red. They had been waiting outside town, thinking Clin would resolve the trouble quickly, until they saw the mercenaries running out frantically. Grabbing a straggler, they learned the truth. The boss was dead. Oh whoa. The lead werewolf threw back its head in a furious howl, its voice full of malice. Search. Find that human, skin him alive. Over a dozen werewolves scattered instantly, vanishing into the forest like ghosts, far faster than the mercenaries. By this time, Lin Che, carrying Evelyn on his back, had already run 3 miles. He chose an ancient oak tree that would take 3 men to encircle. Its trunk had a hollow half a man's height, big enough to hide Evelyn. Lin Che took out the scent-concealing potion Evelyn had used earlier and carefully smeared it on her leather armor to avoid leaving traces for the werewolves' keen noses. Then he untied the hemp rope from his waist, gently placed Evelyn into the hollow, wove a layer of vines into a net outside the opening, and covered it with some dead branches and leaves. Wait for me to return. He touched Evelyn's forehead, then placed a soft kiss there, sealing it with the most solemn vow. Lin Che, now on the ground, circled around. He used the axe blade to cut a gash on his own forearm. Blood immediately welled up. He deliberately let it drip onto the ground, marking a trail along the eastern path, leaving drops every few steps. After finishing this, he opened his system panel. The logistics depot interface instantly unfolded. Current Sin coins, 10,000. He first spent 2,000 Sin coins to replenish supplies, 2 Desert Eagle magazines, 500 Sin coins each. 10 universal shotgun shells, 100 Sin coins each. Lin Che stared at the weapons on the interface. His finger slid past, Fong rapid-fire pistol, 8 Sin coins. Then past Direwolf riot shield, 6 Sin coins. He still needed to budget for ammunition consumption. Better not touch these Sin coins for now. Forget it. Make do with what I have. He touched the hand axe on his back. This axe was borrowed from Big Stone's tavern. The blade of the mountain splitter axe was engraved with 3 magical runes: sharpness, armor piercing, blood coagulation. It was a treasure Big Stone had bought at great cost, worth no less than 50 gold dragons. Evelyn had mentioned it, and Lin Che remembered. Big Stone had run off in too much of a hurry and hadn't taken it. So it fell into Lin Che's hands. What was a hand axe for a giant was a 2-handed axe for Lin Che, and its weight felt just right. Just as he tightened his grip on the axe, the sound of wolf howls reached his ears, growing closer. Lin Che hid behind a tree, eyes fixed on the end of the path. Soon, a werewolf bounded into view, howling as it charged. Lin Che sidestepped the charge. The mountain splitter axe whistled through the air, chopping viciously into the werewolf's neck. Crack! The armor-piercing rune on the axe blade flared instantly. The rhinoceros hide armor tore apart like paper, and black blood sprayed across Lin Che's face. The werewolf didn't even grunt before falling to the ground, lifeless. System prompt: killed LV-32 werewolf. Obtained 23 20 Sin coins. Lin Che wiped the blood from his face, a fierce grin spreading. This axe was really useful. Back in the Boulderfall tavern, Big Stone was slamming the bar and roaring, the veins on his left head bulging, his right head's eyes wide open. My mountain splitter axe. That little bastard actually took it. The surrounding mercenaries didn't dare speak. Everyone knew this axe was Big Stone's prized possession. Now that Lin Che had taken it, he might tear the tavern down, provided he could still lay hands on Lin Che. Chapter 13. Blood-reflected night eyes. The lone brave's countercharge roar. A third-tier werewolf's roar slammed against Lin Che's eardrums, making his temples throb. But he didn't even dodge. He simply flicked his wrist. The 3 runes on the mountain splitter axe, armor-piercing, sharpness, bloodthirst, flared simultaneously. A faint glow swirled along the blade, like a living serpent. The originally heavy battle axe, empowered by his 52 points of strength, felt light as a willow leaf. In the blink of an eye, it was pressed against the werewolf's chest. The blade slid precisely into a gap in the rhino hide armor. Even as the defensive runes on the armor plates lit up a protective shield, it was punctured like paper pierced by scissors. Crack. A crisp sound. Not only did the armor plate shatter, but the werewolf's thick spine was also severed at the waist. Killed LV-29 werewolf. Obtained 290 Sin coins. Lin Che sidestepped another werewolf's pounce. This LV-36 werewolf was more cunning, constantly circling Lin Che, refusing a head-on clash. But Lin Che wasn't slow either. He dropped his shoulder, gathering force. The axe handle, carrying the crushing momentum of 52 strength, smashed solidly into the werewolf's chest. Crack. The sound of breaking ribs was audible from several meters away. The werewolf grunted, bending over. Lin Che's wrist twisted sharply. The axe blade swept horizontally, cleanly shearing off half its head. Black blood mixed with brain matter splattered on a tree trunk, oozing down the bark. Killed LV-36 werewolf. Obtained 2360 Sin coins. Lin Che wiped the blood from his face, having figured out some patterns regarding Sin coins. Level 30 was a clear dividing line. Werewolves below level 30 gave at most a few hundred Sin coins. But once past level 30, the amount jumped straight up, doubling at minimum to over 2,000. Elite monsters like Klin's Blood Moon variant could even fluctuate over 1,000 more. Another werewolf charged with a snarl. Lin Che's left hand shot out, clamping onto the creature's wrist with explosive force from 52 constitution and 52 strength, pinning it in place instantly. His right hand brought the mountain splitter axe down in a sweeping chop. The blade bit into the werewolf's neck, nearly cleaving the head clean off. Killed LV-25 werewolf. Obtained 250 Sin coins. In the forest now, the lines between pursuer and prey had long since blurred. Lin Che stepped over the werewolf corpse and charged forward. Every swing of the mountain splitter axe sent a spray of blood flying. The werewolf squad that had been trying to surround him moments ago had now become lambs for the slaughter. The last LV-32 werewolf, seeing the tide had turned, tucked its tail and tried to slip into the dense woods. A sharp glint flashed in Lin Che's eyes. He channeled strength into his arms, and the mountain splitter axe, wreathed in the faint glow of its runes, flew from his hands like a bolt of lightning. Thud! The great axe struck the werewolf squarely on the back of the skull, the blade embedding itself in the cranium. Killed LV-32 werewolf. Obtained 2320 Sin coins. Lin Che strode forward, yanked the axe free, and pushed deeper into the forest. The black blood dripping from the axe blade marked his path like a trail sign. Looking at his total Sin coins, a smile touched the corner of his mouth. Current Sin coins, 25,000. This was enough to exchange for a proper piece of heavy-duty gear. Just as he was feeling pleased, a sensation of cool, ice-like clarity washed over his eyes, as if faint ink was slowly spreading within his pupils. In the next second, the previously blurry gloom was stripped away. He could see with perfect clarity. From the moss patterns on a rotting log 50 meters away to the hair hidden within a thicket. The system prompt popped up right on time. Night Watcher Gene Potion Absorption complete. Exclusive passive skill Night Eye activated. Vision range in dark environments increased to 100 meters. Can clearly distinguish target silhouettes and equipment details. Prediction ability for dark creature movements 20. Note: the night gave the Night Watcher dark eyes, yet they use them to guard the light. Current attributes: Constitution 60, Strength 60, Agility 60, Spirit 60. Lin Che clenched his fist, knuckles popping. He was stronger. Standing on a protruding rock, he gazed into the distance. His night eye clearly reflected the scene afar. Countless torches danced in the darkness like a swarm of starving fireflies. The clatter of hooves on dry branches mixed with the coarse shouts of mercenaries, all converging towards his location. Found the trail of that brat. The 100 gold dragons are ours. Don't let him get away. Lord Rodden wants his head. Finally, Lin Che muttered to himself. His estimate was spot on. First came Klin's werewolf subordinates. Next were the Boulderfall mercenaries lured by the 100 gold dragon bounty. And finally would come the Rodden family's elites. These mercenaries, while not as formidable in direct combat as third-tier werewolves, were old hands who lived by the blade, experts in setting traps, flanking, and encirclement. They're much trickier to deal with than werewolves. What made him grip the axe handle tighter was that Evelyn was still hidden in the old oak tree. The scent masking potion on her would last, at most, 2 hours. If these mercenaries found her, their greed would undoubtedly lead them to capture Evelyn to use against him. Worse, some unspeakable things might happen, leaving him no room to counterattack. Furthermore, Evelyn had mentioned that among Boulderfall's mercenaries were some beast tamers, whose tracking skills surpassed even hounds. The hawks circling the sky were likely their doing. Rather than wait to be surrounded, it's better to take the fight to them. Lin Che crouched low and slipped into the dense forest. The torches in his night-eye vision drew closer, like will-o'-the-wisps suspended in the dark, or death-bringing lanterns. He needed to draw as much of the pursuing force as possible towards himself. "Boss, what's wrong with your dog? It's been sniffing for ages with no results." Deep in the woods, a bearded man kicked the hunting hound beside him, his face full of impatience. He had witnessed Lin Che's ferocity at the tavern during the day and didn't dare confront him directly. So, he aimed to find the unconscious Evelyn first. Capturing her would naturally draw Lin Che out. In mercenary circles, such tactics were never considered shameful. Mercenaries' only work for money was a widespread professional tag. "Quit rushing me." The bearded man had barely finished cursing when his hound suddenly bristled, growling low at a thicket ahead. Its tail rigid. "Something's there." A mercenary raised his torch and stepped forward. In the firelight, a figure suddenly flashed into view. "It's Lin." The mercenary's voice cracked. "Boss, do we go?" 100 gold dragons. The bearded man swallowed hard, greed flashing in his eyes, yet he kept his voice low, forcing out a friendly smile. "Brother Lin, are you all right? How is Miss Evelyn? I know a hidden path that can bypass the Rodden family's men. Follow me, quick." Lin Che's face instantly lit up with a grateful smile, his voice trembling. "Oh really? Thank you so much. But I don't have any money on me. I can't repay you, don't mention it." The bearded man took 2 steps closer, but his eyes darted behind Lin Che. "Where is Miss Evelyn? She's not with you?" "She's in a safe place. I came out to scout the path first." Lin Che spoke while quickly moving closer to the bearded man, as if seeing a savior. Through his night eye, he saw clearly. 7 or 8 more mercenaries were hidden behind the thicket, silently closing in. That's good, that's good." The bearded man smiled, then suddenly shot a glance over his shoulder. All the mercenaries raised their swords and lunged forward. 100 gold dragons. Even he was having trouble holding back. But the next moment, the cold gleam of the mountain splitter axe swept through. Before the bearded man could even register the movement, 2 mercenaries beside him were clutching their throats, collapsing to the ground. Black blood spraying across his face. He opened his mouth to shout, but the axe blade was already pressed against his throat. You tricked me?" The bearded man's voice quivered. Lin Che didn't speak. He simply exerted force with his wrist, and the blade sliced cleanly through the man's throat. Killed LV-26 mercenary. Obtained 260 sin coins. Killed LV-15 mercenary. Obtained 150 sin coins. Killed LV-16 mercenary. Obtained 160 sin coins. So these mercenaries also carry sin. While the system prompts chimed in succession, Lin Che had already finished looting the bodies, using their flint to ignite their clothing. Flames sprang up in the forest. In more than one place, he deliberately left traces, using the strewn corpses and burning garments to draw a death route for the werewolves, mercenaries, and the Lionheart mercenaries. Lin Che stood amidst the flames, the mountain splitter axe resting on his shoulder. His night eye reflected the torches drawing ever nearer in the distance. A cold smirk curled his lips. "Want to trade my head for gold? Then come. Let's see who dies first." Chapter 14. Pepper spray and ear biting. Current sin coins. 30,000. Lin Che crouched behind a rotten log, his eyes fixed on the 3D model of the Fangstrong shotgun. Now this is what you call a game changer. A 12-gauge axe blade shaped barrel capable of firing 2 special shell types, high explosive and armor piercing. A subspace magazine hidden in the stock with a 100 shell capacity, eliminating frequent reloads. The marrow silver pellets, as always, carried the blood-rotting virus. 50,000 sin coins. Still short by 20,000. Need to earn a few more big scores. His 60 points of strength allowed him to hold the mountain splitter axe one-handed with mountain-like stability. The 3 runes on the axe body, armor piercing, sharpness, bloodthirst, emitted a faint, hidden glow. He had just peeked out when he ran into 3 mercenaries creeping forward, their sword blades still damp with forest dew. "Over there. Take him alive." The lead mercenary roared, brandishing his sword as he lunged. Lin Che swung his single arm, the mountain splitter axe arcing with a golden shimmer. Clang. A crisp sound. The iron sword snapped in 2. The axe's momentum unchecked. It sliced a half-foot gash in the mercenary's iron armor. The man screamed as he fell, twitched twice, and fell still. Another mercenary raised his shield to block, but a Desert Eagle bullet had already slipped through a gap, piercing his throat with pinpoint accuracy. Killed LV-13 mercenary. Obtained 130 sin coins. Help! Somebody help! The remaining mercenary turned and fled, howling like a ghost and wailing like a wolf. Crying for your parents won't save you. Lin Che hoisted the mountain splitter axe and gave chase. The dull thud of axe splitting armor, the sharp crack of bullets shattering bone. These sounds rose and fell among the trees. When the last small mercenary band was scattered and slaughtered by him, the system prompt finally updated. Current sin coins, 35,000. He was now covered in blood and grime. His night watcher hunting gear slashed to tatters, even the taste of blood lingering between his teeth. At least 100 mercenaries have fallen in this jungle, where men perish for wealth, and birds die for food. Such is the nature of understanding among all. Yet, the true challenge has only just begun to emerge. Indeed, amidst Lin Che's labored breaths, rhythmic tremors reverberated through the ground. A dozen silver-armored cavalrymen surged forth from the shadows of the forest, their gilded lion emblems glinting under the flickering torchlight, followed closely by shield-bearers and archers, marching in formation akin to a regular army. The 1st Brigade of the Lionheart Mercenary Corps had finally arrived. Among the over 80 members, 40 were seasoned veterans of the 3rd rank or above, while the remaining reserves were also hardened warriors with blood on their blades. The captain, Swaysher DeLong, strode at the forefront, his towering 2-meter frame resembling an iron tower. Shouldering a spiked hammer weighing 100 pounds, its surface inscribed with triple magical runes for armor-piercing, shockwave, and bloodthirst. "Is that you, Lin? It's your grandfather," shouted a sharp-tongued fellow. "Seize him. Lord Zhuolin wants him alive." The cavalry charged forward, and the archers released their arrows, which rained down like a tempest. Lin Che hastily dodged behind an oak tree. Just as he prepared to fire, 3 rows of towering rune-etched shields advanced towards him. The surface of the steel shields glowed with a faint blue aura, and when the bullets from his Desert Eagle struck, they merely left white marks before bouncing off, not even leaving a scratch. "Out of options, huh?" Kane jeered from behind the shield formation, pointing his sword at Lin Che's nose. "Come on, don't hide. Face your grandfather head-on." Lin Che narrowed his eyes and suddenly charged through the rain of arrows. Kane, taken aback by his audacity, hurriedly swung his sword to block. But Lin Che deftly twisted his wrist, bringing down the electrified baton upon Kane's blade. With a crackle, electricity surged along the sword and into Kane's body, rendering him rigid, his hair standing on end, unable to utter a word. "Now's my chance." Lin Che drew his Desert Eagle and fired 2 shots at Kane's chest. Clang! Clang! The bullets were deflected by the silver lion pendant around Kane's neck, which shimmered with a blue hue, revealing it to be a magical protective ornament. Damn magic! Lin Che quickly reloaded to take another shot, but infantrymen behind the shield wall thrust their pikes forward, forcing him to retreat. Just when the mercenaries thought Lin Che would be surrounded and perish, he suddenly pulled out a gas mask labeled Wolf Kiss from his backpack and then retrieved a glass jar filled with a potent chili pepper spray that swayed gently. He knew that such magical protective items could not withstand this type of irritant gas. He aimed it towards the shield formation and sprayed fiercely. A pale red mist enveloped the area, the pungent odor constricting throats. Cough! What the hell is this? The archers were choked to the point where they could barely hold their bows, and the shield bearers busied themselves rubbing their eyes, causing the once orderly shield formation to reveal several gaps. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Che cleaved through the foremost gap with an axe, stunning the front row shield bearers with his electrified baton, then aimed the Desert Eagle at the archers behind. Kill LV-45 Mercenary, Tier 4 Archer. Gain 5,000 sin coins, by the heavens. That sound is music to my ears. Lin Che's eyes sparkled as he aimed for a hammer wielder's armor and fired 3 shots. The bullets penetrated the gaps, and the hammer wielder fell with a groan. Kill LV-39 Mercenary, Tier 3 Warrior. Gain 2,900 sin coins. I'm hitting the jackpot. Taking advantage of the chaos, he broke through the shield formation, cleaving a Tier 4 Swordsman's sword in 2 before firing another shot. Kill LV-42 Mercenary, Tier 4 Swordsman. Gain 5,000 sin coins. By the time Lin Che burst out of the encirclement, the system panel displayed current sin coins, 47,900, just 2,100 away from acquiring the wolfman Strong shotgun. Upon seeing the red mist, DeLong produced a ceramic jar from his pocket and dispensed a black paste to his subordinates, instructing them to apply it to their mouths and noses. He applied some himself, the frown on his face smoothing out as he raised his heavy hammer. Surround him. Don't let him escape. The mercenaries applied the paste and formed another encirclement. This time, the chili pepper spray had no effect. Cursed otherworldly pharmacology. Lin Che stowed the glass jar and gripped his axe tightly. Previously, he relied on his 60 points in strength and speed to shatter ordinary mercenaries' weapons, but the Lionheart Mercenary Corps was too well coordinated. 2 shield bearers blocked the front. A pike wielder flanked him, and the archers continued to rain down arrows from afar. Caught off guard, he was struck by arrows in his left arm and right leg. The arrowheads glowing with a faint green light, clearly coated with a paralyzing toxin. Fortunately, his sturdy constitution of 60 points withstood the poison, and the wounds quickly stopped bleeding, though the numbing sensation slowed his movements. Ultimately, he was forced against an ancient oak tree, his back pressed tightly against the trunk, breathing heavily like a windbag. "Come on. If you have the guts, come at me," Lin Che roared, his eyes bloodshot. Cain laughed maniacally from behind the shield formation. "You're finished. Once I catch you, I'll tie you to a tree and feed you to the wolves." He continued to taunt Lin Che about Evelyn, growing more excited, forgetting DeLong's warning to stay back. Inching closer until he was merely 3 steps away from Lin Che. A fierce glint flashed in Lin Che's eyes. He unleashed all his 60 points of strength. His veins bulged as he thrust the axe forward with both hands. Bang! The 2 front shield bearers were jolted back, their hands splitting open, staggering 2 steps back, revealing a half-person-wide gap in the shield formation. "You bastard, your grandfather is here." Lin Che lunged forward, seizing Cain's wrist, and pressed the Desert Eagle to his temple, firing 5 shots. Clang, 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 crack. With each bullet that struck the silver lion pendant, more cracks formed until the 5th shot finally shattered it in 2, sending shards flying into Cain's face, making his pupils widen in shock. Lin Che pressed the heated gun barrel against Cain's temple, the temperature causing him to tremble. He glared at DeLong, a cold smirk on his face. "Let me go? Otherwise, I'll blow your brother's head off right now." Cain's face turned pale, his teeth chattering as he looked at DeLong in terror. "Brother, help me. I don't want to die." DeLong's expression shifted from ashen to a deep crimson. He understood that Zhuo Lin wanted Lin Che alive, but Cain was his only brother. He could not allow him to die here. "Ah!" Lin Che bit down hard on Cain's ear, yanking it down. "Ugh, it stinks." DeLong could hardly believe that this damned peasant had the audacity to bite Cain's left ear. "Ah!" Cain's scream echoed through the forest, a heart-wrenching sound akin to a wild boar with its throat constricted. "I don't want to be so crude." Lin Che maintained the Desert Eagle against Cain's temple, but with only 2 hands, one holding the gun and the other gripping Cain. He had to resort to using his mouth for assistance. Cain trembled in pain, tears mingling with blood streaming down his face, while his other ear strained like a bowstring. DeLong's chest heaved violently, his muscles bulging beneath his armor. "What else do you want?" DeLong's voice emerged through gritted teeth, each word laced with venom. "The rune shield," Lin Che replied succinctly, scanning the mercenary ranks for a tower shield. "And have your archers lower their bows. Anyone who knocks an arrow, I'll bite off something else." He intentionally blew a breath against Cain's right ear, causing Cain to shudder, blood gushing anew from the severed ear. DeLong fixed a steely gaze on Lin Che, remaining silent for 5 breaths before finally roaring, "Bring him the 3rd rune shield. Everyone lower your bows, and do not make a move." 2 mercenaries hesitantly approached with the rune shield. Upon hearing Lin Che's thanks, they involuntarily glanced up and were met with the sight of blood-stained teeth and Lin Che's smile, sending a chill down their spines. Lin Che instructed Cain to carry the shield while he held onto the back of Cain's collar, retreating into the depths of the jungle as if escorting a prisoner. The night was as thick as impenetrable ink, with moonlight filtering through the leaves, casting dappled patterns of light. Lin Che knew DeLong would not easily give up. Sure enough, before long, he heard the distant sound of hooves striking the ground. Utilizing his night vision, he could see a dozen cavalrymen encircling them in a fan formation, unlit torches in hand, evidently coated with night vision potions or similar substances. Cain's condition was deteriorating rapidly. His mouth was stuffed with his own foul-smelling socks, producing only muffled whimpers, barefoot on the shards of stone and thorns. He was lacerated with each step, each movement sending waves of pain coursing through him. Blood from his severed, ear-stained half of his shoulder, dripping from his arm and leaving a trail of glaring crimson on the ground. Lin Che tugged him along, mentally calculating the amount of sin coins. Having slain a mercenary for 39,800, he was still 100 short of the 50,000 required for the wolf-fang strong shotgun. He opened the system panel, his gaze fixed on Cain. The glaring LV-35 warrior insignia shimmered like a glowing gold coin before him. "Cain," Lin Che suddenly spoke, a hint of mockery lacing his voice. "Could you assist me in gathering that final bit of coin? How about it?" Cain, bewildered, gazed at Lin Che through tear-filled eyes, still processing the request when he felt an electric jolt surge through him as Lin Che pressed a stun baton directly against his severed ear. The crackling sound filled the air as blue-white arcs enveloped Cain's body, causing him to convulse violently, blood and froth splattering from his ear. Unable to even emit a groan, Lin Che shouted towards the distance, "Tell your men to retreat. If they advance any further, I will let him experience the taste of fried ears. De Long clenched his fist around the heavy hammer, veins bulging, and smashed it into a nearby tree, causing the bark to splinter. Gritting his teeth, he waved his hand. Everyone, fall back. Another 50 paces. He discreetly signaled the cavalry captain beside him, who understood and led 5 cavalrymen to flank through a hidden path. Lin Che, having already spotted their movements thanks to his night vision, smirked coldly. He suddenly pulled the trigger of his Desert Eagle. Bang! The bullet struck Kyan's temple with precision, blood erupting instantly. Kyan's eyes widened in shock, his body collapsing to the ground, devoid of life. Kill LV-35 Tier 3 Warrior, Kyan. Gain 2, 500 Sin Coins. Current Sin Coins, 50, 400. Finally enough. Lin Che's eyes lit up as he swiftly clicked the exchange button for the Wolf-Fong Strong shotgun on the system panel. A virtual shimmer passed, and a sleek silver-black shotgun appeared in his hands, the subspace magazine glowing with a soft blue hue, grounding Lin Che with its weight. You seek death. De Long, witnessing Kyan's lifeless body, erupted in fury. His muscles bulged, tearing through his steel armor, his skin flushed, and veins protruding like worms beneath the surface. This was the berserker's blood boil state. Once activated, strength and defense surged exponentially at the cost of sanity, fixating solely on the target. The warhorse beneath him buckled under the sudden surge of power, collapsing with a thud, its bones cracking, eyes wide in terror, foam spewing from its mouth. De Long leapt forward like a rampaging beast, the heavy hammer whistling through the air, aimed directly at Lin Che's head. Lin Che, sensing the imminent danger, swiftly raised his Desert Eagle, firing 6 shots at De Long in rapid succession. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets struck De Long, the lionheart pendant around his neck shimmering with a faint blue light. The blue glow fluctuated violently, but held firm, merely thinning. Damnable peasants. I will have your head in a toilet. De Long's hammer crashed into the ground, creating a half-meter-deep crater. Surrounding soil and leaves were sent flying, and a tree large enough for 2 to encircle was split in half with a resounding crack. Click. The Desert Eagle's magazine emptied. Lin Che withdrew the handgun, promptly retrieving the Remington M870 Wolf-Fong's wound, and began firing at De Long's chest. The shotgun shells still failed to breach the lionheart pendant's defenses. Useless. De Long cackled as he charged forward, sweeping his hammer, barely missing Lin Che's left arm as it struck the ground, though he had avoided direct contact. The force of the swing rendered Lin Che's left arm numb in an instant. The hunting gear was torn, blood and flesh flying, and pain radiated from his bones. Lin Che glanced down to see his arm a bloody mess, with cracks in the bone barely visible. A slight miscalculation would mean losing his arm. Gritting his teeth, cold sweat trickled down his forehead. He retracted the spent Remington, raising the Wolf-Fong Strong shotgun with both hands, aiming close to De Long. Bang, bang, bang. The armor-piercing rounds fired consecutively, finally shattering the pendant into fragments. Amidst the shower of debris, the armor-piercing rounds continued to penetrate De Long's triple rune armor, exploding into gaping wounds on his chest. De Long surged forward, the hammer poised just half a meter from Lin Che's head. In a swift motion, Lin Che rolled backward, using the momentum to tumble across the ground, quickly reloading the Strong's magazine with a click, the explosive rounds now ready. Aiming at De Long's abdomen, he pulled the trigger again. Boom, boom, boom. The explosive rounds detonated in De Long's stomach, flesh and entrails splattering forth. His movement abruptly halted, the madness in his eyes fading, replaced by disbelief and bitterness. Ultimately, his massive form crashed to the ground with a thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. Kill LV-58 Blood-Boiling Berserker. Gain 12,000 Sin Coins. Current Sin Coins, 12,400. Lin Che propped himself up with the shotgun, rubbing his aching left arm. Gazing at De Long's corpse with a wry smile. Far easier than killing Bike Lin. And you even handed me an extra 2,000. I shall reluctantly forgive you. At that moment, the sound of galloping hooves echoed from afar. The cavalry had finally arrived. Lin Che raised the Wolf-Fong Strong shotgun, checking the magazine with a cold smile. Still 58 rounds remaining. Chapter 16. Black Market. Mine who is singing? Bang. Warmth and solitude. Bang. White clouds drifting. Bang. Lin Che's voice, intertwined with the shotgun's thunder, resonated through the night forest. The Wolf-Fong Strong shotgun, with its axe-like barrel glowing a fiery orange-red. Each trigger pull releasing a burst of golden-red flame. Kill LV-45 Warrior. Gain 6,000 Sin Coins. The system notification chimed urgently in his mind. But Lin Che had no time to dwell on it. The excruciating pain from his fractured arm surged through his nerves, the force of De Long's earlier blow still lingering, making every movement feel like shards of bone were piercing his flesh. He staggered behind an old birch tree, his fingers deftly tapping on the logistics panel, unhesitatingly exchanging for 2 potions. Bone fracture repair nanogel injection. Repairs minor fractures in 30 seconds, alleviating 80 of pain. High energy stamina supplement injection. Restores 70 stamina, maintaining a state of vitality for 1 hour. The needle pierced his left arm, and Lin Che couldn't help but stifle a groan as the light blue gel surged in. Warmth and a tingling sensation spread at the fracture site, the previously agonizing pain swiftly receding as if swallowed by the tide. Even lifting his arm felt considerably lighter. He swiftly administered the stamina injection, a rush of warmth cascading through his veins, instantly dispelling the fatigue from the recent battle. High-tech indeed was remarkable. Just as Lin Che savored the sensation, a sudden creaking of heavy armor came from behind, arriving just in time. He spun around. The barrel of the strong aimed precisely at the charging heavy armored soldier of the Lionheart Mercenary Corps. The soldier raised a tower shield inscribed with stone runes, the golden runes shimmering confidently on the shield's surface, clearly believing it would withstand any attack. Yet the next moment, the armor-piercing round struck the shield with a sharp sound. Crack! The golden glow on the tower shield extinguished like a burst bubble, the runic patterns dimming visibly, cracking as the bullet pierced the shield, tearing through the soldier's steel breastplate, black blood gushing from the wide bullet hole, and the soldier let out a muffled groan before collapsing heavily to the ground. Kill LV-45 heavy armored soldier. Gain 800 Sin coins. Before the system notification could finish, 2 figures burst forth from the nearby bushes. Lin Che lightly touched the ground with his toes, sliding to the side as an arrow grazed his shoulder and embedded itself into a tree trunk. Green venom instantly corroding a black ring around it. With a twist of his wrist, he switched the ammunition in his straw into explosive rounds, aiming the muzzle at the 2 foes before pulling the trigger. Boom! The moment the explosive round detonated, sharp shrapnel rained down like a torrential storm. Kill LV-36 swordsman. Earn 2,360 Sin coins. Crazy. This magical item can even pierce through the tower shield. Retreat. The remaining mercenaries finally could not hold their ground, and the once cohesive formation immediately disbanded. Lin Che would not let this opportunity slip away. He readied his strawn and pursued, firing continuously at the last 3 mercenaries until the silver-armored figures of the Lionheart mercenary group vanished from sight, and he leaned against a tree trunk, catching his breath. He opened the system panel with a tap of his finger, and the number of Sin coins glaringly stood at 100,360, a staggering 100,000. The higher the monster level, the greater the Sin coins earned. Just over 20 mercenaries had allowed him to amass a total of 100,000 Sin coins. Congratulations, Night Watchman Lin Che, for completing the achievement, The Woes of Wealth. Reward, additional 100,000 Sin coins, unlocking a 24-hour Sin coin doubling status. Current total, 200,360 Sin coins. Detected Sin coins have surpassed 200,000, unlocking Night Watchman Black Market privileges. Black Market note. Item prices are 310 times that of the logistics depot, allowing the purchase of super-level equipment and items, with some gear possessing exclusive counter effects against dark creatures. Haha, I've struck gold. Lin Che immediately clicked on the black market interface. The heavy-duty equipment displayed on the screen ignited a fervor in his heart. M416 assault rifle, Wolf's Bite, 150,000 Sin coins, with a base magazine capacity of 30 rounds and a spatial compression subspace magazine. An additional 90 rounds, instantaneous switching, compatible with nanobiological dissolution warheads. Firing rate of 700 rounds per minute. Anti-armor grenade, Demon Breaker, 10,000 Sin coins each, with an explosion radius of 5 meters, producing 800 high-velocity fragments upon detonation. Mini Grenade Launcher, Portable Dragoness Breath, 500,000 Sin coins, with a modular design that fires thermobaric incendiary grenades effective up to a range of 1,500 meters. Featuring laser range-finding targeting, hit deviation of 0.5 meters. Light Tank, Iron Wall, 5,000 Sin coins, equipped with a 120mm smoothbore main gun and composite ceramic metal armor. Supporting single-person remote control. Still too expensive. Lin Che clicked his tongue, mulling over whether to purchase a few. Anti-armor grenade, Demon Breaker, first win from a distance. The howls of wolves began to rise and fall. The sound was sharp and dense, clearly indicating that a large pack of werewolves was approaching. The Rodden family has finally arrived. Lin Che dared not delay any longer and spent 10,000 Sin coins to exchange for 50 armor-piercing rounds and 50 explosive rounds, stowing them in Strawn's subspace magazine. He felt a twinge of regret as he touched the fragments of the shattered magical trinkets in his pocket. During the earlier skirmish with the mercenaries, those protective trinkets had been blown to smithereens by Strawn's bullets, leaving not a single intact piece. It looks like I'll have to rely on myself, he murmured softly, activating his night eyes, his faintly dark pupils scanning the surroundings. Finally, after half an hour, he locked onto a clearing ahead amidst the thicket. There, half of a rusted mine entrance frame was faintly visible, obscured by dogtail grass, standing half a person high, wide enough for two werewolves to enter side by side, a perfect ambush point. Meanwhile, behind Lin Che, Lin Rodden sat grimly upon a black-maned warhorse, his expression dark enough to draw water. He clutched a gilded letter in his palm, the command from the family head, Rodden, colder than the winds of the winter province. If he does not return with Lin Che's corpse before sunrise, he will be thrown into the wolf pit to be fed to the bone worms. Just thinking about those creatures that could turn a living being into white bones within half an hour made Lin's fingers tremble. My lord, 500 elite werewolves have arrived, and with the previous group, we total 1,000. A nearby werewolf lieutenant reported, gesturing towards the throng behind him. The werewolves, clad in magical armor made of rhino hide, gripped bone blades embedded with fangs, exuding an aura of impending slaughter. Those mercenaries claimed that the human relied solely on magical items, almost losing against the long. If it weren't for the lieutenant's tone filled with certainty, they would have thought that 1,000 werewolves could simply overwhelm him. Lin took a deep breath, suppressing the fear within. Indeed, no matter how strong he was still but one man. Chase. As long as he doesn't sprout wings, he won't leave the eagle's beak mountain alive today. The howls grew closer, and Lin Che dashed toward the mine. Just as he entered, the sound of werewolves crashing through the underbrush echoed behind him, followed by the distinct sound of claws tapping on gravel. Lin reined in his warhorse, watching as the werewolves surged into the mine like a tide, their crimson eyes fixated on the depths of the cave, murmuring to himself, the hunt begins. Inside the mine, Lin Che leaned against the cold rock wall, hearing the increasingly close howls, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes, and he softly remarked, yes, the hunt begins. Chapter 17. Gasoline cleans the ground. C4 takes to the skies. Boom, boom. The gunfire of the Remington M870, Wolf's Bite, erupted deep within the mine. Pellets coated in a light blue biological toxin struck the chest of an unarmored werewolf, instantly creating a gaping wound the size of a bowl. The echo of the gunfire reverberated through the cave, each shot resonating like a drumbeat against the werewolves' hearts, yet deliberately slowed in rhythm. Lin Che was intentionally lowering his firepower, pulling the trigger only every 3 seconds. The armored werewolves could barely close in within 10 meters, only to suffer casualties after several rounds of fire. This was precisely the illusion of dwindling firepower that Lin Che sought. Damn, is this all you've got? Lin Che shouted, his voice laced with feigned panic, while his feet moved in tiny, cautious steps, as if he were being chased. He retreated deeper into the mine, the tunnel narrowing as he progressed until he turned into a dead end barely wide enough for a single person to turn around, the icy rock wall pressing against his back, allowing him to feel the rough texture of the ore. He was cornered. The howls of the werewolves echoed at the entrance. Lin's voice soon pierced through the chaos, dripping with condescension. Guard the tunnel. The giant werewolves wait outside, ready to kill him as soon as he exhausts his magical items. But leave the whole corpse for the Wood family. Yes. Lin Che leaned against the rock wall, pretending to gasp for breath. He deliberately let the butt of the Remington clank against the stones, producing a sharp sound, as if he could hardly hold on to his weapon due to fatigue. Out of strength, one of the third-tier werewolves wielding a tower shield slowly advanced. Lin Che suddenly let out a roar, pulling out his Desert Eagle and firing 2 shots at the werewolf. Ding, ding. The bullets struck the tower shield, leaving only 2 white marks before ricocheting off, rolling to the ground and making a faint sound. Ha ha ha. His items are truly useless. They did not understand the distinction of firearms. They only saw Lin Che using a smaller weapon instead of the larger one, and thus concluded he was out of options. The werewolves erupted into laughter, their previously tight formation instantly loosening, allowing more werewolves to squeeze in, their claws clashing as they vied to take the glory of killing the human. Even Lin outside the cave let out a breath of relief, confirming that he was merely a fool relying on magical items. Time to close the net. A glint of cold light flashed in Lin Che's eyes as his left hand suddenly grasped the jagged stone hammer at his feet. This spiked heavy hammer felt as light as a stick in his grasp. He swung it fiercely, the tip glowing faintly with armor-piercing runes, directly crashing into the foremost tower shield. Crack! The rune-embossed shield instantly caved in, cracks spiderwebbing across its surface, and the werewolf behind let out a muffled grunt. Black blood seeping from the corners of its mouth, clearly injured internally. Lin Che charged forward, the stone hammer swinging like a tempest. He did not falter. Each step landing precisely on the triangular markings he had previously carved, skillfully avoiding the protruding stones within the mine. Killing a level 23 werewolf yields 230 sin coins. With the reward time doubled, the effect lasts for 24 hours, resulting in a total of 460 sin coins. Slaying a level 32 werewolf grants 320 sin coins. With the same doubling effect, culminating in 640 sin coins. Amidst the chaos, Lin Che deftly kicked over a gasoline barrel concealed in a corner. He had exchanged 5,000 sin coins for these barrels, their surfaces coated with iron or powder, blending almost seamlessly with the dark gray rock walls. The werewolves, preoccupied with their charge, had overlooked this deadly setup. 20 barrels toppled in succession, releasing transparent gasoline that swiftly spread across the gravel, saturating the air with a pungent odor. By the time Lin Che reached the entrance of the mine, the tunnel behind him was packed with werewolves, at least 600, crammed so tightly that there was barely room to turn around. Want to escape? Zhuo Lin bellowed at the entrance, raising his hand to signal the giant werewolves to advance, only to witness Lin Che abruptly pivot, his right hand revealing the wolf-fang strawn shotgun. The axe-shaped barrel glinted with a searing metallic sheen as he aimed at the mine's entrance and pulled the trigger. Bang! The explosive round, trailing an orange-red blaze, shot into the tunnel, directly colliding with the foremost gasoline barrel. Boom! The gasoline ignited instantaneously, flames soaring 3 meters high, slithering down the tunnel like a fiery serpent. The werewolves in front shrieked in agony as their fur curled and fell away, while those in the rear attempted to retreat, only to be blocked by their comrades. Forced to struggle amidst the inferno, the mine soon filled with the acrid stench of charred flesh. Lin Che did not relent. He fired 2 more explosive rounds at the entrance. Boom! The tunnel's rock face collapsed, debris and soil cascading down like a waterfall, sealing the entrance completely, leaving no gap behind. Zhuo Lin was left dumbfounded. In his eagerness to impress the family head, he had not only brought 1,000 elite werewolves, but also hastily gathered 600 lower-tier werewolves. Aside from the 300 most elite giant werewolves guarding the perimeter, over 1,300 had squeezed into the tunnel. This inferno, combined with the collapsing debris and the lack of oxygen within, would surely claim the lives of all werewolves inside. Damn it, you're seeking death. Zhuo Lin's furious roar echoed from behind as the 300 giant werewolves closed in. Towering at 3 meters in height and clad in heavy steel armor, they were unmistakably formidable foes. Lin Che had anticipated this. His fingertips danced across the system panel, summoning the Night Owl portable air backpack to his back. The pale blue thrusters hummed to life, their gentle vibrations standing out in the mine's darkness. As he lifted off the ground, he thoughtfully tossed out 20 gasoline barrels, which the giant werewolves pierced, spilling gasoline across the ground, unbeknownst to them. This was their first step toward doom. Flying. Zhuo Lin's eyes widened in shock, his amber vertical pupils filled with disbelief. The giant werewolves leapt into the air. But fortunately, Lin Che ascended swiftly and high enough that their claws merely grazed the soles of his boots. A cold sweat broke out on Lin Che's back. He vowed never to undertake such an endeavor without a helicopter again. Thankfully, the werewolves could not fly and could only roar from the ground. Watching as Lin Che gradually soared upward, as the werewolves below shrank in size, Lin Che retrieved a black backpack from his bag, its red countdown timer beeping incessantly. Here is a gift for you. This was the Purgatory 100G level directional C4. He had just exchanged for 400,000 sin coins, designed specifically for cluster targets. He released it, allowing the C4 to land squarely in the gasoline pool among the giant werewolves. Boom! The shockwave instantly hurled the surrounding werewolves aside, shredding the giant werewolves' heavy armor like paper, black blood and shredded flesh splattering against the rock walls. The gasoline ignited, transforming the area before the mine into a raging inferno, flames licking the rocks and crackling ominously. Killing a level 38 giant werewolf grants 4,000 sin coins. With the reward time doubled, the effect lasts for 24 hours, resulting in a total of Sin coins. Killing a level 45 giant werewolf yields 7,000 Sin coins, with the same doubling effect, culminating in 14,000 Sin coins. Killing a level 45 giant breed werewolf results in 9,000 Sin coins. With the reward time doubled, the effect lasts for 24 hours, granting a total of 18,000 Sin coins. The system notifications echoed in his mind as Lin Che gazed at the soaring Sin coin tally on the panel. From a mere 200,000, it skyrocketed to 1,320,000, a figure that continued to rise with each fallen werewolf in the tunnel. I've struck it rich. Curse those wretches. Han-san has returned. Just as Lin Che arrived at the great oak tree, the tree hollow was empty. Evelyn was nowhere to be found. Chapter 18. The Kill Zone. Ignite the flames of Chibi again. The inner walls of the tree hollow were covered in a layer of dark green moss, with a piece of yellowed papyrus pinned in the center. The edges of the paper were soaked with morning dew, curling slightly, yet it bore no trace of dampness or mildew. The page carried a faint fragrance, a warm blend of rosemary and pine resin, wafting gently through the morning mist, subtly captivating attention, evidently a carefully concocted alluring scent. The handwriting was crooked, the ink still somewhat tacky, with only a single line of cold, hard text. To see Evelyn. Arrive at Luoshi town before noon. After the hour has passed, only corpses will be found. Damn trap, Lin Che pondered, his fingertips pinching the corner of the paper as his night eyes scanned the surroundings. The morning mist enveloped the woods like a thin veil, and perched on a branch of a fir tree 30 meters away was a gray-brown owl, its amber eyes resembling solidified resin, blinking mechanically, its gaze fixed on him, devoid of any liveliness. A beastmaster's watchful eye. Lin Che reached for the desert eagle at his waist. Bang! Just as he dealt with the observer, Lin Che's night eyes suddenly detected movement 80 meters away. A boulder, half the height of a person, stirred slightly. He immediately leaped down from the tree, activating his full speed of 60 points. The shadow ahead realized it had been exposed and took off running. With each step, it seemed to meld into the surrounding shadows, leaving no trace on the decaying leaves beneath. This was no ordinary foe. At the very least, it was a high-tier thief. Damn magical cloak. Lin Che cursed inwardly, raising his hand and firing 3 shots at the shadow's retreating figure. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets ricocheted off the stones near its feet, sparking. But the shadow seemed to anticipate this, swiftly bending down and sliding into a dense thicket. When it emerged again, it was already 50 meters away, its cloak blending seamlessly with the distant tree trunks, vanishing into the morning mist in the blink of an eye. Even elite-level pistol proficiency was insufficient. Lin Che holstered his gun, frowning as he opened the logistics library's skill book section, still grayed out. All high-tier equipment was marked with questions requiring the advancement to elite-level night watchman for unlocking. Even the Barrett Wolf Howl sniper rifle awaited permissions. 1,000,000 Sin coins seemed substantial, but when it came to equipping suitable allies, he still found himself in a tight spot, waiting for the right opportunity. 24-hour Sin coin doubling countdown. 16 hours. Promotion task. Stand and live or kneel and die countdown. 10 hours. The east had begun to glow with the first light of dawn. The sun slowly climbing over the mountain, dew evaporating into tiny droplets that refracted a spectrum of colors on the grass blades. Lin Che found a concealed rock crevice to rest, yet remained alert. The morning birds chirped, wind rustled the leaves, and even the distant sound of a squirrel gnawing on a nut was crystal clear, devoid of any anomalies, rendering the tranquility all the more eerie. Unbeknownst to him, noon approached, yet Luoshi town exuded none of the usual midday bustle. The streets were devoid of even a stray dog. Every door was tightly shut, and not a single pair of prying eyes peeked through the windows. The commoners had long been driven outside the town, leaving behind only the hidden forces of the Lionheart Mercenary Corps and reckless mercenaries willing to gamble their lives for money. As the wind swept across the stone-paved road, laden with an air of impending doom, within the Great Stone Tavern, only a corner wooden table was filled with patrons. The commander, Batuan, sat prominently in his iron-scaled black armor, with a roaring lion emblazoned at the center. To his left was the second squad leader, Dalyago, his face a tapestry of scars, with long, dark nails, viciously tearing into a bloody piece of raw meat, exuding an intimidating aura. On his right sat the third squad leader, Kai Luan, of slender frame and striking features, clad in deep green leather armor. A longbow adorned with oil-soaked cloth strips rested on his back, while his quiver held several arrows inscribed with anti-demon runes, their tips glinting ominously. His ears were pointed, and at the edge of the table sat a woman in a deep red robe, embroidered at the edges with curling flames. The hem was haphazardly raised to her knees, exposing her fair calves, while her deer-hide boots were casually kicked aside, her bare toes painted in pale pink, fidgeting enticingly. She was Li Ya, the 7th-tier fire mage, known as the goddess of wealth of the Lionheart Mercenary Corps, and also a Valkyrie. The missive from the Luodong family lay before Batuan. A piece of parchment embossed with a wolf claw print, the scent of blood and ink still lingering. If Lin Che was not captured within 3 days, they would raze Luoshi town. Evelyn was already bound, serving as their final bargaining chip. None could afford to falter. Had it not been for the Shadow Hound's discovery of that wretched woman, Lin Che would have long vanished. Dahlia Go, having finished his meat, wiped his mouth and cast a glance at Li Ya's bare feet, swallowing hard. Boss, if Lin Che doesn't show, what if I brand that woman with a hyena mark? Her screams would surely lure him out of the woods. Li Ya lazily raised her eyes, delicately tapping a silver spoon against the ceramic bowl. What's the rush? If Lin Che doesn't come, this spectacle loses its charm. Moreover, if you kill her, we lose our leverage with the Luodong family. Can you withstand their wrath? Her tone, though languid, carried an undeniable authority, causing Dahlia Go to begrudgingly fall silent. He dared to challenge Batuan, yet he would not defy this sorceress capable of incinerating half the town. Outside the tavern, Evelyn was bound to a sturdy oak pillar. The coarse rope chafed her shoulders, leaving them red, her lips cracked and bleeding, her hair disheveled against her cheek. The sun blazed down upon her, scorching her skin. She gazed toward the distant mountains, her eyes vacant as though veiled in dust. With the death of Bai Ke, the blood feud was avenged. Yet it seemed she lacked the will to continue enduring. Only the flicker of Lin Che's name from the tavern could stir her eyes. Don't come, she thought, as the sun's heat drained her color further. Desperate, Dahlia Go noticed Batuan's silence and Li Ya retreating to the tavern's backroom to knead dough. Realizing the boss had tacitly permitted his actions, he approached with a red-hot branding iron, the hyena design emitting smoke, the heat wafting towards Evelyn's face. Little beauty, don't wait any longer. Lin Che won't be coming. Such tender skin, imagine the exquisite parchment it would make for the Luodong family. Just as the iron was about to touch her cheek, a thunderous explosion erupted from the eastern edge of the town. Wood chips and debris scattered like rain, shaking the very ground. The mercenaries, hidden among the houses, did not even have time to scream before they were reduced to mangled remains, blood seeping down the walls, staining them crimson. Damn it, it's Lin Che. Dahlia Go turned sharply, letting out a piercing whistle. 2 figures dashed from the tavern's rear. One was a half-human, half-black hunting dog, its sleek coat glistening, with eyes glowing in an eerie green, its nose pressed to the ground, sniffing intently. It was his magical beast, the Shadow Hound. The other was a 3-meter-tall ironback ape, its skin like hammered iron, its massive hands pounding its chest as it charged toward Evelyn, clearly intent on seizing her as leverage against Lin Che. Just as the ape's rough claws were about to graze Evelyn's forehead, 2 bursts of flame ignited in the air. The thunderous roar of the wolf-fang-strawn shotgun drowned out all other sounds, the armor-piercing rounds whistling as they pierced the ape's thick back, green blood spraying forth. The massive beast froze, crashing to the ground like a small mountain without uttering a sound. I'm in the air, someone screamed, pointing skyward. Lin Che, elevated to 20 meters, bellowed, indeed, I'm above you. Didn't you wish to capture me? Come now. As the words left his lips, a gasoline barrel appeared beneath him. Whoosh. By sheer coincidence, the barrel deflected Kai Luan's arrow, which skimmed past Lin Che's feet. Lin Che ascended further. Reaching 50 meters, transparent gasoline gushed from the barrel, cascading down like a waterfall onto the cobblestone road, quickly soaking the mercenaries' boots. One by one, barrels were retrieved from the supply depot and tossed beneath him, Lin Che traversing the entire town with gasoline in tow. The pungent scent of gasoline enveloped Luoshi town, causing the mercenaries to sneeze incessantly. The mercenaries below scrambled for cover. Some attempted to dart into the tavern, but Batuan barked, no one move. Archers, prepare. Kai Luan's green longbow was drawn taut, arrows unleashed, yet each time they came agonizingly close, demonstrating Lin Che's formidable evasion skills. The airbag's thrusters propelled him up and down, the shifting air currents complicating the archer's aim, leaving them frustrated. Some arrows even flew overhead, eliciting cries of dismay from their intended targets. At this moment, Li Ya emerged. Seemingly oblivious to the chaos, she leaned against the doorframe, calling out to the cook inside. Hey, if your flatbreads burn again, I'll set your house ablaze. Remember last time when I scorched your stove for overcooking? The cook, squatting by the stove, murmured in protest. My splitting mountain axe is still with Lin Che. I saved for 3 years to buy it, as his companion hurriedly covered his mouth, frantically flipping the flatbreads, fearful of Lia's wrath after the last incident, while Lin Che evaded the sporadic arrows, continuing to douse the town in gasoline. A transparent shadow in the treeline flickered. The previously wounded owl, its chest pierced, astonishingly revived, blood still glistening on its feathers, yet its eyes now appeared murky and gray, as if controlled by strings fixated on him. Through that transparent shadow, cold eyes scrutinized his every movement, utilizing the owl's sight to observe him with clarity. Chapter 19. Deeply entrapped? Kai Luan. Shoot him down. On the western edge of the town, Kai Luan crouched in the shadow of a chimney, his lavender half-elf ears quivering as they caught the sounds of the air currents. As a 6th-tier half-elf archer, his aim was impeccable. But faced with Lin Che suspended in midair, his arrows merely grazed the edges of Lin Che's attire. Whoosh! 3 ironwood arrows were released in succession, again barely missing Lin Che, landing far outside the town. Lin Che's airbag thrusters emitted a pale blue stream, his figure weaving left and right, like a leaf caught in the wind, each maneuver precisely dodging the arrows. Cursed magical devices, how are they more agile than a flying carpet? Kai Luan readied his bow once more. Under Ba Tuan's command, he released another ironwood arrow, yet his shots always lagged by a fraction of a second, resembling a child desperately chasing butterflies, almost grasping them only to have them slip away effortlessly. Lin Che, airborne, was also sweating profusely. Kai Luan's aim was frighteningly accurate. One arrow had even grazed his shoulder, tearing through his hunting attire and eliciting a sharp sting. He dared not let his guard down. Gripping the controls of the airbag tightly with his left hand while his right rested on the trigger of the strong shotgun, his peripheral vision trained on Kai Luan atop the roof, thinking, this half-elf's archery is absurd. If this drags on, I'll inevitably be struck. He sensed that Kai Luan was not incapable of hitting him, but rather, shooting just shy of the mark on purpose. Boom! A sudden, thunderous sound erupted from the eastern edge of the town, abruptly interrupting the standoff between the two men. Seizing the chaos, 5 mercenaries, crouching low, dashed towards the town's exit. As they stepped onto the cobblestone path at the town's entrance, a faint clicking noise resonated beneath their feet. In the next instant, a pale blue electromagnetic pulse detonated from the ground, instantaneously incapacitating their movements. Following this, hundreds of shrapnel pieces erupted from below like a torrential downpour. A chilling scream was abruptly silenced, as the 5 men were violently dismembered, their blood and flesh splattering across the cobblestones, leaving no complete limbs in sight. This was the Wolf Howl electromagnetic pulse mine, which Lin Che had previously buried at the town's entrance, valued at 50,000 sinful coins on the black market. It operated on a dual trigger mechanism of pressure and thermal sensitivity, with an effective range of 5 meters. First, it released a low-power electromagnetic pulse to restrict the target's movements, followed by a built-in spring mechanism that launched 360 tungsten steel shrapnel pieces. Do not even think about fleeing. Lin Che's voice echoed from above as he ascended slowly into the air with his thrusters. You are already surrounded. Release Yifulin, and I shall grant you a path to survival. Should you dare to play tricks, the mines in this town are sufficient to ensure your demise thrice over. Mines? What kind of new magical apparatus is this? A mercenary mused, recalling the electric current he had felt moments ago, which had to be a lightning-type magical item. Yes, indeed. He referred to it as a mine, thunder emanating from below. In the open space of the town's center, the remaining mercenaries exchanged glances, whispering among themselves. One person gulped nervously and stealthily inched towards the northern path of the town. The horrific scene at the eastern town lingered vividly in their minds. Yet remaining here felt like awaiting certain death. The stench in the air and the liquid beneath their feet were unmistakably sinister. Some mercenaries locked eyes and, taking advantage of the distraction among the Lionheart mercenary corps, bolted towards the east, deliberately choosing the path where corpses had recently been blown apart. They reasoned that the same spot would hardly conceal 2 mines. However, after taking only a few steps, another clicking sound echoed beneath them. Boom! Another Wolf Howl electromagnetic pulse mine detonated, this time with even denser shrapnel. A dozen mercenaries were shredded before they could even scream, their lifeless bodies collapsing onto the ground, dark blood seeping through the cobblestone cracks. Now, no one dared to move. The mercenaries huddled in place, their breaths barely audible, their eyes reflecting sheer terror as they gazed up at Lin Che. They had come expecting a bounty of 100 gold dragons, only to become the souls ensnared beneath the mines. Standing in the open area, Barton's expression darkened. His initial plan was to use Yifulin as bait, luring Lin Che into an ambush within Luoshi town. Yet now, the entire mercenary group found themselves trapped inside the town, surrounded by mines, akin to fish in a barrel. What do you intend to do? He glared at Lin Che, his voice laced with suppressed fury. Release Yifulin. Yifulin's previously vacant gaze suddenly sparkled with life, her cracked lips moving silently as she called out for Lin. She looked up at the familiar shadow in the air, a flicker of hope igniting her previously numb face. She had not anticipated Lin Che would come to rescue her. Barton turned to Leah, wishing to prompt her to act. However, Leah leaned casually against the tavern's doorframe, twirling a red flame between her fingers, her expression indifferent. This substance appears to be a type of fuel, highly flammable. If I intervene, you might survive due to your robust physique, but, she gestured to the surrounding mercenaries and the Lionheart mercenary corps, they would likely be reduced to cinders. Nearby, the hyena grew increasingly agitated, kicking a stone away in frustration and cursing. Damn it. What is that fool Kalen doing? Hasn't he killed him yet? The shadowy hunting dog at his feet growled in agreement, its green eyes fixated on Lin Che above, yet it dared not advance. Still haunted by the memory of the iron-backed demon ape's demise, wary of the shotgun capable of shattering its skull, Lin Che tossed down 2 barrels of gasoline, which thudded heavily on the ground, the pressure causing the caps to pop open, spilling the transparent liquid onto the cobblestones, inching towards the mercenary's feet. He had already thrown 40 barrels, spending 200,000 sinful coins. Yet, if it meant rescuing Yifulin, he would gladly part with even more. Brave Captain Barton. Do not waste time. Lin Che's voice rang out again. If you do not release her soon, once the gasoline inundates the entire town, I shall ignite it, and none shall escape. Barton clenched his jaw, suddenly seizing a mercenary by the collar and pushing him towards the town's entrance. Go, clear the path. I will give you 10 gold dragons. He tossed 10 gold dragons into the mercenary's hands. The mercenary's face turned pale, yet upon seeing the coins, he gritted his teeth and sprinted forward. Bang! A desert eagle shot rang out, exploding the mercenary's head, his brain matter and gold coins mingling on the ground of Luoshi town. You go. Another mercenary rushed out, but this time he wisely demanded a shield. However, the shield could only protect one side, and he had to remain vigilant of potential mines below, resulting in yet another fatal shot. This time, Barton ordered his subordinates to drive the mercenaries forward, intending to carve a bloody path through their lives. We came to earn money, not to throw our lives away. Some mercenaries finally snapped, grabbing iron swords and charging at the Lionheart mercenary corps. Barton, do you want us to be scapegoats? No way. Others joined the fray, and chaos erupted as they clashed with the Lionheart mercenary corps. Amid the turmoil, several more explosions resounded. The last few mines Lin Che had buried at the town's entrance detonated, leaving fallen mercenaries strewn across the cobblestones, their blood staining the ground, affecting many from the Lionheart mercenary corps as well. Kill LV-35 warrior, gain 2,500 sinful coins. Kill LV-15 warrior, gain 150 sinful coins, suspended in midair. Lin Che let out a quiet sigh of relief. He had only buried 10 mines, all positioned along the main roads of the town. If the mercenaries had fled down the alleyways, he would have been unable to stop them. Fortunately, the mercenaries were too terrified to stray from the main paths, allowing his trap to endure. Barton surveyed the chaos with mounting fury. He seized a resisting mercenary and delivered a brutal punch to his face, instantly causing the mercenary's head to burst like a watermelon, blood splattering across Barton's face. Not yet satiated, he continued to smash several more heads before releasing his grip, bellowing at those around him, "Cease this instant. Whoever dares to resist shall be the next." The mercenaries were cowed by Barton's ferocity, halting their movements and shrinking back in silence. Breathing heavily, Barton turned his gaze skyward at Lin Che, his eyes filled with resentment. Fine, I will release Yifulin, but you must guarantee our safe passage out of the town. Not a problem, Lin Che promptly agreed. Have your people escort Yifulin 500 meters outside the town, unarmed. Once I confirm her safety, I will deactivate the traps. Barton gritted his teeth, shouting at the hyena, "You go. Take 2 trusted men and escort her out. But be cautious," he subtly warned. He knew that if they prolonged this further, his men would eventually rebel. He had no choice but to compromise. The hyena, begrudgingly compliant, summoned 2 trusted subordinates, both 4th-tier shield bearers wielding tower shields. They positioned themselves around Yifulin, grasping her by the collar and pushing her forward. Move. No tricks, or I will strangle you. Yifulin stumbled but did not resist, casting furtive glances at Lin Che above, her eyes filled with concern. The 2 shield bearers, cautiously lifting their tower shields, advanced towards the town's exit, each step measured and light, fearful of triggering any traps. They were unaware that the mines outside the town had already detonated, believing Lin Che still held control over the remote detonation. Lin Che hovered in the air, his gaze fixed intently on Yifulin's figure. Advance another 50 meters. Lin Che commanded. Hyena, you and your men retreat. Before the hyena lay a trench filled with gasoline. Boom. Lin Che fired a specialized micro-incendiary round from his Desert Eagle, igniting a crimson flame that blocked the hyena's path. The hyena bit down and released Evelyn's rope. Evelyn leapt over the flames with vigor. Lin Che hurriedly maneuvered the air backpack closer, moving swiftly. Just a little more, and he could pull Evelyn to his side. Just as his hand was about to touch her shoulder, a cold gleam shot in from an angle behind. Swish! An arrow, accompanied by a sharp whoosh, pierced through Lin Che's left shoulder with precision. It was Karen. Ugh! Lin Che let out a muffled groan, a searing pain radiating from his shoulder, and blood instantly stained his hunting attire. Before he could react, 2 more arrows flew in succession. One grazed his side while the other pierced directly through his air backpack. Zing! The energy tube of the thrusting device was shot through, and the pale blue airflow dissipated instantly, smoke beginning to billow from the backpack. Lin Che's heart tightened. He swiftly removed the backpack and hurled it towards the hyena. Boom! The backpack exploded, sending a cloud of dust into the air, though the damage was minimal. The hyena and his men were left covered in dirt, coughing incessantly. However, before Lin Che could regain his footing, the sound of a bowstring twanged behind him. Karen had circled around, bow drawn tight, the arrowhead aimed at his back. In front of him, Barton charged through the flames, his hands clad in golden gauntlets. Lin Che pressed his bleeding shoulder, gripping the strawn shotgun tightly, surveying his surroundings. This time, he was genuinely surrounded. Yet, why did a smile linger at the corner of Lin Che's mouth? Chapter 20. Weapons ready. The system's black market had its drawbacks, primarily the painful cost of 100,000 Sin coins for refreshes, but it was otherwise brimming with advantages. To complement his gasoline bombs, Lin Che had racked his brain. Fortunately, he had found what he sought. Modified gas propulsion bomb, transformed from a cold gas canister enveloped in a 3mm thick black crystal alloy shell, filled with high-compression methane gas and military-grade high-energy igniter. Upon detonation, it generates a shock wave with a radius of 12 meters, pressure up to 500 pascals, and emits an 800-degree high-temperature spray, burning for 3 seconds. Adaptable for remote wireless triggering, effective range of 50 meters, priced at 50,000 Sin coins each. Iron Blood Adaptive Capture Net, woven from memory metal wire, melting point 1800. Equipped with a micro high-pressure electric shock module, releasing 100,000 volts of current for 2 seconds. Automatically contracts 0.3 seconds after contacting the target, with a contraction force of 8,000 N, edges fitted with nano-level cutting blades, capable of penetrating 10mm low-carbon steel. With an expanded area of 15 square meters, priced at 100,000 Sin coins. Beneath Lin Che's feet, 5 gas propulsion bombs were buried under half a foot of soil, covered with leaves and thin earth that blended seamlessly with the surroundings, undetectable even to the keenest sniffing shadow hounds. Rescuing Evelyn was essential, but leaving the elite of the Lionheart Mercenary Corps behind was an even greater gain. Barton is coming, Evelyn whispered, tightening her grip on Lin Che's arm. The orange-red flames of the fire circle licked the air, crackling as a robust figure emerged from the blaze. The lion-headed emblem on Barton's shoulder armor glowed red in the firelight, his gaze fixed on Lin Che with a predatory intensity. My beloved brother DeLong is dead, and comrades I fought alongside for over a decade have perished. Today, you shall join them. Karen's longbow was drawn taut, but did not release. He was biding his time, which pleased Barton immensely. This was their customary understanding. When Barton was enraged, he would personally deliver the fatal blow. Yet the hyena was impatient, abruptly drawing his bone whip, while the shadow hounds behind him crouched, their green eyes fixed hungrily on Lin Che's throat. Boss, let me tear this brat apart first. He killed my magic ape, and I want him to taste the agony of being torn apart by dogs. Before Barton could nod in assent, the hyena charged along the edge of the flames, the bone whip emitting a piercing shriek, as if Lin Che were about to cry out in despair, begging for mercy. But Lin Che had already raised the wolf-fang-strawn shotgun to his chest, his index finger poised on the trigger. Just you? Bang, bang, bang. In rapid-fire mode, armor-piercing rounds rained down upon the hyena. The first struck the bronze guardian talisman on his neck, causing a flicker of green light. The 7th round cracked the talisman, The 8th shattered it with a crisp pop. The 12th round penetrated his rhinoceros hide armor, exploding a gaping wound in his chest. Then came the 13th, 14th, and 20th rounds. At a distance of 5 meters, it was the absolute killing zone for the strong. Black blood gushed from the bullet holes, and the hyena fell to the ground like a marionette with severed strings, the subsequent bullets pushing his corpse backward, leaving a half-meter-wide trail of blood. As the nearby shadow hound lunged, it was met with 2 armor-piercing rounds that obliterated its skull, brain matter splattering against the fire circle, instantly charred. Kill LV-65 Beast Tamer, Hyena, rewarded with 15,000 Sin coins. 24-hour doubling status activated. Actual gain 30,000. Kill LV-55 Shadow Hunting Hound, rewarded with 13,000 Sin coins. 24-hour doubling status activated. Actual gain 26,000. Lin Che Sin coins surged to 560,000. He relished the folly of such foes. You seek death. Barton bellowed as he charged through the fire circle, his right fist enveloped in a faint red aura, aimed straight at Lin Che's forehead. Should that punch connect, Lin Che's skull would surely shatter to pieces. However, Lin Che was fully prepared, even anticipating Barton's move. He pressed the black button on his arm. The Night Owl tactical grappling hook shot forth. The alloy steel claw latching onto the oak trunk 30 meters away with a click, the high-strength fiber rope retracting at a speed of 10 meters per second, propelling him and Evelyn through the forest like an arrow released from a bow. Barton's fist struck the very spot where Lin Che had just crouched with a resounding boom. 5 modified gas propulsion bombs detonated simultaneously, the shockwave uprooting nearby saplings. And the 800-degree high-temperature spray warped the air, lifting the flames of the fire circle by 2 meters. The situation worsened as the bomb canisters were mixed with a highly concentrated bone-corroding agent, which Lin Che had specifically exchanged for. Unfortunately, much of it evaporated due to the high temperature, leaving only a few drops of pale green liquid splattered across Barton. His heavy armor was instantly riddled with tiny holes. His formidable attire reduced to tatters, and smoke billowed from his skin, while the protective talisman hidden within his breast burst with a sharp sound, shards flying everywhere. The tremendous shockwave sent Barton hurtling backward as if struck by a heavy hammer, crashing into an oak tree large enough for 2 to embrace, snapping the trunk in 2. He clutched his chest, spitting out a mouthful of black blood, the world around him dimming as he struggled to remain standing. The corrosive agent continued to eat away at his flesh, the wounds sending waves of excruciating pain through him. Had it not been for his immense physique, he would have been reduced to mere pulp by now. At that moment, 3 arrows suddenly shot from behind a tree, accurately embedding themselves in Barton's back. The arrow tails buzzed, the poison seeping into his wounds. It was Karen. Why? Barton glared in Karen's direction. Karen was someone he had personally elevated, even gifting him the bow he wielded. Karen emerged from behind the tree, another arrow knocked, his eyes filled with hatred. For Lena. You should have foreseen this day when you offered her to the Rodden family as a werewolf sacrifice. She was only 17. How could you be so cruel? As soon as his words fell, a shadowy figure darted past Barton from behind. It was a dark elf woman, her skin a deep purple, her pointed ears accentuating her ethereal beauty, wielding a dragon-scale dagger that glimmered with a chilling light. Her movements were swift as the wind, as the dagger skimmed Barton's neck. It emitted a soft hiss. Barton narrowly evaded, the dagger only slicing halfway through, black blood gushing from the wound, staining his chest a deep crimson. In the shadowy depths of the night, the member of the Anya Shingren tribe, Barton, clutched his throat, his eyes wide with disbelief. You have actually allied with them. The Luoden family will not let you escape. Suddenly, he drew forth a blood-red wolf tooth from his bosom. This was the blood wolf tooth bestowed by the Luoden family, capable of instantaneously mending wounds, but at the cost of transforming him from human to werewolf. Without hesitation, Barton plunged the wolf tooth into his own chest. A chilling howl reverberated through the forest, causing even the flames of the fire circle to tremble. Barton's body began to swell uncontrollably, muscles beneath his skin inflating like a balloon, seams of his tight clothing bursting apart. As black wolf fur erupted from his pores, it was accompanied by thick, dark blood. In mere moments, he transformed into a colossal wolf, standing 5 meters tall, his head larger than a round table, teeth as sharp as daggers, and claws that dug deep into the earth, leaving half-inch pits. Only his face retained a hint of humanity, his eyes filled with a bloodthirsty madness. Karen hastily shot an arrow, but the giant wolf swatted it away effortlessly. The dark elf woman, witnessing the scene, vanished into the shadows, never to reappear. The dark elf women were renowned as the finest assassins, yet also notorious for their cowardice. Lin Che, hiding behind an oak tree, furrowed his brow. Feeling the weight of his weapon, the strawn, which seemed inadequate for the task at hand. This genetic mutation was absurdly overwhelming. Just as he was about to flee with Evelyn, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind, cold and clinical. Igniting his fervor. Level up task, stand and survive or kneel and perish. Total kills, 2,125, exceeded by 1825. Reward. Level up to epic, commencing reward distribution. In an instant, several items materialized in Lin Che's system space, radiating with technological prowess and power. Tianling Gene Enhancement Serum. A shimmering golden liquid, when injected, boosts all attributes by 40, strength, speed, constitution, and spirit, unlocking the passive skill Steel Body, which can withstand close-range shots from 127mm armor-piercing rounds and automatically heals surface wounds. Though it consumes stamina, passive skill Greedy Wolf's Stomach, which allows for temporary attribute increases through the consumption of flesh, with a maximum of 100 points per attribute. Mad Wolf Heavy Machine Gun. Crafted from titanium alloy, weight 80g, operable with one hand, firing at a rate of 1,200 rounds per minute. Compatible with 127mm armor-piercing incendiary rounds, producing 800 degrees of heat upon impact, featuring a built-in subspace ammunition chamber, capacity of 500 rounds, no reload time. Equipped with a flash suppressor and muzzle brake, and is foldable. Hunter S. Soul M416 Assault Rifle, constructed from spirit crystal carbon fiber, weight 32g. Firing at 750 rounds per minute, with a magazine capacity of 30 rounds, compatible with high explosive and armor-piercing projectiles, capable of rapid switching. Outfitted with a holographic sight, effective range of 500 meters, supports night vision, and a tactical flashlight. Strong light mode can blind targets within 10 meters. Adaptable to various combat environments. Chainsaw Sword of Soul Breaking. The blade measures 12 meters in length, with teeth forged from black crystal alloy. Upon activation, the teeth spin at high speed, 8,000 revolutions per minute, capable of cutting through 100mm thick low-carbon steel, and the hilt contains a micro-nuclear energy core, lasting 12 hours. Energy blocks can be exchanged with evil coins for replenishment. Before Evelyn, Lin Che unscrewed the cap of the Tianling Gene Enhancement Serum and injected the entire golden liquid into his arm. The moment the serum coursed through his veins, a surge of ferocious strength enveloped him, healing the wounds inflicted by arrows, while a warm, tingling sensation radiated from areas previously afflicted by dark injuries. Expelling the toxins from the arrowheads, he clenched his fists, knuckles cracking with satisfaction. "Barton, I told you, you will die today." Evelyn nestled closer to him. The scent of gunpowder and the faint aroma of the serum providing her an inexplicable sense of security. She gazed at Lin Che's profile, seeing a reflection of her father, who had once bravely charged at Blake, only to perish. But this time, Lin would survive. Chapter 21. Gunfire Sweeps the Wolf Tide. Dark blade at the throat. Name: Lin Che. Occupation: Dark Sentinel. You tread into the abyss of darkness, witnessing the birth of evil, purging the world's vile with steel and gunpowder. Position: Elite. Skills: Night Eyes. Steel Body. Constitution: 100. Strength: 100. Speed: 100. Mentality: 105. Evil coins: 125,600, as the attributes panel illuminated in his retina. Lin Che felt the surge of power coursing through his blood. The moment he flexed his fingers into a fist, the air around him tightened as if gripped by an unseen force. Observers might have assumed he was preparing for a brawl with Barton. But did Lin Che truly engage in such primitive conflict? With a swift motion, he retrieved the Hunter S. Soul M4A1 assault rifle from his system space and rested it upon his shoulder. Barton, towering at 5 meters, was far more conspicuous in the scope than any stationary target at a shooting range. Lin Che's approach embraced modern military technology. Hand-to-hand combat was the choice of the barbaric. A smirk danced upon his lips as he thought, when impoverished, firepower intersperses, when affluent, firepower blankets. Today, let these interdimensional bumpkins learn the true meaning of being shot down. Crouching near the roots of the oak tree, knees slightly bent to absorb recoil, he steadied the crosshairs on the 3 combatants engaged in a struggle 50 meters away. The Hunter S. Soul M4A1 had an effective range of 500 meters, rendering this distance akin to point blank. The moment he pulled the trigger, the gun emitted a slight recoil as 30 rounds of high explosive ammunition erupted in a fan-shaped spray, the muzzle flash igniting a brief orange glow amidst the trees, with spent casings clattering onto the decaying leaves in a sharp, piercing cadence. As Barton swatted away Karen's longbow, 7 rounds struck his wolfish form with force. Dark brown fur mingled with black blood, the dull thud of bullets embedding in muscle resonating like thunder in the air, prompting a haunting howl from the wolf. Karen barely managed to evade, 2 bullets grazing his shoulder blades and drawing forth twin streams of blood. Only the dark elf woman reacted with uncanny speed, her body morphing into a faint shadow as she darted into the underbrush, untouched, leaving only a few rustling leaves in her wake. Lin Che swiftly ejected the empty magazine, prepared to reload, when an unsettling rustle emanated from the depths of the forest. It was not the gentle sound of wind through leaves, but rather the cacophony of countless paws crushing dry branches and claws scraping against the ground, causing the very earth beneath him to tremble. As if a colossal creature were about to emerge. This was perilous. Lin Che seized Evelyn, stowing his weapon, gripping the rough bark of a tree. And with the agility of a monkey, he ascended the canopy, his feet digging into the tree's surface. Just as they nestled within the dense foliage, a swarm of dark werewolves surged from the thicket. They had lost their previous ferocity. Some bore torn fur, others had broken arrows embedded in their legs, and their tails were tucked between their legs as they frantically fled towards Luoshi town. Both Barton and Karen disregarded their grievances, scrambling towards the town without picking up their discarded weapons. Trailing closely behind the werewolves, a multitude of half-height purple spiders rapidly pursued. Their carapaces glimmered with a purplish-black metallic sheen, and their 8 razor-sharp legs resembled lethal weapons. Even more bizarrely, on the backs of the larger spiders sat stunning women clad in purple skin armor, their pointed ears and silver-curved blades making them unmistakably members of the Anya Shingren tribe, adorned with the emblem of a dagger piercing through stars. Hold on tight. Do not let go. Lin Che exchanged tactical ropes and advanced bulletproof vests from his system, wrapping them around Evelyn's waist thrice, then securing a knot on himself to ensure they were firmly tethered together. The warmth of the bulletproof vest radiating through her thin clothing eased Evelyn's taut body. She embraced Lin Che's neck like an octopus, burying her small face in his smoke-scented hunting attire. Her voice, tinged with a sob yet resolutely firm, inquired, this time, will we truly never part again? Absolutely not. Lin Che's voice resonated in her ear, imbued with an undeniable strength. He gently patted her back with his fingertips, assuring her, as long as I am here, no one can take you away. Beneath the tree, a cluster of spiders had yet to fully traverse, when suddenly, an enigmatic dark elf perched upon one of the spiders raised her head. Her piercing gaze swept across the treetops, and with a swift motion, she drew a black poison arrow from her quiver, launching it with a whoosh towards Lin Che's concealed position. Lin Che ducked just in time, the arrow grazing his scalp before embedding itself in the tree trunk, the pale green venom seeping from the tip instantly corroding the bark and creating a small pit. We can no longer remain here. He cradled Yifulin in his arms and leaped from the treetop, bending his knees slightly upon landing to absorb the impact, instantly reaching full speed. In no time, Lin Che caught up with the lead giant wolf, Barton, deliberately slowing his pace to draw out the Desert Eagle Exorcist, aiming at Barton's brow with a bang. The shot, though not injurious, was laden with provocation. Barton whipped his head around, his crimson eyes fixated on Lin Che, emitting an enraged howl and lunging towards him with all 4 paws. Lin Che grinned, reveling in the desired effect. He surged ahead towards the town of Luoshi, closely followed by the giant wolf Barton and the fleeing werewolves, with the relentless Starblade spider army hot on their heels, like an uncontrollable torrent flooding into the gasoline-soaked town. The scattered mercenaries within the town had long fled. Having witnessed the tide of werewolves, they bolted as if confronted by a ghost. Fortunately, Lin Che's previous landmines had already detonated, allowing them to escape with their lives. Only the Lionheart Mercenary Corps remained steadfast in the town's center. Dozens of tower shields formed a dense wall, soldiers gripping long swords and spears behind them, arrows drawn and poised, evidently waiting for Barton's return. Unfortunately for them, they first encountered Lin Che. He raised the Hunter's Soul M4A1, locking the scope on the gap in the shield wall, and pulled the trigger. The high-explosive round shot forth with a shriek, booming twice as it tore through 2 shields, shards flying and embedding into the bodies of the soldiers, instantaneously eliciting cries of agony. A gaping hole appeared in the shield wall, and the werewolves behind went mad, rushing in. The formation of the Lionheart Mercenary Corps descended into chaos, soldiers either torn apart by the werewolves or fleeing in terror. Kill LV-32 Warrior. Gain 2,300 Sin coins. reward doubled. Actual gain 4,600. Kill LV 45 swordsman. Gain 6,000 sin coins. Reward doubled. Actual gain 12,000. The system's notification reverberated incessantly in his ears, yet Barton's state grew increasingly erratic. His gaze shifted from fury to murkiness. His howls became more frequent, and he even began attacking the soldiers of the Lionheart mercenary corps beside him. With a single paw strike, he shattered a soldier's skull, brain matter splattering across the ground. The blood wolf's fang gifted by the Rodden family had granted him a second life, but it also served as the poison transforming him into a monster. Barton's consciousness was being consumed by his wolfish instincts, and soon he would become a mindless puppet driven solely by the urge to kill. The small town was soon filled to capacity with werewolves. The Lionheart mercenary corps either fled or perished, leaving only Barton in a frenzied pursuit of Lin Che. Lin Che charged out of the western end of the town, glancing back at the dark wave of pursuers behind him, a cruel smile playing on his lips. The moment had arrived. He withdrew a gasoline barrel from the system space, unscrewed the cap, and let the transparent gasoline pour down. He then retrieved a flame grenade, pulled the pin, holding it in his palm for a moment before hurling the gasoline barrel toward the town center, the grenade following suit. Boom! The grenade exploded within the gasoline barrel, flames shooting up to 10 meters high, resembling a frenzied serpent of fire, racing along the gasoline-soaked streets. Wooden houses crackled and soon half-collapsed, the screams of werewolves mingling with the hisses of spiders losing their legs, echoing throughout the town, the very air searing with heat. Yet the werewolves, with their tenacious vitality, surged forth through the flames. Lin Che found a boulder half his height to use as a brace. Propping up the frenzied wolf heavy machine gun, clicking off the safety, the cold muzzle aimed at the town's entrance. Come as you please, but leaving? You'd better ask my machine gun first. The foremost Barton, having just emerged from the inferno, became the target of the heavy machine gun's bullets. The 127mm armor-piercing incendiary rounds screamed forth, each round exploding into a bloody hole on his wolfish body, black blood gushing out, splattering everywhere. In agony, Barton howled in fury, attempting to evade, but Lin Che had anticipated this. With a flick of his finger, the iron blood adaptive capture net sprang from his waist, sprawling over Barton like a massive net. The moment the capture net touched his wolfish form, it shrank rapidly, the memory metal wires embedding into flesh. Nano-cutting blades carving deep gashes that exposed bone, while a micro-high-voltage electric module crackled, sending a surge of 100,000 volts coursing through his fur. Barton's massive body convulsed violently, his crimson eyes glazing over. This 3 seconds of rigidity was enough to seal his fate. Lin Che tightened his grip on the trigger. Blue flames belching from the barrel, armor-piercing incendiary rounds raining down upon Barton. In mere seconds, his enormous body was riddled with bullets, collapsing heavily to the ground. Never to stir again. Kill LV-85 mutated giant werewolf. Barton. Gain 200,000 sin coins. Reward doubled. Actual gain 400,000. Current sin coins. 525,600. With Barton gone, the pursuing forces descended into further chaos. The werewolves and spiders, singed and battered by flames, jammed at the western exit of the town, becoming live targets for the heavy machine gun. Lin Che continually exchanged ammunition from the system, swapping out the gun barrel whenever it overheated, a solitary figure wielding a weapon, standing like an insurmountable iron barrier at the town's exit, wreaking havoc. Kill LV-45 werewolf. Gain 8,000 sin coins. Reward doubled. Actual gain 16,000. Kill LV-32 poison spike spider. Gain 200 sin coins. Reward doubled. Actual gain 400. He glanced at the system panel. The countdown 24-hour sin coin doubling. Read 2 hours and 32 minutes remaining, and his sin coins had surpassed 700,000. He was one step closer to becoming a millionaire. Lin, look at the sky. Yifulin suddenly tugged at his sleeve, her voice filled with alarm. Lin Che looked up, his pupils constricting sharply. A mass of emerald clouds descended from the sky, and upon closer inspection, it was a dense swarm of arrows. There was no doubt that they belonged to the archers of the Starblade tribe. Damn it! Lin Che immediately stowed the heavy machine gun, scooped up Yifulin, and turned to flee into the jungle. Yet, just as he took a few steps, a chilling voice resonated from behind him. Respected Lin, our matron wishes to see you. As Lin Che turned, he felt a slight chill at his neck, a dragon-scale dagger glimmering coldly pressed against his carotid artery. The blade's chill seeping through his skin into his veins. He slowly turned his head and beheld the shadowy dark elf woman who had previously slipped into the shadows. She possessed a touch more allure than Yifulin, but also a hint of cold-bloodedness. As she revealed herself, the dagger pressed tighter, and with the slightest exertion, she could slice through his throat. With a constitution of 100 points and a body of iron, one wonders if it can withstand the trials ahead. Chapter 22. The Enigmatic Mist, The Journey Through the Grasslands. Defeated LV-47 Charred Werewolf. Earned 7,000 Sin Coins. Doubled rewards. Net gained 14,000. Defeated LV-32 Dark Purple Spider. Earned 2,200 Sin Coins. Doubled rewards. Net gained 4,400. The system's notification echoed intermittently in Lin Che's mind, as the inferno consuming the town of Luoshi continued to greedily claim lives. This splendid scene was half orchestrated by Lin Che and half attributed to the ruthless actions of the Xingren tribe to sever the werewolves' retreat. They spared neither their own dark purple spiders, unleashing wave after wave of arrows to assist Lin Che's blazing inferno. In the distance of the firestorm, Lin Che carried Yifulin on his back, a dragon-scale dagger suspended from his neck. The dagger's owner was a female night elf. Her silver-purple hair cascaded like moonlit silk upon her shoulders, her eyes glistening with a watery sheen, the upwards curve of her lashes possessing an innate allure. As if with a mere blink she could ensnare one's very soul. The midriff-bearing leather armor adorned with dark silver star patterns clung to her curves, accentuating the defined lines of her waist, each contour exuding an intoxicating blend of danger and temptation. Lin, cease your struggles. Livia's breath wafted towards Lin Che, sweet and persuasive. Come with me to meet our mistress. The might of the Xingren tribe is beyond your imagination. Before she could finish her threat, Lin Che suddenly swayed backward. The agility bestowed by his 100 points of speed allowed him to evade the dagger poised at his neck with the precision of a fish gliding through water. He swiftly grasped Livia's wrist, causing her bones to feel as though they were caught in an iron vice, drawing a sharp gasp from her as the dagger clattered to the ground. Before she could utter a sound, Lin Che pulled her into his embrace, their proximity allowing him to catch the scent of violets in her hair, even noticing the delicate tufts on her eyelashes. Are you certain you wish to take me away? Lin Che's tone dripped with sarcasm, his warm breath brushing against Livia's ear. In an instant, Livia transformed her demeanor, tears welling in her eyes, yet refusing to fall. Her fingertips grazed Lin Che's collarbone, her voice trembling with feigned innocence. I am merely a little sprite following orders. You do not understand the temper of our mistress. If I fail to capture you, I shall be thrown into a spider's lair as bait. I beg of you, do not make this difficult for me. The allure of the night elf was renowned, rivaling that of succubi, yet Lin Che's 105 points of mental strength acted as an impenetrable barrier, leaving him unwavering. He locked eyes with Livia, his voice turning cold. Enough of your tricks. I am not swayed by such antics. He then yanked the cloak from her shoulders, a rare dark-patterned silk garment inscribed with stealth runes, allowing the wearer to blend into the shadows. Lin Che twisted the precious cloak into wide strips, intricately binding Livia while deliberately avoiding her joints, rendering her utterly immobile, resembling a captured prey. Ultimately, he raised his hand and struck the side of Livia's neck with a controlled force. Her eyes rolled back as she collapsed into his arms, like a bundle of cotton devoid of bones. The system notifications began to fade, as Lin Che grasped Livia by her collar and retrieved the dragon-scale dagger, moving with the agility of a swift leopard towards the Yingzhe mountain range. Behind him, Yifulin clutched his shoulder tightly, her occasional glances upwards revealing an undeniable reliance upon him. Let us not part. Unbeknownst to anyone, a sly smile crept upon Livia's unconscious face. Hidden within her belly button was a minuscule pouch containing a fragrant substance, now slowly rupturing with each breath, releasing an odorless mist that wafted towards Lin Che and Yifulin. This was the Xingren tribe's specially crafted enigmatic mist, derived from a multitude of flowers and herbs from the underworld, potent enough to incapacitate even high-ranking warriors. The Rodden family transformed blood wolves into massive werewolves for the purpose of slaughter, while the Xingren tribe employed the enigmatic mist to turn males into their shadow spiders. Lin Che's breath grew heavier, his temples throbbing, and even the hand gripping Livia's collar began to tighten. The pink hue at the edges of his night vision seeped into his eyes, gradually consuming one. Yifulin's cheeks flushed a deeper crimson, her fingers trailing from Lin Che's hunting attire to his collar, the warmth of her palms seeping through the fabric, her voice barely above a whisper. Lin, I feel a bit warm. As she spoke, her fingers tentatively sought Lin Che's chest, her movements imbued with youthful shyness, yet tinged with an uncontrollable heat. Beyond the firestorm engulfing Luoshi, remnants of the Xingren tribe gathered around a shattered wooden sign, the emblem of the town. A silver-armored female elf stood atop the sign, raising her curved blade and exclaiming, "We have breached the Rodden family's defenses. We have burned down the human stronghold. From this moment forth, this land belongs to the Shingren tribe. This is a monumental victory. Our mistress shall bestow upon you wreaths. We are the strongest." Just as her cheers echoed, the ground trembled, and the distant sound of synchronized hooves resonated like thunder rolling across the plains, growing ever closer. "It is the Silver Shield Knights," an elf cried out, pointing towards the horizon. A wave of silver surged forth, the knights clad in silver-white armor adorned with blue patterns, the sun reflecting off their armor blindingly. The tips of their lances bore the emblem of the Silver Shield Cross. Silver Shield warriors, fire. Before the elves could form a defensive formation, the knights' rain of arrows descended. The elves' arrows merely sparked against the silver armor, while the knights' arrows effortlessly pierced through the elves' leather armor, even the tough shell of the dark purple spiders. In an instant, the Shingren tribe suffered countless casualties. Charge! The knight captain's roar was thunderous, as 1,000 cavalrymen instantly formed a wedge formation, their lances gleaming like snow, ripping through the elven defenses and tearing the very air apart. The sound of lances piercing through elven bodies mingled with the crunch of hooves shattering spider shells, the cries of the elves merging into a symphony of death. The Shingren tribe had dispatched 1,000 dark purple spiders, all at least third-tier beasts, and 1,000 elven archers to annihilate this werewolf rout. Yet, Lin Che had already decimated a significant portion with fire and gunfire, and now faced the onslaught of the Silver Shield Knights, leaving only a disheveled remnant of 300 elves retreating into the forest. The transition from exuberance to despair occurred in an instant. Amidst the chaos, a figure emerged at the edge of the jungle. It was the previously vanished Kalen. A man clad in golden-trimmed armor approached Kalen, flanked by loyal guards. Presenting him with a sealed scroll, his tone casual, "Your task remains unfinished?" Kalen took the scroll, his voice steady. "The performance is not yet concluded, my lord. Until we meet again in Eagle's Nest City, I shall prepare the grandest feast to welcome you. I believe that day is not far off." In a flash, he vanished, melding into the shadows of the trees, his speed exponentially greater than when he dealt with Barton, disappearing in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Lin Che staggered into a dense thicket. Leaning against a sturdy oak tree to steady himself, he trembled as he pushed aside Yiffulin's warm hand. The effects of the enigmatic mist intensified, his vision beginning to blur, even the text on his interface swaying before him. In a final moment of clarity, he exchanged for a box of family planning supplies at the logistics depot. Just as it appeared in his palm, Yiffulin gently pressed down on his hand. Her cheeks were a deep crimson, her breath radiating an intense heat, her voice soft as a whisper. "Lin, we will be together forever, never to part." Bound Livia also regained consciousness, her eyelashes fluttering as she opened her eyes to the scene before her, her violet gaze alight with wild amusement. She deliberately rubbed her knee against Lin Che's leg, her restrained body twisting like a serpent, her voice sultry and raspy. "Human, are you not known for your endurance? Why do you hesitate now? Shall I assist you?" In the tranquil forest, strange sounds began to echo. Livia's soft laughter intertwined with Evelyn's gentle sighs, the leaves rustling in the night breeze, perfectly masking more intimate sounds. The discarded blue packaging box rolled into a pile of fallen leaves, quickly obscured by pine needles, vanishing without a trace. The red digits pulsated on the retina, each second akin to a countdown. Chapter 23. Jungle Enchantment: What Constitutes Beauty? It is the delicate tickle of pine needles upon one's shoulder in the midnight jungle, the soft embrace of cicada songs entwined with the evening breeze around one's ears. It is the sensation of the earth as a bed and the sky as a blanket, with the warmth of a beloved person pressed against oneself. At this moment, Lin Che held Evelyn's cool hand, his mind consumed by this thought. The veil of hesitation and shyness that separated him from Evelyn was thoroughly burned away by the intoxicating haze. Evelyn leaned against his shoulder, her cheeks flushed as if they could bleed, her eyelashes trembling as they hung low, even her breath cautious, lest she disturb this fleeting tranquility. Yet Livia, like an insistent shadow, always moved closer whenever Evelyn, biting her lip, seemed on the verge of succumbing to her emotions, seeking Lin Che's attention. Her tongue, bearing the unique coolness of the night elf, moved with a boldness bordering on wildness, each of her movements perfectly synchronized with Lin Che's rhythm, while her gaze concealed a cunning calculation, occasionally sweeping over Lin Che's damp abdomen. This was Lin Che's first experience in such a tender embrace, and he could not help but feel a sense of urgency. When his fingertips brushed against the red marks left on Evelyn's waist by the binding ropes, He suddenly remembered that this young lady had been tied up by Barton's men for nearly a day, without a drop of water or grain of rice. How could she withstand the dual pressure of his 100 points of constitution and 100 points of strength? He quickly slowed his movements, gently kneading her waist, his voice softening. If it hurts, just say so, do not bear it. But Livia was different. The innate physical prowess of the night elves far surpassed that of humans. Even when her hair stuck to her sweaty neck, her eyes still sparkled with wildness. She would even actively pull Lin Che's neck closer, breathlessly urging, "Is this all the strength you have?" No one knew that this pleasure was orchestrated by Livia from the very beginning. The intoxicating haze was far from mere lust. Only in the depths of surrender would the specially crafted contract runes of the Xingren tribe seep into the male bloodline through perspiration, ultimately forming faint azure spider patterns on the lower abdomen. The deeper the patterns, the more obedient the subject became, until they could no longer remember their own identity, merely serving as a blade in the hands of their master. Livia gazed at Lin Che's rising chest, her mind already calculating. The matriarch had instructed her to capture Lin Che for questioning. But such a formidable character capable of single-handedly taking down Barton and wielding mysterious weapons was too valuable to be offered as a mere plaything to the matriarch. It would be better to keep him for herself. Once the spider patterns formed, Lin Che would become her weapon, and the position of the next matriarch would be effortlessly within her grasp. This entanglement continued until the late hours of the night, until a chill-laden breeze swept through, causing Evelyn to shiver, and only then did Lin Che, panting heavily, come to a halt. Even his 100 points of constitution could not endure such exertion. He collapsed onto the ground covered in soft fallen leaves, nearly devoid of the strength to reach for his weapon. Livia, however, recovered first. She did not reach for the dragon-scale dagger that had fallen beside her. Instead, she nestled closer into Lin Che's embrace, her hand gently resting around Evelyn's waist, while her fingertips, like a small snake, stealthily explored Lin Che's lower abdomen. She was waiting for the spider patterns to emerge. Even a faint azure line would signify the activation of the contract. After several minutes, Lin Che finally gathered enough strength to open the system black market. His gaze immediately fixed upon the Frost Guard temperature-controlled tactical coat, made from nano-insulating fibers, its texture surpassing that of silk, with a black crystal coating, and a built-in temperature-control chip capable of automatically adjusting between 20 and 30 degrees, compact and portable when folded, yet able to envelop 3 people when unfolded. Although 80,000 Sin coins was a considerable sum, witnessing Evelyn shrink into his embrace from the cold, Lin Che made the decision without a second thought. As the coat enveloped him, a sense of reliance crept into Evelyn's bashful gaze, and she subtly nuzzled against his chin, resembling a small kitten that had found a comforting refuge. Livia, on the other hand, intentionally pressed closer to Lin Che, her fingertips feigning an accidental brush across his smooth abdomen. When she felt the absence of spider patterns, her heart sank. Why were there none? Was the dosage insufficient? Lin, stand up. Livia's voice dripped with sweetness, as if soaked in honey. She thought perhaps a token of allegiance was necessary. If only Lin Che would obediently rise, then she could have him eliminate Evelyn, the obstacle, and the spider patterns would surely manifest. Lin Che, thinking that Evelyn was uncomfortable, slowly pushed himself up from the ground, about to ask when a sudden crack echoed from deeper within the jungle. It was the crisp sound of a branch snapping underfoot. 2 figures emerged from behind the trees. The first was a stout fellow, grinning foolishly while scratching his head, while the other quickly covered his mouth, admonishing him not to speak carelessly. The bulging package strapped to his back nearly obscured his face. Following behind was Laya, clad in a lightweight robe adorned with golden flame patterns, twirling a silver wand in her hand, moving with the grace of a stroll in her own garden. What a coincidence! The stout fellow's grin faltered as he spoke, asking if they were also gathering honey here. Kill him. Livia's voice turned icy, devoid of any warmth. She had recognized Laya as a remnant of the Lionheart mercenary corps, and allowing her to live would only invite disaster. More importantly, she wanted to test whether Lin Che would truly heed her command. Lin Che instinctively seized the nearby, wolf-fang-strawn shotgun, aiming directly at the stout fellow. In close combat, the shotgun's armor-piercing rounds were the most lethal. The moment he pulled the trigger, the weapon roared, and 2 bullets, accompanied by the rush of wind, sped toward the stout fellow's chest. To him, Laya was one of Barton's people, and allowing her to live was a potential threat. Striking first was undoubtedly the wisest choice. Humph! Laya's fingers curled lightly, and the red pendant around her neck suddenly glowed, a translucent red shield materializing with a hum. The bullets collided with it, producing a resounding clang as they ricocheted, creating 2 small craters on the ground. Orange-red flames ignited at her fingertips, yet she did not throw them. Instead, she raised an eyebrow at Lin Che. Do we have a grudge? When you were soaring above Luoshi town, I did not impede you, did I? When Barton sought to kill you, I did not lend him a hand either. Why must you bully this adorable girl upon our first meeting? Lin Che's grip on the gun did not loosen. Laya indeed had not caused him trouble, yet she was undeniably a sorceress from the Lionheart Mercenary Corps, who had previously assisted in detaining Evelyn. Such a person could hardly be deemed a good Samaritan. However, as the words lingered on his lips, he found no counter-arguments, only grinding his teeth and stating stiffly, "Keep your distance from us." Beside him, Livia grew anxious. Still bare? She quickly grabbed the shadow cloak from the ground to cover herself, not out of modesty, but because her nakedness rendered her unable to conceal herself or commit murder. Her delicate hand stealthily reached toward the dragon-scaled dagger hidden within the folds of the cloak. If she could activate the concealment rune and circle behind Laya, a single strike would resolve the predicament. After all, a stealthy rogue was the natural enemy of a sorceress. Yet, just as she activated the rune, Laya's flames suddenly surged high, forming a ring of fire nearly her height, encircling Livia. "Little elf, don't move around. Your invisibility rune is as conspicuous to me as being unclothed." A warning of danger surged through Livia's heart. She was right. Oh, what a lively scene this is. A light laugh echoed from above. Everyone looked up to see Karen leaning against the thick trunk of an oak, casually twirling an arrow in his hand. An empty quiver hanging at his feet, his demeanor relaxed as if he were watching a play. He glanced at the fire circle, where Livia was anxiously glaring, and then at the composed Laya, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. What secrets does Lin Che possess? Even the night elves and fire sorceresses are drawn to him. It seems this opera requires a change in act. Karen jumped down from the tree, unperturbed by the raised gun, and approached, patting Lin Che on the shoulder. "Thank you for killing Barton. My daughter, who went missing 5 years ago, was sacrificed to the Rodden family by him. Her body has never been found. You have avenged my deep-seated enmity." Lin Che finally comprehended why Karen had previously aimed a covert strike at Barton. The discourse lacked any semblance of emotion. "Shall we converse over there?" Leia nodded, and the two appeared to conspire about something. However, upon their return, both were in high spirits. Suddenly, Leia flicked her finger, and a sphere of flames enveloped Lin Che. Just as he was about to draw his weapon, he noticed a massive wolf figure igniting on his chest, howling in agony before being consumed by the flames. This was the blood pact of the Luodan family. "It seemed you have slain a number of their werewolves. No wonder the scent of blood clung heavily to you." Leia appeared to have casually resolved a trivial matter. Lin Che's gaze shifted towards Luia, who nodded in affirmation. "See, I told you I am a good person," Leia proclaimed, extinguishing the flames, which caused the red barrier to vanish. Lin Che lowered his weapon, while Leia remained vigilant, and only Evelyn curled up in her coat, her attire shredded by Lin Che's earlier actions. The brief, somewhat awkward silence did not last long. "Let us commence our feast. How splendid the night is." Lin Che gazed at him, speechless, yet the others were already in motion. The Shirtu dropped his backpack on the ground and extracted a frozen piece of beef hind leg. Just as he began to slice the meat with a small knife, Lin Che returned the stolen Liganshu axe to him. The Liganshu axe and the shattered stone hammer were excellent weapons that Lin Che had always kept. With the Liganshu axe back in his possession, he felt a surge of happiness. The left head of the Shirtu hummed a dissonant tune, while the right head carefully added firewood to the campfire. Both heads gleefully enjoying the moment. Karen produced a canister of spices and sprinkled it over the meat, the fat sizzling as the aroma wafted through the air, dispelling the chill of the jungle. Lin Che observed the shattered stone hammer still lying nearby, along with the Shitu's enormous backpack. He had no desire to lug such burdens around in the future. Thus, he accessed the logistics repository and immediately set his sights on the spatial folding tactical storage backpack. Utilizing subspace compression technology, it expanded to a volume of 2 cubic meters, folding down to just slightly larger than a fist. Yet upon seeing the price, which was an astonishing 400,000 Sin coins, Lin Che could not help but scoff. This is highway robbery. 400,000 could buy 2 heavy machine guns. Nevertheless, he begrudgingly made the purchase. He glanced at the system panel, noting his balance of 564, 120 Sin coins, a 7-digit figure that dazzled his eyes, marking him as a millionaire at last. Wealth indeed allows for indulgence. The flickering light of the campfire danced across everyone's faces, concealing their individual thoughts. Karen and Shirtu huddled together, grilling the meat, seemingly reminiscing about the old days in Luoshi town, Yet Karen's gaze occasionally darted towards Leia. Leia pulled Evelyn aside to discuss survival techniques in the jungle, her fingers idly twisting the tassels of her robe, her words subtly probing into Lin Che's background. She consistently felt that Lin Che's shotgun resembled no magical artifact, but rather some unfamiliar mechanical weapon of destruction. Leia lingered near Lin Che, at times wiping the sweat from his brow, at other times feigning to adjust her coat, her fingers brushing against his abdomen, her heart aflame with urgency. Why had the spider web not manifested yet? Could it be that Lin Che was the incarnation of a dragon? Lin Che also found the situation exceedingly bizarre. Just moments ago, they were nearly adversaries, yet now they gathered around the same campfire to feast. He shook his head, opting to browse the logistics repository for valuable items. Upon unlocking the elite-level night watchman privileges, the abundance of treasures was overwhelming. Soul Hunter A47 improved, Frenzied Wolf M2 heavy machine gun, boasting a blistering rate of fire at 200 rounds per minute, and the Night Assault hover motorcycle. Equipped with a cloaking device and a range of 300 kilometers, with no terrain constraints. Firearms were indeed more tangible. Lin Che pondered whether to exchange his vehicle for a hover motorcycle, when suddenly Leia's voice, as soft as a breeze, floated to him. Lin, where do you wish to go next? Chapter 24, The Oath of Luosher Town. Where to? Leaning against the sturdy oak trunk, Lin Che's fingertips still bore the remnants of gunpowder, while he gently folded the tactical coat's edges for Evelyn. The chaos of the previous night acted like a potent lubricant, temporarily easing the tension of days of relentless combat, yet failing to dispel the fatigue embedded within his bones. As evidenced by the faint red veins in his eyes, concealing his aimless yearning, Evelyn remained silent, merely brushing her fingertips against his sleeve, her palm resting against his warm wrist, as if offering silent comfort. Noticing Lin Che's silence, Karen deliberately slowed his tone, guiding the conversation with an air of casualness. How about we head to Eagle's Nest City? In half a month. It will be the harvest season in the western region, coinciding with the once-in-5 years Golden Shield Night Tournament. The city will be teeming with mercenaries, knights, and merchants from the royal city, quite the lively affair, and much more enjoyable. As he spoke, his gaze seemed to fixate on the flickering flames. Yet his hand subconsciously lingered on the edge of his bow. Lin Che regarded Karen, understanding that this suggestion was overly contrived, evidently aimed at drawing someone towards Eagle's Nest City. That someone was likely himself, or perhaps Leia. The Golden Shield Tournament, you say? Evelyn suddenly lifted her head, her eyes sparkling like the stars. My father once said, those who stand on the tournament stage are true heroes. Yes, precisely. Karen immediately interjected, his tone growing fervent. The victors not only receive a pure gold shield personally awarded by the Silver Shield Marquis, but also gain a tract of border territory, instantly elevated to the rank of Silver Shield Knight, an opportunity that is akin to ascending to the heavens for those of us from the lower echelons. Lin Che observed Evelyn's eyes glimmering like they had captured starlight and gently remarked, then let us proceed to Eagle's Nest City. Upon uttering these words, Karen's smile could not be concealed. Deshertu's left head eagerly rubbed its hands together, while the right head began to murmur about the delicious honey-wrapped flatbreads in Eagle's Nest City. Leia twirled the gem on her wand, yet a glimmer of scrutiny flickered in her eyes. Only Leia's expression darkened. Cursed Karen, deliberately enticing Evelyn's interest with tales of the tournament. Cursed Leia, who remained silent as an observer. And most cursed of all was Evelyn, whose innocent charm swayed Lin Che's resolve. She had initially intended to persuade Lin Che towards the Starblade tribe, but now her plans lay in disarray. That night, the conversations by the campfire continued until the early hours. Karen animatedly recounted amusing tales of Eagle's Nest City, from the one-armed knight slaying a giant wolf in past tournaments to the blacksmith's shop in town that could forge enchanted daggers. Leia occasionally chimed in, discussing the Silver Shield Marquis lineage and the hidden rumors surrounding his family. Both pretended to be enthusiastic guides, yet Lin Che sensed an indistinct ulterior motive entwined within their fervor. The following morning, as dawn broke, Leia rummaged through her magical box and retrieved a light blue linen gown, offering it to Evelyn. This was mine. Do give it a try. You cannot remain wrapped in that coat forever, can you? Evelyn's ears flushed crimson as she accepted the dress and retreated behind a tree, changing beneath the cover of her coat. The dress, slightly small, accentuated her slender waist, the hem reaching her knees, revealing her calves, which bore a sun-kissed hue, albeit marred by several unsightly scars. Shyly, she emerged, tugging at the hem of the dress. Observing this, Lin Che reached out to adjust her tousled hair, his fingers hesitating. Avoiding her warm skin, as he softly remarked, "It looks lovely on you." Just as the group was about to set off towards Eagle's Nest City, Lin Che suddenly halted. "First, we must return to Luosher town." De Shirtu's left head exclaimed. "That place has been reduced to ashes. What is there to return to?" "There is something I must retrieve." Lin Che's tone was resolute, his gaze unwavering, though the others were perplexed. They followed suit and turned back. Upon their arrival at Luosher town, the morning sun had just begun to rise, and the ruins exuded a nauseating stench of charred earth mingled with decaying flesh. The ground still radiated residual warmth, while the charred remains of wolf carcasses lay embedded in the rubble, a few crows pecking at the rotting meat. The sign of De Shirtu's tavern had been shattered in two, leaving only 3 stone pillars defiantly standing amidst the debris. Lin Che stepped over the rubble and approached the center of the tavern, turning to De Shirtu. "You can handle the mercenary registration, correct?" De Shirtu's left head was momentarily stunned. "Yes, is there a problem?" Yet the right head deftly unfastened the large backpack, retrieving a yellowed sheepskin registration book and a box of iron badge blanks. The badge was only the size of a fingernail, its edges carved with simple patterns. The center left blank. "You want to register it here?" Karen asked with some surprise. Evelyn walked up beside him and gently took his hand, her gaze firmer than anyone else's. "Not just that," she said, "we're also forming a mercenary group. All the things we couldn't do before. We'll make up for them today." A wave of warmth washed over Lin Che's heart. He looked at Evelyn tenderly. At this moment, she was truly beautiful. Big Stone took out a small hammer and began ting-ting-ting-tang, stamping the words Lin Che onto the badge, then outlined them with red lacquer. Lin Che pinned the badge to his chest. His fingers traced the cool metal, his voice casual. "When I first arrived here, werewolves saw me as fat prey. But now, the lamb has crushed the wolf's skull. I'm still alive, but the wolf is gone. I hope, next time I come, you all will still be here." After speaking, he turned to Big Stone. "Lend me your mountain splitter axe." Taking the axe, Lin Che walked over to a slab of bluestone that hadn't cracked from the fire. He gripped the axe with both hands, the muscles in his arms taut. The blade struck the stone slab, sparks flying, each blow embedding itself half a finger deep. Amidst the flying wood and stone chips, a line of powerful, bold characters gradually took form. Veni, Vidi, Vici, Night Watcher Lin Che. The slanting sunlight illuminated the carved words. The reflected light off the stone dust gleamed like shattered blades, exuding an air of unquestionable finality. "Excellent." Leah couldn't help but clap, resting her chin on her hand. Her smiling eyes curved like crescents. Those bards in Eagle's Nest City who only know how to sing love poems couldn't catch up even if they whipped their horses. Even scholars from the royal capital might not be able to write with such imposing spirit. Karen nodded in agreement, but a flicker of worry passed through his eyes. "I came. I saw, I conquered. What kind of ordinary mercenary says that? It sounds more like the declaration of a king seeking to expand his territory." Unconcerned with their reactions, Lin Che patted the stone dust from his hands. "Let's go." To Eagle's Nest City. The group gradually disappeared into the ruin's edge. Not long after, a blood-red figure appeared before the bluestone slab. It was an exceptionally beautiful female werewolf, her violet eyes fixed intently on the carved words, her nose twitching slightly, as if sniffing for Lin Che's lingering scent. Her tail tip lightly swept the ground. Behind her, over a dozen burly werewolves hung their heads low, not even daring to breathe loudly. "Night Watcher, Lin Che." The female werewolf's red lips parted, her voice carrying a hint of amusement. "Interesting." Chapter 25. Scenting wolves in a Viscount's town. The Night Watcher prepares for battle. What is a mercenary? In this land where gods avert their gaze and sin holds its head high, they are a group of chameleons who lick blood from blade tips. The glint of steel hides the stench of coin. Bloodstains wrap around transactions. When escorting merchant caravans, they are protectors clad in armor, sword in hand, their shields deflecting bandits' blows, their blades capable of slicing a highwayman's throat like rotten cloth. Encountering a lone traveler, they transform into masked bandits in the blink of an eye. Curved blades at the victim's throat, voices cold as ice. "Leave the money. Your life can scurry away." If a noble throws a thick enough commission their way, they dare to shoulder scaling ladders and charge a lord's city gates. Even the mad boast of slaying gods can be shouted in a tavern loud enough to shatter wine jars. Wealth is the sole measure by which their identities shift. But Lin Che was different. He pinched the cold iron mercenary badge on his chest, his thumb rubbing over the words Night Watcher repeatedly, until the metal edges grew warm from the friction. What he sought was never the jingle of gold coins, but a breach that could tear open the skin of sin. Images from Boulderfall Town flashed before his eyes. The Lionheart mercenaries, to curry favor with the Rodden family, relentlessly ambushing and capturing humans to deliver to them, even driving the town's commoners out and into the jaws of wolves to capture him. Scatter mercenaries, seeing him alone, dared to raise their swords and surround him to claim the bounty. That town was but the tip of the iceberg of Valoran's sins, and the mercenary guild was the best entry point to dive beneath this iceberg. Now, his Night Watcher mercenary corps, even at full count, numbered only 6 people. Yet it harbored a lineup that would make mid-tier mercenary groups green with envy. Leah, a 7th-tier fire mage. Karen, a 6th-tier half-elf archer. Livia, a 7th-tier night elf shadowblade assassin. And Big Stone, a 6th-tier 2-headed giant, his 3-meter frame standing like an iron tower. His mountain splitter axe capable of smashing half-meter deep craters in the ground with a single blow. Stranger still, these individuals had all attached themselves to him of their own accord, not even mentioning how much commission. Then there was himself. His system panel didn't list a tier, but his 100-point strength hadn't been at a disadvantage when arm wrestling Big Stone. Only the loyal Evelyn was a 2nd-tier warrior. Such a team, a mix of apparent strengths and weaknesses yet concealing formidable characters. Walking the road to Eagle's Nest City couldn't help but stand out. The journey from Boulderfall to Eagle's Nest City passed through 3 lords' territories. Over 500 li of road wasn't exactly smooth. Merchants traveling along the way either dodged to the roadside swiftly upon seeing Big Stone, or huddled together, whispered a few words, and slipped away. Once, a small squad of mercenaries, stirred by lust at the sight of Leah, whistled and surrounded her, reaching out to touch her hair. A single furious roar from Big Stone, and the squad immediately cowered, fleeing on their horses so fast they nearly dropped their reins. The most trying part of the journey was Livia. She constantly stuck close to Lin Che, one moment pretending to brush grass off his hunting gear, her fingertips deliberately brushing his wrist. The next moment leaning in to whisper ambiguous words in his ear, her breath making his earlobes burn. But no one knew her heart felt like it held 25 little rabbits, scratching and clawing. The lust mist had clearly seeped into Lin Che's mouth and nose. By all accounts, a shadow spider mark should have formed on his lower abdomen by now. Yet every time she pretended to touch it accidentally, she only felt warm skin. Not the slightest shadow of any mark. Could his constitution be special? Livia grumbled internally, yet couldn't bring herself to leave. Her lust mist had taken so long to accumulate. Never used once, and now it had just vanished. How could she accept such a losing deal? Lin Che, for his part, didn't think much of it. Never having experienced such closeness in his previous life, Livia's forwardness made him somewhat uncomfortable. But the events of that night in the forest led him to accept her as one of his own. He didn't yet know that in the world of night elves, the word fidelity was worth less than a leaf. After walking for a full day, the group finally stepped into the territory of Viscount Allen. Arriving at the small town at its center, the town wasn't large. Its bluish-gray stone walls were streaked with black moss. The city gate guards leaned against the pillars dozing, empty wine jugs discarded at their feet. They couldn't even be bothered to check people entering or leaving, only pricking up their ears for the clink of copper coins dropping into the money chest. Without that sound, their spears stubbornly refused to lift. The streets inside the town were fairly orderly, but a layer of numbness veiled the pedestrians' faces like a covering of dust. Occasionally, a noble's carriage would rumble past, servants whipping their lashes to clear the way. Everyone bowed their heads in submission, showing no resentment, as if this was simply how things should be. Damn feudal society. The moment Lin Che stepped through the gate, his nostrils suddenly twitched. It wasn't the scent of roasting meat wafting from the taverns, nor the cheap perfume from the prostitutes. It was a stench that made his scalp prickle, the unique smell of werewolves, mixed with the reek of rotting flesh and the sour stench of dried blood. Like a rag soaked in pus, it drifted on the wind from the direction of the Lord's castle, drilling into his nostrils, itching and stinging. This, he would never forget. He had smelled this exact scent for 7 straight days. Lin Che's night, I instantly swept over the buildings lining the street. Behind tightly shut windows, he could see figures trembling. From the direction of the castle, the smoke rising from the chimneys carried a faint, dark purple tinge. That's the color of the smoke from werewolves brewing fire oil. They have to toss in fresh infant bones while brewing the oil for the smoke to turn so strange. The Winter Province truly is a den of wolves. Lin Che pulled out the Fangstrong shotgun. The Fang graffiti on the gun's body gleamed coldly in the setting sun. These nobles have long forgotten their oaths to protect their people, actually rubbing shoulders with werewolves. Today, let's help them remember clearly, a noble's proper role isn't to be a dog for wolves. He stopped walking, turning to face the 5 behind him. He raised the shotgun to his chest, stock resting against his shoulder. Everyone ready? Karen was the first to respond, pulling an iron arrow from his quiver. awaiting the captain's orders at any moment. Leah's fingertips ignited with clusters of orange-red flames, swirling into a small vortex in her palm. Evelyn gripped the bronze crossbow tightly, while the brawny figure known as Big Stone, with two heads nodding in unison, hoisted the shattering axe with the left head and clutched the shard hammer with the right, both weapons resting across his shoulders. Leah took a step back, grasping the collar of her shadow cloak. The runes on it flickered with a faint light before dimming, rendering her figure as if it were melting into the air, leaving no shadow behind. Only the dust swirling at the spot where she had stood moments before testified to her presence, disturbed by the wind. The guards at the city gate remained dozing, oblivious to the small mercenary band known as the Night Watchmen, who stood just 5 steps away, weapons gripped tightly, prepared to unleash chaos upon the city. Chapter 26. Bloodstained in luxury. In less than 2 days, the 6 individuals had assembled, and when Lin Che's vague query of "Are you ready?" fell, there was no hesitation. They instantly shifted into a state of readiness. This remarkable synchronicity, so unusual within their typically loose mercenary ranks, was a rare occurrence. Unspoken calculations lingered in their hearts, yet they expressed their intentions through the most decisive of actions. Karen deftly twirled an arrow feather between her fingers, raised her hand, and with deadly precision, the arrow pierced the throat of a castle guard, who fell without uttering a sound. 300 meters, a single shot, and a guaranteed kill. When Lin Che had soared through the skies earlier, he had indeed held back. Leah gazed at Lin Che's silhouette, her satisfaction evident. Big Stone lumbered behind her, his thoughts singular. Whatever Leah undertook was undoubtedly correct. Leah tightened her grip on the shadow cloak, her figure blending seamlessly into the shadows as she nimbly ascended the drainage pipes of the castle's outer wall, swiftly infiltrating the castle's interior to open a side door for her companions. Meanwhile, within the walls of the Viscount's castle, a grotesque feast wrapped in golden and silver threads was reaching its peak. Viscount Allen, adorned in a deep red velvet suit studded with jewels, raised an intricately carved silver cup to toast with the werewolf across from him. Lord Valerie, do ensure that you reserve an additional 30% of next year's Shadow Moss. My son at the Night Academy in the capital is in dire need of magical equipment to maintain appearances. Beside him, his wife resembled a blooming peony, her lace gown adorned with pearls as she leisurely fed a cherry to their portly son. Their daughter toyed with a ruby headband in her hair, her gaze filled with disdain as it swept over a bowing servant in the corner. Seated at the head of the table, Valerie towered over Allen, his black suit failing to conceal the silver-white fur of a wolf. His gaze fixated on the center of the table, where a grotesque sight awaited. It was not a dish but a woman, entirely naked. The woman, named Ayla, had been the Baroness beheaded by Allen a fortnight prior. Her husband had met a gruesome fate for opposing the flesh trade, with their estate set ablaze and his head displayed at the city gate. Ayla, drugged into submission, lay limply on the long table draped in silver cloth, surrounded by a mockery of fruits, grapes, cherries, and figs, arranged like a ludicrous garland, resembling a dessert awaiting indulgence. Allen, you never fail to surprise me, Valerie said, licking his lips, his sharp canines glinting ominously. Noble women's flesh is 10 times more tender than that of peasants, and it carries a hint of spice. He could hardly contain his anticipation as he reached for Ayla's hair. Tears streamed down Ayla's cheeks like broken pearls, splattering against the silver cloth. Regret and bitterness consumed her. Just half a month ago, she had naively believed Allen to be a benevolent lord, clinging to her last shred of hope for salvation, only to be dragged into a dungeon and drugged, realizing too late that she had sought help from a ravenous fiend. In her heart, she screamed desperately as if clutching the last straw. Oh, divine beings, even if I must descend into hell, I implore you to let these two beasts meet their end together. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion echoed, as the wooden side door on the castle's western side was flung open, splintering as wood and stone flew, crashing against the stone walls with a sharp crack. Lin Che strode in, wielding the Wolf-Fong strong-shell shotgun. The small ironwood door required a second shot. As guards in the corridor raised their spears to charge, Lin Che swiftly dispatched them with 2 shots. The flames of his gun flared briefly in the dim corridor, creating 2 bloody holes in the guard's iron armor, who fell lifelessly to the ground. Kill LV-13 guard. Earn 130 sin coins. Kill LV-23 guard captain. Earn 230 sin coins. The system notifications echoed in Lin Che's ears as he stepped over the guards' bodies, declaring, Allen, your time has come. Panic erupted in the banquet hall. Allen's silver cup clattered to the floor, spilling red wine everywhere, his face turning pale as he recoiled, nearly stumbling over his chair. His wife screamed, retreating behind their son, while their daughter, clutching her headband, burst into tears. Only Valerie remained undeterred. His gaze fixated solely on Ayla, his mouth opening wide as he prepared to sink his teeth into her neck. "Get away," Lin Che shouted, propelling himself forward. Valerie's hefty frame flew like a broken sack, crashing against a gilded candelabrum. The flames scattered, igniting the silk tapestry on the wall in a blaze of orange-red. Ayla, her vision blurred with tears, gazed at the man before her. He wore a smoke-stained hunting outfit, with dark hair speckled with wood shavings. His expression stern yet tinged with compassion. He was the only glimmer of hope in her despair. Without pausing to admire the scene of voluptuous horror, Lin Che swiftly tore the velvet tablecloth from the long table, wrapping it around Ayla's trembling form, ensuring her safety by knotting the corners. He called toward the entrance. "Big Stone, catch her." Big Stone, stationed at the door, acted quickly, his left arm securely cradling Ayla's waist, while his right arm protected her head, fearful of any jostle. His left head grinned. "Don't be afraid. Miss, you're safe now?" The right head, ever considerate, pulled a clean linen cloth from his pocket to wipe Ayla's tears. However, as Ayla beheld the sight of Big Stone's two heads, her vision darkened, and she fainted. Big Stone scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. As he gently laid Ayla on a soft mat against the wall, Evelyn hurried over, shedding her Frostguard thermal tactical coat to cover Ayla, then retrieving a clean cloth to carefully wipe away her tear-streaked face and remnants of juice, murmuring softly, "Do not worry, no one will harm you again." The chaos in the banquet hall continued unabated. Two of Alan's knights charged at Lin Che with drawn swords, while Valerie, now enraged, lunged forward with his wolf claws glinting ominously. Bang! Lin Che pivoted, raising his gun to fire, the shotgun blast striking Valerie squarely in the chest. Wolf fur and black blood splattered as Valerie gasped and collapsed, motionless. Kill LV-36 Silver Moon Werewolf. Earn 2,600 Sin coins. The two knights, caught in the spray of bullets, were sent sprawling, unarmored as they were for the banquet, the armor-piercing rounds tearing through them and the guards behind them. Kill LV-35 Knight. Earn 2,800 Sin coins. Kill LV-38 Knight. Earn 3,000 Sin coins. Lin Che advanced toward Alan, gun raised, pressing the muzzle against his forehead. Alan, trembling in fear, found his legs weak, unable to grip his sword as it clattered to the ground. "Now, let us discuss why you chose to forsake your humanity to serve as a hound for others," Lin Che intoned. Chapter 27, Electric Torture, Dark Secrets. In motorcycles, the riot control electric baton in Lin Che's hand glowed with a faint blue light. After expending considerable energy, only a limited charge remained. He had to utilize every ounce of current with precision. His gaze swept over the rotund figure of Earl Allen, traversing the ample expanse of his chest and the accumulation of flab around his waist, finally settling on a location 3 inches beneath his abdomen. The silk attire there was wrinkled from being soaked in liquor, yet it could not conceal the relaxed flesh of a noble accustomed to a life of luxury. "Do not waste electricity." Lin Che slowly extended his hand, clutching the electric baton. As the current made contact with the fabric of the attire, Alan jerked as if scalded, his plump face instantly turning a deep shade of crimson. The current sizzled as it permeated the fabric and flesh, and Lin Che had deliberately adjusted the intensity to the lowest setting. This was not an act of mercy, but rather a means to allow the agony to seep in gradually, ensuring that Alan would endure the torment without losing consciousness. Such a torment, oscillating between paradise and hell, was far more excruciating than a swift death. Alan curled into a ball, making guttural sounds from his throat, cold sweat cascading down like a string of pearls, instantly soaking his expensive attire. Above in the banquet hall, his family had long been suspended by heavy stones, ropes binding them. His wife's lace gown hung down, revealing her trembling legs, while his son's knightly uniform was caked in dust, his chubby face suffused with a deep red hue. Their postures mirrored those of the sacrifices Alan had offered to Valeru. The serfs and slaves from whom the marrow had been extracted once hung in similar fashion on the castle's gallows, awaiting a gruesome fate at the hands of werewolves. As Lin Che slowly maneuvered the baton, he fixed his gaze on Alan's eyes and inquired in a calm tone. "Since which year did the dealings with the Sicilian family commence? What are your shipping routes? How do you typically conduct transactions?" Alan could only emit muffled whimpers, his mouth gagged with a bloodied cloth, deprived of the opportunity to respond. Lin Che sought not a hasty confession, but rather to have this blood-soaked noble experience firsthand the suffering he had inflicted upon others. "Release my father." Suddenly, the plump son hanging overhead let out a piercing scream. He was Alan's most cherished child, recently acquiring the title of apprentice knight at the Royal Academy, still maintaining an air of nobility. I know the Academy's instructors. He is a third-tier battle master. If you dare to touch me, he will turn you to ash. This brazen threat drew glances from the onlookers in the banquet hall. Lin Che paused his actions, turning slowly to face the boy, the electric baton casting a cold gleam under the lights. He stepped over the spilled liquor and fruit peels. Approaching beneath the suspended figure of the chubby boy, Royal Academy Knight, Lin Che scoffed, moving closer and pressing the baton directly between the boy's legs. The current surged instantly through flesh and fabric. The high-voltage jolt caused the boy's body to stiffen, his eyes bulging wide, as urine streamed down his pant leg, flowing under the force of gravity into his gaping mouth. The previously defiant roar transformed into a heart-wrenching wail, tears and snot mingling, leaving no trace of noble demeanor. Lin Che flicked the droplets from his hands and turned his gaze to the Viscountess who was suspended above. Her face had turned a ghastly white, tears ruining her makeup as she repeatedly pleaded for mercy. Beside her, her daughter remained silent, resembling a stubborn yet fragile white rose. You do possess the airs of nobility. Lin Che's voice betrayed no emotion as he raised his hand, drawing a wolf-fang-strawn shotgun from his waist, aiming it at the girl. Her pupils dilated in fear, and before she could utter a word, the gunshot resonated through the enclosed banquet hall. The girl's body slumped lifelessly, blood dripping from the ropes onto the silver-cloth dining table, staining the uneaten fruits. This lineage of nobles, inherently steeped in sin, was destined to repeat the same mistakes. Lin Che would never grant his enemies an escape route. Killed a level 8 noble girl, gained 2,000 sin coins. After dispatching the girl, Lin Che approached the Viscountess, pressing the barrel of his gun against her chest, where her heart raced wildly beneath the fabric, causing the gun to tremble slightly. He removed the cloth from Alan's mouth, delivering an ultimatum. Speak. Tell me everything you know. The materials involved in the transactions, their prices, how many lives were exchanged, and the locations of the Sicilian family strongholds. The more detailed your account, the greater the chance of survival for your wife and son. Alan's lips quivered, the earlier torment having shattered his resolve. He stammered, his voice hoarse like a broken gong. It began 10 years ago, exchanging serfs for shadow moss. 1 serf for 1 tael. Soulstone requires 10 sturdy men. Valeru's stronghold is in the Black Pine Forest. The trade route runs through abandoned mines. He even tearfully recounted more heinous details. I personally skinned a young girl to offer to Valeru. He claimed that skin makes the finest gloves. This confession changed the expressions of those present in the banquet hall. Lin Che repeated his inquiries, confirming that Alan had revealed no secrets, then raised his hand and fired a shot at him, followed by shots for the Viscountess and the still screaming chubby son. Bang, bang, bang. After 3 gunshots, silence enveloped the banquet hall. Killed a level 6 noble boy, gained 3,000 sin coins. Killed a level 13 Viscountess, gained 6,000 sin coins. Killed a level 15 Earl Alan, gained 8,000 sin coins. Far more than anticipated, it seemed the sins of the nobility rivaled those of 4th and 5th tier werewolves. Suddenly, Lin Che found a renewed interest in the noble class, along with a sense of anger and sorrow towards humanity in this world. At that moment, Ella leaned against the wall, her eyes filled with satisfaction as she gazed at Alan's corpse. When she looked back at Lin Che, her gaze held a newfound fervor. This man was avenging her and all those who had suffered at Alan's hands. Evelyn, however, was filled with concern, fearing that Lin Che would be consumed by slaughter, transforming into a tyrannical beast akin to a werewolf. Karen appeared unchanged on the surface, yet internally he disapproved of such extreme devastation towards the nobility, regarding Lin Che with increased wariness. Meanwhile, Leah, observing the spectacle, wore a smile of admiration, secretly praising him. Decisive in killing, truly worthy of being my guardian knight. Livia's eyes sparkled with stars, her heart resolved. I must concoct an even stronger love mist. No matter what, I will make this man my shadow spider. Karen, you Leah, and Evelyn remain here to guard the castle and tally up all of Alan's ill-gotten gains. Upon your return, I shall have great use for you. Lin Che holstered his gun, accessed the logistics system, and directly exchanged for a night raid hover motorcycle. The silver-black chassis shimmered with metallic luster, boasting a range of 300 kilometers and the ability to hover up to 10 meters above ground, ensuring traversal over any terrain. I will take Livia to the Sicilian family stronghold. Lin Che immediately made his plans. Her skills in locating treasures and hidden chambers surpassed those of Karen and the others. The secret jewels, decay bone potions, soul stones, and golden dragon silver shields found within the castle were all her discoveries. This time, to obliterate the Sicilian family. Her expertise as a shadow blade assassin would be indispensable. Upon hearing this, Livia's cheeks flushed, her thoughts taking a turn. He wants to take me alone. Does he mean to? She followed Lin Che to the hover motorcycle, watching him take the driver's seat. After a moment's hesitation, she sat down beside him, her hands instinctively wrapping around his waist, her fingertips brushing against his hunting attire. Lin Che flicked her wandering fingers, admonishing, "Behave yourself, hold on tight. This way is far more stable." Livia tightened her embrace, her chest pressing against Lin Che's back. The engine of the hover motorcycle emitted a low hum before suddenly soaring into the sky, like a black lightning bolt slicing through the night, racing towards the direction of the Black Pine Forest. Chapter 28. The insidious man. Livia was exhilarated. The Sicilian family was renowned alongside the Wood and Rodden families, both werewolf clans of the Winter Province, yet they had carved a far more sinister path of expansion. They did not congregate in clusters. Instead, they dispersed like a malignant growth across treacherous terrains, with the faction in the Black Pine Forest being one of the most rampant branches. This branch, though consisting of merely over 1,000 werewolves, clutches two vital lifelines, the first being the soul-eating or mind deep within the Heizongland, where the ores extracted can enhance enchanted weapons and are worth their weight in gold. The second is a clandestine trade route leading to the underground world, where shadow moss, bone-corrupting potions, human slaves, and mineral herbs can be procured for the right price. Leveraging these two assets, they established a settlement known as Longjin within the mountainous basin of the Heizongland. In the central square, an open-air beast-fighting arena has been erected, where human slaves are compelled to battle beasts, werewolves, and even their kin for entertainment daily. Surrounding this arena are lowly slave shanties, leading into stone houses inhabited by the werewolves, with members of the Zixali family often adorning their doorways with the desiccated remains of human body parts as decoration. Here, the werewolves reign supreme. Clad in silk garments woven by humans, they sip from silver goblets filled with fruit wine brewed by slaves, wagering on the lives of living humans at the gaming tables. Victors can drag their slaves home, deciding their fates based on whim. Humans are merely their domesticated two-legged sheep, providing amusement by day and sustenance by night. Within the Bone-Toothed Tavern, adorned with dozens of desiccated human bones, several young werewolf nobles lament their plight, bemoaning the injustices of the world and the lack of affection from their fathers. Karun, a young werewolf with brown fur, is the son of the branch leader, Warwick, yet has never had the opportunity to engage in trade with human nobles. Why is it always Valerie who meets that fat man, Alan? He is merely a wild wolf cub who has ingratiated himself, yet he dines on the finest human flesh and sleeps on beds made of human women. The cousins sitting beside him echoed his grievances. Gray, donned in black leather armor, smashed his goblet and seized a nearby maid by her hair, exclaiming, "Last time, I merely touched Valerie's maid, and he beat me senseless." Just as he finished speaking, he opened his mouth full of sharp teeth and sank them into the maid's wrist, blood gushing forth and dripping into the wine barrel. The maid trembled in pain, biting her lip to stifle her cries. The other human slaves in the tavern kept their heads down, not daring to look up. They had witnessed the fate that befell those who resisted, thrown into the beast arena until not a bone remained. In a corner, the old slave Tom clutched a worn wooden cross, silently praying, "Oh, great God of light, have you truly forsaken the children of winter? I beseech you, send a savior to rescue us." Suddenly, a booming sound shattered the tavern's clamor, followed by the sharp clang of metal scraping against metal. In the sky above the square, a silver-black hover bike disengaged its cloaking mode, the pale blue energy aura gradually dissipating. As the bike landed, it was swiftly absorbed into Lin Che's system space. Livia's figure melted into the shadows. Having already assigned tasks on the way, Lin Che was to eliminate threats while Livia would secure valuables, with Lin Che's spatial backpack entrusted to her. "Who goes there?" bellowed the irritable Gray as he rushed outside. Then boom. A shotgun blast detonated at close range, the bullet striking Gray's chest, splattering blood across the ground. Gray fell without even a scream, convulsing twice before succumbing to death. Killed LV-22 Silver Moon Werewolf. Gained 220 sin coins. "Gray, you bastard," Curran roared, only to be silenced by another gunshot, meeting a fate as final as his kin. Killed LV-29 Werewolf. Gained 290 sin coins. The system notification had scarcely sounded when a small figure darted out. A tiny werewolf, no more than 5 or 6 years old. Its grayish fur still sparse, and its claws soft. It rushed to Gray's lifeless body, clutching the cold wolf paw, wailing, "Daddy, don't die. Daddy, get up." Lin Che hesitated for a moment, but did not lower his weapon. He had witnessed too many atrocities committed by werewolves against humans, slaves skinned alive, children fed to young werewolves as snacks. Compassion towards werewolves equated to cruelty against humans. Werewolves must die, he murmured, fingers unyielding on the trigger. Bang! The tiny werewolf's cries were abruptly silenced. The werewolves howled and charged forward, some brandishing weapons, others with bare claws. Lin Che sidestepped a swinging axe, firing his shotgun in rapid succession, each shot accompanied by the howls of dying werewolves. At that moment, a horde of poorly clad human slaves burst forth from the shanties. Armed with rusted knives and axes, their faces bore scars from werewolf bites, yet their eyes shone with fierce loyalty towards their werewolf masters as they roared. Do not harm our masters. These were servants thoroughly brainwashed by the werewolves, having long forgotten their humanity, viewing the slaughtering werewolves as benefactors. Lin Che paused for half a second, then his gaze turned colder. He aimed at the foremost servant and pulled the trigger. You are no longer human. Die. Bang. The bullet pierced the servant's chest, and as he fell, he murmured, Master. Killed LV-32 werewolf servant. Gained 3,200 sin coins. The slaughter continued. Some werewolves, sensing peril, turned to flee the basin, while others, driven by rage, attempted to protect their comrades. Yet, against the power of the shotgun, their resistance proved futile. The claws of the werewolves could not tear through Lin Che's steel body, and their howls could not drown out the gunfire. A thunderous wolf howl reverberated through the basin. It was Warwick, the clan leader. He had just returned from the mine, and upon witnessing the sea of wolf corpses, he transformed into a massive silver moon wolf over 2 meters tall, his silver-white fur marred by battle scars. His gaze fixed on Lin Che, filled with murderous intent. Just as he prepared to pounce, he suddenly let out a whimper. A shadowy figure leaped down from the rafters. It was Livia. The dragon-scale dagger in her hand pierced Warwick's throat with precision, severing his windpipe, and blood erupted like a river. Warwick's body stiffened momentarily before crashing to the ground, convulsing twice before breathing his last. The dragon-scale dagger was one of the 3 divine weapons of the Xingren tribe. Even a 5th-tier Silver Moon werewolf could not withstand its might. Livia withdrew the dagger, licking the blood from its blade, then vanished into the shadows, leaving a whispered message in Lin Che's ear. It's done, the rest is up to you. With the clan leader slain, the remaining werewolves were thrown into disarray, frantically fleeing the basin. Lin Che stowed his shotgun and retrieved the chainsaw sword of soul-shattering from his system space. The piercing whir of the serrated blade served as the perfect requiem. It was time to clear the area. Lin Che raised the sword with one hand and charged at the fleeing werewolves. The chainsaw sword sliced through the air, effortlessly cleaving a werewolf in half. Blood and entrails splattering onto the ground with a wet thud. Killed LV-38 silver fur werewolf. Gained 3,800 sin coins. Killed LV-40 black fur werewolf. Gained 4,000 sin coins. Friends, save me. I can kill werewolves too. Suddenly, a voice cried out from the nearby prison. Lin Che turned to see a dozen prisoners confined within. They were ragged, their bodies marred by whip scars, yet their eyes gleamed with sharpness, unlike ordinary slaves. Lin Che approached, swinging the chainsaw sword to sever the iron chains of the prison. With a crack, the chains fell apart. Kyle rushed out, seizing the long sword Lin Che offered. Thanks, friend. The other prisoners quickly grabbed the weapons and leather armor thrown by Lin Che, following Kyle to charge at the fleeing werewolves. Gunfire, battle cries, and the howls of dying werewolves intertwined. Flames erupted in the basin, thick smoke billowing, obscuring half the sky. The once mighty Zixali branch now lay in ruins, engulfed in flames and despair. As dawn broke, the last werewolf fell beneath Lin Che's chainsaw sword. Unbeknownst to him, Livia had captured a werewolf adorned in silk and jewels. He hailed from another branch of the Zixali family and had come to conduct business with Warwick. The werewolf knelt on the ground, trembling all over. My lord, spare my life. I am willing to offer all my treasures. Please do not kill me. Lin Che fixed his gaze upon him and suddenly broke into a grin. You wish to live? Very well. Run from here to the valley's edge, and you shall be free. The werewolf was overjoyed and repeatedly bowed his head in gratitude. Thank you, my lord. Thank you. Just as he was about to rise, Lin Che added, run in an S-curve. That way, you won't get shot. Baluan paused momentarily, then quickly nodded and began to crawl toward the mountain pass. Li Weiya, standing beside Lin Che, was filled with confusion in her violet eyes. She thought Lin Che would truly let Baluan go. But just as the werewolf took his first step, Lin Che suddenly raised his shotgun and pulled the trigger, aiming at his back. Bang! The shotgun blast pierced Baluan's chest, and his lifeless body was hurled forward, crashing heavily onto the blood-soaked stone path, never to move again. Li Wei's eyes widened in shock, but she couldn't help but laugh. She leaned close to Lin Che, her eyes ablaze with fervor. Lin, I want the terrifying dark night elves. This will surely make her heart overflow. At this moment, the flames in the valley began to dwindle. A throng of people surged around Lin Che. At the forefront were the daring prisoners, bloodied and clutching weapons dripping with gore. Behind them were ordinary slaves like Tom, some trembling while clutching utensils, others gripping crucifixes in fear, and some staring blankly at the wolf's corpse on the ground. They had been enslaved for so long that they had nearly forgotten how to resist. Lin Che observed this scene, his eyes growing darker. He had slaughtered the werewolves, but had not awakened the courage of all the slaves. The darkness of this province of the Frost Winter was deeper than he had imagined. Chapter 29. The Controversy of Wolf Town. The night of the terrace, the zipper of the spatial folding tactical storage backpack was pulled to its utmost limit. Crammed with the refined products of soul-eating or shadow moss, golden dragons, and precious jewels. Yet even so, wealth still piled up like a mountain in the stone houses at the center of the werewolf town. Enchanted daggers, leather armor, silver cutlery, and even a cage containing a few unmarketed third-tier magical beasts emitted faint whimpers. The great fire gradually weakened, with only the wooden beams of some houses crackling. Lin Che had intended to cleanse this place of its vile sins by fire, but suddenly, old Tom, one of the slaves, rushed over, kneeling on the ground and pleading desperately not to burn this dirty yet precious land. They had nowhere else to go when the werewolves were gone. This place became a rare treasure. Outside the town lay fields they had cultivated, and within it stood the houses built with their blood and sweat, while the woods contained the remains of their relatives and friends. Though it was a place of sin, they did not wish to lose it. Old Tom's tears flowed freely, and the surrounding slaves echoed his sorrow, stirring Lin Che's heart like a knife. Phineas, standing behind old Tom, also stepped forward. He was the man who had previously urged Lin Che to release them, a towering figure, a fourth-tier brawler, with arms and hands nearly twice the size of an ordinary person. Greetings, my lord. I am Phineas, the leader of the Iron Fist Mercenary Corps. I was commissioned by the villagers of Ceylon Village to rescue them. However, as you can see, this land is quite favorable, free from bandits and thieves. If you are willing to occupy this place, I believe they would gladly become your subjects. Indeed, we are willing. Lin Che glanced at Phineas and asked, how much did you receive for this task? Phineas forced a smile. 300 silver dragons, and 50 pounds of smoked meat. That price is rather low. The words made Phineas tear up a bit. For 300 silver dragons, they had lost 7 or 8 brothers. Lin Che had seen the bounties at the Great Stone Tavern. 300 silver dragons were merely 3 gold dragons, indeed quite cheap. Phineas's men were no weaklings. Over a dozen of them were valiant warriors, making their mercenary work feel somewhat stifled. Lin Che looked at the gathered slaves. Some were missing arms. Others bore claw marks on their faces, yet they all gazed at him with hopeful eyes. He silently put away the stellan. First, extinguish the fire. As for the lordship, I will consider it. He was adept at charging into a horde of werewolves with a gun, pulling the trigger to reap evil coins, but governing a territory. Managing food taxes, and dealing with noble negotiations were foreign to him. What are you thinking? Li Wei suddenly pressed against him, her arm wrapping around his waist. Her violet eyes glistening with moisture, unabashedly reaching into Lin Che's hunting attire, her fingertips lightly tracing his firm abdomen. You can be the lord, and I can be the lady of the domain. Is that not perfect? The Dark Night Elves are the best at managing territories, and I can help you oversee the treasures left by those werewolves. Lin Che's body stiffened. He subtly brushed her hand away, his tone dismissive. Let's discuss this upon our return. He felt that Li Wei's enthusiasm concealed ulterior motives, especially the inexplicable emotions that flickered in her eyes when she glanced at Stellan, making him wary. He was overthinking it. Li Wei was not interested in that gun, but rather another. Lin Che continued to converse with old Tom and Phineas, ultimately deciding to hire Phineas's mercenary group to guard the area and instructing old Tom to organize a cleanup. Phineas accepted a somewhat luxurious enchanted curved blade, nodding solemnly. Rest assured, my lord, as long as we draw breath, we shall not allow anyone to seize this place. Old Tom also assured him that he would ensure it was meticulously organized. Lin Che was not from this world and had no opinions. These people had already formed invisible hierarchies. Noble steward Old Tom, noble knight Phineas. Without Lin Che's presence, they operated with remarkable order and organization. Upon returning to Viscount Allen's castle, Lin Che recounted the situation in Wolf Town, immediately igniting a debate. Evelyn wished to directly grant the small town to the human slaves, believing they had suffered greatly and hoped they could have a piece of land to call home. However, Karen shook his head. It's not that simple. Unclaimed territory is like a piece of prime meat. The surrounding barons and knights have long set their sights on it. Previously, with the Sicilian family's werewolves present, no one dared to act, but once they realize the werewolves are gone, within half a month, it will be divided among them, and most will be sold to the mines as laborers. Furthermore, Lin is not a noble and lacks the power to grant land, especially a territory that can yield great wealth, so they must have a lord. No matter how fallen the nobles may be, they will protect their lands, for that is their foundation. Karen's words were very practical. This was the law of the land. While everyone was still discussing the fate of the refugees, Leah raised a new question. What about the Viscount's castle? The townspeople know we killed Alan. Within 3 days, the surrounding lords will come with their troops. Killing a noble is a grave crime in the eyes of the Silver Shield Marquis, and he will certainly not turn a blind eye. Who cares? Lin Che replied nonchalantly from his chair. Let them come. We'll deal with it as it comes. He was genuinely disinterested in these matters, resting a large gun against the table and asking, is there anyone else? With a machine gun set up on the roof, he would see who dared to act arrogantly. Saying this, he emptied the contents of the spatial folding tactical storage backpack onto the still blood-scented pinewood table. Soul Eating or Shadow Moss, Golden Dragons. Jewels poured out with a clatter, along with a few bottles of glowing purple decay potions. Let us divide these amongst ourselves. To his surprise, as soon as the words left his mouth, he was met with unanimous opposition. No. Evelyn was the first to shake her head, insisting that distribution should be according to labor. Lin, you killed the most werewolves, and Leah is a mage. You both should receive a larger share. The left head of Great Stone scratched his hair, while the right head nodded in affirmation. Yes, Evelyn is right. Mercenaries have never followed the rule of equal division. Karen also waved his hand. I only need enough to buy arrows. Anything more is useless. After much deliberation, the resources were divided into 8 portions. Lin Che received 2 portions, which included the majority of the soul-devouring ore and half of the gold coins. Leah received 2 portions, taking 3 vials of corrupted bone potions and several enchanted leather armors. Li Wei received 1 portion, selecting some sparkling gemstones. Karen received 1 portion, enough gold to purchase 200 arrows. Deshir too received 1 portion, carrying away or sufficient for crafting 2 axes. And the remaining portion was allocated as communal funds for the team, intended for purchasing food and repairing the castle's defensive structures. Once the loot was distributed, they discussed strategies to counter the noble coalition, ultimately assigning roles. Karen and Li Wei would scout outside the castle. Leah was tasked with reinforcing the castle's defenses and setting up magical traps to deter intruders. Deshir too would recruit individuals to mend the walls, while Evelyn remained in the castle to care for the rescued Ella and other slaves. As for Lin Che, he found himself alone on the castle terrace. The teasing from Li Wei had left him agitated, and he was reluctant to engage with her, feeling as if she were a serpent concealing venomous fangs. Thus, he clutched his hunting soul M416 assault rifle and stepped onto the terrace to enjoy the breeze while remaining vigilant. As night deepened, the small town grew particularly quiet. Most had fled, leaving only a few hiding within their homes. Occasionally, someone would peek out from a window, their eyes filled with gratitude upon seeing Lin Che on the terrace. They all understood that it was this man who had slain Alan and the werewolves, thus saving them. The night breeze carried the scent of charred earth, and Lin Che gazed into the darkness ahead. Ever since he had injected the Heavenly Wolf Gene Enhancement Serum, his senses, both smell and sight, had become extraordinarily acute. He could detect the fragrance of flowers from 100 meters away and discern the shadows of trees in the dark. Even his instinctual reactions were increasingly reminiscent of a wolf. At that moment, a faint scent of gardenia wafted through the air, accompanied by a lingering freshness reminiscent of a recent bath. Turning around, Lin Che saw Ella standing at the terrace doorway, draped in a white silk cloak. Her hair still damp, droplets cascading from the tips to her collarbone. Dear Lin, I am so cold. Ella's voice trembled as she approached him, and a sudden gust of wind caused her cloak to slip from her shoulders, falling to the ground and revealing her slender yet graceful form. Standing before Lin Che, her hands slowly loosened from her chest, her body quivering slightly. I am so cold. Could you hold me? Lin Che was momentarily taken aback, his heart racing. On the open terrace, amidst his unresolved anger and in the presence of this delicate woman, he was about to speak when he heard Ella's quiet sobs. She grasped Lin Che's sleeve, her cheek resting against his arm. Thank you for saving me. Without you, I would have been devoured by the werewolves. A subtle sound emerged from the terrace, while on the second floor of the castle, Leah reclined against a velvet bed, holding a colorful illustrated book titled The Fierce Night Storms into My Magic Tower. Hearing the noise from the terrace, she furrowed her brow and raised her hand to cast a red magical barrier, isolating the sound. What a lustful wild wolf, she muttered disdainfully. Yet her fingertips traced the illustration of the night on the page, a glimmer of desire flickering in her eyes. Lin Che's mechanical creations were far more alluring than the knights in the book. She was determined to make him her knight. Meanwhile, in the castle study, Evelyn sat by the candlelight, her complexion pale. Karen, who was supposed to be outside, had appeared within the castle, exuding a unique, sinister aura. Their voices did not carry in the stillness of the room, and it was unclear what they discussed. When Karen departed, he caught sight of Evelyn biting her lip, tears welling in her eyes as if she were silently pleading. Sighing, Karen patted her shoulder. You will agree. You care for Lin. You cannot bear to see him come to harm. With that, he turned and left the study, leaving Evelyn alone by the candlelight, her shoulders trembling slightly. In her tear-filled eyes, a faint scorpion pattern gradually faded away. Chapter 30. Terrace Enchantment. The just army. The night breeze on the terrace swept in warmth from the distant ruins. A soft silk cloak spread over the cold stone surface. Layered with Lin Che and Ella, along with the Frost Guardian temperature control tactical coat. The temperature control chip maintained a comfortable 25 degrees, shielding them from the chill of the winter province's late-night air and that alluring breeze. Ella's hair, damp with perspiration, clung to Lin Che's chest as she breathed softly, her nose brushing against his fingers like a pampered wildcat. A harsh saying circulated in the winter province. Only those who have gazed into the eyes of death understand the sweetness of living. Just a day prior, she had been lying on the dining table of Alan's castle, awaiting dismemberment by werewolves. Now, nestled in the embrace of a man capable of slaying werewolves, she felt the steadiness of his heartbeat. I thought I was doomed. Ella's voice was soft, like feathers brushing against the heart. When Alan hung my husband's head at the castle gate, I should have known you were the one who snatched me from the jaws of the wolf. Lin, can you protect me for a lifetime? She lifted her gaze, her eyes reflecting Lin Che's dark pupils, a glimmer of resolute determination shining through. She no longer wished to be a mere dish for slaughter. Only by aligning herself with the strongest could she survive. Just then, faint footsteps echoed from the end of the corridor, accompanied by Evelyn's somewhat weary voice. Lin, are you there? Lin Che's body froze instantly, akin to a thief caught red-handed, as he hurriedly shed his coat, wrapping it around Ella. Ella observed his flustered demeanor, a hint of amusement flashing in her eyes, but she remained discreet, snugging the coat closer around her and, as she stood, intentionally leaned in near Lin Che's lips, leaving a warm kiss before quietly retreating into the shadows. Lin Che quickly adjusted his hunting attire, fastening the buttons at his collar, taking a deep breath before turning around. Hi, Evelyn. Evelyn approached, her skirt in hand, her eyes slightly red, evidently having just cried. Upon reaching Lin Che, she said nothing. Instead, she wrapped her arms around his waist, resting her cheek against his chest. Lin Che's heart raced, his fingertips hovering in the air, unsure how to console her. Lin, I know you are strong. Evelyn's voice was muffled, tinged with both grievance and resignation. Karen said that powerful men are always surrounded by many people. I will not stand in your way, nor can I stop you. But I have one request. Please don't abandon me, all right? She had witnessed Lin Che's ruthlessness against the werewolves and his compassion for the slaves, yet she feared that one day Lin Che would deem her useless and leave her behind. Lin Che felt as though something had tugged at his heart. He gently patted Evelyn's back, his voice softer than usual. I will not abandon you. He struggled to articulate romantic sentiments, resorting to the most straightforward promises. In his previous life, he had no attachments. But now, Evelyn was the first person who genuinely worried for him. Damn it, the scoundrel. Evelyn lifted her head, wiping her tears with her sleeve, forcing a smile. All right. I must go find Ella. She must be frightened being alone after everything that happened. As she spoke, she stood on her tiptoes and placed a kiss on Lin Che's cheek, narrowly avoiding the corner of Ella's lips from before. Once Evelyn's figure disappeared around the corner of the corridor, Lin Che exhaled a sigh of relief. Leaning against the railing, he gazed at the dark night sky, still mulling over Evelyn's words when suddenly, the mechanical voice of the system echoed in his mind. Random task generated. Do nobles have distinction? Task objectives. 1. Defeat the invading noble coalition. 2. Raise the night watchman flag at Alan's castle, sweeping through winter and advancing to the royal capital. Task rewards. Based on completion level, including exclusive weapons, high-grade gene serums, etc. Lin Che raised an eyebrow. The rewards for random tasks were always mood-dependent. Yet they never disappointed. Fortunately, he possessed 27 million sin coins and an abundance of weapons and equipment in the logistics warehouse, leaving him unperturbed. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from the castle's grand entrance, as Chiron and Livia rushed in, appearing weary, particularly Livia, whose expression bore signs of displeasure. There were two pieces of news, one favorable and the other unfavorable. Chiron spoke first, revealing that the first wave of noble coalition forces was not particularly formidable. They hailed from the western territory of Baron Blake, consisting of 300 private soldiers and an additional 500 to 600 hastily recruited militia, led by a fourth-tier knight. Livia took over the conversation, her tone grave. The bad news was that Marquis Dun had issued a war mobilization order. Nobles throughout the Dun territory were summoning their private soldiers, and he had permitted other families from the province of Lindong to aid them, an unmistakable indication that he intended to treat us as traitors and eradicate us completely. According to customary rules, revolts within a lord's domain are typically handled internally to prevent external forces from exploiting the situation. The actions of Marquis Dun were evidently provoked by the death of Alan and the downfall of the Sicilian branch. It appeared that these despicable individuals were willing to serve as hounds for the werewolves. Lin Che, however, leaned indifferently against a chair, tapping his fingers on the table. 300 private soldiers? 500 to 600 militia? They were insufficient to fill the gaps between his teeth. Even without using system weapons, he could pierce through them with merely an ordinary steel sword. His ironclad physique was indeed fearsome. As the group gathered around the map to discuss their defense strategy, the door to the reception room swung open once more. Ayla entered, adorned in a deep blue gown embellished with silver patterns. A hand-me-down from Lady Allen that surprisingly fit her well. Her hair was neatly styled, and the pallor that had previously adorned her face was replaced by a newfound composure. Accompanying her was Evelyn, who donned a light blue dress, and together they moved like sisters, particularly when Evelyn glanced at Chiron and smiled, as if she had just secured a victory. Perhaps we need not engage in combat. Ayla approached the group, her tone calm, yet resolute, recalling an ancient law of Valoran known as the Valoran Feudal Protection Act, which stipulates, if a feudal lord colludes with foreign tribes to harm his subjects and fails to fulfill his protective duties, then vassals or subjects have the right to rise against him, provided that the leader holds legitimate noble status. She paused, her gaze sweeping over the assembly. My husband was a former knight, and according to noble law, in the absence of heirs, his territory and title should be inherited by me. Now, in my capacity as a knight's widow, I enlist you as my protectors. In this manner, we transform from traitors into a righteous force combating an unjust lord. The corpses of those werewolves and the liberated commoners can testify to our cause. Karen's expression shifted dramatically. This was not what he had discussed with Evelyn. Ayla's proposal had propelled the situation in an entirely new direction. Just as he was about to object, Livia's eyes lit up. I am familiar with this law. She spun around and dashed back to her room, quickly returning with an intricately carved magical trunk. Upon opening it, a tome with a deep blue cover soared forth. The gilded letters were somewhat blurred, yet the title Valoran was discernible. Look, she flipped through the pages, pointing to one. It clearly states that if a feudal lord collaborates with barbarians, werewolves, orcs, etc., he may be slain without guilt, and any noble widow or heir may raise troops to fight against him. Moreover, Ayla's knightly territory was not granted by Alan, but rather conferred by Marquis Dun, which should have documentation. As long as we find the records, we can prove her legitimacy. Additionally, Marquis Dun would likely be eager to accept such a lucrative barony. The well-informed Livia seemed to have stumbled upon a common noble strategy. Beautiful mage Livia, could you elaborate? At Lin Che's flattering words, Livia shared her thoughts. Alan's collusion with the werewolves was undoubtedly not an isolated act. His confidants and vassals were likely involved. Therefore, as long as their crimes are established or they perish without witnesses, this vast barony would become unclaimed territory, and we would be the ones to take action. Dun would face no repercussions. A couple of morning articles published afterward would earn him both reputation and a significant expanse of land, sufficient to win the loyalty of the populace. Livia elaborated extensively, and the cunning dark elf Livia also divulged numerous sordid tales of human nobility. So, our role is to become a useful blade, awaiting the Marquis of Dun to claim it. Is that correct? Evelyn stepped aside, gently grasping Lin Che's hand. Lin, this is the optimal solution. If that is the case, let us proceed accordingly. As we are the righteous force, let us adhere to noble customs. Prepare a banquet and invite that fourth-tier knight in for a chat. His intentions were unmistakable. They were to host, drink, and accept their role as hounds. Living witnesses are far more effective than the deceased. Once the order was established, everyone sprang into action. Evelyn took her maid to prepare the banquet hall, arranging utensils and beverages. Chiron and Livia went to summon the fourth-tier knight while scouting the coalition's defenses. Deshur and Livia headed to the city periphery to prevent any disturbances. These noble coalition forces were even more adept at looting than bandits. Lin Che stood still, observing the bustling figures around him, suddenly feeling superfluous. His strengths lay in charging into battle. This intricate planning was not his forte. Moreover, it was a spontaneous effort by the group. Being a hands-off manager was indeed a pleasant task, yet it seemed this mission was destined to remain unfulfilled. Chapter 31. The Feast. Baron Houghton Blake, in his 40s and at the peak of his vigor, wielded the strength of a fourth-tier knight. His ancestral armor perpetually stained with an unremovable stench of blood. This was not the sanguine essence of the battlefield, but rather that of serfs and slaves, blood from those he had personally thrust into the werewolf's prison carts. As Alan's most competent fourth-tier knight, he had served under this master for 8 years, his hands thoroughly soiled with ill-gotten gains. In his eyes, those peasants who perished in the fields were nothing more than breathing coins. The more that died, the closer he came to realizing his dream of becoming the Viscount Blake. When the news of Alan's death reached him via the courier route, Houghton was in his castle, tallying the newly arrived shadow moss. He felt exhilarated, believing he was one step closer to the title of Viscount Blake. He summoned 200 private soldiers overnight and commanded 3 vassal knights to each bring 30 private soldiers and 200 militia, marching grandly towards Alan's castle. The candlelight flickered in the tent as he grasped a feather quill, scrawling the words of surrender onto parchment, his hand trembling not from fear, but from excitement. As he fantasized about sitting in Alan's seat, discussing the flesh trade with Valeru, suddenly, a chilling sensation brushed against his neck, akin to a serpent's tongue. Houghton's quill clattered to the table as he reached instinctively for his sword, only to hear a cool, somewhat beguiling voice from behind. Baron Houghton Blake, do not be hasty in your movements. Lady Ayla invites you to a banquet at the castle. The blade of a dagger had already pierced his skin, a droplet of blood seeping forth. Houghton, discerning the peril, recognized the dagger's hilt adorned with star patterns, its blade shimmering with the unique cold light of dragon scales. Capable of effortlessly severing his throat, one forceful thrust could easily remove his head from his shoulders. He stiffly turned his head to see a shadowy figure. What do you intend to do? Do not waste your efforts. Your subordinates are worthless. Even if you delay, what difference does it make? Livia chuckled softly, pressing the dagger forward slightly. Come with me. Lady Ayla has prepared a sumptuous dinner. Houghton swallowed hard, ultimately conceding. I will go. I will accompany you. By the way, bring your 3 knights. With them around, you can rest assured. The last 4 formidable men were compelled to exit the camp and head towards the castle by a suspended dagger, as they were oblivious to Livia concealed beneath her shadowy cloak. Along the way, Houghton's eyes darted restlessly, wary of potential traps or ambushes. Upon reaching the city's entrance, a colossal 2-headed giant, brandishing a cleaving axe, ambled back and forth. Noticing him, it exaggeratedly gaped its mouth, as if intent on devouring him. A chill ran down his spine. These were not mere bandits, but rather ruthless adversaries well prepared for confrontation. Houghton, in his arrogance, overlooked the struggles of his knights, who could only grip their long swords, hoping their steel-plate armor could withstand the giant's ferocious bites. In the castle's banquet hall, flickering candlelight, ignited by wolf oil, cast a dim glow over the bounteous wolf feast laid before them. The eyes of roasted wolf heads were hollowed out and filled with vibrant red berries. Steaming pots of braised wolf tails released a pungent aroma, and wolf ribs were sprinkled with dark purple spices, a unique powder known as soul-devouring herb from the Sicilian clan. As Houghton took his seat, he was assailed by the lingering scent of blood in the air. It was likely the blood of the Allen family, mingling with the aroma of meat, causing his stomach to churn. Lady Ella emerged from behind a screen, draped in her late husband's silver knight's cloak, its sword insignia polished to a shine. Approaching Houghton, she inclined her body slightly, yet her tone bore an unyielding firmness. Baron Houghton, I am Ella White, the widow of the late Knight White. You must be aware that Knight White was beheaded after being falsely accused of colluding with werewolves by Alan, who sought to eliminate him. I, too, was nearly served as the main course to the Sicilian clan's Valerio. She paused, retrieving the Valerian sanctuary law discovered by Leah, asserting that according to this law, if a lord betrays humanity and conspires with foreign entities, the subjects have the right to retaliate. I have summoned you to serve as a witness. The evidence of Alan's transgressions is known to us both. Houghton's fingers trembled slightly. He was acutely aware of the evidence. He had been complicit in Alan's flesh trade. Yet, he could not admit it. To do so would mean the loss of his title, wealth, and lands. Just as he was about to protest, a shadow suddenly leaped down from the rafters. It was Louia. The glimmering dragon-scale dagger in her hand flashed menacingly, and with a swift motion, one of Houghton's knights emitted a piercing scream. Grasping his right ear, blood surged through his fingers, and the severed ear lay quivering on the ground. Behold, Louia crouched, lifting the ear with her dagger and presenting it to Houghton. Her tone casual, "My dagger is quite sharp. Next time, it may not merely be an ear that is severed, perhaps a tongue or a throat." Houghton's complexion shifted from pale to green, then to a deep shade of black. He recognized the icy resolve in Louia's eyes, understanding that she would follow through on her threats. "Lady Ella," he stammered, "I can identify Alan. I will serve as a witness. But you must let my 3 knights go. They are innocent." "Innocent?" Louia scoffed, pressing her dagger against another knight's chin. "How many serfs did they help you capture? How many goods did they assist Alan in transporting? It is far too late to claim innocence now." She turned to Houghton, presenting him with 2 choices. Allow 1 knight to leave, while the remaining 2 stay as evidence against Alan. Or keep the 2 knights as evidence, and let all 3 depart. The banquet hall was so silent that the crackling of burning candles could be heard. Houghton gazed into the pleading eyes of his 3 knights. Yet his mind raced with calculations. Keeping 2 knights would at least inform the mercenaries outside that he was still alive, should he perish. The Black family would be utterly doomed. He closed his eyes and pointed to the youngest knight. "Let Thomas go." Thomas hesitated for a moment, then scrambled towards the door, failing to utter a word of gratitude. Watching him depart, Houghton suddenly felt a bitter pang in his throat. He realized that a lord who does not protect his subjects would find no loyalty from even his own knights. "Well done," Lin Che's voice resonated from the doorway, holding a Soul Hunter M416 in his hand as he approached Louia, patting her shoulder. "Your technique is indeed quite proficient." Louia's eyes sparkled momentarily, and she leaned close to Lin Che, her voice laced with a playful tone. "Will the light in my room be kept for you tomorrow night?" Lin Che nodded yes. Rest early. Houghton found himself confined in the castle's guest room, the noble coalition having lost its leader and, fearing the threat Thomas might bring back, vacated swiftly. They no longer heeded any warnings about the dangers of the wild. Tonight, Evelyn and Ella occupied one room, while Lin Che was relegated to the study. Although Louia extended an invitation, he could only decline, citing the need for rest. In the study, Lin Che spread open a tome titled Chronicles of Winter, perusing it with great interest alongside the system database. Meanwhile, the task panel flashed. Erect the Night Watchman's banner at Alan's castle, cleanse winter, and march to the royal capital. Outside, Karen had vanished again, this time not within the castle. Chapter 32, Greedy Thieves Spill Blood in the Town. Ella becomes the mistress of the town. "Dubal, are you going to do it or not? That chest contains thousands of gold dragons. Who knows? There may even be tens of thousands inside." Within the lowly slave shed, flickering candlelight danced in the wind, illuminating faces filled with avarice. Outside stood the recently repaired wooden and stone houses, their thatched roofs still damp. 3 days prior, this had been the lair of the Sicilian werewolves, now rechristened as Flame Town. Over 3,000 formerly enslaved humans remained, huddling together for warmth in this little town. Yet for some, the warmth had only stoked the embers of their malevolence. Dubal gripped a rusty dagger, his mind racing as the scant remnants of humanity within him were consumed by the glimmer of gold. He once dreamed of a stable life outside, with a home of his own. Now, he craved a manor, not merely a castle. All the beauty of existence faded into insignificance before the promise of thousands of gold dragons. "Let us do it," he gritted out, "but you must heed my commands." "Agreed." The low murmur echoed under the flickering candlelight. No one mentioned Lin Che. The man who had felled hundreds of werewolves with a chainsaw sword 3 days ago had become a distant memory, overshadowed by the allure of a stable life and riches. In these 3 days, Flame Town had indeed transformed. The slave shed was dismantled, replaced by wooden and stone houses that offered shelter from the elements. Old Tom led efforts to cultivate the fields outside the town, even fashioning a few plows. Phoenix, with the remaining 11 members of the Iron Fist Mercenary Corps, patrolled by day to ward off wild beasts and remained vigilant against the potential return of werewolves by night. Yet, beneath the veneer of order, the seeds of corruption had already taken root. Phoenix leaned against a sturdy tree trunk, rubbing his bloodshot eyes. He had scarcely slept in 3 days. and his mercenaries bore the marks of exhaustion. Compounding his troubles was Old Tom's newly formed militia of 50 citizens, who had quickly turned rebellious. Disregarding Old Tom's leadership, only a few elders and women and children, grateful for Old Tom's past kindness, assisted him in organizing supplies and counting heads. "Venus, have a drink." A mercenary offered a bottle containing a crimson liquid. It was wine brewed from the blood of the red mist wolf, made from grapes and beast blood, fetching 10 gold dragons a bottle on the black market. Yet now, the townsfolk treated it as water, guzzling half a bottle and spilling the remainder. The mixture of wine and vomit pooling on the ground, its stench overpowering the scent of freshly turned earth. In the dead of night, a loud banging echoed against the stone house door. "Old Tom, open up. That money belongs to everyone. Why are you hoarding it?" The drunken shouts pierced the night, their vile words splattering against the door like filthy water. Inside, the room was crammed with women seeking refuge, huddled in a corner, too afraid to breathe. Old Tom stood behind the door with his cane, trembling. He could not fathom how those who had once struggled under the wolf's claws could so swiftly transform into this. Were it not for the presence of 2 mercenaries guarding the room, he believed they would have stormed into loot. As dawn broke, the inebriated men grudgingly dispersed. Venus, dragging his weary body back, inquired upon entering, "Old Tom, was there any trouble last night?" Before Old Tom could utter a word, a few militia members stealthily circled the stone house. Venus furrowed his brow, prepared to interrogate them, but was halted by Old Tom. "You should rest for a moment. They are merely observing." No sooner had the 2 departed than Duber, accompanied by his accomplices, stealthily entered the stone house. 2 mercenaries stationed for the night were soundly asleep at the table. One of them, Cohen, had saved Duber from the jaws of a wolf 3 days prior. Yet, at this moment, Duber's sole focus was the treasure chest. He tightened his grip around the dagger and plunged it fiercely into Cohen's neck. The first strike was often against the one who had shown him the greatest kindness. Cohen emitted a sound akin to a deflating balloon, blood spraying across Duber's face. In his moment of panic, Duber hastily withdrew the dagger and turned towards the second mercenary. "Who?" The mercenary awoke abruptly, seizing Duber's wrist. A fierce struggle ensued, and the dagger sliced through the mercenary's abdomen, spilling intestines mingled with blood. With a savage determination, Duber mounted him, stabbing repeatedly until his victim lay motionless. Quickly moved, Duber wiped the blood from his face, only to discover that his accomplices had already vanished with 2 small chests. They hadn't even waited for him. Damn it! As he burst through the door in pursuit, he collided with the icy muzzle of a gun. "Where do you think you're going?" Lin Che stood at the alley's entrance, the barrel of his Remington aimed at the man in the lead. The stench of blood inside offered no need for a response. Boom! Without waiting for a plea for mercy, Lin Che pulled the trigger, sending that man flying against the stone wall with a dull thud that left Duber trembling in fear, ready to flee, only to be brought down to his knees by a kick to the knee from Lin Che. Evil stems from greed, but even more so from a lack of reverence. Lin Che pressed down on Duber's wrist, observing his pained expression, and found it amusing. It seemed the people of this world had never learned the virtues of gratitude. As he dealt with the thieves, a somewhat disorganized group of guards herded the townsfolk toward the center of the town. Karen, with her longbow slung over her back, stood at a height, her gaze unfocused. Seemingly lost in thought. "Gather everyone in the town square," Lin Che commanded, gripping Duber by the collar, demanding they confess any further misdeeds. In the square, over 3,000 individuals huddled together, none daring to speak. Lin Che tossed Duber onto the ground. "Who else has sinned? Step forward, or point out others." After a moment of silence, an elderly woman suddenly cried out, pointing at a burly man. "It was him. He assaulted my daughter. She is only 12. As the man began to protest, a swift arrow from Karen pierced his heart. The arrow quivered as he collapsed to the ground. "And him. He stole. He killed my brother just because my brother saw him hoarding weapons left by the werewolves." Accusations erupted, and Karen's arrows flew swiftly and accurately, each bowstring's twang followed by a scream of agony. Some attempted to flee amidst the chaos, but after only a few steps, they fell lifelessly to the ground. Livia's dagger had cut through their throats, blood splattering the earth, leaving no chance for struggle. By the time the sun shifted westward, nearly 1,000 corpses lay in the square. The remaining 2,000 were paralyzed with fear, trembling, and unwilling to meet Lynch's gaze. From this day forth, the town of Hoi Yin belongs to Knight Ai La. Lin Che stepped aside, allowing Ai La to step forward. She donned somewhat oversized armor and wielded a short sword, her gaze resolute. The crowd fell to their knees in unison, with only Venus and his mercenaries standing still. Phoenix surveyed the sea of corpses, his expression grim. Lin, why did you kill them all? Mercy towards evil is cruelty towards the good. Besides, there are still 2,000 left. Lin Che regarded him. I shall double your wages. If you wish to leave, I shall not stop you. Phoenix opened his mouth, but ultimately turned away with his mercenaries, departing resolutely, without looking back. We do not share the same path. AI Law did not disappoint Lin Che. She assisted the elderly who had knelt, promising to allocate the wasteland outside the town to them and establish a school to teach the children literacy. A series of policies learned partly from Lin, partly from Livia, and some from her own experiences. A noblewoman's first lessons included governing her territory and caring for her household. Old Tom was appointed as steward and tax collector. Cradling the account books, his hands finally ceased to tremble. The new captain of the militia was chosen through a contest. A young man who had saved 3 children from the jaws of a wolf. Order gradually returned to Huiyin. Yet Lin Che understood that an order devoid of military support was fragile. Fortunately, he possessed the gene serum, Xing Rin gene enhancement serum. A reward from the noble's task. Physical condition 25, speed 40, strength 25, and upon injection, night vision capability, perfect for AI Law, granting her strength comparable to that of a 4th-tier warrior. She could defend herself. The completion of the task had already altered the circumstances due to AI Law. There was no massive coalition of nobles, no relentless assassinations, nor an influx of mercenaries motivated solely by greed. Only 2 envoy teams remained, one representing the old marquis, and the other the new. Both offered generous terms, acknowledging AILA's noble status and the legitimacy of the Night Watch Mercenary Corps actions. AI Law was uncertain whom to choose, as everyone appeared equally compelling. Karen wished to speak, but dared not. Lin Che then learned of the 2 Silver Shield Marquises, the old marquis retired yet unyielding, and the new marquis with an unstable position, embroiled in a heated conflict with his father. Lin Che pondered a simple yet profound question. Who among you will combat the werewolves? Not merely fight, but eradicate them entirely. Chapter 33. A shot to define the stance. In the reception hall of Allen Castle, flickering candlelight cast shadows of 2 distinctly different figures. The envoy sent by the old marquis was a young man in his 20s, clad in a deep blue uniform adorned with silver embroidery. A wolf emblem pinned at his cuff, his chin held high as if standing before not a group of rebels, but serfs who should bow before him. The representative of the new marquis was an elderly man with graying hair, wrapped in a faded brown leather cloak, clutching a gnarled oak cane. His gaze tranquil as a deep pool, deliberately choosing a corner seat while avoiding the head of the table, leaning against the column beside the main seat. Lin Che casually caressed the stock of his Wolf Fong strong shotgun, cutting straight to the point. I have but one question. Do the people you represent fight against the werewolves? Not merely engage, but exterminate them completely. The young man scoffed first, lifting a goblet of fruit wine offered by a maid, his tone dripping with condescension. Lin, you seem unaware of the Silver Shield family's history with the werewolves. 50 years ago, the Wood family's werewolves assisted us in quelling a refugee rebellion. 20 years ago, the Sicily family's mining team supplied us with half of the soul-eating ore. Without the werewolves, the Silver Shield territory would have long been devoured by the neighboring Black Iron territory. The werewolves are allies, the cornerstone of stability in the Winter Province. Do you understand? He emphasized his point by flaunting the wolf bracelet on his wrist, as if it signified nobility. Lin Che's fingers paused momentarily. Before the young man could continue, he raised his hand, pressing down on the trigger guard of his shotgun. Silence. It was then that the elder spoke slowly, his voice gravelly with age yet clear. Mr. Lin, the Silver Shield family's alliance with the werewolves has never been voluntary. When the Black Iron territory's armies encroached, the knights within suffered devastating losses. Without the werewolves' aid, the entire Silver Shield territory would have been reduced to ashes. Over the years, the demands of the werewolves have grown increasingly exorbitant, escalating from provisions to precious ores, and culminating in the grotesque request for living humans. As he spoke, he produced a palm-sized wooden box from his pocket and slid it across the table to Lin Che. This is a token of gratitude from the esteemed marquis, he declared, revealing an exquisitely gem-encrusted enchanted dagger. The marquis had witnessed the inferno at Luoshire town. Those accursed invaders ought to be consumed by flames. The marquis commended you as the true guardian of humanity's territories. Lin Che cast a fleeting glance at the dagger before shifting his gaze to the young envoy, who was still pouting. Suddenly, he raised his shotgun, aiming it squarely at the envoy's chest. Some truths need not be articulated, for these nobles revel in ambiguity. Do you dare? The young man's complexion paled, and as he reached for the sword at his waist, a deafening bang resounded, extinguishing most of the flickering candlelight in the parlor. The bullet pierced through the envoy's uniform, and crimson splattered upon the pristine walls, resembling a grotesque blossom in bloom. With widened eyes, he collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, reminiscent of the little werewolf Lin Che had slain earlier. No upbringing. The gunfire summoned the young man's guards, who rushed in from outside. Just as one unsheathed his sword, 3 iron arrows, deftly shot by Chiron, pierced their wrists, causing enchanted swords to clatter to the ground. Livia emerged from the shadows, her dragon-scaled dagger glinting coldly, and before the guards could scream, she swiftly severed their throats, their blood mingling with the young envoy's in a stream upon the tiled floor. The elder sat calmly in the corner, neither fleeing nor panicking, merely sighing softly. I have grown old, and my heart has softened. 3 years prior, I should have urged Stephen to sever ties with the werewolves. Alas, he lifted his gaze to Lin Che, a newfound respect glimmering in his eyes. You were right. Certain allies have long since become parasites, feeding on humanity. Since we are of the same path, I too have prepared a gift for the Marquis. Lin Che called out to the door, and 2 militia members escorted in 4 individuals, among them the battered Baron Houghton, his 2 knights bound in iron chains, and a pale, middle-aged man, Thomas, who had been released earlier. You shameless wretch. You promised to spare me. Thomas's hoarse voice roared. Lin Che kicked his knee, forcing him to kneel. It was you who proposed crafting gloves from the skin of young girls. In Alan's ledger, your profits are the highest among all the knight's domains. I doubt it's due to your looks. Thomas attempted to protest further, but Livia's dagger was already pressed against his chin, and he instantly soiled himself. Pleading for mercy, Houghton, witnessing the scene, realized he was beyond salvation, collapsing to the ground in curses. The elder rose, instructing his attendant to produce 4 rune-etched shackles, fastening them upon the 4 captives. Take them back and present them to the noble council for judgment. With these witnesses and evidence, Stephen's supporters will have no grounds to oppose the Marquis's reclamation of their lands. He turned to Ella, speaking with gravity. Madam Ella, your husband perished in the fight against the werewolves. The Marquis will petition the royal court to bestow upon you the title of Baroness, allowing you to lead the former knight domain and part of Alan's territory. Ella stepped forward, placing her hand upon her chest, her voice resolute as she recited the oath of loyalty. I, Ella Lin, pledge my eternal allegiance to the Silver Shield Marquis, Leche's Silver Shield, vowing to combat the otherworldly and protect the denizens of my domain. Madam Ella, rest assured we shall reunite at the Harvest Festival. As the elder prepared to depart, Lin Che instructed a maid to present a box containing 4 vials of shadow moss and some soul-eating essence, a token of goodwill. I kindly ask you to convey it to Lord Leches. He had learned from watching television in his previous life that one must not be remiss in offering gifts, especially at the inception of alliances, as sincerity is paramount. The elder's eyes brightened as he accepted the wooden box, patting Lin Che's shoulder. Before the Harvest Festival, you must visit Eagle's Nest City. The Marquis requires friends like you, and he is never stingy with those he regards as such. After bidding farewell to the elder, Chiron leaned against a pillar, scratching his head, and mockingly muttered to himself, had I known you were at odds with the werewolves, we could have avoided this convoluted path. Yet, your grasp of etiquette is indeed surprising. Unbeknownst to Lin Che, who was oblivious to Karen's thoughts, he felt like a thief as he discreetly pulled Ella aside while the others were preoccupied with tidying the parlor. From his pocket, he retrieved a silver vial containing Starblade Gene Evolution Serum, its contents shimmering with a soft glow reminiscent of crushed stars. This will enhance your physical prowess. Take it and take care of yourself. Ella accepted the vial, her fingers trembling. She understood the value of this serum. Just looking at the packaging reminded her of how her ex-husband had been elated for half a month after acquiring a vial of magical potion. Ella kissed Lin Che fervently, and only when the sound of approaching footsteps grew closer did she cease, slipping into the corridor and hastily returning to her chamber. Upon closing the door, she immediately injected the entire serum into her arm. As it coursed through her veins, a wave of warmth surged, bringing her joy and tears. Evelyn, I am sorry. A man like Lin, you must seize with both hands. Meanwhile, in Evelyn's room, the curtains were drawn tightly, illuminated only by a small candle. She sat on her down-filled bed, clutching the bulletproof vest Lin Che had given her, her eyes tinged with red veins. It was only when Lin Che entered that she suddenly looked up, throwing herself into his embrace, her tears instantly soaking his hunting attire. I'm sorry. Lin Che held her tightly, feeling a swell of guilt. He had bestowed his domain upon a woman he had known for mere days, gifted her with a precious serum, yet had given Evelyn nothing of substance. He lowered his head to kiss away her tears, his touch softer than usual, until they both succumbed to exhaustion, still tightly intertwined. Yet, unbeknownst to Lin Che, after he fell asleep, Evelyn quietly opened her eyes, her fingers gripping his arm as if it were her last lifeline. She feared she might never embrace him again, terrified of ultimately losing him. On the other side, in Livia's room, she continued to peruse the book titled The Fierce Knight Charging into My Magic Tower, its pages crumpled and tattered from her restless hands. She fixated on the illustrations within, yet her mind was consumed with the image of Lin Che firing upon the envoy with his shotgun. The charming Lin. As for Livia, who had expected a reward, she was currently seething with anger. Fresh from a bath, her skin clung alluringly to her thin nightgown, and her cozy room was now a chaotic mess. Pillows had been hurled against the wall, cups shattered upon the table, and she sat on the floor, kicking a nearby trunk, muttering, "Damn Lin. He promised to come to my room tonight, yet he ran off to be with Evelyn. And that Ella, why did she receive the serum? If this happens again, I shall sever your gun." Her irritation escalated, and she buried her face in her knees, yet the memory of Lin Che crept back into her thoughts, causing her cheeks to flush. "No, I need a love potion. Damn it, this guy is definitely up to something." Livia began rummaging through her belongings, pulling out various items. Yet she failed to notice that the snake Jade she had painstakingly acquired appeared slightly different. Chapter 34. Eagle's Nest City. A headshot for the werewolf elder. Ella's fingers clutched the silken sheets tightly, the fabric still warm with the remnants of last night's warmth and scent. She lay over the edge of the bed, watching Lin Che fasten his hunting belt, a whimper escaping her throat, mingled with a sense of unwillingness. The joy of becoming the lord of Huiyin Town paled in comparison to the emptiness felt during parting. Just half an hour more. She reached out and grasped Lin Che's sleeve, her bare shoulder marked with last night's red marks. "I had the kitchen prepare your favorite wolf bone soup." When Lin Che turned back, he met her gaze, which shimmered with unquenched desire and ambition. He gently brushed her fingers aside, his voice calm. "I must reach Eagle's Nest City before the harvest festival. There is no time." Only when Lin Che's figure vanished into the morning mist outside the castle did Ella release her grip, her fingers caressing the folds of the sheets. Baroness of Huiyin Town. She vowed to ensure that the entire Wintermarch province would remember that name. "Lady Ayla, have you risen?" The voice of old Tom resonated from outside the door, his tone steeped in respect. This morning, as they inspected the granary, 3 carts of grain departed from Huiyin Town. Livia lifted the curtain of the carriage, gazing at the town's silhouette that receded into the distance, and deliberately nudged Lin Che with her elbow. "Dear Lin, it is not too late to return. Perhaps our Lady Baroness has yet to don her attire." Lin Che's ears flushed crimson at once, just as he was about to retort. He caught a fierce glare from Evelyn directed at Livia. She pulled Lin Che closer and whispered, "Pay her no heed. She is merely being mischievous." Observing this, Livia stifled a giggle, and the atmosphere within the carriage lightened considerably. At this juncture, only 11 days remained until the harvest festival, and the fields of the Dun territory undulated with golden waves of wheat. The reputation of the Night Watch mercenary group had already spread throughout the province of Lintong. Riding on the backs of the merchant caravans, tales of slaying Barton, dismantling the Sicilian wolf den, and driving the Earl Allen to his demise had been embellished into legends. Lin Che had also acquired a new moniker, the Thunder of Winter. As the caravan passed through the town, merchants willingly made way upon sighting the Night Watch banner adorning their carriage. Even the mercenaries who had previously obstructed the road for tolls hastily retreated upon catching sight of the towering figure of De Shurtu, who stood 3 meters tall. 5 days later, the outline of Ingshao City finally emerged on the horizon. This was no mere castle like Earl Allen's, which lacked walls. The towering city walls, constructed of dark granite, rose to a height of 4 zhong, peppered with defensive arrow slits. Faint blue magical runes flickered within the arrow towers, indicating the presence of enchanted crossbows capable of penetrating armor. Surrounding the city were sprawling estates, with serfs bent over in the fields, and the roads were smooth enough that one could walk barefoot without discomfort. Caravans and mercenaries flowed in and out incessantly, and the air was thick with the aroma of freshly baked bread. The entrance tax was 1 silver dragon per person. The gate guards, clad in silver-trimmed leather armor, held their long spears at an angle, casting disdainful glances at the lined-up commoners. As Lin Che produced 5 silver dragons and handed them over, the guards' expressions softened somewhat, and they waved him through. Upon entering the outer city, Lin Che was awestruck by another wall in the distance. This wall towered nearly twice as high as the outer one, adorned with the emblem of the Silver Shield family, and patrolling knights were faintly visible atop the battlements. Ingchao City was divided into 3 tiers. Chiron, assuming the role of a guide, pointed out the distant structures and explained that the outer city was inhabited by commoners and small merchants, while the inner city was home to barons and knights, minor nobility. The core area was the domain of the Marquis of Silver Shield, the true heart of Ingchao City. Shops lined the streets in a haphazard array. The rhythmic clanging of a blacksmith's hammer echoed from within the forge. Outside the taverns, signs hung displaying dried and smoked meats, while slave traders dragged chains that tethered emaciated serfs, werewolves, goblins, and gremlins. According to Chiron, this city boasted a permanent population exceeding 1 million, along with countless slaves, making it the most prosperous city in the entire Lintong province. As they paused to admire the magical trinkets displayed on the street, a sudden, thunderous hum reverberated through the sky. The crowd erupted in excitement, with someone shouting, "It's the Wood family's goblin airship." Lin Che looked up to see an airship, the size of half a football field, gliding slowly overhead. The airship's gas bag bore the wolf head emblem of the Wood family, and a bustling scene unfolded below, where Lin Che's keen eyes even caught glimpses of the werewolves looking down, arrogant and disdainful, with one even spitting. The crowd gazed up in awe, and some even raised their copper coins in cheer. However, Lin Che furrowed his brow deeper, muttering under his breath, "I do not appreciate having such a spectacle hovering above me." He promptly accessed the logistics system and navigated to the sniper rifle category. The icon for the Meteor Barrett anti-material sniper rifle lit up instantly. This rifle employed an electromagnetic acceleration barrel with a caliber of 127 millimeters, utilizing armor-piercing explosive rounds with an effective range of 2,000 meters, perfect for dealing with the werewolves aboard the airship. "May I borrow your shadow cloak?" Lin Che requested, taking the cloak Livia offered and donning it. In an instant, his figure melded into the shadows of the street. He found a rooftop to perch upon, kneeling on one knee, and set up the sniper rifle, quickly locking onto the most ostentatious werewolf through the scope. Although his experience with sniper rifles was minimal, the airship was merely 50 meters off the ground, making it akin to point-blank shooting. He took a deep breath, adjusted the scope's parameters, wind speed at 3 meters per second, bullet drop of 0.2 meters, and locked onto the werewolf's heart. Bang! The sound of the shot was muted by the cloak's silencing runes, producing only a dull thud. The armor-piercing explosive round struck true, piercing the werewolf's chest. In the next moment, the upper half of the werewolf was blown apart, its magical protective trinkets barely flickering before shattering. Blood splattered across the airship's gas bag, and the fallen flesh thudded onto the street below. Damn it, one can easily surmise these affluent dogs are wealthy. Fortunately, I've upgraded my weapon. Kill LV-62 Wood Family Werewolf Elder. Gain 62,000 Sin coins. Ding. Werewolf illustration upgraded to gold level. Killing werewolves increases Sin coins and unlocks the werewolf exclusive gene repository. Redeemable for Wolf Spirit Gene Potion. Grants 15 strength, 10 speed, and night vision capabilities. Fong of the Cunning Bite Potion, Shadow Dash Potion, and Pack Howl Intimidation Potion. As the system notification faded, Chiron leapt onto the rooftop, gazing at Lin Che as he stowed the sniper rifle, exclaiming in exasperation, "Lin, you've stirred up trouble again. The Wood family wields considerable influence in Ingchao City. We are in deep trouble now." "Not trouble, but opportunity," Lin Che retorted, shaking the sniper rifle in his hand, his eyes glinting with mirth. At that moment, the streets had descended into chaos. Livia's fingertips glimmered with orange flames. Evelyn gripped her newly purchased magical crossbow tightly, and Ashertu hefted his rift-breaker axe, all brimming with excitement and ready for battle. Chiron, witnessing this, could only reluctantly string his bow, internally lamenting, "Who truly embodies the heartless scorpion?" Chapter 35. A kind rescue turns into a stab in the back. On the deck of the goblin airship, the werewolves were in an uproar. The werewolf Elder Goran of the Wood family, whose upper body had just been obliterated by Lin Che's shot, still had his luxurious lower half rigid and bleeding, with a small portion of his remains crashing onto the deck, splattering blood and flesh onto the surrounding werewolves. Elder Goran, a burly werewolf, resembling a small mountain, charged forward with red eyes, his body covered in deep brown fur. Aside from some adornments, he wore only a simple leather garment as a meager cover. "Damn those humans. I shall leap down and tear them apart." Just as he attempted to vault over the airship's railing, a calm voice interjected, "Halt." The speaker was in wood. No one would equate him with the crude term werewolf. He donned a dark silk robe with intricate patterns, the collar embroidered with a golden wolf emblem, and on his wrist adorned a pigeon egg-sized sapphire ring. aside from the wolf head covered in silvery fur and the half-inch claws protruding from his fingertips. Every other aspect of him was more refined than that of human nobility. At that moment, he was gazing down, his fingers pinching a yellowed poetry collection. Its pages worn at the edges, the cover embossed with the title Valoran Lyric Anthology shimmering faintly under the sunlight. This was a unique copy from 300 years ago, worth at least 300 gold dragons on the black market. The impulsive werewolf had not heeded his caution and continued to rush toward the railing, exclaiming, "Lord Wood, shall we merely stand by as our kin are slaughtered?" Before he could finish, he inadvertently let drool escape, which plopped onto Engwood's poetry collection. Instantly, Engwood's wolf-like eyes turned icy. He did not glance up, but casually tossed the poetry collection onto the deck. The priceless tome landed in the blood of the werewolves. Its golden patterns sullied, yet he did not spare it a second glance. In the next instant, everyone felt a blur before their eyes as Engwood appeared before the werewolf. No one discerned his movements, only witnessing a faint dark energy emanating from his fingertips as he gently tapped the chest of the werewolf. With a crackle, the magical adornments worn by the werewolf erupted in succession. First, the ring on his hand shattered into fragments, then the gem on his necklace disintegrated into powder, and finally, the runes on his belt ignited with black flames. Each explosion inflicted excruciating pain, causing the werewolf to scream in agony, yet he was paralyzed, unable to move. "Do you know my name?" Engel's voice remained flat. "Why yes, Lord Engel," the werewolf stammered, his voice trembling, cold sweat trickling down through his fur. "Repeat it." Engel's claws grazed his neck menacingly. "Lord Engel," the werewolf shouted with all his might. Engel's dark energy surged, piercing directly into his chest. The onlookers watched in horror as the werewolf's chest muscles disintegrated at a visibly rapid pace. First, the skin blackened and cracked, then the muscles transformed into a black sludge, and eventually, even the internal organs turned into a murky liquid, pooling into a foul-smelling black puddle upon the deck. A gaping wound remained on his chest, and a foul odor wafted through the air with the breeze. "Remember, I am not some nameless, worthless scum." Engel withdrew his hand, delicately wiping his fingertips with a silk handkerchief as if merely brushing off dust. The werewolves on the deck instantaneously fell silent, heads bowed, hardly daring to breathe audibly. Englewood had never relied on his bloodline to secure his position as the head of the Wood family. It was his cruelty that epitomized the family's power. The airship continued its ascent toward the heart of Ingchao City, and as it passed through the third city wall, a pale blue magical barrier suddenly illuminated. Runes shimmering upon it, like living ribbons of light. A man riding a pristine griffin emerged from behind the barrier. "Lord Engel, the Marquis is awaiting you in the central plaza." The man dismounted with a slight bow toward Engel. Engel nodded, and the airship, guided by the griffin, slowly traversed the magical barrier. The scene of the central area unfolded before them. The towering spires of the Silver Shield Castle pierced the clouds, and 3 banners, silver, crimson, and obsidian, fluttered in the plaza, representing the Silver Shield Marquis, the Luoden family, and the Zisalai family. 2 other goblin airships were already docked at the plaza's edge, flanked by 2 squads of guards, their armor resplendent and imposing. Unfortunately, Lin Che and his companions remained outside the city, unable to witness this confrontation of 3 guests and 2 hosts. Meanwhile, on the streets outside Ingchao City, Lin Che retrieved the Meteor Barrett anti-material sniper rifle, priced at 500,000, a worthy acquisition indeed. He had anticipated an immediate counterattack from the werewolves aboard the airship, yet after waiting for what felt like an eternity, the airship leisurely sailed toward the central area without any sign of commotion. It was all rather nerve-wracking. Li Weiya folded her shadow cloak, her hands weary. She extinguished the flames in her hands, appearing equally fatigued. Casting a glance at Karen, she quipped internally, "It seems even certain scorpions experience moments of anxiety." Karen silently released the bowstring, somewhat surprised, while the Shurtu remained vigilant, watching the departing goblin airship with a tense expression. "Let us go grab a bite to eat and take a stroll through Ingchao City's market. We should keep our distance from this madman," Li Weiya urged, grasping Evelyn's hand, her eyes already fixed on a nearby jewelry stall. "I've heard the gems in Ingchao City sparkle far brighter than those in Luoshi town. I must select a few to adorn my wand." The Shurtu promptly followed, towering at 3 meters tall, resembling a moving mountain among the crowd. After just a few steps, Li Weiya handed him an empty package. "Hold on to the things we buy, don't lose them." Karen glanced at Lin Che, waving his hand dismissively. "I have some matters to attend to. I'll meet you at the Mercenary Guild later." Just as Lin Che intended to inquire further, he observed Karen weaving into the crowd. heading toward the red light district. Honestly, typical of men. Humph. Lin Che sighed in resignation, wandering along the street alone. Not far along, a group of raggedly dressed children surrounded him. The youngest looked to be about 4 or 5, while the oldest was no more than 10. Sir, could you spare some food? The smallest child tugged at Lin Che's hunting attire, their voice soft and pleading. Lin Che was reminded of the homeless children he had seen back on Earth, and his heart softened. He rummaged through his backpack for a few copper coins, just as he was about to hand them over when suddenly, the 10-year-old bumped into him, swiftly snatching his wallet. The wallet contained 20 silver dragons and several copper coins. His only pocket money, as most of his funds were with Evelyn. Stop! Lin Che reacted just in time to see the children scurrying away, leaving only a fleeting silhouette behind. He shook his head, a bitter smile forming. It seemed the children in this world were far more cunning than he had anticipated. He approached a food stall at the street corner, where the vendor, a burly man with a bushy beard, was grilling sizzling meat skewers, the aroma wafting through the air. Sir, would you like 2 skewers? Only 5 copper coins each. Lin Che fished out the few remaining coins and bought 2 skewers. Just as he took a bite, he heard the sounds of muffled crying from a nearby alley, accompanied by the dull thud of a stick striking. Stop hitting. You'll kill him. A man's slurred voice rang out. Frowning, Lin Che entered the alley, where he found a drunken man swinging a wooden stick at a child cowering in the corner, while another drunken man watched with amusement. The child appeared to be no more than 7 or 8 years old, clad in torn clothes that were nearly unrecognizable in color. Clutching his head, his cries nearly silent. Stop! Lin Che rushed forward, seizing the man's wrist. The man was strong, but not as powerful as Lin Che. His wrist was painfully squeezed, causing the stick to clatter to the ground. Who are you? How dare you interfere? The man squinted at Lin Che through bleary eyes, ready to retaliate, but Lin Che delivered a swift kick to his stomach, leaving him groaning on the ground. Lin Che crouched down, carefully lifting the trembling child. The boy was terrified, visibly a child burdened by hardship. As Lin Che intended to offer him the skewer, he suddenly felt a jolt in his abdomen, as if something had pierced him. Looking down, he saw the child clutching a rusted knife, its tip bent, his palm bloodied from the blade. The child's eyes were wide with panic, tears streaming down his cheeks, yet he clung tightly to the knife, as if it were his last lifeline. Lin Che was taken aback. This child was no more than 7 or 8. How could he possess a knife? I came to save him. Why would he stab himself? Lin Che was filled with questions, grappling with the experiences of a harmonious existence back on Earth. Chapter 36. Enraged, slaying the aristocrats, and voluntarily imprisoning oneself? Lin Che dodged the rusty blade, while the boy he had just sheltered scurried out of the alley like a frightened rat, leaving only a grimy silhouette behind. Damn it! Lin Che cursed under his breath, tossing the short knife to the ground. His iron body was impervious to such a small blade. In the alley lay 2 drunken men. One was too inebriated to move, while the other, having taken a kick from Lin Che, was still groaning in pain. Lin Che approached, grabbing the collar of the leftmost drunkard. The electric baton crackled to life once more. Speak. Who is that child? What is your relationship with him? The drunken man remained silent, merely laughing at him, until the electric current coursed through his body. Zzz. All right. I'll talk. The drunken man trembled, his teeth chattering, snot and tears mingling. His name is Tame. He is 10 years old. We're his fathers. His mother was a prostitute from the outer city. She died in last winter's flu. We've been using him to set up schemes. Every time he pretends to be pitiful to lure passers-by closer. We jump out to rob them. He has stabbed several who refused to pay. We even captured 2 women from out of town and sold them. The other drunken man quickly chimed in. It's all that little brat Tame's doing. A merchant once refused to pay, directly stabbing another in the thigh. Our skirmishes are mere trifles. We have not taken a life. Lin Che observed the 2 men's lewd expressions with a wave of disgust. A 10-year-old child, at the age when he should be immersed in his studies, had been transformed into a blood-stained villain by these 2 scoundrels. Without further ado, he exerted force with his fingers, and with a sharp crack, the neck of the drunken man on his left was crushed. The other drunkard, terrified, attempted to scramble away. But Lin Che placed a foot upon his chest, and with a similar crack, the alley fell silent. This repugnant world. Lin Che wiped the blood from his hands, irritably tugging at his collar before turning to leave the alley. As he turned onto the main street, the sound of galloping hooves approached rapidly. 2 opulently adorned carriages barreled through the crowd, emblazoned with the silver shield family crest, drawn by 4 pure white stallions adorned with golden bells in their manes. Move aside, you blind peasants. A noble-looking youth leaned out from the carriage, casually lashing the whip at passers-by. An elderly woman selling apples was knocked down by the carriage, her basket spilling its contents across the ground. As she bent to retrieve them, the wheel crushed her hand, eliciting a scream of agony. A fruit vendor's stall was overturned, and cries of despair erupted around. Lin Che, already irked by the matter concerning Time Mu, felt his anger surge at the scene before him. He retrieved a Remington M870 shotgun from his system space, aimed at the wheel of the foremost carriage, and without hesitation, pulled the trigger. Boom! The shotgun blast shattered the wheel, causing the carriage to topple, and the noble youth was hurled out, landing with a bloodied face. The horses of the other carriage, startled by the gunfire, reared wildly and collided with a nearby shop, splintering the wooden door and scattering its goods. Lin Che, gripping the gun, strode towards the fallen noble youth. The boy scrambled to his feet, and upon seeing the weapon in Lin Che's hand, instead of fearing it, he brazenly cursed. "What are you, daring to touch the Silver Shield family-ass carriage? Do you believe my father want to have your entire family hanged on the city walls?" He reached to push Lin Che's gun aside, clearly oblivious to the concept of firearms. People in this world knew only swords and magic, completely unaware of the power of guns. Lin Che found amusement in the boy's audacity and thought, "Do you know what this is called? It is called the equality of all beings." Boom! Another shot rang out, and the boy, unable to evade, was shot in the chest by the buckshot, blood splattering onto Lin Che. Kill LV8 noble servant. Earn 500 Sin coins. Dead. Dead. The surrounding crowd screamed and scattered in panic, transforming the main street into chaos. A noble servant, so audacious? Lin Che approached the other carriage, shooting the still cursing servant into a bloody pulp. Now the world fell silent. Before long, a squad of patrolling guards arrived. Clad in silver armor and wielding spears, they quickly surrounded the scene upon seeing the corpses and the overturned carriage. "Seize him. How dare you kill a member of the Silver Shield family in Eagle's Nest City? You must be tired of living." Lin Che made no attempt to resist, but willingly allowed them to escort him away. He suddenly wished to see just how much evil lay hidden within the prison of this city, reputed to be the most prosperous in the Winter Province, and whether there was still space for these criminals who roamed freely outside its walls. Seeing him unresisting, the guards assumed he was intimidated by the Silver Shield name and shoved him toward the nearest city guard station. Upon entering the prison, a foul stench of mold, blood, and urine assaulted him. The cells, constructed of rough stone, were cramped with 5 or 6 individuals each. Some prisoners curled in corners moaned, while others clung to the bars, smiling obsequiously at passing guards. Lin Che was thrown into the innermost cell, where 3 prisoners already resided. Leaning against the wall, he observed quietly. One plump man in ordinary clothing was released by the guards within half an hour. A thief, battered and bruised, lay on the floor, neglected. And a burly man, reportedly imprisoned for resisting a noble who tried to take his wife, had been locked away for 2 weeks, completely unaware of any news from home. What an ordeal! Lin Che mused. This is no prison. It is clearly the garden of the powerful, a hell for the impoverished. Just then, a mechanical voice from the system echoed in his mind. Random task. Cleanse the city of sin. Task description. Eagle's Nest City is rife with oppression from the powerful, collusion with gangs, and human trafficking. You may choose 2 methods to complete the task. 1. Detonate a nuclear bomb to reduce Eagle's Nest City to rubble, ensuring the Night Watcher's name resounds throughout the Valoran Empire. 2. Systematically eliminate the forces of evil and establish a new order. Task rewards. Completing Method 1 grants 10 million Sin coins. 1. Divine Punishment Tactical Nuclear Bomb, Miniature, and 1. Indestructible All-Attribute Gene Serum. Completing Method 2 grants 5 million Sin coins. 1. Rock Heavy Explosive Shield, and 2 Swift Gene Enhancement Serums. Increases agility by 50 points. Task deadline, 7 days. Lin Che frowned. Detonating the outer city? No, that would implicate too many innocent civilians. He is a night watcher, not a terrorist indiscriminately slaughtering the innocent. Additionally, where would he acquire a nuclear bomb? The logistics warehouse lacks such an icon, and while the black market might have one, the price is beyond a mere millionaire's reach. He gazed at the guards outside the cell accepting bribes, his expression growing colder. Then let us begin by cleansing this city guard station. Chapter 37. Noble Prisoners. The divide of classes. The depths of the study. When one is deeply engrossed in thought, they are most perturbed by interruptions. Yet if the visitor is someone dear to their heart, that annoyance dissipates like embers doused with warm water. Lin Che was lost in contemplation regarding the system task to cleanse the city of sin when suddenly, Evelyn's concerned voice pierced through the iron bars. As he looked up, all thoughts fled his mind. "Evelyn, Leah, and Li Wei stood at the prison door, a massive boulder blocking the entrance behind them. Evelyn wore an ivory lace gown, a round pearl brooch pinned at her neckline, selected by Leah, which added a touch of color to her otherwise pale cheeks. However, her eyes were red-rimmed, clutching a handkerchief made from gardenia, clearly having rushed to his side. Leah held a dark-patterned magical leather case, from which rolled out several low-tier elemental scrolls just purchased from the magic shop. Her silver hairpin added a touch of elegance. Li Wei sported the spatial folding backpack Lin Che had given her, the chain adorned with tiny silver bells that jingled with each step. While she toyed with a newly acquired sapphire ring, her gaze fixed on Lin Che in the cell, puzzled as to why this murderer had confined himself instead of eliminating all present. Most imposing was the boulder. Standing 3 meters tall, it nearly blocked the narrow prison door. The prisoners who had previously whistled and hurled insults at the 3 women shrank back into the corners, fearful to raise their heads. Everyone knew that anyone capable of employing a 2-headed giant as a guard was not someone they could provoke. Lin Che, blocked by the iron bars, first smiled at Evelyn, reaching out to ruffle her hair. "Do not cry. I am fine, merely here to tour the prison." Evelyn was filled with concern as she examined him for any injuries. The noble's prison was akin to hell, a den of demons. Her rough fingers clutched his hand tightly, trembling slightly at the tips. After a lengthy period of reassurance, Lin Che turned to Leah and inquired, "How did you know I was here?" "It was that meticulous fellow, Chiron," she replied. Leah opened her magical satchel and retrieved a rolled-up bounty notice. "He mentioned your impatient nature and feared you might cause trouble in Yingqiao City. Thus, he arranged for someone at the mercenary guild to stay alert, using the Black Crow's branch signal to issue a bounty should anything happen to you. While we were out shopping, we noticed the signal posted by the guild and, upon inquiry, learned that you were confined in this outer city garrison's prison." She paused before adding, "We also sought out Butler Graham, the elderly gentleman we met during our visit to Viscount Allen's domain. He is the chief steward of Marquis Indon, a person of considerable standing. Without him, we would not have been able to enter. Your dear beauty would have had dreadful nightmares otherwise." Evelyn felt a bit embarrassed and protested, "Not at all." At that moment, an elderly man dressed in a deep gray butler's uniform, with graying hair, approached, none other than Graham. Following closely was the garrison commander, who, with a sycophantic demeanor akin to a dog greeting its master, hastily opened the prison door. The humble guard unlocked the cell, ushering Lin Che out respectfully, then stood aside in deference. Graham produced a gilded invitation and politely handed it to Lin Che. "Mr. Lin, the Marquis has heard of your minor predicament and sent me to escort you. This is an invitation to the Marquis's dinner tonight, and we sincerely hope you will honor us with your presence." He gestured towards a black carriage parked outside the prison, adorned with the emblem of the Silver Shield family. "This carriage has been specially prepared for you by the Marquis, and there is a servant aboard. Should you have any trivial matters in Yingqiao City, feel free to send him." Lin Che accepted the invitation, his fingertips grazing the gilded design, yet his heart was heavy. He observed how effortlessly Graham resolved the issue of his imprisonment, contrasting it with the plight of those imprisoned within, many of whom lacked wealth or connections. Some had merely brushed against nobility and found themselves incarcerated for weeks, while others were wrongfully accused by noble offspring, denied even the chance to defend themselves. He sighed softly, his voice low yet clear. "Such is the world of the powerful. The chasm of class disparity is terrifying." Graham paused, taken aback, and did not respond, merely bowing in invitation. Once seated in the carriage, Lin Che feigned nonchalance, engaging the 3 women in conversation about Yingqiao City. Though it was evident that his spirits were not high, Evelyn nestled closer into his embrace, one hand gripping his arm while the other gently patted the back of his hand, as if soothing a child wronged. Leah noticed and inched closer, discreetly guiding Lin Che's hand into her own embrace. Clad in a low-cut silk gown, her cool skin brushed against him as she whispered in his ear, "Do not be disheartened. I will accompany you tonight and ensure you forget these trivial matters." Lin Che, resigned, squeezed her wrist without uttering a word. Leah, perceptive of his mood, proactively asked, "You mentioned a school earlier. What is that?" Lin Che perked up slightly and began to explain about schools on Earth. They are places of education where both commoners and the children of the wealthy can attend classes to learn reading, arithmetic, and even play games. Most importantly, they teach manners and respect. Leah's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she leaned in closer, asking, "Games? What kind are they? Are they fun?" "Once we settle down, I will teach you how to play," he replied with a smile, though the melancholy in his gaze lingered. He understood that in this world, only the children of nobility could attend a knight academy or a magic academy. while the offspring of commoners were denied even the chance to learn to read. Some lacked even surnames, merely referred to as commoners. After approximately half an hour, the carriage finally came to a halt before a manor in the inner city. The grand entrance was an intricately carved iron gate, leading to a cobblestone path lined with rare red roses, meticulously cared for. A middle-aged man dressed in servant attire approached respectfully, saying, "Mr. Lin, ladies, this is the temporary residence arranged for you by the Marquis. Please do not hesitate to request anything you may need." Lin Che thanked the servant and walked directly into the study of the manor. The study was spacious, lined with bookshelves filled with volumes, and a mahogany desk positioned by the window. He placed the hunting spirit Remington shotgun on the desk and gazed out towards the inner city. The buildings there were exquisite stone structures, with wisps of smoke rising from chimneys, starkly contrasting the slums of the outer city. Leaning back in his chair, he closed his eyes, contemplating the task of cleansing the city of its evils. Blowing up the city was too extreme, yet merely clearing the garrison was insufficient. Where should he begin? He was not in the mood to see anyone, not even responding to Evelyn's knock on the door. Standing at the threshold, Evelyn's eyes grew red with worry. After much deliberation, she sought out Leah. Leah was busy organizing magical scrolls in her room. Upon seeing Evelyn, she quickly set aside her work and poured her a warm drink, saying, "Do not fret, Lin is fine. He is merely deep in thought. You know how he carries a heavy burden. Let him have some time alone. He will emerge once he has sorted through his thoughts." Evelyn nodded, clutching the warm cup, her thoughts still lingering on the person in the study. Meanwhile, in the study of the Marquis's residence in the core district of Yingqiao City, Chiron sat in an armchair, holding a glass of red wine. Opposite him was a middle-aged man clad in a deep blue brocade robe, intricately embroidered with the emblem of the Silver Shield family. Possessing a striking visage and sharp gaze, he was none other than one of the current lords of the Silver Shield territory, the present Marquis, Lin Che. "Has he caused trouble again?" Lin Che inquired, swirling his wine glass, his tone betraying no hint of emotion. Chiron chuckled softly, setting down his glass. "It is not quite trouble. He merely killed a racing noble's servant and spent a brief time in prison. However, Graham has already retrieved him." Lin Che raised an eyebrow. "Are you not concerned he might impulsively turn Yingqiao City upside down?" "Not at all," Chiron replied, shaking his head with conviction. "He is not one to indiscriminately kill. He seeks change, not destruction. Besides, this city belongs to you. You sit here sipping wine, so why should I not partake?" Hearing this, Lin Che smiled slightly, downing the contents of his glass. "You are right. I should be the one most concerned. However, he will not do that. There is goodness within him. I believe he will exhibit the same resolve as his father. To the Silver Shield, to the thunder of winter." The candlelight in the study flickered, casting elongated shadows of the two men as the evening unfolded. Chapter 38. Unrest before the banquet. "Mr. Lin, this truly is a common evening gown for such occasions. Observe the jacquard silk, imported from the royal city. Noble offspring wear such attire." A servant named Jerome presented an ivory white gown, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he nervously stroked the smooth fabric, fearing Lin Che might refuse again. "Noble offspring wear such attire? But I am not a noble. Mr. Lin." At that moment, Evelyn had already donned a light pink lace gown, the hem cascading down to her ankles, softening her originally spirited features, though her fingers still instinctively clutched the skirt, clearly unaccustomed to such elaborate dressing. Leah chose a deep purple velvet gown, the slit reaching high on her thigh, revealing a glimpse of her fair leg, her cold, ethereal demeanor mingling with elegance, making her particularly eye-catching. Leah was more direct, wearing a black spaghetti strap gown adorned with fine obsidian beads, accentuating her alluring curves, leaning against the doorframe while arching an eyebrow at Lin Che. Meanwhile, Lin Che frowned at the three gowns piled on the bed. "They are too constricting. I can hardly lift my arms, and fighting would be inconvenient." He tugged at the hunting attire he wore, suggesting, "Perhaps I should just stick with this." Jerome wanted to shake his head, but realized there was nothing else suitable for Lin Che to choose from. Each of these gowns cost at least 10 gold dragons, and Lin Che had not found a single one to his liking. At last, Lin Che decisively turned and entered the changing room, shutting the door behind him. He expended 500 evil coins to customize a hunting outfit, transforming the previously ordinary attire into a garment that shimmered with a pale blue luminescence. The collar was adorned with a band of dark silver metal patterns, exuding an air of solemnity while effectively shielding his neck. The fabric became crisp yet retained its flexibility. When he emerged, all three women were taken aback. Evelyn's cheeks flushed as she softly remarked, "This looks even better than a formal gown." Leah took a couple of steps forward, running her fingers over the fabric of the outfit, her curiosity intensifying as she noted the absence of any magical aura. Without magical enhancement, it can still alter its texture? Is this another of your mechanical creations? Livia, on the other hand, boldly approached, her fingers playfully tugging at Lin Che's tie. Darling Lin, had I known you would look this handsome in this attire, we should have worn it that evening. Jerome stood to the side, observing the transformed hunting outfit that was both sharp and fitting for an evening gala, and could only sigh in resignation. You win, Mr. Lin. This indeed befits the status of a distinguished guest. The banquet commenced at 8, but according to custom, they were to depart by 7. Yet, Lin Che insisted on setting off at 6:30. Arriving early would allow him to familiarize himself with the surroundings. The carriage sent by the Silver Shield family was lavishly adorned in gold, with plush velvet cushions lining the interior. As Evelyn settled in, she anxiously adjusted her skirt. Leah sat beside Lin Che, her fingertips still exploring the intricate patterns of his outfit. Your enhancement abilities are remarkable. If only you could apply similar modifications to my magical robe. Before she could finish her sentence, Livia suddenly perched herself on Lin Che's lap, wrapping her arms around his neck, her warm breath brushing against his ear. Rather than the outfit, I am more curious to know if you concealed something else delightful in the changing room. With that, she intentionally nuzzled closer. Lin Che's ears instantly flushed red as he attempted to push her away, but she held him tighter. Evelyn, seated opposite, watched Livia's bold actions with a mix of astonishment and unease, her fingers unconsciously gripping the cushion. She felt that her rough hands, calloused from years of wielding a crossbow, were out of place in the elegant carriage, especially in contrast to the refined Leah. Leah, however, appeared to be thoroughly entertained, even resting her chin on her hand and teasing, why not find a private compartment? I wouldn't mind waiting a little longer. Livia's audacity was a warning to Leah. This woman was far more formidable than Evelyn. Just as Lin Che felt the urge to sink into the ground, Jerome's voice came from the front. Mr. Lin, we have arrived. This announcement was akin to a lifeline, and Lin Che hastily assisted Livia down. As they exited the carriage, Evelyn, Livia, and Lin Che all bore flushed faces, while Leah remained composed, even winking at Lin Che. Before them stood a castle far more grand than that of Viscount Allen. A dozen marble steps led to the main entrance, with columns intricately carved with the Silver Shield family crest and hunting scenes. The lawn was meticulously manicured, with crystal lamps placed every few steps, casting a warm glow in the evening light. In the distance, a fountain could be seen in the garden, its waters gently cascading. Leah paused, glancing at the decorations on the columns. The material of this relief is too brittle. It would have been better to use the basalt from the black pine forest. The magical barrier at the arrow tower must be malfunctioning, as well as your fire traps. Jerome, trailing behind, was nearly drenched in sweat, flustered as he attempted to explain, this was personally designed by the old Marquis 30 years ago, and at the time, he had even invited a magician from the royal city to establish the defenses. Unfortunately, Jerome was merely a servant, not a magician, and thus was unaware that Leah's observations were crucial matters that could prove fatal. As they neared the main entrance, Lin Che suddenly halted. His gaze fell upon a rotund werewolf with silver fur in the garden's pavilion, being supported by 2 maidens. The creature's belly sagged, obscuring much of its legs, and it sported a large golden ring on its claw, which it was lewdly pinching at the rear of the maiden on its left. The maiden trembled in fear, but could only lower her head, her eyes glistening with tears. Lin Che's fingers instinctively tightened around his tactical belt as he inquired of Jerome. If I were to kill him now, would that add some amusement to the banquet? Jerome's face turned pale, his tongue stumbling over his words. Mr. Lin, you mustn't. That is Lord Borf, the savior of the old Marquis. Years ago, when the old Marquis was ambushed in the Shadowfang wilderness, Lord Borf shielded him from a fatal blow. The old Marquis granted him free access to the castle and even provided him with maidens to attend to him. Lin Che's eyes narrowed slightly, a chill deepening in their depths. Shielding a noble from harm only to indulge in the degradation of human maidens? Is this what they call gratitude? Livia had silently drawn a dragon-scale dagger from the outer side of her thigh, leaning close to Lin Che's ear, her voice laced with excited mischief. Darling, how shall we proceed? Should I circle behind and slit his throat, or will you shoot him directly in the head? I assure you, no blood will splatter on your new outfit. Jerome was dumbfounded. Who were these people, and why did they so casually speak of murder? Chapter 39, The Banquet Hall. A plate shattered. How dare you tread on my feet, Lin Che? The terminology of firearms was something Lin Che had imparted to them, and both Leah and Livia were enamored with the speed and range of such mechanical inventions, as well as the dazzling power of magic. They even offered a handsome price for a weapon, with Livia audaciously suggesting they negotiate terms in bed, seeking to maximize her value. However, Lin Che had no intention of distributing the equalizer to anyone just yet. He held little trust in others. He had witnessed too many instances of power backfiring, particularly with someone like Livia, who treated killing as a game. Should he grant her a firearm, chaos would undoubtedly ensue. As Lin Che contemplated taking a shot at Lord Borf, the corpulent werewolf was currently tugging at a maiden's hair with his filthy claws. Her white dress had been torn, exposing scratches on her arms that were clearly not fresh. It seemed Borf was deliberately putting on a show for Lin Che, suddenly yanking the maiden's shawl away and lewdly licking her. Was this the etiquette of the Silver Shield family? Lin Che took a couple of steps forward, pointing at the golden embroidery on Borf's attire, then gesturing towards his own chest. Is your focus solely on appearances, with no regard for the inner self? Jerome's face turned ashen, his voice trembling. Mr. Lin, Lord Borf is. Before he could finish, an elderly gentleman in a black tailcoat with graying hair approached. It was Graham, the chief steward of the Silver Shield family. Graham's polished shoes made no sound on the carpet as he slightly bowed to Lin Che, seemingly ignoring the ongoing spectacle nearby. His tone was as flat as if discussing the weather. Mr. Lin, the banquet hall is prepared, and both the old Marquis and Marquis Richees are awaiting your arrival. Upon seeing Graham, Borf begrudgingly released the maiden, casting an irritated glance at Lin Che before departing, leaving traces of the maiden's blood on his claws. Lin Che took a deep breath and followed Graham toward the banquet hall. Are you settling in well at the estate, Mr. Lin? Graham inquired suddenly, his gaze averted, as if posing an inconsequential question. Quite well. The bed is far softer than the haystack in Luoshire town, Lin Che replied casually, harboring no fondness for the entire Silver Shield family. You are still young, Mr. Lin, and may not understand that certain matters exist for a reason. Existence is truth. Lin Che flaunted a philosophical remark. Graham silently led the way ahead, seemingly contemplating the weight of those words. Mr. Lin, we have arrived. As the intricately carved wooden door to the banquet hall swung open, a cacophony of noise surged forth. Crystal chandeliers towered 2 men high, with hanging glass pendants refracting a kaleidoscope of colors. The long table was laden with a 3-tiered cream cake, and golden brown roasted turkey still exuded warmth. Servants weaved through the crowd, silver trays in hand, as wine glasses danced with delicate splashes of crimson. Jerome, ensure Mr. Lin and the ladies are well taken care of. As the conversation unfolded between Sir Grellum and Jerome, Lin Che had already approached the cream cake, deciding to indulge in some high-energy sustenance to prepare for the impending battle against corruption. At that moment, the grand entrance of the banquet hall was suddenly thrust open, and a throng of nobles clad in dark formal attire surged inside. Those who had been standing on the left promptly moved aside, while those on the right adjusted their positions, swiftly forming 2 distinct factions. The left side represented the old Marquis Stevens faction, while the right was aligned with the new Marquis Richees. Only Lin Che and a few others remained in the middle, awkwardly holding uneaten cake. Before Jerome could react, 2 men who bore a striking resemblance entered. Lin Che glanced over and noticed the elder on the left, toying with an emerald ring, his murky gaze betraying a cunning intelligence, presumably the old Marquis Stephen. The other man was likely the new Marquis Richees, holding a wine glass with a smile that, when directed towards the old Marquis, concealed a hint of coldness. They walked side by side, their strides perfectly synchronized, yet not a word was exchanged, the air heavy with tension. Simultaneously, 2 contrasting melodies filled the banquet hall. The left side resonated with a gentle violin piece, while the right erupted with a lively waltz, creating a jarring cacophony. Lin Che, however, paid no mind to this discord. He picked up a piece of chocolate cake, savoring the rich cocoa flavor that far surpassed the confections filled with palm oil on earth. A noble in a blue tuxedo approached, poking Lynch's hunting attire with his cane, sneering that Marquis Richees must be blind to have sent an invitation to a mere mercenary. Lin Che ignored him and took another bite of a strawberry tart, swallowing it whole in front of the noble and licking his fingers. To him, these nobles were no different from the likes of Viscount Allen, destined for their graves in a matter of days, rendering any further conversation pointless. The noble attempted to speak again, but was pulled back by a companion. As the guests of the banquet commenced their arrival, a pack of werewolves surged into the hall, clearing a path for 3 figures to enter, the representatives of the Chichely, Wood, and Rodden families. The foremost werewolf collided with a servant, knocking a silver tray to the ground, staining an earl's attire with red wine. Instead of expressing anger, the earl smiled and retrieved a handkerchief to dab at the stain, while the servant trembled, drenched in cold sweat, wishing to kneel and beg for forgiveness. As Lin Che bit into a piece of turkey, he suddenly felt a heavy stomp on his foot. Looking down, he saw a tall, lean werewolf. Head lowered as he picked up a silver fork from the ground, clearly an intentional act. The surrounding nobles fell silent, anticipating Lynch's reaction. As the name Lin Winter's thunder was renowned for challenging werewolves. With a resounding slap, Lin Che lifted a plate from the table and smashed it onto the werewolf's back, splattering roast meat and sauce all over him, staining the werewolf's fur a deep brown. Lin Che brushed the remnants from his hands and calmly remarked, "You stepped on my foot. Did you not realize?" The werewolf spun around, baring sharp teeth and extending claws, preparing to attack, but Lin Che swiftly sent him flying back with a single blow, landing him at the feet of the three family representatives, just as Richi's prepared to advance. In the banquet hall, the atmosphere grew tense as the noble Karen, dressed in a dark-patterned, gilded outfit, casually twirled a silver wine glass between his fingers. He was no longer the meek Karen who had remained silent while his daughter was offered as a werewolf sacrifice. He was a scorpion, an undercover agent of the Empire embedded within the Winter Province, tasked with aiding Richi's in the power struggle. A flicker of doubt crossed Richi's eyes, but Karen interrupted. His voice low, as the wine in his glass swirled gently. "He never plays by the rules. This mire of winter should have been upheaved long ago. The old Marquis has entrusted the entire Silver Shield territory to the three families, and you cannot even prevent it. What a pitiful Marquis." Richi's held his tongue. The words, though harsh, rang true. The old Marquis Stephen had not only ceded mines and trade routes to the werewolves, but had also tacitly allowed them to breed human bloodstock within his domain. Yet, half of the lesser noble houses within the Silver Shield family still believed that aligning with the old Marquis would yield greater benefits. After all, the dividends from the werewolves far surpassed the honest collection of taxes. All that was required were some commoners, as each year, the merchant caravans of the Silver Shield territory would venture south to purchase slaves, attracting a considerable population to satisfy the werewolves' appetites, thereby enabling the ruling class to amass greater wealth and secure their status. In a mere few years, a small territory like the Viscount Allen's, once barren land, had erected a grand castle, an unimaginable feat elsewhere. The Winter Province and Silver Shield territory were deeply entwined in corruption. Karen gazed at Lin Che, who was causing a commotion in the center of the banquet hall, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Perhaps this unconventional individual could indeed create a miracle. Meanwhile, Lin Che strode towards the werewolf he had just sent flying, his face adorned with a concerned smile, the hem of his attire swaying gently with his movements. No one noticed that his hand, hanging by his side, was subtly fiddling with a string of iron wire grenades, which served as an improvised necklace of apology. "I sincerely apologize for the unintentional collision," Lin Che spoke, his voice earnest, yet the werewolf could barely muster a grunt in response. Lynch's seemingly casual push had left the creature feeling as though its insides had been shattered, its throat emitting only a wheezing sound. In a gesture of contrition, Lin Che declared, "Allow me to present you with a small gift," and proceeded to drape the string of grenades around the werewolf's neck like a necklace. As the metallic clasp clicked shut, Lin Che swiftly pulled the pin from the topmost grenade. "Be careful not to drop it," he warned, and in an instant, he exerted force, pushing the werewolf backward, its body flying like a cricket, landing behind a stone pillar where Evelyn and the others had been waiting. The werewolf, resembling a discarded sack, was caught by its comrades and gently set down. With a 7-second fuse, Lin Che deliberately held on for 4 seconds before releasing, leaving the creature only 3 seconds to react. A sense of danger loomed as the werewolf representatives from the Chichili family began to raise a warning, but it was too late. The grenade detonated amidst the werewolves, shards flying and mingling with warm blood. 2 nearby werewolves were torn to pieces, their blood cascading like a torrential downpour, staining the surrounding werewolves' garments and fur a dark crimson. "Kill him." The remaining werewolves, their eyes filled with rage, charged forward, but 3 authoritative voices boomed simultaneously, quelling the uproar. "Stop." Ingewood stood at the forefront, his black attire unmarred by a single drop of blood. At the moment of the explosion, he had activated the magical trinkets upon him, casting a faint blue magical barrier that not only protected himself, but also shielded the other 2 werewolf representatives. His expression remained impassive, his tone flat. "Marquis Stephen, you must provide us with an explanation. Otherwise, the Wood family will take up arms immediately." The old Marquis Stephen was taken aback by the audacity of this individual, wreaking havoc within the Silver Shield territory. "Wait." Richi suddenly stepped forward, asserting, "Lin Che is my guest. If you wish to deal with him, you must consult me first." In an instant, the atmosphere of the banquet hall became as taut as a drawn bowstring. With the eyes of the old Marquis's faction, Richi's confidants, and the menacing werewolves all fixed upon Lin Che. Yet, Lin Che remained unfazed. He sauntered out from behind the pillar, pointing at Edgewood with a voice that, though not loud, resonated throughout the hall. "Old dog, do you know who I am?" Edgewood's pupils constricted. Of course, he recognized Lynch. The Night Watch mercenary group was too conspicuous: a 7th-tier mage, a dark elf assassin, a 2-headed giant, and not to mention Lynch, the nemesis who had slain his 2 sons. The image of Lynch was one he was intimately familiar with, especially his trademark black hair and yellow skin. A singular presence in the entire Lindong province. Thunder of Winter, Night Watchman Lynch. Edgewood maintained his noble demeanor and even recited Lynch's nickname. Yet, Lynch shook his head, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "That is merely my disguise, a hollow title. Guess again, what is my true identity?" At these words, silence enveloped the hall. The nobles whispered amongst themselves, eyes brimming with curiosity. Could this young man be a prince of some kingdom? A descendant of the paladins? Edgewood's brow furrowed tighter, remaining silent. Even Kyloan and Leah awaited Lynch's answer, for he harbored too many secrets in their eyes. Lynch cleared his throat and proclaimed, "I am your father. Now call me Daddy." Howl. Despite Edgewood's attempt to maintain his noble composure, he could no longer contain himself. A howl erupted from his throat, the silver-white fur of a werewolf bursting forth from the collar of his garment, claws springing forth with a swift motion. The werewolves of the Wuda family were in an uproar, baring their fangs and rushing forth, eager to rend Lynch into pieces on the spot. The old Marquis's guard stood frozen in place, Lin Che stifling his laughter, shoulders shaking as he coughed to cover it up. Kyloan could not hold back either, spitting his drink onto the floor. This Lynch truly dared to speak such words. "Since you do not acknowledge your father." Lynch drew out the Wanya Sight Long Shidankiang from his waist, aiming the muzzle directly at the foremost werewolf. "It seems that I must personally cleanse my own doorstep." Boom. The thunderous roar of the shotgun erupted in the banquet hall, and the rushing werewolf was struck like a hammer, its upper body obliterated. The corpse crashing heavily onto the chandelier, glass shards raining down. The acrid smell of gunpowder mixed with the stench of blood instantly permeated the entire banquet hall. Those nobles who had previously held themselves with such poise had lost all decorum, either hiding beneath tables or scrambling toward the exit. No one had anticipated that a harvest festival banquet would turn into a shooting. Wait, what is a gun? Chapter 41. Doomsday C4 Plastic Explosive, 200G Extreme Load. Overturning the scene. Bang, bang. The deafening sound of the Wanya Sight Long Shidankiang reverberated within the opulent banquet hall. With a power attribute of 100 points, he firmly steadied this weapon capable of sending ordinary mercenaries flying. Amidst the sharp sound of armor-piercing bullets tearing through the air, a werewolf had just raised a ruby magic shield in front of itself, but with a crisp crack, the shield, harder than fine steel, shattered like ice. The bullet was unimpeded, embedding itself in its chest, crimson flesh mingling with black blood splattering onto the gilded dish, the oily broth instantly turning a dark red. In the next moment, another armor-piercing bullet struck a werewolf clad in black fur. It had no time to scream as it was blown to smithereens. An arm flying off to crash against a wine barrel, dark red wine mixing with flesh flowing across the floor. "Go!" Lin Che grasped the arm of Yifilin, who was about to rush back, as his personal guards formed a shield wall, escorting his confidants toward the exit of the banquet hall. Tears fell from Yifilin onto her skirt. When she turned back, all she saw was the corner of Lynch's hunting attire flickering in the firelight. Swallowed by the tide of oncoming werewolves, Luia was less concerned, pulling Yifilin's arm as they made their way out, confident that he would not perish. Meanwhile, old Marquis Shitefang was also retreating with his guards, pausing briefly as he passed a swordsman clad in blue-scaled armor. "I do not wish to see this man in Duinling again." "As you command, my lord." Outside the banquet hall, in the square, 200 silver shield knights had already formed ranks, their bright silver armor glinting coldly in the torchlight. 2 magical ballistae were stationed at the forefront of the formation. The bolts as thick as a human arm, inscribed with frost runes, clearly formidable weapons of mass destruction. These were the Silver Shield territory's most prized defensive armaments, specifically designed to combat high-tier magical beasts and the bloodthirsty barbarians of the north. In the distance, a particularly tall cylindrical structure stood, where an elderly wizard in green robes clutched an oak staff. A pale blue detection eye floated lazily from the sapphire atop the staff, drifting toward the banquet hall like a ghostly flame. His fingertips traced the air, and a light green wind element swiftly coalesced, weaving into a semi-transparent wind wall that enveloped the entire banquet hall, preventing even a spark from escaping. Whose side is this old fool on? Lei Qixi stared at the wind wall, puzzled. The firelight within flickered, and the screams were muffled. Only shadows danced chaotically against the wall, leaving him uncertain of the carnage within. Shite Feng shared his confusion. What does it matter if the wind wall blocks my people? Those werewolves will tear him apart. Leah observed the wind wall, then glanced toward the distant wizard's tower, as if having made a discovery, pulling Yifielin's hand toward the tower. Come quickly. Perhaps we can aid Lynch. At this moment, the banquet hall had devolved into a hellish nightmare. Lynch's speed of 100 points allowed him to maneuver within the spacious hall like a bolt of black lightning. He sidestepped the claws of a blood moon werewolf, which grazed his hunting attire and exposed his tactical vest beneath. Using the corpse of a werewolf as leverage, he leapt over a swordsman's enchanted longsword, feeling the blade's wind sweep across his cheek, bringing a stinging pain. Damn it, Lynch cursed. Earlier, he had fired 2 shots at the swordsman's armor, but the bullets merely left white imprints, the defensive runes on the armor still glowing vibrantly, utterly ineffective. This swordsman was a loyalist of the old Marquis, wielding a rare enchanted weapon that aimed for his vitals with every thrust. Were it not for Lynch's remarkable speed, he would have been pierced through by now. Fortunately, while the elite were unable to kill him, there were still lowly minions. Kill LV-45 Blood Moon Werewolf. Gain 15,000 Sin coins. Kill LV-54 Blood Moon Werewolf. Gain 30,000 Sin coins. The system notifications rang in his mind consecutively as Lynch licked the blood from the corner of his mouth. With the werewolf encyclopedia upgraded to gold, the Sin coins obtained from killing werewolves had significantly increased. At this rate, acquiring a tactical nuclear bomb would become a viable consideration. The werewolves of the Wuda family had dwindled to just 4, while the old Marquis elite had been reduced to that one swordsman. Just as Lynch was about to continue his slaughter, the sound of empty cartridges clicking abruptly echoed. He immediately shifted, attempting to reload, when a bone-chilling cold swept across his neck. A shadow lunged at him from behind. It was Edgewood. This high-tier werewolf who had remained a passive observer until now struck with the fury of a thunderclap. Lynch had no time to react as a tremendous force collided with his chest, sending him flying like a broken kite, crashing against the rock wall with a resounding thud. Debris raining down. A taste of iron filled his mouth as he spat blood onto his hunting attire, staining the fabric crimson. Edgewood had already approached him, his icy tongue licking across his chest, carrying a metallic scent. Your blood is quite delectable. Keeping you alive allows me to savor fresh blood daily. Is that so? A hint of madness glinted in Lynch's eyes as a black vest appeared beside him, adorned with a silver clock face, its hands ticking down ominously. Edgewood furrowed his brow, instinctively retreating, as 2 Blood Moon werewolves immediately leapt in to fill the gap, while the elite swordsman brandished his longsword glowing with blue light, thrusting it toward him. This scoundrel must die today. The sound of the clock's ticking grew increasingly pronounced, and the stench of the Blood Moon werewolf assaulted Lin Che's nostrils. Just as the wolf's claw was about to seize his throat, Lin Che suddenly pushed off the ground with his legs, darting sideways like a cheetah, taking refuge behind a stone pillar. Only the Apocalypse C4 plastic explosive armor, 200G extreme load type, remained at the scene, its military-grade polyisobutylene adhesive encasing RDX-based high-energy explosives, sufficient to obliterate the entire banquet hall. Boom. Flames instantly engulfed the hall, shockwaves lifting heavy oak tables, gilded candlesticks crashing against the wind wall like cannonballs. And the pale green wind curtain shook violently, nearly shattering. The spectators from the Sicily family were hurled by the shockwave, colliding against the walls and coughing up blood. Representatives from the Rodden family, standing closer, were directly struck and bled. Beyond the wind wall, in the upper chamber of the mage tower, the white-bearded old mage retracted his staff and remarked to the young Leah beside him, "Little girl, your friend seems to have quite the temper. Are you sure you want my assistance?" Leah gazed at the distant flames of the banquet hall, a smile gracing her lips. If he weren't so reckless, he wouldn't be the thunder of winter. Amidst the flames and shockwaves, behind a half-broken stone pillar, lay a semicircular shield. The Dragon Spine Blast Impact Shield utilized a high-frequency energy-dissipating nanorepair coating with a 3-tier cushioning system made of dark iron crystals and nanofiber honeycomb armor, priced at 500,000 sinful coins. Crouched inside, Lin Che wore a manic expression. "Come on, you mutt. Experience the might of cutting-edge technology." A howl resonated near Lin Che's ear. It was alarmingly close. Chapter 42. The Master-Level Werewolf unleashes its ultimate attack. Lin Che's blood spilled across the banquet hall, his fate hanging in the balance. The surface of the half-arc, dragon spine blast impact shield, was marred with spiderweb-like cracks, its edges stained with charred flesh and wood. When the Apocalypse C4 plastic explosive armor, 200G extreme load type, detonated, the shockwave nearly sent this specialized shield flying. Lin Che clutched the shield's handle tightly, his back pressed against the resonating gilded pillar, barely resisting being swept into the raging sea of flames. The system notifications in his mind exploded in rapid succession, each sounding like war drums pounding against his eardrums. Kill LV-56 Blood Moon Werewolf Guard. Gain 20,000 sinful coins. Kill LV-68 Rotten Family Werewolf Steward. Gain 55,000 sinful coins. Kill LV-71 Sicily Family Elder. Gain 80,000 sinful coins. Kill LV-53 Silver Shield Elite Guard. Gain 28,000 sinful coins. As the thick smoke lingered, a faint groan suddenly emerged from the debris. The swordsman clad in blue scale armor was still alive. His armor resembled a fishing net torn apart by a tempest, the scales curling outward, exposing bloodied flesh, and at least 3 ribs were broken. Blood trickling from the corner of his mouth with every cough. Yet, those eyes, smeared with blood, were fixed on the figure beside the blast shield, reflecting the disheveled form of Englewood. At that moment, Engle bore no semblance of an elegant noble. Much of his silver wolf fur was singed, his left ear sporting a gruesome gash, and dried blood foam clung to the corners of his mouth, resembling a mad dog dragged from a sea of corpses. However, the pressure surrounding him was suffocating, crimson aura seeping from every pore, coalescing along the lines of his fur into a gossamer-like aura armor. With claw-like manifestations of energy hovering half a meter above his hands, glinting with a cold light capable of rending steel. The aura of a master-level combat mage. Such a formidable character could withstand enchanted crossbow bolts even without magical equipment. The 200-kilogram C4 had not killed him, proving that this old wolf was remarkably resilient. Human, you have successfully driven me mad. Engle's voice rasped like sandpaper against wood, mingling with the last system notification echoing in Lin Che's ears. Lin Che wasted no time, retrieving 2 pale green, phantom analgesic regenerators and plunging them into his arm. The energy surged through his veins, quickly suppressing the tumult of pain within his organs, the damaged muscle fibers visibly mending. Yet, the searing sensation of the medication's onset coursed through his body like fire. In the next moment, Lin Che hurled the blast shield away, drawing the chainsaw sword soul breaker from his back, the whirring of its serrated edge slicing through the smoke as he aimed for Engle's face. Engle pushed off the stone floor, transforming into a red shadow as he lunged at Lin Che, his energy claws howling through the air towards Lin Che's throat. Clang! The sharp sound of metal clashing reverberated painfully in Lin Che's eardrums as he felt a tremendous force collide with the sword's handle, numbing his grip and sending him sliding 2 meters backward, his heels carving deep grooves into the ground. Only then did he fully comprehend. 100 points of attributes were utterly inadequate before a master-level werewolf. Engle's speed exceeded his own by a fraction, and his strength was overpowering. Had it not been for the durability of the chainsaw sword soulbreaker, Engle would have shredded him to pieces. The ensuing battle became a one-sided massacre. Engle's claws rained down like a tempest, each strike accompanied by a sharp sound that tore through the air, leaving Lin Che to rely on his 100 points of speed to evade, while the chainsaw sword was mostly used for defense. His hunting gear sustained numerous gashes, deep enough to expose bone on his shoulder and thigh, blood dripping down his pant legs and pooling on the ground. Have you had enough dodging? Engle's furious roar echoed throughout the banquet hall as he suddenly halted, his energy claws crashing together with force. The surrounding crimson aura surged dramatically, conjuring a massive illusory wolf claw that loomed over the entire banquet hall. The edges of the illusion shimmered with distorted crimson light, each claw tip dripping with dark red energy droplets. The sheer pressure rendered Lin Che's breathing labored. This was Engle's ultimate move, the blood moon shattering claw. Lin Che wished to evade, but his body felt as if it were held down by an invisible force, leaving him helpless to watch as the blood-red giant claw descended. The sound of the energy claw's piercing flesh was excruciatingly piercing, and Lin Che felt as if he had been struck by a galloping carriage. His body hurtling backward into the rubble of the wall, debris exploding around him. Blood gushed from his chest and abdomen, quickly staining the stone floor beneath him. Engle, panting heavily, approached the corner step by step, the red aura armor gradually dissipating, revealing his own blood-stained fur. He looked down at Lin Che, who lay motionless on the ground, and gently kicked his shoulder with his toe. Seeing no response from Lin Che, a cruel smile crept across his lips. The thunder of winter? Merely a resilient insect. He was convinced that Lin Che was utterly defeated. The blood moon shattering claw was beyond the endurance of even master-level professionals, let alone Lin Che, who relied on mechanical creations. However, Engel remained oblivious to the fact that Lin Che's right hand, pinned beneath him, was subtly resting on the trigger. Was it truly as he assumed? Certainly not. The Meteor Barrett anti-material sniper rifle, with Songlong Annihilation armor-piercing explosive round, 100,000 sinful coins each, was a combination Lin Che had meticulously prepared for Engel, sacrificing a precious healing opportunity solely to load the Meteor Barrett anti-material sniper rifle. Just as Lin Che was hoisted aloft by Engel's claw, his tightly shut eyes suddenly opened, the Barrett appearing in his hand, perfectly aligned against Engel's head at this distance. Bang! The electromagnetic acceleration, at close range, was unavoidable even for Engel, a divine being, from this 100,000 sinful coin bullet. The aura armor shattered, muscles ruptured, and his hard skull was directly penetrated. Bang! Engel's breath rapidly waned, and then he succumbed to lifelessness, his massive form leaning forward and kneeling on the ground, as Lin Che struggled to free himself from the wolf's claw. Ding! Congratulations to the Night Watchman Lin Che, Captain level, for his inaugural kill of a dark species above level 100, thereby earning the Captain level Eternal Night Weaving Shadow combat suit. Upon slaying the level 135 Blood Moon Wolf Elder on wood, he has acquired 350,000 sin coins. Rejoice, rejoice. Wait, there is still one more. Lin Che's gaze swept across the battlefield, landing on a blue-armored swordsman, who was perilously close to death. He made the decision to grant the opponent a swift passage to the afterlife. Chapter 43, Donning Battle Armor Requires Cake. Lin Che leads the crowd with panache. The serrated edge of the chainsaw sword, whirred at high speed, the ominous sound intermingling with the sickening squelch of flesh being torn apart. With both hands gripping the sword, Lin Che thrust upward violently, cleaving the blue-armored swordsman's chest wide open. Crushed bones and dark red entrails spilled forth, staining his expensive blue scale armor. Lin Che had initially intended to discern whether the hearts of these noble lackeys were red, but now he was left with a mere mass of indistinguishable meat. He grimaced and casually flicked the blood from his sword onto the stone floor, creating a fine spray of crimson droplets. Slain level 85 Gale Swordsman, earned 85,000 sin coins. Current sin coins, 320,000. A massacre, though it incurred some expenses, still yielded a profit of 1 million. At this moment, his body bore wounds, with blood seeping from the injury on his left shoulder, dripping to the ground. Yet the hunger in his belly overshadowed the pain. His eyes roamed the ruins of the banquet hall, landing on a mound of cream cake in the corner that captured his attention. Though it was slightly dust-covered, it remained largely intact. Lin Che strode over, indifferent to the blood on his hands, and pinched a piece with his fingertips, shoving it into his mouth. The cold cream, mingled with a faint taste of dust, melted on his tongue, surprisingly delectable. He squatted down, one hand on his knee, the other indulging in the cake. His mouth smeared with cream and blood, resembling a glutton emerging from the depths of hell. Meanwhile, at the top of the mage tower, the atmosphere was eerily silent. The old sorcerer Lin Che halted abruptly, his hand clutching the oak staff, the sapphire atop it flickering with intense light, casting shadows over his wrinkled face. The images transmitted by the Eye of Detection revealed Lin Che standing beside Engwu's corpse, the body of the third-tier master-level werewolf, now headless, with blood gushing from the neck wound. Leah, is this the friend you mentioned needing assistance? Lin Che's voice trembled imperceptibly. Having lived for nearly a century and witnessed many prodigies, he had never encountered anyone capable of single-handedly slaying a third-tier master-level werewolf in a confined space. And in such a brutal manner. What a terrifying mechanical being. Could this fellow be a secret disciple of some alchemical faction? Leah stood nearby, her once clear eyes now sparkling with excitement, her breath quickening. She gazed at the blood-soaked figure on the screen, her voice brimming with uncontainable fervor. Lin Che, I implore you, please, keep this news hidden. He will become my guardian knight, and in the future, I shall help you ascend to the holy domain. Her tone was resolute, as if she envisioned herself standing alongside Lin Che atop the mage tower. Lin Che silently stroked his beard, his gaze returning to the images from the Eye of Detection. Lin Che was bending down to pick up a piece of cake, his nonchalant demeanor contrasting sharply with the violent life-or-death struggle he had just endured. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. This young man's potential might surpass that of Marquis Riche's. Assisting Leah would ultimately benefit himself. This was a deal worth making. With this in mind, he gathered a thread of magical energy at his fingertips and lightly touched the eye of detection, causing the faint blue silhouette to vanish. Rest assured, my lips are sealed tighter than any magical seal. Evelyn was unaware of Leah's intentions, as the two were separated by a magical barrier, rendering their conversation inaudible. When the explosion in the banquet hall had erupted, she had nearly rushed in, only to be restrained by Leah. Now, witnessing the commotion emanating from the wind wall, her tense body suddenly relaxed, and tears streamed down her cheeks unexpectedly. Her man had survived. Leah stood beside her, the warmth in her lower abdomen intensifying. She licked her lips with her tongue, her violet eyes ablaze with fervor. She yearned to conquer him. He is mine and mine alone. Just then, the pale green wind wall began to ripple like water, the airflow gradually weakening until it dissipated entirely. A figure emerged from the smoke of the banquet hall. Lin Che had donned the captain-level Eternal Night weaving shadow combat suit, its dark matter compressed fibers glinting with a ghostly sheen under the torchlight. The liquid metal overlay perfectly contoured to his physique, accentuating his muscular form. At the left eye of the combat suit, a miniature holographic projection panel glimmered with a soft blue light. His right hand dragged a bloodied corpse. Unwood, the once mighty werewolf's head now absent, leaving only a gory mess at the neck, trailing a long crimson streak across the ground. Is that Lord Unwood? A werewolf shrieked, terror evident in his voice. Old Marquis Stephen observed the corpse, involuntarily swallowing hard, instinctively taking half a step back. The guards beside him gripped their weapons tightly, their palms slick with cold sweat. Two magical crossbows remained poised, but with a third-tier master-level werewolf slain, would they still be of any use? Lin Che halted, his gaze sweeping across the assembly. A sardonic smile playing at the corners of his mouth. There was a slight misunderstanding earlier. Mr. Unwood and I had a friendly exchange, but in the end, it turned out that I am not his father, nor is he my missing son. He paused, deliberately raising his voice, to spare my feelings. He had no choice but to take his own life in apology. As for the witnesses, they claimed that blood is the most sincere testimony, so they all accompanied Mr. Unwood to the afterlife. His mad rambling sent shivers down the spines of all present. Marquis Riches stood at the back of the crowd, a complex expression on his face. He had previously worried that Lin Che might be captured by Unwood and pondered when he would need to intervene and at what cost to rescue him and win the people's hearts. But now, the third-tier master-level werewolf had been slain. He couldn't help but glance at Karen beside him. A hint of reproach in his tone. Is this the sword you chose? It seems a tad too sharp. Karen's complexion was unusually flushed. For the first time, he felt a sense of defeat. Previously, he believed he could control the situation, but now he realized that Lin Che required no one's assistance. This fellow was a sword capable of shattering all. Lin Che paid no mind to the crowd's reaction, casually tossing Engwood's corpse before the werewolf assembly. The dull thud of the body hitting the ground splattering blood onto the trousers of those in the front row, causing them to recoil in fright. Make sure to give him a proper burial. After all, he did once call me father, he said, his tone dripping with mockery. As he passed Jerome, Lin Che paused. The young servant was already trembling in fear, unable to stand upright. Upon seeing Lin Che glance his way, he quickly lowered his head. Mr. Lin, do you have any instructions? Your cake is quite delightful, Lin Che remarked, patting his belly. Make another and deliver it to the manor. I didn't get enough to eat earlier. Yes, I will personally oversee it. Jerome nodded vigorously, his voice trembling. Lin Che said nothing further and turned towards the Mage Tower, where Evelyn's location was indicated. The Silver Shield Knights formed a formation not far away, yet none dared to approach. The image of Lin Che emerging from the banquet hall dragging Engwood's corpse firmly etched in their minds. No one wished to become the next to apologize by taking their own life. Watching Lin Che's receding figure, Marquis Riches sighed softly. It appears that the Winter Province is truly on the verge of transformation. Chapter 44. This is the nobility in the tea house at the pinnacle of the Mage Tower, the bittersweet aroma of tea mingled with the faint luminescence of magical elements, suffusing the room. A silver pot adorned with gilded emblems floated in midair, its handle delicately held by a transparent thread woven from wind magic. The pale green tea flowed into white porcelain cups like a jade stream, with the rim still glimmering faintly, inducing a sense of vertigo. Just as Lin Che settled into an intricately carved chair, a cool hand grasped his wrist tightly. It was Yifulin. Her fingertips trembled. Having witnessed Lin Che being struck and bloodied in the eye of detection, her heart was still gripped by pain. Beside her, Leah was far from calm. She leaned in closely, her violet eyes flickering with a small flame, her her fingers tracing the nano-patterns of the captain-level Eternal Night weaving combat suit. The cool fabric unable to temper her fervor. When you sent that old wolf flying in the banquet hall. The sound of the chainsaw sword shredding flesh whispered to Lin Che's arm, her breath laced with the unique sweetness of a dark elf, wishing to witness it once more. A cup of tea floated to Lin Che, guided by the wind element. Melinti stroked his grizzled beard, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. Mr. Lin, you need not thank me. If gratitude is due, it should be directed towards Leah. Were it not for her declaring you her dearest friend, I would not have casually employed my magic to shield an outsider. Lin Che then understood that the gentle breeze enveloping the dragon's spine explosive shield during the C4 explosion was the handiwork of this grand sorcerer. Leah reclined against her chair, swinging her fair legs, twirling a magical crystal ball with her fingertips, her laughter brightening her features. After all, he is my commander. I cannot allow him to perish at the hands of an old wolf. It appeared that both Leah and Melinti were fellow students of the Xinxiang Magic Academy. In the past, Melinti had been Leah's mentor, but unable to endure the political strife within the academy. He had come to Silver Shield territory to serve as a resident mage. I have just turned 150 this year, Melinti remarked, taking a sip of tea, the liquid shimmering with a pale blue glow on his tongue. He had witnessed flying magical ships and beasts capable of devouring mountains. Yet nothing compared to the novelty of your gun that could shatter werewolf armor. He set down his cup, and, with a sudden flash of blue light from his fingertips, 3 diamond-shaped intermediate magic crystals began to rotate slowly within the glow, their energy patterns resembling living creatures. This item can power a small magical tower for half a month. And in the Royal Capital's Magic Merchant Guild, one is worth 5,000 gold dragons. How about this? 30 of these in exchange for a firearm capable of slaying werewolves. 30 intermediate magic crystals. 150,000 gold dragons. Such an amount could instantaneously restore a fallen noble's fortunes, sufficient to purchase a viscountcy and recruit 200 mercenaries. Yet, Lin Che did not nod. Instead, he raised his hand to press against the waist of his combat suit. The entrance to the subspace storage opened with a hiss, and a still warm wolf head thudded onto the mahogany table. It was the head of Englewood. The wolf's eyes remained wide open, blood frothing at the corners of its mouth. The warm droplets staining the tablecloth and spreading dark red splotches. Melinti's hand trembled violently, causing the teacup to clatter against its saucer, his expression shifting drastically. His throat constricted as he fixed his gaze upon the wolf's head, voice tense. You actually brought his head with you? If the master desires a token of gratitude, then this wolf's head shall be a gift, Lin Che responded with a calm, yet earnest tone. If it does not suffice, I can retrieve more for you, be they from the Luodan family or the Zixalai family. Melinti hastily waved his hands. No, I cannot accept such a thing. While the head of a master-level werewolf holds value, it is stained with the blood of the Wood family. Who would dare touch it? Seeing Lin Che's resolute stance, he ceased to mention the gun trade and instead engaged in casual discussions about the magical realm, inviting them to stay at the Mage Tower for the night. However, beyond the Eagle's Nest City, the winter wind carried with it dire news. The propellers of the Goblin airship churned through the cold winds, hastily departing from Silver Shield territory, the lair of werewolves. The news of Englewood's demise spread like wildfire through all werewolf communities. Silver Shield territory exhibited no response, with even Stephen Go, the loyal ally of the werewolves, shutting the castle doors to all visitors. Werewolves were not known for surrendering easily. They believed that a withdrawal from war would compel Silver Shield territory to willingly hand over Lin Che, and perhaps even present a substantial offering to quell their wrath. The Luodan family of the Eagle's Beak Mountains signed a contract with the Xingren tribe that very day, conceding half of the mountains, allowing them unrestricted access to the towns and villages of Silver Shield territory. Meanwhile, hundreds of miles away, the Despair's Great Wall had become a ghost town. The defense line, once manned by 3 major werewolf tribes, was suddenly abandoned at dawn. Werewolf soldiers hurriedly retreated, hauling magic crystal cannons and supply crates, even dismantling the arrow towers within the fortifications. Count Bloom, affiliated with Stephen G's faction, sent emissaries to dissuade them. But they could not catch even a glimpse of the retreating werewolves, only encountering a ravaged camp. Ironically, Count Bloom, who routinely embezzled military funds and fabricated reports, nominally commanded the defense of the Despair's Great Wall with 5,000 soldiers at his disposal, yet in reality, only a few hundred remained. Upon witnessing the complete retreat of the werewolves, he bundled his wealth and, under the cover of night, fled on horseback with over 20 guards, leaving behind only a handful of elderly and disabled soldiers to defend the human line. As the harvest festival approached, 3 days later, Lin Che received the news and felt an overwhelming urge to take revenge on Bloom. He stared at the words Despair's Great Wall on the map. His voice icy. Every year at this time, the bloodthirsty barbarians from the ice and snow highlands descend. In previous years, we suffered minimal losses with the werewolf's presence, but now. He decisively ordered the construction of a second line of defense at the Falling Snow Pass and urgently dispatched envoys to the Black Iron territory, pleading that they refrain from stabbing him in the back. But it was already too late. The gates of Despair's Great Wall stood wide open, and hordes of 2-meter-tall barbarians were streaming in, clad in animal skins adorned with dried human and beast bones, their faces painted with fresh human blood, wielding hammers and axes sharper and heftier than the last. The remaining elderly and disabled soldiers had no chance to resist and were quickly devoured by the barbarians. Bones cracked under the pressure of their jaws, and blood stained the white bricks of the snow-covered ground. The vanguard of the barbarians swiftly overran a knight's territory. A knight fell valiantly at the castle gates, his 6-year-old child clutched in the grasp of the barbarian chief. The chief's mouth, filled with jagged teeth, opened wide. The child's cries abruptly ceased, blood dripping through the chief's fingers, splattering onto the snow like blooming red plums. Meanwhile, in the core area of Silvershield territory, the council chamber was abuzz with discussion. Nobles from Stephen Ge's faction pounded the table. We must insist that Lin Che cede the Black Pine Forest mine to the Wood family. Otherwise, how will we fend off the barbarians without werewolf support? Another earl, leisurely holding a silver cup, added, let those lowly folk from Firetown serve as bait. Once the barbarians have feasted enough, they may not advance into the core area. They debated not how to rescue the slaughtered villages, but rather how to barter mines and peasantry for the werewolves' military assistance, as if the distant screams and the blood staining the snow were of no concern to them. Such is the life of the lofty nobility. Chapter 45, A Night of Massacre 2, 376 lives. 10 million sin coins at hand. Random task, purge the city of sin. Task description, Eagle's Nest City is rife with oppression from the powerful, collusion among gangs, and human trafficking. You have 2 methods to complete the task. 1. Detonate a doomsday miniature nuclear bomb to reduce Eagle's Nest City to rubble, ensuring the name of the Night Watchman resonates throughout the Valoran Empire. 2. Systematically eradicate the forces of evil and establish a new order. With 4 days remaining until the task deadline, ever since Lin Che had gunned down Englewood in the core area of Silvershield territory, he had remained like a coiled leopard, nestled in the estate arranged by Lin Che without moving an inch. For him, this task resembled a notice filled with retribution. He was simply awaiting the most opportune moment to strike. In the estate's dining room, the long wooden table was piled high with plates. The roasted beef leg, glistening with juices, was impaled with a silver fork, while a crystal bowl held chilled berry pudding. An ale poured from a clay jug trickled down the rim of the cup. Lin Che, with his left hand grasping half of a smoked wild boar and his right crammed with honey bread, resembled a squirrel hoarding food, cheeks stuffed to capacity. Is it truly wise to eat like that? Evelyn, seated opposite him, unconsciously twisted her skirt with her fingers. She had already summoned servants to clear away 3 waves of dishes that morning. Yet Lin Che's stomach seemed to connect to another dimension, never satiated, making her worry that he might burst. Leah leaned back in her chair, shaking her magical crystal goblet filled with a shimmering purple liquid. Fear not. This is typical for a power-oriented profession. He is accumulating battle energy. Once the fighting starts, he may go 3 days and nights without food. She cast a curious glance at Lin Che. While ordinary professionals gather energy through meditation or potions, Lin Che's method of gluttony was indeed unique. Chewing his food, Lin Che mumbled indistinctly. He was actually waiting for someone from the Stephen family to seek revenge, or perhaps for a werewolf assassin to strike. Even the arrival of Richies would suffice. Yet the past few days had been eerily quiet, only the news from the mercenary guild igniting his frustration. The bloodthirsty barbarians had breached the Great Wall of Despair, and within a single night, the neighboring territories had succumbed to chaos. Yet the nobles continued to bicker in the council hall, demanding he apologize to the Wood family to secure werewolf assistance. A nest of parasites. Lin Che stuffed the final piece of roasted meat into his mouth, releasing a satisfied belch that alleviated much of the pent-up tension in his chest. Wiping his mouth, he stood, the chair screeching against the stone floor. All right, I'm full. It's time to work. Where are you going? No need to worry. I'm merely going to spend some money. Just wait for my return. He turned to Leah and Livia, saying, just wait for me, and stay safe. In front of the Mercenary Guild's notice board, it was perpetually crowded with idle mercenaries. When an apprentice responsible for posting notices pinned a gilded bounty flyer, the crowd erupted. The Thunder of Winter, Lin Che, offers a bounty, a reward of 100 gold dragons for credible information regarding criminal activities. Am I seeing this correctly? 100 gold dragons. That's enough for me to indulge in the tavern for half a year. Quiet down. Look below. Nobles oppressing, gang wars, human trafficking, every crime counts. Amid the commotion, Lin Che approached in his black combat attire, carrying a hefty wooden box. He kicked it open, and golden dragon-shaped coins spilled across the ground, glimmering in the sunlight, blinding those who looked. The more credible the information, the greater the crime, the reward doubled. His voice, though not loud, overshadowed the clamor. Now, who will speak first? The mercenaries went wild. Some rushed to consult their notebooks of debts, while others sprinted towards the slums, where the most gang strongholds lay hidden. Even a servant from a noble family sneaked in, hoping to report their master's dealings in the trafficking of serfs. The virtual panel before Lin Che's left eye lit up. The tactical system of the captain-level Eternal Night Weaver combat suit, commencing rapid operation. Detected valid clue, Earl Bloom embezzling military funds. Guard strength, 12 third-tier knights. Detected valid clue, Black Claw gang trafficking children, stronghold. Abandoned mill in the outer city. Detected valid clue, Stevens Guard smuggling magic crystals. Transaction time. Tonight at the third watch, a series of red-marked sub-targets arranged on the panel, each annotated with optimal routes and assault plans. This tactical system was far superior to his own mind. News flew swiftly, reaching the ears of the Steven faction. Some packed their belongings to flee from Eagle's Nest City, while others schemed to unite and eliminate Lin Che. Naturally, the wicked among Richi's followers were also present, quickly seeking him out for intervention. Richi's, occupied with deploying various factions to Frostfall Pass, found himself compelled to personally seek Lin Che at his estate. As for the intermediary, Karen, he had vanished after Lin Che eliminated him. Wood. You are stirring unrest in Eagle's Nest City. Richi stood in the living room, his tone tinged with an imperceptible plea. Regardless of their misdeeds, those nobles held sway in the human world due to their possession of extraordinary power. He had never spoken to a mercenary in such a manner unless they possessed the strength to kill him. Wood. In this extraordinary world, power reigns supreme. Let fate decide. Lin Che interjected, and as his words fell, he seamlessly melded into the shadows behind him, as if he had never existed. Richi stood frozen, exhaling a resigned sigh. This formidable being was truly beyond his control. Ultimately, he had his men prepare horses, leading the nightly order toward Frostfall Pass, aiming for the philosophy of out of sight, out of mind. The night enveloped Eagle's Nest City like a dark shroud. In the abandoned mill of the outer city, the leader of the Black Claw gang was counting the recently delivered children when a muffled thud echoed, and a guard beside him collapsed, a blood hole appearing in his forehead. Who? The leader grasped his curved dagger, but only caught a glimpse of a fleeting black shadow. The next moment, the sound of the Hunter's Soul M416 assault rifle erupted in the night, bullets piercing through wooden walls, taking down the gang members hiding within one by one. In the inner city, within Earl Bloom's estate, the Earl was drinking with his concubine when a bullet suddenly flew in through the window, shattering his wine glass. Just as he was about to scream, a figure clad in black combat attire crashed through the window, the liquid metal of the suit gleaming coldly, resembling the scales of death. Embezzling military funds and allowing barbarians to breach the gates, you deserve to die. Lin Che's voice held no warmth. The gunfire rang out, abruptly silencing the Earl's screams. That night, Eagle's Nest City transformed into a hellscape. Smoke billowed from the gang's strongholds in the outer city. Gunfire erupted from the noble residences in the inner city, and even the patrolling guards cowered in the street corners, afraid to show themselves. They had witnessed that shadowy figure, wielding bizarre magical artifacts, capable of causing death with a mere gesture. Even clad in fine armor, the shadow moved with the swiftness of the wind. No one wished to court death. As dawn approached, the final gunshot echoed from the smuggling den in the west of the city. Lin Che's left eye displayed the tally of his kills on a transparent chip, his gaze devoid of emotion, only an endless weariness. In a single night, he had slain 376 individuals, including 103 nobles, from Earl to Knight, none escaping alive. Ding. Random task completed. Purge the city of sin, basic level. Reward, 5 million sin coins. Rock heavy explosive shield. Swift gene enhancement potion. Increases agility by 50 points. Lin Che's sin coins surged past 10 million. He squeezed the gene potion in his hand, contemplating giving one each to Evelyn and Leah. 50 points of agility would be sufficient for them to protect themselves on the battlefield. In the estate, Evelyn had endured a sleepless night, her eyelids battling fatigue. Suddenly, the window creaked open, and Lin Che jumped in. The acrid scent of gunpowder and blood mixing in the air, making her nose sting. The liquid metal of his combat suit began to retract, coiling around his neck into a silver ring, still stained with droplets of blood. Lin Che said little, merely approaching to embrace Evelyn, resting his head on her shoulder, soon falling into a rhythmic breathing pattern. After a night of slaughter, he, too, was weary. Evelyn stiffened momentarily before gently patting his back, her eyes filled with compassion. Meanwhile, at the opposite end of Eagle's Nest City, the gates of the Stephen Marquis estate slowly opened. The old Marquis, clad in a black cloak, was followed by 10 elite guards, each carrying a heavy wooden box whose contents remained a mystery. They took advantage of the morning mist, silently moving towards the outskirts of the city, heading straight for the black pine forest frequently traversed by werewolves. Chapter 46. Frostfall Pass collapses. Lin Che's bullets from the previous night did not penetrate every heart of sin. For Richees had uttered a harsh, yet realistic truth. No matter how wicked, the nobles held value in the human world due to their mastery of extraordinary power. The truth is indeed held in the hands of a select few. Had it not been for Lin Che's extraordinary background and his masterful combat prowess, Lin Che would not have deigned to converse with this commoner. In his haste to consolidate his forces and fortify the Luo Shui Guan defense line, Lin Che proposed a rule of redemption. Lin Che did not nod in agreement, yet tacitly accepted this compromise. Those noble offspring who were meant to spill blood emptied their coffers to muster private soldiers and resources, joining Lin Che's ranks. This bolstered Lin Che's forces by 30,000, all elite warriors from the nobility. However, as they departed, the tactical system of their combat attire discreetly recorded every name. They were fortunate this time. Should they dare to commit further transgressions, the consequences would not be so lenient. In the face of great peril, those who sacrifice themselves for their country are not to be judged for their past sins. The morning mist of Yingqiao City, still tinged with the scent of blood, enveloped the streets in an unprecedented tranquility. The notorious Duanji gang had vanished from the outer districts, leaving behind only a handful of thugs cowering behind trash bins, too terrified to even breathe as the patrolling militia approached. The once boastful demeanor of these ruffians had long since faded, replaced by a palpable fear in their eyes. On the dirt roads of the slums, 12-year-old Tai Mu stood on tiptoe atop a broken wooden crate, clutching 20 silver coins that glimmered in the morning light. If you wish to have bread for every meal and gnaw on roasted meat, follow me. His voice was steady, devoid of the anxiety typical of a first-time leader. As the coins clinked audibly in his grasp, those scoundrels who stole our food are dead. No more hunger. The children surrounding him brightened at his words, their stomachs still growling, but their small fists clenched in determination as they raced after Tai Mu toward the bakery. From this moment forth, Tai Mu would be their leader. In the inner city manor, as the sunlight filtered through the intricately carved window frames and warmed the bedroom, Lin Che finally opened his eyes from the soft embrace of the bedding. Evelyn lay nestled in the crook of his arm, her long eyelashes dusted with sleep, a gentle smile gracing her lips. The swift gene enhancement serum, injected the previous night, had finally alleviated her accumulated fatigue. Yet, on the other side, Li Wei was already awake. The dark elf's fingertips, imbued with the coolness of moonlight grass, glided over Lin Che's abdomen, her warm breath brushing against his neck. "My dear, you awakened so early." As Lin Che opened his mouth to respond, Li Wei pressed her hand firmly on his shoulder. The fragrant essence of moonlight grass enveloped him, and before he could react, her supple form entwined around him. The stamina of dark elves far exceeded that of humans, and her unrestrained energy left Lin Che feeling flushed, while Evelyn continued to slumber. He carefully withdrew his arm and retrieved another vial of swift gene enhancement serum from the subspace of his combat suit. The pale blue liquid shimmered in its glass bottle. But after a moment of contemplation, he placed it back, though Li Wei had indeed assisted him. The possessiveness she exhibited when gazing at the Hunt Soul M416 lingered in his heart like a thorn, and thus this serum could not be easily given. He pressed the metallic ring at his neck, and liquid metal swiftly spread across his skin, seamlessly weaving into the captain-level Eternal Night Shadow combat suit. The magnetic attachment points at the cuffs perfectly aligned with the holster, the tactical patterns along the hem glowing with a cold light. "Mr. Lin, this is dire. We are in grave trouble." The manor's front door crashed open, and Jerome's voice, tinged with panic, echoed through the halls. His hands clutched the doorframe, knuckles whitening. His hat askew, face smeared with dirt. The Luo Shui Guan defense line has collapsed. Marquis Lin Che battled the bloodthirsty barbarians all night, on the verge of victory, when suddenly, werewolves launched a surprise attack from behind. Over half of the Silver Shield Knights have perished. The barbarians are now charging toward Yingqiao City and may arrive before nightfall. Lin Che's left eye flickered to life with a virtual display. The tactical system rapidly conjuring a map of Luo Shuiguan. Located northwest of Yingqiao City, the bloodthirsty barbarians descended from the Jujing Great Wall, having bypassed the Black Pine Forest. How could they have navigated directly to Yingqiao City? It must be the werewolves leading them. Jerome swallowed hard, his voice trembling. Those werewolves have captured many villagers, binding them to wooden stakes as bait, dragging them along like carcasses. The barbarians, drawn by the scent of humans, have gone mad, heading straight for Yingqiao City. With the old Marquis absent and no news from Marquis Lin Che, the entire city is in chaos. The old steward sent me to summon you. Please, you must seek out the Marquis and investigate the barbarians' true intentions. Lin Che asked no further questions and raised his hand to gesture into the air. The system's space hummed, and a silver-black, night raid hoverbike materialized from thin air, its tires crunching over the cobblestones as the engine's low rumble reverberated through the air. He mounted the bike, the virtual screen automatically locking onto the direction of Luo Shuiguan. Tell the old steward to keep an eye on Evelyn and Li Weiya. Do not let them wander. Before his words had fully left his lips, the hoverbike surged forward, the whirlwind it created sweeping the leaves from the roadside. The city gate guards, upon recognizing Lin Che, lacked the courage to impede him and hurriedly swung open the gates. Just as the silhouette of the hoverbike vanished into the morning mist, a figure cloaked in black within the tower of the city's core retracted his gaze. His fingers caressed the wolf head insignia at his waist, malevolence glinting in his eyes like a poisoned blade. Lin Che has departed. Now, no one can stop me. Chapter 47. Encountering barbarians at the Jujing Great Wall. Surrounded by 100,000 beasts outside Yingqiao City, the snow of the Lin Dongxing province fell more swiftly than chronicled in the annals. Just days after the harvest festival, heavy snow descended from the farthest northern wastelands, initially a mere scattering of flakes, but soon transformed into a torrential downpour that pelted down like shredded cotton, striking the helmets of travelers. The biting wind whirled the snow into their collars, chilling them to the bone. Lin Che navigated the ruins of Luo Shuiguan on his night raid hoverbike, the engine set to its lowest power, emitting only a barely audible hum, lest he alert hidden foes. The virtual screen in his left eye displayed fluctuating temperature readings. 10. Snowflakes settled on the edges of the screen, crystallizing into frost. Before him lay the remnants of Luo Shuiguan, its walls crumbled to a great extent. The silver-white snow strewn with shattered silver shield knight armor, broken swords, and a few frozen horsewhips. This place was eerie. Neither human nor equine corpses remained. Not a trace of blood or flesh left behind, as if devoured by some insatiable creature. Beneath the layer of snow, dark red imprints faintly emerged, indicating that a fierce battle had indeed taken place. Even with a thin layer of snow covering it, an unmistakable scent of iron lingered in the air. This place was unnaturally clean. Lin Che scooped up a handful of bloody snow, hoping to glean some insight from it. He recalled the illustrated compendium of northern races he had discovered in the Merlin FA Tower, where he had specifically input the data on bloodthirsty barbarians into the microcomputer of his combat suit. With a thought, a detailed entry appeared on the virtual screen. Bloodthirsty barbarians, indigenous species of the extreme northern wasteland, averaging 53 meters in height. Their slate-gray skin covered with sparse black-brown fur, protruding tusks measuring half a foot in length, and dark yellow eyes with exceptional night vision. They are violent and bloodthirsty, feeding on raw flesh, particularly fond of human children. Their societal structure revolves around chieftains, supported by centurions, exhibiting highly disciplined movements. Weaknesses: eyes protected by fur. Vision may be slightly impaired. Throat resistance. Possess strong defenses against ordinary blades and low-tier magic, requiring armor-piercing rounds or high-level combat energy to breach. Upon reading the description, Lin Che's brow furrowed deeper. This adversary was far more formidable than a werewolf. He ran his fingers along the side of the bike, where a spare ammunition belt for the frenzied wolf heavy machine gun was secured. He mused internally that against such tough-skinned, resilient foes, only heavy firepower would effectively clear the battlefield. Continuing northward in search of Lin Che's trail, the hoverbike's ultraviolet searchlight swept across the snow, and at last, dense signs of battle emerged in a pine forest 30 kilometers from Luo Shuiguan. Arrows embedded in the trees bore the distinctive feather decorations of the Xingshun tribe, while deep hoofprints in the snow revealed the passage of the silver shield knight's warhorses. There were several patches of darkened blood, tinged with a faint green hue, indicative of the werewolf's essence. What troubled Lin Che the most were the scattered short blades, their blades coated with a sinister green venom, unmistakably instruments of a treacherous ambush. Designed with lethal intent, he leaped from the vehicle, crouching beside a masked corpse, and reached out to lift its mask. Revealed was a face marred by burn scars. Extending from the forehead to the chin, the skin wrinkled like charred bark, devoid of eyebrows and hair. Lin Che examined the corpse's fingers, discovering remnants of fine magical powder lodged between them. Nearby, fragmented paper revealed half of a charred flame magic scroll. This was not merely the work of 3 waves of attackers. There were sorcerers backing this group of masked men. A chill ran down his spine as the image of Stephen Gus surfaced in his mind. Could one be so ruthless as to conspire against even one's own offspring for power? This cunning fox indeed had the audacity. Following the traces of battle, he pressed on, but after a few kilometers, the thick snow concealed all signs. The searchlight swept across the desolate expanse ahead, revealing only an ocean of white snow and the howling wind. It was as if Richi's team had vanished into thin air. To the north lay the direction of the Juejing Great Wall. Could they have headed there? Lin Che hesitated for a few moments before turning his motorcycle sharply towards the Juejing Great Wall. Half an hour later, the silhouette of the Great Wall emerged within view. This formidable line of defense, stretching across the mountain pass, was indeed awe-inspiring. The Tianzhong High Wall was half composed of ancient ice, eternally frozen. Its surface adorned with thick frost flowers, glimmering with a cold light under the snow's radiance. The other half was constructed of black ironwood and granite, with gaps embedded with bones left from battles against barbarian hordes. The wall extended 10 kilometers to the east and west, with the central gate intact and ajar, clearly opened during the werewolf's retreat. Coincidentally, at that moment, a bloodthirsty horde of barbarians charged forth, brandishing bone clubs and stone axes. Human flesh to feast upon, they roared. Lin Che abruptly halted his motorcycle, dismounted, and swiftly unlatched the Wolf Fury heavy machine gun from the side, securing its stand in the snow, aiming at the foremost barbarian. As his finger pressed the trigger, the machine gun emitted a dull thud, and the orange-red tongues of flame illuminated the snowy night. Armor-piercing rounds rained down like a torrential storm, the first bullet piercing a barbarian's chest, dark blood splattering onto the snow, instantly freezing into granules. The barbarian howled, attempting to charge, but the second bullet exploded its head. The following barbarians, undeterred, surged forward, only to collapse under the hail of bullets. Some had their arms shattered. Others had their throats pierced, black blood pooling in the snow, soon to be covered by fresh flurries. Kill LV-35 Bloodthirsty Barbarian. Gained 3,500 Sin coins. Kill LV-38 Bloodthirsty Barbarian. Gained 4,800 Sin coins. Kill LV-42 Bloodthirsty Barbarian Centurion. Gained 8,000 Sin coins. The system notifications echoed in his mind. Lin Che fixated on the fluctuating Sin coin values on the screen, yet felt no sense of relief. Over 30 barbarians had consumed 1,000 rounds of his ammunition, and 3 severely injured ones, dragging their broken legs, attempted to flee. He had no choice but to pursue them with the chainsaw sword of soul-breaking. The serrated blade whirring as it severed their necks, black blood splattering onto his combat attire, instantly isolated by the stain-resistant coating. At equal levels, they were at least 30% more challenging to slay than werewolves. Lin Che shook the blood from his sword in exchange for an additional 100,000 rounds from the system. As he continued his slaughter of the bloodthirsty barbarians outside the Eagle's Nest city, a throng of over 100,000 bloodthirsty barbarians formed a dark tide, gradually encircling the city, clearly intent on sparing no human. Some carried human corpses as sustenance, consuming as they advanced, while others brandished bone weapons, their roars shaking the very snowflakes from the Eagle's Nest city. At the heart of this horde sat a throne constructed from the bones of a colossal mammoth, upon which a towering barbarian chieftain, 3 meters tall, presided. His body was a mass of bulging muscles, skin a deep brown, wielding a gleaming stone hammer, with a snow-white saber-toothed tiger lying docile at his feet. Beside the chieftain stood an exquisitely alluring female werewolf. Even adorned with a wolf's head, one could sense her beauty would be revered within the werewolf tribe. A beauty with the venom of a viper. The magnificent chieftain Gul'dan, the female werewolf, chuckled softly, leaning in, her voice a blend of sweetness and menace. The Rodden family is prepared to offer you the defensive schematics of Eagle's Nest City, hoping that once the city falls, you shall spare half of our rations. May our friendship endure as long as the frigid ice of the northern realms. The barbarian chieftain let out a low growl, slamming his stone hammer into the ground. Before drawing the female werewolf close, Gul'dan shall not forget Rodden, nor shall he forget you. A roar erupted from the barbarians, and they charged forth. Chapter 48, Shattering Mountain Heavy Anti-Armor Howitzer, One Shot, Do Not Kill. The wrathful roars of the bloodthirsty barbarians reverberated, causing the outer city walls to tremble. These creatures, descending from the icy highlands, stood over 2.5 meters tall, their blood-soaked pelts concealing deep brown, knotted muscles. Each wielded either a gleaming stone hammer or a wooden spear adorned with bone spikes. Some even used broken cart axles as weapons, their nails caked with mud and the blood of their victims. The first to crash against the city wall were the barbarian vanguard, armed with iron weapons. 3 injured city guards strained with all their might to push against the wooden barricade behind the city gate. But the barbarians' beastly strength cracked the thick wood with a resounding creak. Hold firm. Just a little longer, reinforcements from the inner city will arrive. The captain roared, swinging his sword at the barbarian climbing through the breach. But as the blade barely grazed the barbarian's skin, it was seized by the wrist and brutally snapped. The barbarian opened its tooth-filled maw, sinking its teeth into the captain's neck, blood gushing down his throat, splattering the nearby recruits. The wall above became a hellscape. The mercenaries' crossbow bolts quickly depleted, leaving them to grapple with the barbarians in close combat. A lanky mercenary, having just thrust his dagger into a barbarian's abdomen, found himself seized by the throat and hurled against the battlements, his brain matter mixing with brick shards, splattering the ground. The long spear squad of the city guards attempted to form a line, but the barbarians disregarded formations, charging forward over the corpses of their companions, swinging their hammers with reckless abandon, reducing both man and weapon to a pulpy mass. A young city guard, paralyzed by fear, attempted to retreat, only to be seized by the ankle and pulled down. Several stone spears pierced his chest, his final gaze directed towards the inner city, filled with a yearning to survive. In less than half an hour, the outer city walls bore over 10 breaches. Barbarians surged into the city, wooden houses along the streets crumbling under stone hammer strikes. The screams of women and the cries of children quickly replaced by the barbarians' savage laughter. An elderly baker, brandishing a rolling pin, was impaled against the door by a spear. Freshly baked bread rolling across the ground, stained with blood. The blacksmith, igniting the coals in his forge, attempted to defend himself with a red-hot iron sword. But the barbarians pressed the glowing metal against his face, then skewered him on a long sword, roasting him over the fire. The resistance from the city guards and mercenaries grew increasingly futile. Their armor was long destroyed, weapons broken or dulled. Many bore deep wounds exposing bone, blood freezing on their clothing into icy shards. Retreat. Back to the inner city walls. The surviving officers shouted, leading the remnants towards the inner city. But the barbarians relentlessly pursued, with many falling along the path of escape. Ultimately, only a few managed to breach the inner city gates. As the drawbridge of the inner city slowly rose, the outer city had completely fallen. The barbarians rampaged through the streets, engaging in brutal violence over a lifeless corpse. Some savages gnawed on the deceased's thigh, their mouths smeared with blood, while others seized weapons from their comrades to strike down their fellows. The once lively streets of the outer city soon became a graveyard, littered with bodies, as blood flowed like a stream across the snow, pooling in the low-lying areas and freezing into dark red ice. The outer city walls, constructed primarily of rammed earth mixed with gravel, were the longest, lacking magical crossbows or boiling oil. The available manpower barely reached a few thousand, especially after Lin Che had taken away 3,000 elite city guards. The remaining forces comprised either the old, weak, and disabled or hastily recruited mercenaries, incapable of withstanding the onslaught of over 100,000 barbarians. Thus, the defense focus of the Indun territory was established from the very beginning on the bluestone walls of the inner city and the core area of Indun Castle. The chaos in the outer city incited uproar among the nobles of the inner city. A portly, balding earl stood atop the city tower, observing the flames in the outer city without a hint of sympathy for the common folk, sneering, "These barbarians can only scavenge for scraps. Once they have gorged themselves on the corpses, they will surely leave." A nearby baron immediately concurred, "Indeed, it's all Lin Che's fault for killing the werewolf elder. If we could hand him over and offer his 2 women to the Rodden family, the werewolves would surely send troops to mediate." Someone countered that Lin Che had already left the city in search of riches, to which the baron retorted with narrowed eyes, "If we can't capture Lin Che, we can seize his women. Aren't Evelyn and Li Wei still at the manor? If we bind them and send them up, it ought to appease the werewolves." Yet these lords, just having escaped from the turmoil outside, seemed to have forgotten Lin Che's massacre in the city the previous day, just as the nobles bickered endlessly. A goblin airship adorned with the Rodden family's wolf head emblem descended slowly upon the square of the inner city. These werewolves, ostensibly there to discuss collaboration, harbored ulterior motives to witness the internal strife among humans, intending to let Gul'dan's barbarians exploit the ensuing chaos to breach the city walls. At that point, the entire Eagle's Nest city would fall to the Rodden family, and she, Gul'dan, would ascend as the greatest patriarch in her family's history. Meanwhile, Gul'dan lounged upon his throne of beast bones, his coarse hands squeezing roughly, causing even the werewolves to break into cold sweats. Yet she forced a smile. The damned barbarians possessed immense strength. Even she, a master-level werewolf, found it somewhat overwhelming, particularly as all males seemed to exert themselves fiercely at such times. Great chieftain. She leaned closer to Gul'dan's ear, her voice sweet enough to drip. Once we secure Eagle's Nest City, the noble women within will be at your disposal. They are far more delicate than I. Gul'dan grinned, revealing blood-stained teeth, and waved for his men to bring forth provisions. What was dragged before them was a merchant weighing at least 300 pounds, clad in a gold-trimmed silk coat, his belly round as a ball. He was originally a salt merchant from the outer city, having monopolized the salt prices in the Winterhold province, secretly selling young girls to werewolves as sacrifices, and even having set fire to a rival's family to seize their mining site. He had planned to escape into the inner city amidst the chaos. But just as he reached the city gate, he was seized by the barbarians. "Spare me. I am wealthy. I will give you all my money." The merchant kneeled in the snow, wailing, his trousers already soaked in fear. Gul'dan paid him no mind, seizing his hair and violently yanking back. Before sinking his teeth into the merchant's neck, blood spattered onto Gul'dan's face as he chewed on the warm flesh, mumbling, "Fat, delicious." Then he offered the merchant's corpse to Ku'er, gesturing for her to sample it as well. Ku'er, suppressing her nausea, extended her silver-nailed hand to tear a piece of flesh from the merchant's chest and stuffed it into her mouth. No matter how much she adhered to noble etiquette, she was, at heart, still a werewolf. The scent of raw meat not only failed to repulse her, but rather invigorated her senses. Just as the two indulged in this gruesome feast, a sharp whistle suddenly sliced through the air, reminiscent of a predatory bird's cry. Before Ku'er could react, a fireball plummeted from the distance, exploding with a thunderous roar 50 meters from the throne of beast bones. The shockwave from the explosion sent hundreds of barbarians flying, creating a 30-meter-wide crater in the ground, the frozen earth charred black at the bottom. Within 100 meters of the blast, the barbarians either had their innards shattered or were pierced by flying debris, dying without so much as a groan. Had it not been for the massive mammoth bone emanating a chilling glow enveloping them, they too would have been swept away. What on earth? Ku'er sprang to her feet, blood-colored fighting spirit flaring in her wolf claws. In an instant, she thought of one person, the one who had obliterated Englewood, Lin Che. How could he have returned so swiftly? On a hillside 1,000 meters away, Lin Che stood in the snow, holding a telescope in his left hand while adjusting the angle of a cannon with his right. Before him was the Mountain Breaker heavy anti-armor howitzer, recently acquired for 5 million Sin coins. This artillery, with a caliber of 120 millimeters and an effective range of 2,000 meters, utilized high-explosive armor-piercing shells, capable of reducing even the magical armored vehicles of the werewolf tribes to scrap metal. The cannon featured a hydraulic stabilization system, ensuring precise targeting even on snow, and came with 6 shells, each worth 200,000 Sin coins, making it a veritable mobile treasury of destruction. Kill LV-65 Bloodthirsty Barbarian Centurion. Gain 65,000 Sin coins. Kill LV-72 Bloodthirsty Barbarian Chieftain's Guard. Gain 82,000 Sin coins. Kill LV-45 Bloodthirsty Barbarian Vanguard. Gain 25,000 Sin coins. Kill LV-56 Bloodthirsty Barbarian Centurion. Gain 56,000 Sin coins. Total earnings, 1 million. Not bad. Lin Che was pleased with this outcome. A single shell worth 200,000 yielded a 5-fold profit, which was quite satisfactory. Let you rabble pay with your lives for the blood of the outer city's citizens. He reached to press the launch button, preparing to fire a second shell, but the tactical system suddenly emitted a red alert. A red silhouette was approaching at terrifying speed. It was the strikingly beautiful female werewolf, Gul'dan, enveloped in blood-colored fighting spirit. Her wolf claws tore through the air with a hissing sound, the distance of 1,000 meters shrinking rapidly beneath her feet, soon reduced to 500 meters. Her eyes were fixed on Lin Che, a cruel grin curling her lips. This time, let us see how you explode. Chapter 49. The anti-armor cannon shatters the barbarian throne. Lin Che faces off against the master-level female werewolf. Lin Che's hand rested on the cold surface of the Mountain Breaker heavy anti-armor howitzer, the metallic sensation coursing through his combat suit. The cannon tube still warm from the previous shell. Adjusting the aiming coordinates, he corrected 3 degrees to the left and 15 degrees elevation. With a ballistic drag coefficient of 0.8, the tactical system's cold electronic voice resonated in his earpiece. And the holographic virtual screen in his left eye instantly displayed a close-up of Gul'dan's throne. The barbarian chieftain was roaring with laughter. His mouth lined with fangs and adorned with a necklace of human skulls gleaming pale in the snow's light, the blood in the cracks of the bones starkly visible. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Che pressed the launch button. An orange-red flame surged from the cannon's mouth, a half-meter-long tongue of fire sweeping away the surrounding snow. The shell shrieking through the air as it tore apart the atmosphere, leaving a gray-white trail like a meteor heading straight for the heart of the barbarian camp. Boom. The deafening explosion reverberated 1,000 meters away, the area surrounding the barbarian throne engulfed in smoke and debris, chunks of flesh, bone shards, and scraps of beast hide splattering amidst the snow. Even the distant barbarians, fighting over flesh and blood, were thrown into the air by the shockwave. Yet Lin Che could not afford to be distracted by the battlefield, a red that was closing in at a horrifying speed. Counterattack was already upon him. With a deft motion, Lin Che extracted the Meteor Barrett anti-material sniper rifle from the confines of the system space. The moment the electromagnetic accelerator activated, a deep, resonant hum reverberated through his palm, sending a tingling sensation coursing through his hand. A pale blue current danced along the grooves of the barrel, coalescing at the muzzle into a blinding point of light. Lin swiftly loaded a Songlong Annihilation armor-piercing explosive round. The quantum polymer material of the shell shimmering with an iridescent sheen under the reflection of the snow. This weapon had claimed the life of a wood. It should suffice to eliminate another such werewolf as well. Through the scope, the figure of Counterattack darted across the snow like a streak of red lightning. Her 5th-tier master-level fighting spirit manifested as a pale red membrane surrounding her, pulsating with life as she moved. As her feet traversed the snow, they left only tiny depressions, too swift for even the wind to catch up. At a distance of 300 meters, she glanced back towards the throne. At 200 meters, she abruptly changed direction, weaving side to side like a slippery serpent, evading the sniper's aim. At 100 meters, her wolf claw shot forth, glinting with an eerie blue light, a low, beastly growl emanating from her throat, clearly having caught the scent of Lin's blood. Bang! The armor-piercing round erupted from the barrel. Yet Coral's reflexes were astonishingly quick. She instinctively sidestepped, the bullet grazing her shoulder armor and striking a granite boulder behind her. With a thunderous blast, debris erupted like shrapnel, showering her in a flurry of snow. Coral's pupils constricted, and an incredulous growl escaped her throat. What manner of weapon is this? She had encountered human magical crossbows and felt the sting of elven magical arrows. A weapon capable of such devastation from a distance of a kilometer must surely belong to a master marksman wielding a rare magical longbow. Before she could regain her composure, Lin had already reloaded, the second bullet hurtling toward her vital chest. This time, she was a fraction too slow. The armor-piercing round did not strike her directly, but the explosion of the quantum polymer tore a half-foot-long gash in her armor. This suit of armor was crafted from the hide of the abyssal, soul-eating worm, a terrifying creature capable of devouring iron armor underground. Its exterior was 3 times tougher than fine steel, and coupled with the ancestral bloodline secret technique of the Rodden family. The damaged patterns glimmered with a dark red light, striving to mend the fissures. Nevertheless, the searing shrapnel still sliced through her ribcage, blood seeping through the cracks of her armor, staining the white lining crimson. Coral let out a muffled grunt, staggering back a step, her previous disdain morphing into unbridled rage. Lin Che, you seek death. The 5th-tier master-level fighting spirit erupted forth, the pale red membrane swelling thrice its size, enveloping her like a blazing inferno. Her speed surged even further, leaving behind 3 afterimages in the snow, the tactical system struggling to keep up with a delay of 0.3 seconds, nearly losing her from view. Lin realized the sniper rifle was now ineffective. With a flick of his wrist, he returned the Barrett to storage and drew forth the chainsaw, sword of soul-breaking. The whirring of the rapidly spinning teeth reverberated through the air. It was ravenous with anticipation. Instantly, the tactical system shifted to melee combat assistance mode, a myriad of holographic demonstrations of combat techniques exploding onto the virtual screen. There were dissection movements from the Merlin Magic Tower's Windblade Slash, as well as an improved version of the Silver Shield Knight's armor-piercing thrust, each movement annotated with force angles and center of gravity. At the joints of his combat suit, liquid metal surged forth like a living entity, rapidly coalescing into dark armor plating for his knees and elbows, stabilizing Lin's movements to prevent muscle strain during exertion. Death. Coral's wolf claw lunged first, the tips imbued with fighting spirit aimed directly at Lin Che's throat, moving so swiftly it left only an afterimage. Lin, utilizing the tactical system's predictions, sidestepped, the chainsaw sword sweeping across her waist. The moment the serrated edges met her armor, a piercing screech echoed, sending sparks flying half a meter high. Coral was taken aback and annoyed. She had assumed Lin would rely solely on mechanical creations and be a lamb to the slaughter once in close quarters. But this sword's angle was so cunning that evasion was impossible. In a hurried retreat, her fingertip was still grazed by the serrated blade, a claw with remnants of flesh dropping onto the snow, instantly freezing into a solid mass, the blood spreading into a small dark red pool. Damn it! What useful information is this? A flicker of wariness crept into Coral's gaze. The human before her had no apparent weaknesses. He possessed long-range capabilities that could annihilate a master, and his close combat techniques were astoundingly precise, and his physical constitution could withstand her fighting spirit's onslaught. Yet, in the next instant, a morbid excitement ignited in her eyes as she licked the blood from her lips. Now this is interesting. Your flesh must be far more delectable than that of Oldham Wood. Seeing the she-werewolf, so close to death, still contemplating devouring him, Lin Che couldn't help but smirk in derision, the chainsaw sword slicing through the air once more with a sharp whistle. Bitch! Have you lost your mind in the heat of battle? He followed the tactical system's guidance, alternating between blocking and counterattacking, each swing of the chainsaw sword landing precisely during Coral's moments of vulnerability. Though he was a full tier below her in strength, he managed to exchange blows with the 5th-tier master-level werewolf, forcing Coral to retreat defensively on several occasions. As their battle reached a fever pitch, Lin was preparing to execute a feint, devised by the tactical system, to break the stalemate when a deafening roar suddenly erupted from the distance. A savage, primal aura swept in with the sound, causing the snow atop the surrounding trees to cascade down, crashing to the ground, and sending plumes of snow swirling up to half a meter high. Lin looked up to see a massive figure emerging from the smoke and dust. None other than the supposedly deceased Gul'dan. The barbarian chieftain not only survived, but bore a gigantic bone club, 4 to 5 meters long. Judging by its size and texture, it was undoubtedly the leg bone of an ancient behemoth from the frozen tundra. Standing at a towering 3 meters, his muscular torso was larger than a grinding stone. And though his shoulder, injured by artillery, oozed black blood, he showed no signs of weakness. Instead, his eyes gleamed with ferocity as they locked onto Lin, as if intent on devouring him whole. Damn it, this bastard has a hard life. Lin cursed inwardly, gripping the chainsaw sword with renewed strength. Surrounded on all sides was a perilous predicament. He needed to eliminate Coral before Gul'dan reached him. Yet Coral seemed to have discerned his intentions, refraining from advancing and instead encircling Lin, waiting for Gul'dan's arrival. Chapter 50. Cannon, blast him to oblivion. Seeking to evade, buying time, Lin immediately turned and sprinted backward. Coral's eyes glinted with greed as she watched Lin rush towards the heavy anti-armor howitzer. This magical artillery capable of shattering thrones would undoubtedly elevate the Rodden family's combat prowess if brought back home. She could not allow Lin to destroy this treasure, nor could she permit him to use it against her kind. Coral pushed off the snow with great force, her 5th-tier master-level fighting spirit exploding beneath her feet, sending the snow flying in a mist, her speed surpassing her previous pace, the crimson afterimage nearly catching up to Lin's black combat attire. Lin caught a glimpse of the pursuer in his peripheral vision, a triumphant smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This was precisely the outcome he desired. When he was a mere 10 meters from the cannon, Lin suddenly propelled himself forward with explosive force, leaping like an arrow, rolling upon landing to narrowly evade Coral's outstretched claw. Just then, as Coral missed her mark, the ground erupted, revealing a metallic net glimmering with a cold light. The Iron Blood V adaptive capture net, enhanced, unfurled, its memory metal threads shimmering dark silver under the snow's glow, expanding to cover an area of 15 square meters, ensnaring Coral like a reaper's grasp. This capture net was far more formidable than the basic model. The memory metal threads had a melting point of 2,500 degrees, capable of withstanding the searing heat of high-tier fighting spirit. The built-in micro-high-voltage shock module could release 150,000 volts for 3 seconds, sufficient to temporarily paralyze a master-level warrior. Upon contact with the target for 3 seconds, it would automatically constrict, with a retraction force of 12,000 newtons, capable of crushing fine steel. The nano-level cutting edge of the steel wire effortlessly penetrates 15 millimeters low-carbon steel. The logistics warehouse prices it at 150,000 Sin coins. He has arranged 10 around. The current coursed through the metal net, instantly spreading throughout Kuer's body. She shuddered, her previously concentrated fighting spirit suddenly thrown into disarray. Her claws frozen mid-air, and the roar in her throat stifled. Only her right arm, exposed beyond the net, retained some movement, albeit struggling. Now is the moment. Lin Che decisively drew the chainsaw sword of soul-breaking, the high-speed whirring of the serrated blade resonating sharply in the snow. He positioned himself at the optimal angle calculated by his combat suit and leaped, the chainsaw sword swinging down with the force to split mountains and shatter rocks. Directly aimed at Kuer's exposed right arm. In 0.1 seconds, the chainsaw sword accurately pressed against Kuer's shoulder guard. In 0.2 seconds, the nano-serrations tore through the abyss, devouring Worm's skin armor, slicing through muscle and bone. In 0.3 seconds, blood erupted like a fountain, its warm, metallic scent splattering onto the snow, instantly crystallizing into dark red ice. Kuer's aesthetically powerful right arm, now a mangled mass of flesh, flew away, landing heavily in a distant snowbank. As the current subsided, excruciating pain enveloped Kuer's nerves. She gazed at her empty shoulder, a flicker of fear flashing in her eyes. Having navigated the underground world for years, she relied on her ability to assess situations and her speed. Now, with her arm severed, continuing the fight would spell her doom. Seizing the moment while the capture net still contended with her residual fighting spirit, Kuer suddenly summoned all her strength, her fighting spirit erupting like a volcano, bursting the metal net that had contracted to its limit with a loud bang. The shattered metal wires flew in all directions, but she could not afford to dodge. Clutching her bleeding shoulder, she turned and sprinted toward the black pine forest, her crimson figure vanishing in the wind and snow. Trying to escape? Lin Che swiftly withdrew the Meteor Barrett anti-material sniper rifle from the system space, targeting Kuer's retreating silhouette. However, before he could pull the trigger, Kuer abruptly reversed direction. Her speed almost half again as fast as during her attack. The bullet grazed her skin armor, merely puncturing a corner of her garment. TSK. She has certainly honed her escape skills. Lin Che clicked his tongue, retracting the sniper rifle. His neural reaction speed and long-range prediction still had room for improvement. It seemed he needed more practice with firearms. At that moment, heavy footsteps echoed from behind, each step reverberating like a drum against the snow, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Turning to look, Lin Che felt his heart sink. Guerden had closed the distance to within 100 meters. This 3-meter-tall barbarian chief, wielding a 4 to 5-meter-long beast leg bone club, had his animal hide torn and tattered by the earlier grenade explosions, yet no significant injuries were visible. More terrifying was the blood-colored fighting spirit coalescing around him, forming a grotesque armor that enveloped his entire body, with protruding bone spikes gleaming coldly. Even his eyes were shrouded in fighting spirit, revealing only 2 crimson glimmers. Fighting spirit armor. This was a skill only masters of high rank could master. Lin Che's pupils constricted as he instantly understood. Guerden had succumbed to the frenzy blood state. It was said that the bloodthirsty barbarians' frenzy could double their combat power. Yet they would lose their reason, driven only by primal urges to kill. The berserker, a hybrid of barbarian and human, inherited this bloodthirsty talent. Indeed, the rumors held true. Guerden glared at Lin Che, letting out a low, guttural growl, saliva dripping from the corner of his mouth. Moments ago, he had been embracing Kuer, gnawing on the head of a wealthy merchant. But now, with Kuer gone, how could he swallow his rage? Human die. Guerden's voice was hoarse, like a broken gong. As he charged at Lin Che, his speed significantly increased. Lin Che was prepared. The Wolf's Howl pulse mine he had previously set up was instantly triggered. A mine worth 100,000 Sin coins, employing a dual trigger mechanism of pressure and thermal activation, had an 8-meter sensing range that was sufficient to cover Guerden's charge. Boom, boom, boom. 3 mines exploded in succession, first releasing a high-intensity electromagnetic pulse, attempting to restrict Guerden's movements. Following that, 480 tungsten steel shrapnel pieces sprayed in a 360-degree arc, pelting against Guerden's fighting spirit armor, producing a cacophony of metallic clinks. Yet, Guerden seemed impervious to pain. The fighting spirit armor absorbed the majority of the shrapnel. And even if a few penetrated the armor and grazed his skin, he merely roared and accelerated, his wounds visibly healing before the eye. The self-healing ability in a frenzy state was simply outrageous. Damn, this monster is tougher than I imagined. Lin Che cursed under his breath. Quickly rushing to the Mountain Breaker heavy anti-armor howitzer, retrieving a silver-white shell from the system space. The Judgment Sword Annihilation penetrating shell was designed specifically for taking down heavy armored targets, featuring a miniature annihilation reactor that would detonate upon impact, generating a 5,000-degree high-temperature flame and achieving a penetration depth of up to 300 millimeters of tungsten carbide armor, with a single shell priced at 250,000 Sin coins. This was a specially prepared trump card for Guerden. With a flat trajectory, let us see how you withstand this. Lin Che gritted his teeth, completing the shell loading, muzzle angle correction, and fuse adjustment within 0.1 seconds with the assistance of the tactical system in his combat suit. Guerden had closed to within 20 meters, launching himself like a small mountain toward Lin Che, the bone club whistling through the air, intending to turn Lin Che into mincemeat. Now is the moment. Lin Che pressed the launch button. Boom. The Mountain Breaker cannon unleashed a blinding tongue of fire. The Judgment Sword Annihilation penetrating shell, screaming through the air, directly targeting Guerden's chest. Enveloped in frenzy, Guerden had no awareness to evade. He swung his bone club to block, colliding directly with the shell. The massive shockwave hit Lin Che like an invisible hand, sending him flying, tumbling across the snow for dozens of meters before coming to a halt. The Mountain Breaker cannon was also toppled by the shockwave, its barrel dented upon striking the rock. Uffed. Lin Che spat blood onto the snow, staining the white expanse before him. His combat suit was severely damaged, pain radiating from his shoulder and ribs. Fortunately, the liquid metal was slowly repairing the damage, a faint blue glow spreading along the cracks. Lin Che propped himself up in the snow, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze still sharp. Damn it. If I survive this, I'll call you father. I don't believe it. Struggling to rise, he sought to confirm Guerden's fate, only to see a severed hand, still infused with fighting spirit, twitching in the snow. It appeared that the barbarian king's vitality was even more tenacious than he had imagined. Chapter 51. Penetrating Shell Annihilates Level 185 Barbarian King. Stephen sacrifices his entire clan to summon the demon. Damn you and your ancestors. Lin Che gritted his teeth and pulled open the Barrett's magazine, loading the last 3 Wolf's Howl Annihilation penetrating explosive rounds, one by one, suppressing the pain, steadying his breath. In the scope, Guerden's chest continued to ooze blood. The previous 2 shots had shattered his bone club, but had not completely breached his barbarian armor. This 3-meter-tall beast was panting heavily, its crimson eyes locked onto Lin Che. The wound on its chest, even showing faint red blood energy slowly healing. Bang! The first penetrating round grazed Guerden's shoulder guard, creating a fist-sized blood hole. Chunks of flesh splattering onto the snow and freezing instantly. Guerden howled in agony, lunging toward Lin Che, his heavy footsteps creating deep pits in the snow. Lin Che remained calm, quickly adjusting the scope. Not finished yet. The second round hurtled toward Guerden's throat, but he raised his arm to block. The bullet penetrating flesh and becoming lodged in bone, merely sprinkling a series of blood droplets. The last round. Die for me. The third penetrating round struck precisely at the old wound on Guerden's chest, the quantum composite material core detonating within him, triggering a chain reaction from the miniature annihilation reactor that shredded his heart. Roar. The roar of Gul'dan abruptly ceased, his massive frame swayed, and then crashed heavily onto the snow, causing the surrounding snow to tumble down. In front of Lin Che's left eye, a virtual screen instantaneously displayed a series of notifications. Kill LV-185 Bloodthirsty Barbarian Chieftain, Gul'dan. Basic Sin Currency 1, 850,000. Triggered Leader Bonus, 100 additional 1, 850,000 Sin Currency. Triggered First Kill Bonus, 50 additional 925,000 Sin Currency. Total Sin Currency acquired 4, 625,000. Unlocked Special Kill Achievement. Barbarian King Terminator. Unlocked Golden Codex. Bloodthirsty Barbarian. Can exchange for exclusive gene potions. Barbarian Bone Refinement Gene Potion. Barbarian Blood Frenzy Gene Potion. Barbarian Soul Endurance Gene Potion. Obtain title. The Tragedy of the Bloodthirsty Barbarian. Huh? Now this is exhilarating. Lin Che discarded the Barrett, placed his hands on his hips, and laughed heartily, only to cough up blood midway. The recoil had indeed injured his lung. He swiftly retrieved the Starry Sky Rapid Recovery Potion, from the system space, and as the pale purple liquid infused into his arm, a warm wave spread throughout his body, alleviating much of the chest pain within 30 seconds. The combat suit indicated an 80 surface injury repair and a reduction in internal organ shock. He crouched down to inspect his equipment. The barrel of the mountain-breaking heavy anti-armor grenade launcher had indeed bent a few millimeters, and the tactical system notified a 4 decrease in accuracy, requiring 50,000 concurrency for repairs. 3 Wolf Howl pulse induction landmines remained on the ground, while the Iron Blood V-type adaptive capture net had been rendered inoperative. No more reckless behavior. Lin Che clicked his tongue, stored all equipment back into the system space, and mounted the Night Raid hover motorcycle. The motorcycle's engine roared as it sliced through the snow, leaving a dark trail behind. In the outer city, numerous barbarians were slaughtering the townsfolk. He had to return before more lives were lost. Along the way, he encountered several waves of barbarian stragglers, who were still scavenging human corpses. Lin Che did not slow down. With a flick of his chainsaw sword, the barbarians fell like wheat being cut. The system notifications rang intermittently. Kill LV-39 Bloodthirsty Barbarian. Gain concurrency 8,000. Kill LV-45 Bloodthirsty Barbarian. Gain concurrency 10,000. Meanwhile, in the Silver Shield Castle within the core area of the Eagle's Nest City, an eerie silence enveloped the hall. The Grand Hall was crowded with individuals, ranging from nobles clad in splendid attire to commoners, mercenaries, and slaves, all of whom were illegitimate children of the Silver Shield family. Some were street thieves, others were apprentices in blacksmith shops, or low-level mercenaries from the Mercenary Guild. In recent months, shadowy figures had approached them, proclaiming that they were blood relatives of the Silver Shield family and thus eligible to inherit their titles. From skepticism to euphoric joy, they were forcibly brought to the castle before they could fully comprehend their newfound noble status. Why summon these bastards? A young noble in silver armor whispered to a higher-ranking noble beside him. The older noble ignored him, bewilderment flickering across his face. After all, his own brother and sibling were among them. Damn it! How dare these mongrels show their faces here? What is Stephen doing? Stephen stood aloft, his aged hands brushing against his cheek as he gazed at the children below. Youth is truly splendid. He nodded subtly to the shadowy figures behind him. Commence. Yes. Suddenly, hundreds of shadowy figures surged forth from all directions, brandishing short daggers coated in a dark green poison, their movements swift as shadows. As one illegitimate child attempted to resist, he found his arms growing weak, his fighting spirit seemingly siphoned away. The air was thick with the scent of vein-suppressing powder, a costly agent specifically designed to suppress the fighting spirit of practitioners, requiring at least 100,000 gold dragons to fill the hall with its essence. If only I had 100,000 gold dragons, was the last thought of the discerning, illegitimate child. Why are we not considered part of the Silver Shield family? A blacksmith-clad, illegitimate child bellowed as he lunged forward, only to be silenced by a swift slash to his throat, blood splattering across the pristine carpet. The slaughter continued for half an hour, and the Silver Shield kin in the hall were nearly annihilated. Their bodies were dragged to the center of the hall, and the once lavish red carpet was removed to reveal the ground inscribed with crimson runes. It formed a massive six-pointed star array, the runes glowing under the blood saturation, and a faint red mist began to rise from the floor, carrying the low murmur of demons. The shadowy figures arranged the bodies into the shape of the star, while Stephen shed his outer garments, stepping naked into the center of the array, closing his eyes to chant an incantation. As the incantation grew louder, the corpses suddenly dissolved into a viscous blood, flowing along the runes into the center of the array, merging with Stephen's body. His white hair began to darken, wrinkles faded, and his gaunt muscles gradually swelled. The strength lost to toxins, hidden injuries, and aging began to recover and surge. First tier Great Knight, second tier Great Knight, 8th tier Great Knight, 9th tier Great Knight. As his power neared a breakthrough to the 10th tier, a crack suddenly opened in the ceiling, and a demon shrouded in shadows emerged, its deep voice shaking the castle walls. Welcome, my disciple Stephen. I am Abyssal Lord Marershak, and your blood offering is exquisite. Great Lord Marershak, Stephen knelt, pleading, grant me the power to crush the winter. The demon extended its pitch-black claws, pressing against Stephen's chest, instantly forming a burning flame emblem. This is my mark, enabling you to harness my power. As the demon spoke, its form gradually dissolved into the shadows. Stephen rose, feeling the surging power within him. 10th tier Great Knight, 1st tier Knight Master, 2nd tier Knight Master. He only ceased at the 3rd tier Knight Master. He clenched his fists, knuckles cracking, his eyes filled with madness. From this day forth, I am the king. Just then, the flaming emblem on his chest ignited, and an influx of information flooded his mind. The Silver Shield family still has bloodlines nearby, towards the direction of the Magic Tower. The Magic Tower? Stephen scoffed, realizing there were still survivors. Meanwhile, Lin Che in the outer city was engrossed in a frenzy of slaughter with his chainsaw, sword of soul-breaking. A LV-63 bloodthirsty centurion swung a massive axe at him. Lin Che sidestepped, and the chainsaw sword severed the axe handle, the serrated teeth tearing through the centurion's chest. The system notification echoed. Kill LV-63 bloodthirsty centurion. Gain Sin currency 45,000. Current bloodthirsty barbarian kills 356, a mere drop in the bucket. The outer city was vast, even with hundreds of thousands of barbarians flooding in. It felt far from crowded. Suddenly, a low, raspy voice resonated directly within his mind, as if echoing from the depths of his soul. Ding! The divine raises the holy light. The demon murmurs from the abyss. O guardian of humanity, when the demon's minions appear before you, will you retreat or wield your sword? Lin Che cleaved through the head of a barbarian before him, his gaze resolute. Nonsense. Of course, I will slay him. Mission generated. The tragedy of our kin. The shame of humanity. Mission objective. Kill the mortal avatar of Abyssal Lord Mars Hack, Stephen Ga. Mission rewards. 1. Sin currency 10,000,000. 2. Barbarian God Transformation Gene Potion. Comprehensively enhances strength, speed, and physique by 150 points. 3. Master Level Firearm Proficiency Gift Package. 10 million Sin currency. And this potion gift package. Lin Che's eyes gleamed, the chainsaw sword's teeth whirring faster. Stephen Ga, you old fool, await my arrival in hell. He leapt onto the hover motorcycle, veering towards the core area, as the chainsaw sword sparked brilliantly against the snowy night. Chapter 52. How to choose between the importance of the mission and the importance of kin. As Lin Che's hovering motorcycle crushed the scattered bricks of the outer district, a question seared into his heart like a red-hot iron. He understood the arrogance, greed, and selfishness of humanity, yet they were still human. They could be killed, but not devoured. The barbarian's gnawing on the elderly's brittle remains tightened his grip on the chainsaw sword. In the shadow of a nearby alley, a bloodthirsty barbarian, towering nearly 3 meters, squatted on the ground, its bloodied claws clutching a severed, aged foot. Its distended belly resembled a balloon, and remnants of half-chewed flesh hung from its lips. Upon noticing Lin Che's motorcycle come to a halt, its crimson eyes gleamed with hunger as it discarded the foot and lunged forward like a famished wolf. A satisfied growl emanated from its throat, as if relishing its recent feast. 2 elderly individuals huddled in a wardrobe, 3 children weeping for their mothers, and a stout woman attempting to shield the children all became its prey. The chainsaw sword emitted a chilling glint under the sunlight, and Lin Che did not even glance back. The rapidly spinning gears swiftly cleaved through the barbarian's torso, murky blood mixed with entrails splattering onto the snow. The upper half of the barbarian collapsed, its claws still reaching for the distant foot, gasping like a crushed viper. Lin Che summoned the demon data from the tactical system. The content recorded from the yellowed parchment of the Chronicles of the Abyss unfolded on the virtual screen, depicting the sigil of the Abyss Lord Malzak in dark red ink. A 6-pointed star entwined with blood-red chains bore annotations in fine print. This fiend revels in blood sacrifices of its kin. Those who sacrifice over 100 may gain its bestowed power. Lin Che's gaze fixated on the text, his fingertips trembling slightly. It detailed Malzak's illustrious achievements, each a formidable lord, with accounts of entire royal bloodlines sacrificed. The last was a prince who offered his entire clan, becoming the mightiest demon swordsman under Malzak's command. That old fool Stephen Gu truly uprooted the Silver Shield family. Was he not on the verge of breaking through to the Night Master? More alarmingly, the nobility often cultivated knightly professions. Once they breached the Master Realm, paired with mounts bestowed by demons, one might face a combination of Night Masters and Abyssal Beasts. The principle of 11 greater than 2 is the norm for knights. On the left eye screen, the red dot representing Yifulin continued to flicker steadily at the Mage Tower's location, which slightly eased Lin Che's tension. Remaining stationary implied safety. He revved the motorcycle's throttle, resolved to eradicate the barbarians in the outer district first. He aimed to leave a path for the surviving civilians. The chainsaw sword's buzzing echoed through the streets as Lin Che rode like a bolt of black lightning amidst the ruins. The previously annihilated elite barbarian forces by 2 anti-armor shells had been the most elite part of their troop. Now, without them, Dealing with the remaining barbarians became rather effortless. Lin Che specifically targeted the barbarian centurions and thousand-man commanders, their bone clubs and severed heads in hand. The chainsaw sword struck the barbarians' hardened bones with a crisp crack, as effortless as slicing frozen meat. Stay close to the thunder of winter. Slaying one barbarian means saving another family member. The great thunder of winter protects us. A roar echoed from the alley. It was Hank, the one-armed veteran he had encountered at the mercenary guild, clutching a bloodied longsword. He was followed by a dozen armed civilians, some remnants of the city guard, mercenaries who had not evacuated, and even 2 children with pigtails, hurling stones at the barbarians. After Lin Che dispersed the main barbarian force, those who had previously cowered in basements finally dared to grasp weapons and step out. From a mere street to an entire block, the resistance swelled from a handful to hundreds, like a snowball rolling down a hill. Lin Che's hovering motorcycle had switched 3 energy modules. His hands trembled as he replaced them, his arms heavy, as if filled with lead. Yet, witnessing humans cornered by barbarians and hearing the children's cries for help steeled his resolve as he gritted his teeth and tightened his grip on the chainsaw sword. Suddenly, the gears of the 3rd chainsaw sword jammed. Lin Che glanced down to find tendons and shattered bones tangled within the blades. This was already the 3rd sword he had used. Drawing a new chainsaw sword from his system space, he pressed the activation button. With a resonant hum, he finally felled the last barbarian commander. The left eye's screen displayed the kill count, 30,568. The tally of sin coins surged to 21 million. But Lin Che lacked the strength to even glance at it. Leaning against his motorcycle, he gasped, his chest heaving like a bellows, his battle suit stained with blood. Even the liquid metal failing to clean entirely. Exhausted? A dose of drugs would suffice. He retrieved 2 pale purple rage adrenaline stimulators from his storage compartment and plunged them into his arm. As the serum coursed through his veins, the sharp pain was instantly suppressed, his muscles tightening like a drawn bowstring, even his vision sharpening a notch. This journey had cost 3 million sin coins just for the drugs, but it was worth it. Suddenly, a tremendous sound erupted from the direction of the inner district. Lin Che looked up to see the once-closed iron gate shattered by the barbarians' massive battering ram. Amidst the flying wood chips, hundreds of barbarians howled as they surged inside. The screams of the city guard and the clang of metal echoing across several streets. Damn it, Lin Che cursed, twisting the throttle as the hovering motorcycle roared through the smoke, racing towards the inner district's gate. At that moment, atop the highest tower of the Silver Shield Castle in the core area, Stephen Gu stood at the crumbling battlement. He was no longer the feeble old marquis with white hair. His skin had turned a dark purple, covered with fine black scales. His left eye transformed into a blood-red slit, and a pair of tattered bat wings drooped behind him, his fingernails elongated into black claws. This was the demonized form bestowed by Malzak's power. He gazed down upon the slaughter in the inner district, his eyes landing on the speeding Lin Che, a cruel smile curling at his lips. This young man's mechanical contraptions were far superior to the werewolf's rags. Stephen Gu licked his lips, and from the shadows behind him, a colossal creature slowly unfurled its wings. It was an abyssal soul-devouring bat, with a wingspan of 10 meters, its black wings riddled with festering tumors. Its claws like poisoned steel hooks, capable of conjuring corrosive winds that could erode armor, comparable to an 8th-tier Great Knight. This was the mount Malzak had granted him, the foundation of his dominion over winter. Knights were the nobility's most glorious profession, and he aspired to become an abyssal dragon knight. In the distant sky, the werewolf envoy's goblin airship was ablaze. The gas bag crackled as flames consumed it, the screams of goblins echoing from within, fragments crashing down and killing several barbarians. Yet Stephen Gu did not even blink. He no longer required werewolf allies. Once he dealt with Lin Che, those werewolves would simply become snacks for his mount. Thus, the abyssal soul-devouring bat feasted upon the werewolves, letting those who came to witness the Silver Shield's folly know that the Silver Shield was the true ruler of winter. Let's meet our thunder of winter. Stephen Gu patted the bat's tumor, which emitted a piercing shriek as it spread its wings and dove down. The black wind swept past the spires of the Silver Shield Castle, and Stephen G's voice, laced with the unique growl of a demon, echoed in the air. Lin Che, submit to me, and you shall gain power beyond the master. Should you refuse, those 2 women in the Mage Tower shall serve as appetizers for my mount. How will you choose? Have you made up your mind? At this moment, the confrontation between the heavens and the earth resembled a crown jewel overlooking the mud-caked ants, akin to a colossal abyssal dragon peering down upon insignificant insects. What can 21 million sin coins purchase? Lin Che's left eye fixated on the black market within the virtual screen, his fingertips gliding over rows of products gleaming with a sinister crimson glow, his lips involuntarily twitching. In the captain-level logistics warehouse, the most expensive item, the shattering Earth-high explosive mortar platform, was a mere 1 million Sin coins, yet in the black market, even a modest weapon could deplete his entire fortune. The Crimson Fong anti-material sniper rifle was priced at 15 million, while the void-transiting tactical missile was even more exorbitant at 20 million, with notes indicating it could lock onto airborne targets and had an explosive radius of 500 meters. What frustrated him further was the revelation of the black market's hidden rules. The amount of Sin coins he possessed determined the unlocking threshold of products. Previously, when he had only a few 100,000, the most expensive item in the market was only 3 million. Now that he had accumulated 21 million, the cheapest items had jumped straight to 10 million. Damn greedy merchants. Lin Che cursed through gritted teeth. Yet his finger remained hovering over the icon of the void-transiting tactical missile. This device might prove effective against the flying Stephen Go, but upon glancing at his balance, he realized that purchasing the missile would leave him with only 1 million, insufficient even to buy ammunition thereafter. Moreover, he could not afford to hesitate any longer. Stephen Go was rapidly approaching atop his abyssal Soul Eater bat. Great Marquis, I am at your service. Lin Che decisively pressed the acceleration button on his hover motorcycle, the engine roaring with a fierce growl, leaving a faint blue trail behind him. To prove my loyalty, I shall capture leeches for you. The motorcycle sped towards the city gates of the outer district. Seizing this moment, Lin Che accessed the tactical system to retrieve the stored occupational data. These had cost him 1,000 gold dragons at the Merlin Magic Tower, and as long as they did not pertain to magical knowledge. Even the breathing techniques of the Silver Shield family knights were included, albeit in a basic edition. The information clearly stated, level 110 is the ordinary professional level, reliant purely on physical prowess in combat, such as the common soldiers of the Silver Shield Knight Order, who could at most wield long swords against barbarians. Level 120 is the master level, where one's fighting spirit can manifest externally, allowing one to condense wolf claws like Englewood and enhance weaponry with fighting spirit. Level 2030 is the Grandmaster level, having touched the threshold of greatness, with physical prowess undergoing a qualitative transformation. Lin Che compared this with his own attribute panel, Strength 100, Speed 100, Constitution 100, precisely peaking at the apex of level 10 ordinary. He had previously defeated Gul'dan, a level 185, level 18 master, opponent, solely relying on the mountain-breaking cannon and armor-piercing rounds. However, Stephen Go was evidently a grandmaster, riding a flying abyssal Soul Eater bat, making conventional firearms ineffective. And cannons could not be aimed at aerial targets, unless he could acquire that tactical missile. Suddenly, a deafening boom erupted behind him. Lin Che turned to see Stephen Go commanding the abyssal Soul Eater bat to unleash a ball of black fire, which struck the ground where he had just been, instantly corroding a 2-meter-deep pit. This old fool is in a hurry. Lin Che dared not ponder further and pushed the motorcycle to its maximum speed, racing past streets littered with barbarian corpses, with barely enough time to even slash at nearby foes. Just as he was about to burst out of the outer district, the ground beneath him began to tremble. This was not the quake caused by the abyssal Soul Eater bat, but a heavier, rhythmic thudding, akin to countless warhorses galloping. The tactical system immediately issued a warning, detecting large-scale life forms approaching, estimated quantity 10,000, distance 1,000 meters. Stephen Go, sensing the anomaly, elevated the height of the abyssal Soul Eater bat, his demonized visage revealing a rare solemnity. He could feel an aura of iron-blooded slaughter, far surpassing that of the Silver Shield Knight Order. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Che sharply maneuvered the motorcycle into a 90-degree turn, the blue trail marking a long streak across the snow, heading straight for a high ground outside the city. Upon ascending the slope, he promptly retrieved the Dragon's Eye long-range observation lens from the system space. This lens, which he had previously exchanged for 500,000 Sin coins, was crafted from nanometer-level bionic crystals through 127 processes of ion etching, its surface coated with a 0.3-micron photon guiding film, allowing real-time adjustments of refraction rates via an embedded microcore chip, achieving a dynamic field of vision with no blind spots, enabling him to discern even the grease paint on the faces of barbarians within a 3-kilometer range. Through the observation lens, Lin Che finally discerned the newcomers, a vast horde of black-armored cavalry surging along the official road towards Eagle's Nest City. The knights donned jet-black plate armor, Their warhorses similarly encased in protective black armor, appearing from a distance like a moving cloud of darkness. At the center of the cavalry, a glimmer of silver stood out conspicuously. It was the standard armor of the Silver Shield Knight Order, with leeches and the remaining several hundred Silver Shield Knights mounted. Their faces pale, yet their gazes sharp. Beside leeches stood a gaunt man clad in a long black robe embroidered with dark patterns, a bronze ring encircling his wrist, etched with a coiling serpent. What caught Lin Che's attention most was that this man shared his black hair and possessed a mixed Eastern and Western lineage. With high cheekbones and thin lips pressed tightly together, exuding a formidable presence. The banner behind the man was particularly striking. A dark flag bore the image of a serpent with outstretched claws. This was no ordinary serpent, but the Xianclaw erosion serpent. A beast of legend capable of rending rocks and spewing deadly poison, clearly a dragon. The Black Iron Territory. Lin Che had seen it in the Magical Tower's records. The Black Iron Territory was the second most powerful force in the Wintermarch province, second only to the Silver Shield Territory. Ruled by a mysterious half-blood noble whose black-armored cavalry had never known defeat. Years ago, they had compelled Stephen Gu to ally with werewolves to narrowly avoid complete annihilation. And even that had cost them half their territory. Peace was but a fleeting exchange. Most importantly, the Black Iron Territory was a free territory, subject only to imperial taxes and the tithe, and not under the Empire's jurisdiction. At that moment, high above, Stephen Gu finally recognized the incoming party. A low growl emanating from his demonized throat. Leeches, you traitor. Leeches lifted his head, his grip on the sword hilt turning white from the exertion. His voice resonating through the fighting spirit. Stephen Gu, you slaughtered your kin for power and consorted with demons. You are the disgrace of the Silver Shield family. On one side stood the former Lord of the Silver Shield, exuding a demonic aura atop his abyssal Soul Eater bat, and on the other, the resolute heir accompanied by reinforcements from the Black Iron Territory, along with the waiting black-armored cavalry in the distance, transforming the snow-laden ground outside Eagle's Nest City into a battlefield of confrontation. It was as if an enraged lion faced a circling vulture overhead, poised to unleash a deadly clash at any moment. Only the Mage Tower remained unscathed. The tower, adorned with shimmering magic crystals, was enveloped by a pale green wind barrier, interwoven with exorcism runes. As the runes flickered, they emitted a faint glow, causing the abyssal creatures to convulse in proximity, compelling them to veer away from the tower and charge towards the inner city. The commander of the allied forces immediately bellowed, "Fall back the line. Lure these monsters towards the barbarians." The shield formation gradually retreated, successfully guiding the abyssal entities into the midst of bloodthirsty barbarians who were feasting upon corpses. A 3-meter-tall barbarian, having just bitten through a worm's body, was splattered with dark green ichor that seared his flesh. Before he could scream, a soul raven swooped down, pecking into his eye socket, as purple flames surged into the wound, causing the barbarian to collapse, his body quickly reduced to charred remains. The clash of two savage forces resulted in a swift accumulation of severed limbs in the snow, allowing the human alliance to finally breathe a sigh of relief. In the outer city, civilians, mercenaries, and retired veterans, seizing the opportunity created by Lin Che's earlier assault, retaliated with makeshift shields and iron swords, visibly diminishing the number of barbarians. Inside the Mage Tower, Evelyn clutched a crystal detection mirror, her knuckles turning cold. The lens displayed scenes of carnage. Yet she could not locate that familiar dark figure. She bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes, torn between worry for Lin Che and frustration at her own helplessness. Reduced to merely watching from within the tower. Once a fearless mercenary who battled werewolves, she now resembled a wife anxiously awaiting her husband's return. "Do not fret, Lin. He will surely be fine." Merlent offered her a cup of hot milk, yet it did little to alleviate Evelyn's turmoil. Outside the Mage Tower, the battle raged fiercely. Laya formed intricate hand seals, summoning a fireball the size of a basketball, which she accurately hurled at an oncoming soul raven. When the flame exploded, the black feathers ignited, leaving charred craters in the snow. Livia wielded a dragon-scale dagger, her movements as graceful as a cat, each strike effortlessly tearing through the thick hide of the worms, allowing dark green ichor to flow forth, freezing into shards of ice. The Shur, resembling a moving fortress, donned heavy enchanted armor weighing 100 pounds. His left hand wielded a stone hammer, shattering the frozen earth into spiderweb-like cracks, while his right hand brandished a fisher axe, occasionally unleashing earthen spikes that impaled the soul ravens attempting to flank him. The tower knights, holding shields and grappling hooks, dragged the lifeless abyssal creatures into the tower. The corrosive ichor of the worms could be used as an enchanting solvent, and the feathers of the soul ravens could be fashioned into anti-magic arrows. Merlin had previously instructed that these materials should be preserved, as activating the magical barrier required substantial funds. At the temporary camp outside, Graham directed the movement of supplies. He handed Jerome a bowl of hot soup, steam rising from it. Stay away from the tower, with your slight frame. A peck from a soul raven could pierce right through you. Jerome, cradling the warm soup, observed Graham assisting the knights in reinforcing the shield formation. Feeling a twinge of doubt, the seasoned servants, trembling with shields at the tower's edge, made him ponder why Mr. Graham always reserved the safest tasks for himself. He wished to inquire but refrained, knowing that in such chaotic times, having someone to protect him was already a blessing. Meanwhile, Lin Che, through the lens of the dragon's eye long-range observation mirror, beheld 1,000 iron-clad cavalry of the Black Iron Legion, their armor gleaming coldly. In addition to the large siege crossbows pulsating with magical energy, he observed the dragon breath-heavy firearms, which, when test-fired, unleashed 5-meter-long flames that charred the surrounding snow. He also noted the ice prison launcher, surrounded by a pile of ice-based magical projectiles inscribed with intricate runes. This was not a mere reinforcement. It was clearly a premeditated arsenal prepared for reckoning with Stephen Go. Lin Che clicked his tongue, tapping the trigger guard of the Barrett. He needed to wait, to let the two factions engage in battle before he could seize the opportunity amidst the chaos. Suddenly, the wind and snow intensified, and a shadow surged skyward. It was Stephen Go. The abyssal soul bat he rode unfurled its nearly 10-meter-wide black wings, stirring a foul wind as it flapped. Clad in dark red battle armor, Stephen Go wielded the soul-devouring bone sword, its blade entwined with pale purple soul flames harvested from his kin. Almost simultaneously, Riches drew the ancestral radiant sword of the Silver Shield family, its blade glistening with a faint golden hue in the sunlight. The snow-lined beast, with its bloodline of the beast, treaded silently upon the snow, its mane infused with ice elemental magic energy, propelling it forward like a bolt of white lightning. Perfect. Lin Che swiftly set up the Barrett, locking the crosshairs onto the vulnerable back of Stephen Go. Yet in the next moment, Riches suddenly swung his sword. The golden sword chi cleaved through the wind and snow, narrowly grazing the abyssal soul bat's wing, scorching a significant portion of the black wing. The bat screeched in agony, nearly dislodging Stephen Go from his back. Remarkable. They were all concealing their true strengths. Lin Che muttered a curse, withdrawing his finger from the trigger. He finally understood that Riches was no mere master. His prowess evidently approached that of a grandmaster. Amidst the snowstorm, the clash of Stephen Ge's soul-devouring bone sword and Riches' radiant sword erupted. Dark red and golden energies exploded, sending snow swirling into the air and cracking the ground beneath them. Lin Che crouched behind a low rise, watching the two engage in a fierce contest. Feeling like an outsider, the nobles concealed their abilities, while he relied solely on the system and weaponry, making him seem remarkably straightforward. Once you tire yourselves out, I shall tidy up the aftermath. He readjusted the scope, this time targeting the circling abyssal soul bat. Even if he could not slay Stephen Go, dispatching his steed would still yield some malevolent currency. However, at that moment, Lin Che's gaze suddenly halted. He rapidly adjusted the focus of the observation mirror, scanning the formation of the Black Iron Legion. In the center, where the commander should have stood beneath the banner of the Claw Serpent, there was only an empty patch of snow, devoid of any footprints. Something was amiss. Where was the commander of the Black Iron Legion? Lin Che's heart sank. The weaponry capable of subduing the Silver Shield Legion was no ordinary artillery. Chapter 55. Father and son turn against each other. The cuckoo occupies the magpie's nest. Seizing the opportunity. Riches, you bastard, occupying the nest of another. As Stephen Gu unleashed a dark red sword chi from his soul-devouring bone sword, it grazed Riches' shoulder armor, causing the rear half of a stone house to explode in a thunderous uproar, debris mingling with snow. Do you think I have buried the sordid past of the old lion? You are not even a true descendant of the Silver Shield family. Riches tightened his grip on the sword, the golden radiance of the radiant sword surging to an overwhelming intensity, slicing through the wind and snow with a lethal arc, precisely parrying the soul-devouring bone sword. The sharp clash resonated through the air, vibrating the atmosphere. He lifted his gaze to Stephen Go, a hint of derision lacing his voice. I implore you for the last time, Father, cease this conflict and accompany me to the Imperial Noble Court to face justice, at least preserving the last shred of dignity for the Silver Shield family. Before his words could fully escape, the golden sword surged forward, forcing Stephen Gu back a step. Their energies violently collided upon the snowy ground, intertwining golden and dark red hues into a distorted veil of light. Each clash of their blades caused the earth to crack in spiderweb-like patterns, flinging snow into the air. Merely 3 meters away, a bloodthirsty barbarian commander, having just finished devouring half a human corpse, drooled with anticipation to scavenge. Yet before he could approach, the residual energy of their clash swept through like an invisible hand, sending his robust body flying like a rag doll, leaving him a mere puddle of blood and flesh upon impact, even the hard beast bones reduced to dust. Riches was merciless. He understood better than anyone that Stephen Gu, once demonized, could regenerate by consuming flesh and blood, making prolonged confrontation increasingly problematic. Moreover, he was certain that his father would show him no mercy. The radiant sword suddenly shifted tactics, deftly sliding through the gap beside the soul-devouring bone sword. And with a swift motion, the golden sword Chi cleaved through the bone wings behind Stephen Gu. The wings forged from the vertebrae of the Silver Shield family members shattered in an instant, with thick, dark blood dripping down like scalding tar, sizzling upon contact with the snow and corroding the frozen earth into ominous black pits. A few bloodthirsty barbarians, hiding behind the broken walls, had no time to scream before being enveloped by the swirling black mist. 2 seconds later, as the mist dissipated, only a pool of dark red pus remained, devoid of even the slightest bone fragment. Strangely, this foul liquid flowed against the current of the black mist, reattaching itself to the severed wing of Shidafin Gu, swiftly coalescing into a new membrane, glistening with an ominous dark purple hue. Futile. Shidafin Gu threw back his head and laughed maniacally, the soul-devouring bone sword sweeping across Leche's waist. The regenerative power bestowed upon me by Lord Marzak cannot be extinguished by mere mortal flesh. Leches hastily jumped back, his armor's protective runes glowing with a faint green shield, yet he was still struck by the sword's energy. The aura of combat, the enchanted armor, tore apart like paper, and crimson blood seeped from the wound, staining the white lining and appearing particularly striking against the armor. He had not yet reached the realm of Knight Masters, relying solely on the legacy of the radiant sword and the enchanted armor to endure at this moment. The glow of the runes had dimmed significantly, and even his breath began to falter. More critically, the abyssal soul-devouring bat in the air emitted piercing sonic waves that assailed his very soul. Had it not been for the holy radiance pendant left by his mother, which emitted a faint white light to protect his spirit, his mind would have surely shattered by now. Just as the two were locked in a stalemate, a shadow suddenly streaked across the sky. The figure moved with the swiftness of ink, leaping from the ruins of the outer district, the dark golden patterns on his dragon-etched black armor glimmering coldly amidst the snowstorm, a pitch-black lance in hand, roaring through the air and piercing Shidafin Gu's chest. The dark red combat armor, the demonized chitinous skin, and even his hardened ribs were instantaneously pierced by the lance. Old fool, I have awaited this day for 5 long years. The newcomer was none other than Hubert von the Black Iron Territory, who had been absent for so long. His youthful visage bore a striking resemblance to that of Don Vaughn, the lord of the Black Iron Territory a decade prior. Back then, Don had been invited to join forces with the Silver Shield Territory against the bloodthirsty barbarians. He proposed an ambush at the Claw Rift to surprise the Gul'dan tribe, only to be betrayed by Shidafin Gu in secret. Not only did he reveal the plan to Gul'dan, but he also colluded with werewolves and barbarians to set a double trap, stabbing Don in the back when he and Gul'dan were locked in a mutually destructive battle. Yet Shidafin Gu did not emerge unscathed. He was gravely injured by Don's dying counterattack. While recovering, he was secretly poisoned by Leches. His loyal subordinates lured away one by one until he was forced to relinquish the title of Marquis of the Silver Shield Territory and retreat into the shadows to survive. Had it not been for a fortunate turn of fate that led him to ally with the abyssal Lord Marzak, he would have long since become a mere skeleton in the wilderness, unable to reclaim the Silver Shield Territory. You dare to come and seek death, you little wretch? As Shidafin Gu's heart was pierced, foul black blood erupted like a fountain, yet with an eerie viscosity. It began to coil around Hubert's arm as it flowed from the wound. Hubert was prepared. The dragon-etched black armor erupted into crimson flames. And as the flames collided with the tainted blood, a hissing sound erupted, releasing acrid black smoke that carried the stench of rotting flesh. Red and black emitted a blinding light. The two were simultaneously propelled away by the force of the explosion. Shidafin Gu fell from the back of the abyssal soul-devouring bat, sliding several meters in the snow, leaving a long trail of foul blood behind. Hubert also landed on the ground, standing tall and proud, a true warrior of the battlefield. Lin Che remained motionless, his hand resting on the hilt of the radiant sword, his gaze warily scanning Hubert, subtly inching closer to him. Clearly, he and this ally were merely using one another, with no intention of genuine cooperation, both waiting to reap the benefits. At that moment, a faint blue electromagnetic trajectory suddenly cut through the wind and snow. Bang! Lin Che's shoulder braced against the stock of the Meteor Barrett anti-material sniper rifle, his finger firmly on the trigger, his breathing steady, unaffected even by the gusts of wind and snow that tousled his hair. The first shot, a Frost Wolf Annihilation armor-piercing explosive round, sped toward the wound on Shitafin Gu's chest. That was his vulnerability, the slowest point of regeneration for his flesh. As the bullet pierced through the snowstorm, Shitafin Gu abruptly turned, the bullet grazing his ribcage and exploding, sending shrapnel and debris flying, inflicting multiple injuries upon him, while several dark purple blood holes appeared on his body. Yet before he could steady himself, the second and third shots followed in quick succession, aimed at his head, severed wing, and knee. "You human vermin!" Shitafin Gu howled, frantically parrying with the soul-devouring bone sword, but he was still a moment too late. The fourth bullet struck his knee with precision, shattering the steel-like bone in an instant. He staggered to one knee, foul blood streaming down his pant leg, pooling into a small black-purple puddle in the snow, exuding a foul odor. Lin Che offered him no respite. The fifth bullet was aimed directly at Shitafin Gu's brain. Just as the bullet was about to find its mark, the abyssal soul-devouring bat swooped down from the sky, shielding Shitafin Gu with its body. Boom! The explosive sound of the bullet reverberated through the ruins. The abyssal soul-devouring bat emitted a mournful wail, its wings torn to shreds. Yet it still lunged at Lin Che with crimson eyes. Poor marksmanship. Just moments ago, he had aimed for the chest, yet the bullet freely chose a different target. Lin Che finished his last shot and immediately retracted his rifle, his figure darting into the nearby forest like a leopard. At the same time, he retrieved the Dragon Eye long-range observation lens, the lens revealing that Shitafin Gu was still alive, albeit in far worse condition, while the injured abyssal soul-devouring bat was barreling toward him in a frenzy. "Damn it! What are you two staring at? Go!" Lin Che couldn't help but curse. His 5 shots had clearly broken the stalemate, yet Lin Che and Hubert remained as if frozen, neither daring to make the first move. Human hearts are inscrutable. Everyone wished for the other to take the lead while they reaped the rewards. This damnable noble scheming is truly unchangeable even in death. Chapter 56. First the Lord, then the sun, first the bullet, then the nuclear bomb. Roar. The sounds of battle from the inner city reached 3 miles away. The abyssal erosion worm, as thick as a bowl, crashed through the broken walls, its mouthparts spraying green corrosive liquid upon the bloodthirsty barbarians, instantly burning deep wounds visible to the bone. A 2-meter-tall barbarian clutched the worm's body, cleaving its head in half with a stone axe, as purple blood mixed with brain matter flowed into an eerie river in the snow. Outside the mage tower in the core area, a dozen abyssal bats circled around the faint green wind element barrier, their shrieks attempting to penetrate the barrier, only to be repelled by the exorcism runes inscribed upon it, ultimately forced to flee toward the inner city. Only the outer district maintained an eerie silence until the dull sound of war drums echoed from outside the city. Bang! 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 Lin Che's Soul Hunter M416 assault rifle spat fire, the armor-piercing rounds creating a cacophony against the abyssal soul-devouring bat. This creature, with a wingspan nearing 10 meters, was evidently terrified, hovering 500 meters in the air, its dark red eyes fixed on Lin Che, occasionally emitting low-frequency growls. Were it not for Lin Che having just injected 2 doses of the neural barrier anti-mental interference serum, he would likely have been incapacitated by a splitting headache. Even so, Lin Che's temples throbbed. The bat's shrieks were more bothersome than the howls of Engwu's wolves. Still daring to call out, Lin Che fired a burst in the direction of the bat, causing it to soar higher, thoroughly frightened to approach. Just then, the war drumbeats outside the city quickened. 1,000 cavalry from the Black Iron territory charged through the snow, wielding not the long swords commonly used by knights, but broad 3-inch, 3-foot-long black iron sabers, their blades shaped like willow leaves, slicing through the air with a whistling sound. Kill! At the command of the cavalry leader, the front line of knights swung their sabers directly toward the bloodthirsty barbarians feasting on corpses. The barbarian warriors had no chance to react. Their heads tumbled to the ground like watermelons, while blood splattered across the armored steeds. Yet, in the next moment, the cavalry turned their blades upon the inhabitants of Ingchao City. A retired veteran, wielding an iron sword, attempted to resist, but was swiftly met with a great blade that severed his arm, causing him to collapse in the snow, crushed under the hooves of the warhorses. The cleanup efforts of the He Tai Ling showed no distinction between barbarian and human, as long as one bore a weapon and possessed the capacity to resist. They were marked as targets. The struggle for power was indeed a ceaseless cascade of bloodshed. Lin Che had no time to concern himself with the sordid affairs of the outer city. The abyssal soul bats were still fixated on him. A moment's distraction could cost him dearly. Outside, in the snowy expanse, the standoff between Gu, Xiaobot, and Lin Che resembled a frozen tableau. Gu had a half-shattered bone wing, blood still oozing, yet he maintained a proud, cold smirk. Lin Che, do you think you have bet correctly? Xiaobot desires the Yin Dun Ling, not me. Lin Che's grip tightened around the radiant sword, veins bulging, sensing that Xiaobot would strike against Yingqiao City. Yet he found no retreat and pressed on. Xiaobot, have you forgotten how Lord Duan died? Xiaobot, clad in dragon-embossed black armor, bore no expression. I have not forgotten. But the citizens of He Tai Ling require sustenance. I am the Lord of He Tai Ling, and only thereafter, a son seeking vengeance for my father. His words pierced through the last vestiges of Lin Che's hope like an ice pick. Time slipped away, Ge's breath grew faint. The runes on Lin Che's armor began to dim, while Xiaobot remained steadfast as a mountain. Suddenly, Gu spun around, his bone wings striking the snow, propelling him like a shadow towards the core area. Hoping to wear me down? I shall ensure you all accompany me to the grave. As he ran, he bellowed commands. The abyssal creatures, previously engaged in battle, halted abruptly, dragging along the corpses of bloodthirsty barbarians and civilians alike, frantically surging towards the Silver Shield Castle in the core area. The castle was already shrouded in a dark red barrier, its cracks widening from mere finger width to over 2 meters as an abundance of sacrificial offerings was cast into the fissures, releasing a stench of sulfur. New abyssal entities were about to emerge. It was the abyssal hellhounds. Lin Che, atop the mage tower, turned pale as he witnessed the three-headed, six-armed black behemoth clawing its way through the fissures, each head capable of spewing forth magma, leaving charred paw prints in the snow. Lin Che dared not lose focus, intertwining his hands to channel the full energy of the mage tower. Light green wind blades shot forth like a torrential downpour, severing the necks of the emerging hellhounds before they could even roar. A 10-meter-high wall of wind arose at the castle's periphery, barring the abyssal creatures from entering. Those that ventured near were torn to shreds by the wind wall. The blood-red wind wall gradually coalesced into a sanguine tempest, infused with the scent of blood and speckled with fragments of flesh, rendering the entire barrier both sticky and searing. Damn it, still coming. Lin Che gritted his teeth, suppressing a dizziness as he abruptly pressed the summon button on his wrist. The Night Raid hoverbike materialized from the system space, its engine emitting a low hum. He mounted the bike, racing towards the core area. The tactical screen in his left eye displayed a flashing red dot representing Yifulin, signaling a high-risk alert. As anticipated, chaos had erupted within the mage tower. Malzak's disciples, mingling among the servants and knights, seized the moment to launch a surprise attack, while Lin Che was wholly focused on countering the barrier's fissures. A young assassin, no older than his teens, wielded a poisoned dagger and had somehow penetrated through the defensive layers, making his way to the top of the mage tower, directly targeting Lin Che's back. He knew that mages were most vulnerable while maintaining large-scale spells. Be careful. Yifulin leaped without a second thought, intercepting the assailant with her short sword. But she had not fully adapted to her own speed and thus charged a bit too recklessly. The poisoned blade instantly pierced through her sleeve, and a crimson wound erupted with dark blood, the toxin coursing through her veins, swiftly darkening her arm and rendering her dizzy. Fortunately, Lin Che noticed, countering with a wind blade that severed the assassin's throat. However, Yifulin was already on the brink, her vision fading to black, vaguely seeing a dark figure rush in. Lin Che murmured as he fell forward, colliding into a warm embrace. Don't move. His voice was urgent as he hastily retrieved a pale blue, antidote nanodissolvent, its needle piercing Yifulin's vein. The nanobots within the solution would rapidly decompose the toxin. Within moments, Yifulin's darkened arm began to regain its color, and her dizziness alleviated significantly. Leave the outside to me. Lin Che entrusted Yifulin to the arriving Leah and turned to ascend to the mage tower's upper platform. From the system space, he summoned 4 frenzied wolf heavy machine guns, connecting their fire control systems to his tactical computer, setting them to 360-degree, no dead angle firing mode. The guns roared to life, unleashing 127mm armor-piercing rounds like a torrential downpour, obliterating the advancing abyssal creatures and disciples in an instant. Even the tough-skinned abyssal hellhounds could not withstand 3 rounds. Their heads reduced to pulp. Lin Che finally breathed a sigh of relief, able to concentrate on maintaining the wind wall against the fissures. Lin Che hefted the Falling Star Barrett anti-material sniper rifle, aiming at Go, who was tossing a civilian corpse into the fissure, his back fully exposed. Bang! The armor-piercing round grazed Ge's bone wing, exploding against the barrier with a shower of sparks. Go spun around violently, his eyes filled with venomous rage. Yet he could not approach, for Lin Che and Xiaobo were nearby, ready to dismantle his barrier at any moment. He was now in the same position as Lin Che, forced to hold his ground. As for the bothersome abyssal soul bat, Lin Che had already dispatched it with a single shot to the head the moment he charged towards the mage tower. Killed LV-134 abyssal soul bat, gained 340,000 Sin coins. The Barrett continued to fire relentlessly. Lin Che was determined to make G's life miserable. Simultaneously, a new thought sparked in his mind. Would dropping a nuclear bomb into the abyss obliterate that damned Malzak? Chapter 57, Holy Judgment Mini Anti-Demon Nuclear Bomb. What steps are required to throw a nuclear bomb into the abyss? First, one must possess a nuclear bomb. Second, one must be able to deliver it into the abyss. Just 2 steps to send a demon down into the depths. The demon seemed to dwell within the abyss. Lin Che crouched in the mage tower, the black market interface refreshing repeatedly. Void-traversing tactical missile did not appeal to him. It lacked the necessary power. He preferred this one. The refresh notification of 1 million Sin coins popped up 3 times before finally displaying the line of text that quickened his heartbeat. He fixated on the parameters of the Holy Judgment Mini Anti-Demon Nuclear Bomb, his fingertips trembling slightly. The built-in anti-demon core could neutralize dark energy fields, while the quantum fusion explosive had an equivalent yield of 500 tons of TNT, and its shell was coated with sacred silver patterns, capable of inflicting soul-level burns on demon races. Priced at 30 million Sin coins. He could only afford this devastating weapon because of the 30,000 barbarians he had slaughtered in the outer city. Malzak, that old fiend, was undoubtedly salivating on the other side of the fissures. Lin Che gritted his teeth and clicked to exchange, instantly acquiring a silver-gray cylindrical object taller than a person. The cold metallic sensation coursed through his combat suit, sending shivers through his body. Who wouldn't tremble before a nuclear bomb? Lin Che would gladly call anyone who dared to take it from him son. Attempting to seize the main world? First, face my nuclear bomb. Not far away. Within the Silver Shield Castle, Gun knelt half-bent at the center of the blood-red barrier. His once human form had long since warped. The left half of his skin had cracked into black scales, 3 bony spikes protruded from his right shoulder, and his eyes had clouded to a dark purple hue. Only occasionally uttering the words Silver Shield, revealing remnants of his former marquee visage. Malzak's whispers coiled around him like a venomous serpent. More blood offerings, open the fissures, and I grant you eternal power. In the castle square, the abyssal beings were frantically seizing human corpses like rabid dogs. The silken skirt of the beautiful maid was torn asunder, while the throat of the stalwart guard was severed by a hellhound. Blood cascading down the stone steps into the barrier, causing the 3-meter-wide fissure to shimmer with a deep crimson glow. Several abyssal bone-eating worms dragged half a corpse towards the chasm, seemingly aware of the more enticing rewards that awaited within. At the apex of the magical tower, Merlin's white beard trembled. Before him, the magical energy manipulation array had already shattered 3 high-grade magic crystals, leaving him with no reserves. The pale green wind wall was growing increasingly tenuous. The quantity of magic crystals consumed in the past hour exceeded that of the last decade. Each time the black blood of the abyss tainted the wind wall, ripples appeared, causing the magical lights within the tower to flicker erratically. He was mad, absolutely mad. Merlin glared at the metallic cylinder in Lin Che's hands, incredulous at its efficacy. Lin Che had just loaded the last, Songlong Annihilation armor-piercing explosive shell into the Barrett. Grinning as he spoke, trust in science. This device is unparalleled. It will bring light and warmth to the world. No sooner had he finished speaking than a tremendous boom echoed through the magical tower. A shadow darted past the energy magic array on the lower level. Merlin's apprentice, on tiptoe reaching for the shattered magic crystal, barely grazed a new crystal with his fingertips when a pitch-black scythe erupted from his chest. An abyssal mantis demon had stealthily infiltrated the magical tower, having breached the defenses of the tower's core. This creature, enveloped in dark purple armor, its scythe-like forelimbs dripping with black blood, fixated on the core runes of the magic array, grinning wickedly as it swung its limb downward. The moment the runes shattered, A pale blue magical backlash shockwave erupted, obliterating the mantis demon before it could even utter a scream, reducing it to ashes. With a tremendous crash, the entire magical tower tilted. The tower was collapsing. Lin Che swiftly scooped up Evelyn and leapt from the 7th-floor window, enveloping her waist with the liquid metal of his combat suit. They rolled over 10 meters in the snow before finally coming to a halt. "Stay here and do not move," he instructed, placing Strong in Evelyn's hands and administering an antidote. "Fire at any sound. I will return shortly." As he dashed back to the plaza, he found Merlin supporting himself against a broken wall, coughing and spattered with blood. The wind wall had completely vanished. The fissure had widened to 5 meters, and several abyssal flame demons, wreathed in black flames, began to crawl forth. With a single sweep of their fiery spears, they could scorch half-meter-deep craters into the snow, clearly masters of the abyss. There was no time to waste. Lin Che hoisted the nuclear bomb, the metallic cylinder pressing down on his shoulder. Merlin abruptly tore open a golden scroll, and as it unfurled, a tempestuous wind gathered from all directions, hurling debris like bullets toward the abyssal creatures, a dense array of wind blades weaving a colossal net that shredded the limbs of the flame demons. "Throw it down the wind tunnel. I can't hold for 10 seconds. Merlin's voice trembled as the net of wind blades began to show signs of wear. Lin Che took a deep breath, swung the nuclear bomb, and hurled it with all his might, propelled by the gusts. The silver-gray cylinder shot forth like lightning, slipping through the gaps in the wind blade net and precisely plunging into the writhing abyssal fissure. Meanwhile, within the ranks of the Black Iron territory, Hubert tightened his grip on the reins. He observed his knights stuffing the plundered gold and jewels into wooden chests, chaining captured civilians with iron. With a stoic expression, he commanded, "Withdraw. Bring all resources back." He waved his hand, and the knights immediately mounted their steeds, the burdened warhorses whinnying as they retreated toward the outer city, leaving chaos in their wake. The fate of the Silver Shield territory was of no concern to the Black Iron territory. Lin Che stood at the edge of the plaza, his teeth chattering in fury. He gazed at the burning magical tower, the expanding fissure, and the retreating cavalry of the Black Iron territory, his rage nearly bursting forth. The century-old legacy of the Silver Shield territory seemed on the brink of annihilation today, but when he spotted the metallic cylinder soaring toward the fissure, his eyes suddenly gleamed. Lin Che, that madman, truly had a plan. He fixated on the silver-gray trajectory, even forgetting his vigilance. At that moment, a shadow approached slowly from 100 paces away. Hubert returned, his obsidian spear charged with fiery aura, eyes akin to a hunter stalking a lion. On the other side of the fissure, in the abyss's 72nd layer, Malzak lay by the magma pool. Its hundreds of meters-long body was cloaked in thick black scales. 6 crimson eyes fixated on Eagle's Nest City beyond the fissure, its nostrils flaring as if scenting fresh flesh and blood. "Stephen has done well. A bit more blood and I can send my avatar," it mused. Suddenly, a silver-gray cylinder plummeted from the fissure. Malzak's pupils constricted. The silvery glow emanating from it instilled an instinctive fear. "What is that?" It prepared to swat it away when the cylinder's shell suddenly cracked open, revealing a pulsating blue core within. Boom! A blinding white light erupted, more intense than a volcanic eruption, filling the fissure. The shockwave of quantum fusion surged outward, shattering the dark red barrier as the stone walls of Silver Shield Castle crumbled into dust. Within 1,000 meters, the abyssal creatures were instantly vaporized, leaving not even a trace of black blood. Further afield, a radiation shockwave spread. Stephen, fused with the barrier, could not even emit a scream before being completely obliterated by the white light. Fortunately, the fissure was destroyed at the first opportunity, with only a trace of its essence leaking into the main world, obstructed by the red barrier and wind blade wall, ultimately resulting in the destruction of the centuries-old Silver Shield Castle and some damage to the core area, gradually quelling the turmoil. Lin Che, at the moment of throwing the nuclear bomb, leapt onto the hovering motorcycle. Merlin also took to the winds with his remaining magic, leaving the knights, servants, and stewards to fend for themselves. "Go." Lin Che pulled Evelyn onto the bike, the engine roaring as they sped toward the city limits. Ding. Killed LV-250 Demon Marquis Stephen. Mission completed. The grief of kin, the shame of humanity. Mission rewards. 1 Sin Coin 10, 000,000. 2. Barbarian God Transformation Gene Potion. All-around increase of 150 in strength, speed, and constitution. 3 Master-level Firearms Proficiency Gift Pack. Killed LV-220 Abyssal Flame Demon Lord. Gained Sin Coin 4, 400,000. Killed LV-156 Abyssal Hellhound. Gained Sin Coin 1, 120,000. 000. The system's notification chimed incessantly. And Lin Che watched as the Sin coin count soared to 100, 100 million, unable to contain his grin. This was a tremendous profit. Just as the fisher emitted white light, Lin Che turned to leave when Hubert's spear suddenly pierced his back. The golden armor crumbled like paper as the fiery aura surged through the wound, rapidly draining Lycas's life force. Blood gushed from Lycas's throat. You have long desired Valoran's heir to the Silver Shield territory? Hubert shook the spear, crimson flames erupting, completely incinerating Lin Che into a withered husk. From this day forth, the Lord of Winter is I, Hubert Vaughn. Chapter 58, A Century of Secrets. The hovering armored vehicle swept through winter. The winds of Winter Province always blew with icy shards. This land, forgotten by the Empire in the north, was rife with cold and desolation. Spanning tens of thousands of square kilometers, with a sparse population of barely 5 million, 70% of the land remained untouched, a wasteland of snowfields and black pine forests. Here, the howls of the barbarians were more common than the church bells. When the Silver Shield family was exiled here, they brought with them merely 300 remnants and a few carts of moldy provisions. The so-called pioneering winter was merely a dignified phrase bestowed upon the vanquished by the Empire. This humiliation was etched like words on a family tombstone, known only to the successive clan leaders and corps stewards. A century later, this disgrace was further embellished with striking strokes. 30 years ago, a young man who called himself Ison rode into Dunling on a white horse. He was remarkably learned and insightful, eloquently describing the splendor of the royal capital and articulating strategies to combat the barbarians with precision. At that time, Stephen Gu had just inherited the title of Marquis and was struggling to fend off the bloodthirsty barbarian raids. The two fought side by side during an ambush, and in the face of the incursions from Tai Ling, they united and collaborated. Stephen Gu completely regarded him as a trusted confidant. Little did he know that this Ison was, in fact, the emperor of the empire in disguise. Even more unexpectedly, his wife, Isabella, had long grown weary of the monotonous life in the frigid winter. Isabella, the youngest daughter of the Southern Tulip family, was compelled to marry into Dunling due to family alliances. Her hometown was filled with romance, freedom, and blooming flowers, but here, she could only gaze vacantly at the relentless wind and snow. Stephen Gu was consumed by thoughts of territory and war, never taking the time to read her a poem. The arrival of Ison was like a ray of light piercing through an ice cellar. He would regale her with tales of operas from the royal capital, serve her warm honey wine with a silver spoon, and on snowy nights, he would sit by the fireplace with her, listening to her complaints about the biting cold of winter. When Stephen Gu took the nights to patrol the borders, this pair finally crossed the line. Isabella even secretly packed her bags, yearning to escape the winter with Ison, believing that even living as a mercenary would be preferable to remaining in the cold Marquis estate. She thought that freedom and love were far more significant than her duties as a wife. However, the truth could not remain hidden forever. When Stephen Gu returned to the estate earlier than expected, he happened upon the two embracing in the garden pavilion. He drew his sword and charged at them. But Ison effortlessly brought him down in 3 moves, leaving him severely injured. "Remember your place, wild dog of the border," Ison said, stepping on his chest before departing. His voice icy, "Do not touch what you should not." Following that grievous injury, Stephen Gu lost the ability to father children. Half a year later, Isabella gave birth to a golden-haired Lycasai, a color strikingly akin to Ison's, piercing Stephen Gu's heart like a thorn. Not long after, Isabella succumbed to a sudden illness. He looked at the swaddled Lycasai with disdain and handed the child over to the steward, Graham, saying, "Take care of him. Just keep him away from me." Jerome huddled in the corner of the basement of the magic tower, his fingers white-knuckled and palms slick with cold sweat. He had never imagined that the usually gentle Graham would divulge such a world-shattering secret. Especially upon hearing Lycasai's hatred for Stephen Gu, his body trembled uncontrollably. Graham continued, recounting how he had told Lycasai tales of how the Marquis neglected the young master, of how the young master had burned with fever in the snow while the Marquis drank merrily. Those stories were all seeds of hatred deliberately sown. Stephen G's 3 illegitimate children, 2 of them I had killed by the hands of the barbarians, and 1 I personally delivered to Lycasai. He should never have lived. The main bloodline's position is not for a side branch to usurp. Jerome's head snapped up, his eyes wide with fear. He realized he knew too many secrets. Graham would surely not let him go. Yet, Graham pulled a palm-sized badge from his pocket. The badge was silver, engraved with an eagle clutching a sword. Its edges oxidized and darkened, clearly an ancient artifact. This was the family crest of the Dunn main lineage. Graham pressed the badge into Jerome's hand, the warmth from it radiating through to him. My true name is Graham Dunn, a descendant of the main lineage, the last survivor of a bloodbath a century ago. And you, Jerome, are my son. We are now the last inheritors of the Dunn family. The badge in Jerome's hand felt like a branding iron, searing his speechlessness. The shock of suddenly transitioning from a third-class servant to a noble heir was beyond words. As Graham led him out of the basement, the storm outside raged fiercely. The distant Dunn castle had vanished, leaving only a nearly 100-meter-wide pit, from which faint black smoke still rose, even the frozen ground scorched into a glassy state. Graham's pupils constricted, his breath halted for a moment. He had envisioned Stephen G.'s death, but never expected it to be so utterly complete. And so suddenly that his own contingency plans felt inadequate. Old friend, congratulations, came the voice of Lin Che from above. He floated in the air, using wind magic, cradling the bloodied sword of the sun. Hubert had already retreated with the forces of He Tai Ling. This sword should ultimately return to its rightful owner. Graham accepted the sword of the sun, blood from his fingertips dripping onto the blade. In that instant, the previously dull sword gleamed with a silver light. Not fierce like the sun, but cool like moonlight, flowing along the blade and pushing back the surrounding wind and snow by half a meter. The sword of the sun was indeed a sacred artifact of the main lineage. Lin Che gazed at the silver radiance, filled with sentiment. The side bloodline of Stephen Gu could only elicit a faint golden glow. Only the true main lineage could awaken its innate silver light. 100 years had passed. Graham gripped the sword, his knuckles turning white from exertion. From the annihilation of the main lineage to living incognito as a steward, and now reclaiming the sacred artifact. He had waited far too long for this day. The castle could be rebuilt, the Night Order could be recruited again, as long as Dunn Ling endured. The glory of the main lineage could be restored. Lin Che led the two towards the inner city, where another bloodline altar of the Dunn family awaited. As long as Jerome's blood could activate the altar, he would officially inherit the identity of the main lineage. The silver light of the sword of the sun shone brightly in the snowy night, like a beacon guiding them forward. Meanwhile, Lin Che lay languidly in the leather seat of a hovering armored vehicle, his smile stretching from ear to ear. The virtual screen of his left eye displayed the number of Sin coins, 102,475,000, a staggering 100 million. He had never seen a million on Earth. And now he had become a billionaire. The vehicle, a Tsangming heavy hovering armored vehicle, cost 9 million Sin coins just for the base model. The body was made of titanium alloy composite armor, with a nano-buffer layer inside. Even a 120mm armor-piercing round would only leave a shallow dent. The built-in subspace module was extravagant, offering 50 square meters of space. Lin Che had even spent 1 million Sin coins to create an additional bedroom and modify the interior decor. The bedroom featured a velvet bed with a surface shimmering with particles of light. When night fell, the holographic projector embedded in the headboard would cast various films, intertwining intricate patterns with dynamic light and shadow on the satin drapes. The smart system embedded in the walls could be controlled by gestures upon command. The entire wall transformed into a virtual bookshelf, with floating projections of ancient texts harmonizing with gilded candlesticks. The temperature control system seamlessly combined the essence of a mobile mansion with that of a combat fortress. With the autopilot activated and the destination set to Frost Ridge Pass at a speed of 10 kilometers per hour, Lin Che spoke to the holographic control panel. The vehicle's engine emitted a soft hum as it glided steadily over the snow. Evelyn leaned against him, her cheeks flushed. The near brush with death earlier still left her shaken. Only in Lin Che's embrace did she find a semblance of safety. Livia sat on the opposite sofa, toying with a dragon-scale dagger, her eyes still gleaming with the thrill of battle. Suddenly, she leaped onto Lin Che, exclaiming, "Lin, love me." The thunder of winter reverberates with grandeur at the Frostspine Pass, the vital key to the Winterhold province, situated at the most perilous choke point of the Gale Mountains. This imposing fortress not only serves as the residence of the governor, but also acts as the imperial military stronghold at the northern frontier. The double-layered walls, forged from cold iron and mixed with obsidian, rise to a staggering height of 50 meters. The outer layer, imbued with anti-magic enchantments, can withstand magic attacks from practitioners below the master level, while the inner layer, crafted from a rare mineral harvested from the abyssal plain, remains impervious even to the corrosive fluids of abyssal bone-eating worms. Above the city gates, the emblem of the two-headed lion is adorned with 8 mid-level magic crystals. Whenever an enemy approaches, the emblem illuminates with a golden shield, a barrier that even master-level warriors would find challenging to breach. The array of mithril arcane crossbows stationed atop the walls is fearsome, with specially crafted piercing arrows capable of striking targets 5,000 meters away, enough to fell even the stoutest of iceborne mammoths. Such formidable defenses are not solely for fending off barbarians, but also against the discontented Silver Shield family and the freehold of the Black Iron. To venture out of the Winterhold province, one must pass through this formidable stronghold, which is also the essential route for Lin Che to infiltrate the heart of the Valoran Empire. At this moment, a troop of 30 elite scout cavalry, mounted on iron-wing griffins, is soaring towards the direction of Eagle's Nest City. These scouts are clad in the governor's exclusive Snow Wolf Frostblade armor. Their helmets are enchanted with eagle eye, allowing them to discern targets from a kilometer away amidst the blizzard, while their breastplates are inscribed with frost resistance runes, ensuring mobility even in sub-zero conditions. The leg armor is adorned with lightness runes, reducing the load during the griffin's flight. In their hands, they wield Frostfang magic shortswords, infused with triple layers of freezing magic, and their boots are crafted from the pelts of polar snow wolves, providing both grip and warmth. Such a complete set of ordinary-level magical gear is a luxury in Silver Shield territory. In this marquee domain, only Merlin has the status of a high mage, relying on inland trade caravans for enchanted equipment, which often falls prey to ambushes by werewolves. The disparity in equipment starkly illustrates the Empire's stringent vigilance over the Winterhold province. The wings of a fully matured iron-wing griffin span a width of 5 meters, its feathers gleaming like forged steel, and its wing beats, while slicing through the air, produce sounds so muted by the lightness enchantment that they are nearly inaudible. The cavalry captain, Kyle, periodically lowers his voice to report to the magical crystal nestled in his arms. The concentration of smoke and dust towards Eagle's Nest City continues to rise. No signs of bloodthirsty barbarians or abyssal creatures detected. Repeat, no large threat targets identified. The crystal also contains a recorded image of Lin Che dispatching werewolves in the Silver Shield Territory's banquet hall, capturing the sound of gunfire, the dismembered corpses of werewolves, and Lin Che's expressionless profile. The governor's orders are clear: alive or dead, they must locate the thunder of winter. What they remain unaware of is that the very target they seek is leisurely driving an armored vehicle, more lavish than a noble's carriage, towards Frostspine Pass. Little do they know that the marauders and abyssal creatures of Eagle's Nest City have already been reduced to ashes by Lin Che's nuclear strike. Within the armored vehicle's bedroom, a holographic projection plays the final frame of the scene. Evelyn lies languidly on the plush velvet bed, her cheeks flushed, her hair clinging to her sweat-dampened neck, lacking the strength to lift her hand. She can only gasp. "Lynn, could you ask Livia to tone it down next time?" Livia, reclining beside her, toys with Evelyn's hair, her eyes still ablaze with unspent fervor. "Is my sister already at her limit? Just now, Lynn said I was more enticing than you." She glances at Lin Che, a teasing smile curling at her lips, for she has thoroughly discerned Lin Che's preferences from their earlier roleplay. Leaning against the soft backrest, Lin Che has a beauty on each arm. Savoring the indulgence of the moment, he mentally activates the task rewards. With a click, the light from the master-level firearm package erupts. 2 streams of pale blue energy surge into his arms. Master-level pistol proficiency enhances the agility of his wrist muscles, maximizing stability while wielding a firearm. Even the rapid reloading motion becomes fluid and seamless. Master-level machine gun proficiency augments the strength of his shoulders and neck, broadening his shooting range and angles, dazzling Livia with his adept handling of firearms. Next, he produces the Barbarian God Metamorphosis Gene Serum. As the needle pierces his skin, the warm liquid spreads through his veins, a surge of power radiating from his core to his limbs. His physique elevates from 100 to 250, with strength and speed also reaching 250. While his mental acuity lingers at 150, a natural outcome from repeated duress of slaughter, marking it as his sole current shortcoming. But the surprise does not end there. Lin Che smiles as he clicks on the projection. The next 4-hour film, The Festival of Gratitude at Mount Fuji, stars Hikari. Upon seeing this, Evelyn can only helplessly turn over, allowing Livia to pull her back into the embrace of comfort. 4 hours later, the film finally concludes. Evelyn has melted into a puddle of warmth, and Lin Che carries her to bed, tucking her in snugly. Livia leans against the headboard, catching her breath, the fervor in her eyes finally waning. Lin Che rises and steps out of the bedroom, his combat suit's liquid metal enveloping him instantly. The base is black, with silver-gray patterns entwining his torso like vines, the emblem of the Night Watchman, a cross of firearms and shadow, adorns his chest, while an image of outstretched black wings enveloping a silver shield decorates his back. With each breath, the patterns shimmer with a faint luminescence. In the living room, Livia elegantly skewers a piece of spicy beef-flavored instant noodles with a silver fork, the broth dripping onto the white porcelain plate. Big Stone devours an entire noodle cup, while Little Stone eagerly offers a sausage. The sight of their dual-headed antics brings laughter to Livia. Upon Lin Che's entrance, Livia sets down her fork, a glimmer of astonishment flashing in her eyes, and she playfully tugs at the emblem on Lin Che's chest. Your combat suit looks even more refined. But don't you think my dress today flatters my figure more? Big Stone hastily puts down the noodle cup, awkwardly scratching his head while stammering, "See, Captain. Good to see you." Little Stone adds with a smile, "Captain, the effects of the Barbarian Bone Serum are excellent. I feel my strength has increased." He clenches his fist, the knuckles cracking. The Barbarian Bone Enhancement Serum Lin Che previously provided has made his skin tougher and his strength greater, though the absorption rate is slow. Unlike Lin Che, who can digest it in mere seconds, he is still gradually improving. Lin Che nods, scanning the newly unlocked Abyssal Gene Serums on the virtual panel. Abyssal Bone-Eating Worm Gene Extract enhances physique by 50 points, provides corrosion resistance. Purgatory Soul Raven Swift Serum enhances speed by 60 points, unlocks night vision. Soul Devouring Bat Neural Enhancer enhances mental acuity by 40 points, allows brief perception of magical fluctuations. These are all additional rewards from slaying demons. However, he cannot utilize these items due to their side effects. Seeing Lin Che's silence, Livia's fingers glide down his combat suit, her voice sultry. Compared to Evelyn's tenderness, I know far better how to please you. Her heart races. Ever since Barton's demise, she has firmly believed Lin Che to be the most fitting guardian knight. Not only is he powerful, but he is also generous. As long as she can bind him to her, her magic tower and future as a sanctum mage are secured. Just then, the armored vehicle suddenly blares a sharp alarm. Warning. Red alert. 30 high-speed flying targets detected. Threat level LV80. Coordinates. X321, Y457. Suspected elite scouts from the governor's office. The holographic screen of the armored vehicle lights up instantly, zooming in on the image of 30 Ironwing Griffins circling 100 meters ahead, their riders' black-scaled armor glinting in the sunlight. The vehicle's Tier 3 firepower system activates in an instant. The dual-mounted Songlong electromagnetic machine gun on the vehicle's roof gradually ascended, its 762mm barrel shimmering with a soft blue electromagnetic glow. Concealed, armor-piercing micromissile launchers emerged from the sides of the vehicle, while the vibration sonic cannon positioned beneath the front of the vehicle also prepared for action. The Griffin cavalry, evidently unfamiliar with this black, horseless carriage, were taken aback. Kyer raised his magical short sword, and 3 arrows imbued with freezing magic shot forth, embedding themselves in the snow before the armored vehicle, forming an icy wall. Halt. Present your identification or be regarded as hostile. Lin Che pushed open the vehicle door and stepped onto the automatically extended steps, making his way to the roof. Upon seeing his face, the cavalry erupted in surprise. It's him, the Thunder of Winter, the figure from the magical crystal images. Even the restless iron feather griffin flapped its wings uneasily, seemingly sensing the aura of slaughter emanating from Lin Che. At that moment, the armored vehicle's loudspeaker suddenly blared the spirited theme of Buyang Ren. The resounding melody echoed across the snowy landscape. Lin Che sat cross-legged on the roof, propping himself up with his hands behind him. The silver patterns on his black combat attire shimmered in the sunlight as his cold gaze swept over the Griffin cavalry. Care to join me? Chapter 60. Encountering Old Foes at the Governor's Banquet. The bullying of the portly werewolf Balfu. Please, take a seat, Mr. Lin Che. The butler of the governor's mansion slightly bowed, gesturing towards the soft seating within the banquet hall. As Lin Che stepped through the intricately wrought iron gate, the lavishness of gold and crystal enveloped him. 20 chandeliers, embedded with magical crystals, hung from the vaulted ceiling, casting radiant light upon the golden threaded silk tapestries. The tapestries, depicting the empire's military history, were adorned with pearl tassels, and the breeze from the magical ventilation system caused the tassels to jingle softly. The magical fountain at the center of the hall added to the enchanting atmosphere, as the pale blue water took the shape of flying birds and knights, splashing down to create sparkling droplets that evaporated upon touching the polar bear skin carpets. Servers moved gracefully through the hall, a rabbit maid carrying a silver tray laden with chilled berry ale, while a catgirl attendant presented freshly baked pastries topped with many magical fireworks that, when ignited, erupted in soft pink sparks. Several noble women in lace gowns held snow-white foxes in their arms. The fluffy creatures donned with embroidered golden shoes, occasionally emitting soft coos. Who would have thought we'd stumble upon the governor's daughter's birthday celebration? Li Wei leaned closer to Lin Che, chuckling softly, her gaze drifting to the nearby string ensemble that outshone the banquet at Silver Shield territory. Evelyn appeared somewhat self-conscious, her silk gown still the same one purchased earlier, making her feel out of place among the opulent attire of the nobles. As for Deshertu, his dark iron armor was so heavy that it left shallow impressions on the carpet, causing passing nobles to instinctively steer clear of him. Yet, Leah remained composed, her red gown interwoven with golden threads. With 2 enchanted trunks at her disposal, she held a glass of red wine, her gaze subtly scanning every corner of the banquet hall, mentally noting the presence of hidden powerful individuals. At that moment, a bard upon the stage strummed a lute, his raspy voice carrying the melody. Beneath the Silver Shield's walls, the beacon fires blaze, the thunder of winter vanquishes the evil, with guns aimed. The werewolf's blood spills, cannon fire shatters the abyssal bones. The crowd below hummed along, familiar with the tale of Lin Che's exploits against werewolves and abyssal creatures, a story that had evidently spread through Frostspine Pass. Lin Che's arrival did not cause much commotion. The butler had already made the necessary introductions, and only a few nearby esteemed guests were aware of his presence. Among the banquet attendees, even werewolf nobles could be seen, elegantly attired in well-fitted garments, concealing their fangs as they mingled with human aristocrats. In a corner, pale-skinned vampires held crystal goblets filled with fresh blood. Yet they behaved with restraint under the governor's watchful eye, their usual hostility subdued. As the bard concluded his performance, the band transitioned to a lively melody, prompting nobles to rise and invite dance partners. Lin Che observed the swirling figures, scratching his head. He had no knowledge of such noble dances. Instead, he pulled Evelyn towards the dining area, seizing a glistening roast wyvern rib to indulge in. This rib, sourced from a young flame dragon from the south, had a crispy exterior while the meat within remained tender and juicy. Dipped in magical blueberry sauce, the sweet and tangy flavor perfectly balanced the richness. Next to him, a silver dining cart held chilled honey ale, and Lin Che poured himself a generous glass. Just as he took a couple of sips, a familiar voice called from behind. "Lin Che, my brother. Long time no see." It was Kaelin, clad in a silver-embroidered gown, accompanied by a golden-haired girl, the governor's daughter, Ivila. The girl wore a pale lavender lace gown, embroidered with snow wolf patterns, and bore a shy smile, clutching a gem-adorned handbag. The governor himself approached, dressed in a deep red velvet suit with a sapphire-studded belt, his tone warm yet authoritative. "Mr. Lin Che, it is an honor to finally meet the famed Thunder of Winter. Kaelin has informed me that you would escort Ivila to the imperial capital for her studies. What say you?" Lin Che chewed on the meat, mumbling, "As long as the price is right." 3,000 gold dragons, the governor stated directly. The journey would traverse the Crimson Gravel Valley, the Misty Pass, and the Emerald Bay Marsh, with potential encounters with bandits and other races. This price was 30% above the market rate, with all expenses covered by the governor's mansion. "Surely, Mr. Lin Che can sense our sincerity." Lin Che's eyes brightened. Indeed, it was more generous than Silver Shield territory. This deal was advantageous. The identity of the governor's daughter would undoubtedly bring numerous troubles along the way, yet Lin Che regarded them as mere walking coins of sin. Just as he was about to agree, Kaelin nudged him, raising an eyebrow. "Brother, I've spoken highly of you." "Kaelin, when did you arrive? I thought you perished at Silver Shield." "Oh, Lin, we are friends. You should wish me well." Through Kaelin's explanation, Lin Che learned that Kaelin had arrived at Frostspine Pass a few days prior. He had managed to infiltrate the governor's mansion with the help of the former subordinates from Silver Shield territory. And now Lin Che sought a reliable individual to escort the esteemed young lady. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the governor took Ivila to greet other distinguished guests, while Lin Che continued to feast in the dining area until the banquet neared its conclusion. He then led his companions to the designated resting place arranged by the governor's mansion. However, as they turned a corner on a certain street, Lin Che's footsteps suddenly halted. The heat-sensing module of his combat suit detected a familiar silhouette, that hefty figure and unsteady gait. Who else but Balfu? In Silver Shield Castle, this 300-pound werewolf had been quite the menace. Lin Che had assumed he had been devoured by abyssal creatures when he stormed the castle, only to discover he had hidden himself in Frostspine Pass. Lin Che promptly instructed Evelyn and the others to return to their lodgings while he activated the stealth mode of his combat suit. The liquid metal enveloped him, concealing his presence and heat signature, allowing him to follow like a shadow. Balfu, seemingly unaware of his pursuer, hummed a tune as he ambled into a concealed cellar. At the end of the cellar lay an iron door, and two werewolf guards clad in black leather armor initially blocked his path. After a few words from Balfu, they immediately bowed and allowed him entry, their tone somewhat scolding. It seemed Balfu held some influence. Lin Che stealthily followed, slipping inside just as the door swung open, only to be overwhelmed by a cacophony of shouts. This was an underground fighting arena. A circular pit surrounded by coarse wire fencing contained a human fighter engaged in combat with a werewolf. The human's arm was already bitten, blood dripping down the wire. While the audience below erupted in frenzied cheers, various races of gamblers waving gold coins and shouting, "Werewolf wins. Damn human, hold on, my money." Torches were affixed to the stone walls of the arena, casting light upon the spectators' fierce faces. Humanity constitutes only half of the population, while the remainder comprises scaled lizard folk, tusked boar folk, and elven mercenaries bearing bows and arrows, all evidently representing the diverse factions surrounding the Linfeng Mountains. Orf did not direct his attention to the beast arena. Instead, he proceeded directly towards the depths of the fighting ring's passage. There, two robust lycanthrope guards stood, their battle axes gleaming coldly. Orf extracted a pouch of gold coins from his pocket and presented it to the guards, stating, "Stand aside, I wish to see the leader." After inspecting the coins, the guards stepped aside, permitting him to enter. Lin Che narrowed his eyes, aware that a forceful intrusion would yield no success. He therefore turned towards the betting table. He placed 50 gold dragons before the goblin in charge of wagers and declared, "I wish to compete in the next match." The goblin's eyes widened, fixated on the pouch of gold dragons. "My lord, are you certain? Your opponent in the next bout is the lizard folk Tokay, who has achieved 5 consecutive victories." "Spare me the chatter, just register me," Lin Che replied, disinterested in elaborating. Before long, the bell of the beast arena tolled. The previous match concluded with a lycanthrope victory, and the human fighter was carried off, lifeless. The announcer bellowed into the horn, "Next match. Lizard folk Tokay versus this unidentified human lord." Lin Che leaped onto the arena, met with laughter from the crowd. "This human appears so frail. Tokay could dispatch him with a single punch. I bet 10 silver dragons. Tokay will finish him in 10 seconds. Tokay, towering at 3 meters and covered in dark green scales, bore a scar over his left eye and wielded a sharpened bone club. He stomped forward, charging at Lin Che, exclaiming, "Human whelp, prepare to die." Lin Che remained motionless until the bone club nearly struck his head. He then sidestepped at the last moment, delivering a right hook infused with 250 points of power. The impact resounded as his fist collided with Tokay's ribs, causing the scales to shatter. Tokay let out a scream, hurtling through the air like a discarded sack, crashing into the barbed wire and losing consciousness. The laughter from the crowd ceased abruptly, replaced by a deafening silence that erupted into cheers. Another match. The human lord is formidable. The next bout featured 2 opponents, a boarfolk and a goblin assassin. The boarfolk swung a massive axe, but Lin Che executed a sliding dodge, kicking the creature's knee, causing it to collapse. He followed up with a punch, knocking it out cold. The goblin assassin attempted to ambush him, but was swiftly captured by Lin Che, who twisted its arm with a crack of breaking bone. 3 consecutive victories ignited fervor in the arena, prompting the overseer to act. "This human is clearly here to disrupt," he thought, rushing onto the stage with a dozen guards. Though he dared not strike. Instead, he forced a smile, saying, "My lord, our leader requests your presence in the back." Lin Che understood his objective had been achieved and followed the overseer into the passage. Upon reaching the entrance, he encountered Borf emerging with a wine jug. The moment Borf laid eyes on Lin Che, his eyes widened in shock, and the jug clattered to the ground, spilling wine everywhere. Li Dongji Lei. Lin Che stepped forward, pressing his hand firmly against Borf's chest, pinning him against the wall, his tone as frigid as the winter's breath. "Borf, it has been a while. I remember you were rather boastful, were you not?" Lin Che's hand struck Borf's cheek, seemingly gentle, yet heavy enough to dislodge his teeth. Borf trembled in fear, his corpulent form shrinking backward. Li Che, I was wrong. Domingo, for heaven's sake, help me." Chapter 61. My rules are law. As Domingo emerged from the depths of the passage, clad in polished black leather boots with a glimpse of silk lining peeking from his sleeves, he presented a stark contrast to Borf's filthy robes. The leader of the Sicilian family always preferred to adorn himself as a respectable merchant, but upon witnessing the scene, his demeanor faltered. Borf, akin to a rag doll, was grasped by the nape of his neck, his swollen cheeks resembling that of a pig, blood mixed with broken teeth staining his chest, leaving him without the strength to cry out in pain. A sharp slap echoed as Lin Che struck Borf's face again, his palm as unyielding as iron. Fueled by a simmering rage, memories of Borf's previous misdeeds flooded Lin Che's mind. The sight of the servant girl with bite marks on her fair arms igniting his fury. Each strike grew in intensity. Borf's cries fading into pitiful whimpers as his eyes rolled back in his head. Enough, Domingo barked, his claws extending threateningly. However, before he could advance, two subordinates seized his arms, one of whom, pale-faced, whispered urgently, "Boss, do not engage. He is Li Dongjile. Li Dongjile." The lycanthropes of the three great families who perished by his hand numbered no less than 8,000. Even Englewood had lost his head to him. It can be said that the lycanthropes have forged the reputation of Li Dongjile with their own blood. These words struck Domingo like a bucket of icy water. He stared into Lin Che's cold, unfeeling eyes, suddenly recalling the elder's warning. Sicilians do not tempt death. Retracting his claws, Domingo maintained a facade of authority, albeit with a hint of trepidation. "My lord, even if Borf is at fault, we must adhere to the rules of Xuanji Pass. We have registered our business with the governor's office. Killing must follow protocol, let alone disrupting our affairs." "Rules?" Lin Che scoffed, abruptly withdrawing the Guardian Abyss chainsaw sword from his dimensional space. The jet-black blade gleamed dully under the light, and the silver gears emitted a low, ominous hum as they activated. The engraved sigil of the Night Watch glowed with dark golden patterns as the blade vibrated. Still stained with the black blood from his last encounter with the Abyss creatures, he thrust the chainsaw sword into the ground, creating a deep gouge in the stone floor. "My rule is simple. When faced with a lycanthrope committing evil, you either die or flee. Today, killing him will lead to your demise, and the eradication of your entire Sicilian family as well. Remember, my rules are the only law." Borf's throat was crushed beneath Lin Che's grip, collapsing lifelessly before the gathered crowd. A cold sweat broke out on Domingo's back, instinctively warning him of the impending danger. He sensed that the pressure emanating from Lin Che's sword surpassed that of the magical weapons treasured by his family. Swallowing hard, he suddenly donned a sycophantic smile. Gesturing to his subordinates, "Remove this fool Borf and dispose of him to feed the Boerfolk." He then instructed his men to retrieve money, presenting 2,000 gold dragons to Lin Che with both hands. "My lord, this is your winnings from the arena, every last coin. It is our failure to maintain order that has disturbed you." Lin Che squeezed the pouch, relishing the sound of the coins clinking inside, a smirk appearing on his lips. "You know your place." He casually stowed the pouch into the spatial compartment of his combat attire. "In a good mood today?" He decided against burning down this den of dogs. "Next time we meet, keep your distance. I have never been fond of dogs. And it won't be as simple as just one death. Of course, we Sicilians value rules above all." As Lin Che departed, one of his loyal subordinates, reluctant to part with the opportunity, inquired, "Boss, with Borf dead, the Silver Shield family's treasure is ripe for the taking. I believe in you. You will become the richest lycanthrope in Sicily." The surrounding onlookers regarded him as if he were a fool, prompting him to quickly turn and follow Domingo closely. That wealth had shifted ownership with Borf's demise, now belonging to Lin Che. As Lin Che exited the underground passage, he deliberately slowed his pace, retrieving a handful of gold dragons from his spatial pocket. The coins shimmered enticingly in the moonlight at the passage's entrance, drawing the attention of a throng of gamblers, including mercenaries clad in leather armor, hunched wirgins, and several avaricious human ruffians. Lin Che feigned a timid demeanor, pretending to be wary of trouble, while subtly veering towards a secluded alley. Such a baiting tactic may not fool seasoned hunters, yet it would surely ensnare the naive. "Hand over your money, and I might spare your life." A trio of brash youths brandishing short blades hastily approached, with the burly leaders spitting on the ground. Lin Che continued his stride until he ventured deep into the alley, abruptly turning around. Before they could react, his fist struck the leader's chest, the sharp crack of shattered ribs echoing throughout the alley. System notifications rang in his ears, announcing the defeat of a level 36 warrior and a level 45 wolfman, awarding him a total of 4,100 sin coins. As Lin Che twisted the last thug's neck, the man was still pleading for mercy. Yet Lin Che's fingers showed no signs of hesitation. He had never been lenient with those who were blinded by greed. Soon, the alley was strewn with corpses, some human, some of other races, but not a single wolfman was among them. Lin Che brushed off the dust from his hands and turned to head toward the residence arranged by the governor. Within 5 minutes of his departure, a squad of city guards clad in silver armor, brandishing torches, arrived at the scene. The captain, upon surveying the gruesome sight, furrowed his brow as if to crush a fly. yet he merely whispered to his subordinates to clean up quickly, collect anything of value, and instruct the men to remain silent and avoid trouble. The guards hurriedly went about their tasks, none daring to speak. Following the captain's orders was always wise, especially when it came to matters of coin. At this moment, inside the towering frost spine past magical tower, a middle-aged mage was gazing through a crystal observation lens at the scene in the alley. He candidly remarked, "Governor, look at this. Does this man exhibit even a hint of a protector's demeanor? He has just arrived at Frost Spine Pass and has already slain over 10 individuals, deliberately provoking those thugs. His intentions are truly sinister. Moreover, his avaricious gaze upon the gold coins is unmistakable. If Miss Iwaylaw follows him, who knows what might happen?" The governor, seated in a chair draped with mink fur, lightly tapped his fingers against the table, while a magical projection displayed Lin Che detonating the abyssal rift in Eagle's Nest City. "But do not forget, I currently lack the manpower to send Iwaylaw to the royal capital. Although Lin Che is ruthless, he seems to be adhering to the contract for now. Most importantly, he will not ally himself with those individuals." He paused, his gaze turning resolute. "At this juncture, we have only a 50% chance to bet on his reliability. But this remains our best option." The mage fell silent, merely adjusting the angle of the crystal observation lens to watch Lin Che's figure gradually approach the governor's villa. Suddenly, he gasped in astonishment. He noticed, in the projection, Lin Che abruptly halted, slowly raising his head, his gaze precisely directed towards the magical tower. Despite the distance of several kilometers, it was as if he could see through the tower and perceive the individuals within. He then raised his right hand, forming a gun shape with his index finger and thumb, gently pulling the trigger while a cold smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 62. We are serious about fishing. The Night Watch Mercenary Corps received their first serious assignment, a reward of 3,000 gold coins, which Evelyn regarded as a resounding success. She sat in the passenger seat of the hovering armored vehicle, clutching a leather ledger, her pen swiftly calculating on the paper. Accommodation reimbursed by the governor's office, supplies including oats, dried venison, and 12 bottles of potions, plus the maintenance of weapons consumed approximately 800 gold coins. This yields a net profit of 2,200 gold coins, enough for us to purchase a small house in the royal capital. Evelyn's eyes sparkled with joy as she gazed at the figures. She had become the acknowledged accountant of the mercenary corps, even categorizing the magical scrolls that Leah carelessly tossed onto the table into waterproof wooden boxes. Leah leaned against the wall of the vehicle, absent-mindedly playing with an empty magic crystal vial, glancing up at the sound of Evelyn's calculations. "As long as the gold coins suffice. I am more concerned with whether we can procure stardust and moonshadow vines in the royal capital. Winter is far too barren. Last time I wanted to brew a swift potion, even the most basic moonlight grass had to be transported from the south by merchant caravans, and the price skyrocketed threefold. Not to mention it was no longer fresh." Liawei was sprawled in the back seat, tracing circles on the window with her fingers, her mind filled with dreams of the south. "Once we pass the Frostwind Mountains, can we find a grassy area near a river? I want to try something in the attic of an abandoned castle. Winter is too cold. Last time I spent a while on the rooftop of Eagle's Nest City, I nearly froze my backside off." As she spoke, she reached out to tug at Lin Che's sleeve, only to have her hand swatted away. Listening to Evelyn's meticulous cost analysis, Lin Che was adjusting the radar system of the armored vehicle when he turned back with a slight smirk. "No, our profits are far greater than that." Everyone was taken aback. Evelyn had calculated everything clearly. How could there be higher profits? Leah raised an eyebrow and inquired. But Lin Che merely smiled mysteriously, tapping the tactical system screen. "In a few days, you will understand. For now, just act as ordinary travelers." The next morning, Lin Che directly approached the governor and insisted on departing immediately. His decisiveness left the governor's aide dumbfounded. The governor initially thought this was the efficiency of a professional mercenary. But within half an hour, a guard rushed in with news. "Sir, the entire marketplace is abuzz with rumors of your daughter's impending journey to the royal capital. Even the bread vendor knows, claiming that a two-headed giant shouted it while holding up a sign, and that you provided your daughter with 200,000 gold coins for the journey." The governor's enamel cup crashed against the table, spilling brown ale everywhere. 200,000? When did I ever give such a sum? What is Lin Che scheming? Just as he was about to send the aide to retrieve Lin Che, the gate guard reported, "The black, horseless carriage has already left the city, moving at an astonishing speed. It vanished in the blink of an eye." What drove the governor to the brink of madness was that shortly thereafter, he received another report. "Sir, the Mercenary Guild is now selling a map of Miss Iwayla's route for 1 gold coin each. drawn with more detail than our scouts' maps. It is claimed that the two-headed giant drew it himself, marking all the rest stops and forests along the way. The governor's forehead pulsated with veins as he berated his aide. This Lin Che is simply insane. What on earth does he intend to do? Meanwhile, inside the hovering armored vehicle, 3 new passengers had joined. Lady Aiwei La, her personal maid Meng Lisha, and the persistent Kalin. Lin Che had never intended to bring Kalin along, but Aiwei La tugged at his arm incessantly, her eyes red as she pleaded, "Kalin, brother, is an excellent archer. He can protect me. Brother Kalin," he thought, "she is barely older than you." Ultimately, Lin Che succumbed to her incessant requests and relented. A young lady's outings were always fraught with complications. Aiwei La first complained about the discomfort of the seat, lamenting to Meng Lisha, "This is far inferior to the velvet sofa in the governor's mansion." She then grumbled about the armored vehicle being too enclosed, preventing her from enjoying the scenery. Meanwhile, Meng Lisha appeared remarkably considerate, handing Aiwei La water and adjusting her skirt, every action exuding the refinement nurtured by nobility. Yet, her gaze frequently drifted toward Lin Che. And when no one was watching, she would reach out to touch the walls of the armored vehicle, her fingertips gliding over the metal surface with a hint of curiosity. Liawei had long noticed this peculiar behavior. As Meng Lisha drew closer to Lin Che, Liawei intentionally approached and linked her arm with his, subtly pushing Meng Lisha aside. A flicker of vigilance in her eyes. Just then, Lin Che abruptly halted the hovering armored vehicle. "Get out, we will walk." "Why?" Aiwei La exploded, standing up and clutching her skirt. "This wretched vehicle is uncomfortable enough, and now we must walk." "I refuse to go." Lin Che ignored her pouting, directly opening the hatch. "Did you not say you wanted to see the scenery? Now is your chance." Kalin quickly intervened, taking Aiwei La's hand and soothing her with a few kind words, then discreetly casting a small spell to adorn her skirt with a circle of twinkling lights. Only then did Aiwei La reluctantly exit the vehicle, pouting. "This fellow possesses quite an array of magical items," she thought. "He hardly resembles a half-elf mercenary archer, and instead appears to be a pampered pretty boy." Beyond the Linfeng mountain range, winter seems to have been halted at the northern slopes. Tender green shoots have emerged from the withered grass by the roadside, wildflowers bloom sporadically, and the temperature has surged from sub-zero to a pleasant warmth of around 10 degrees. Evelyn instinctively reaches for the leather armor tucked away in the corner of the carriage. But Lin Che stops her hand, saying, "Do not don your armor. We are merely ordinary travelers now. Dressing too heavily would only arouse suspicion." In truth, Lin Che believes that a group of naive noble daughters venturing out for amusement would draw more attention than a band of mercenaries, without robbers or bandits. From where would his sinful coins come? Where would his profits originate? Ivira, clad in a light blue dress, twirls to admire the hem of her gown. Surprisingly refraining from complaints, this is much more comfortable than the formal attire at the governor's mansion. "Lin Che, your black coat is quite appealing. Far superior to Kalin's magical robe." The group had scarcely traveled half an hour when Ivira's temper flared again, as she plopped down onto a stone by the roadside, exclaiming, "I refuse to walk any further. I demand a carriage. I need cushions. I want hot milk with honey." Before her cries could fade, a rustling sound erupted from the surrounding grass, followed by a piercing roar. Hundreds of goblins, half the height of a man, burst forth from the woods. These green-skinned creatures, with murky yellow eyes, brandished stone axes and wooden spears, some even dripping with a dark green venom, clearly seasoned marauders in this region. "Stand guard," Kalin barked, and the group instantly formed a defensive formation. Lia formed a magic seal with her hands, a faint red glow emanating from her palms. Livia reached for the dragon-scaled dagger at her waist. Evelyn stepped back, retrieving a crossbow from her backpack. Ivira, frightened, hid behind Kalin, while Meng Lisa also panicked, her gaze fixed intently on Lin Che's movements. Only Lin Che appeared somewhat dissatisfied with the size of the fish. The rear hatch of the armored vehicle hissed open, and 2 half-man-high metallic machines glided out. These were the Earth-Shatter Blade Cluster robots he had exchanged for 800,000 sinful coins, encased in titanium alloy, equipped with a mini-nuclear power core, and surrounded by 12 retractable tungsten steel blades, the edges coated with an anti-monster substance, capable of reaching a staggering 3,000 rotations per minute, perfect for dealing with such frail, clustered targets. "Dear Miss Ivira, allow me to present a demonstration of destruction," Lin Che commanded with a flourish akin to a conductor. The 2 robots emitted a deep, resonant hum and charged into the horde of goblins like 2 bolts of black lightning. As the tungsten steel blades sliced through the goblins, their green blood splattered everywhere. In less than 3 minutes, hundreds of goblins lay slain in pools of blood, and as the robots returned, Remnants of green skin and bones clung to their blades. Elvira, witnessing the carnage and the green viscous substance, could no longer suppress her nausea and bent over to vomit. Lisa handed her a clean handkerchief. Though her gaze remained glued to the robots, her fingers discreetly forming a subtle gesture. Lin Che leaned against the armored vehicle, observing Elvira's retching with a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Vomit all you wish. The first batch of small fish has already taken the bait. Now we await the arrival of the true big fish. Chapter 63. Just after slaying the goblins, will the mercenary band rush in to deliver sinful coins? Acorn Town, situated at the southern foothills of the Linfeng mountain range, serves as a crucial junction along the trade route. Compared to the dilapidation of Luoshi Town and the remoteness of Jiutong Town, it boasts greater prosperity. With the aroma of freshly baked bread wafting from the bakeries and the clanging of the blacksmith's forge resounding throughout the streets, the passing merchant caravans have enriched this small town. Even the tavern's sign is adorned with copper trim. As Lin Che and his companions stepped into the town, they immediately became the center of attention. It was not Evelyn's elegance or Livia's allure that captured the gaze of the crowd, but rather the towering figure of the stone giant. Standing over 3 meters tall, wielding a mountain-splitting axe upon his shoulder, and with 2 heads bickering softly, he resembled a beast that had wandered out from the wilds. I should have stuffed you back into the armored vehicle. Lin Che rubbed his temples, finding the stone giant's imposing presence far too daunting to appear as mere fishermen. The left head of the stone giant drooped, while the right head, Little Stone, shyly remarked, "We want to return to the carriage." "Yes, we haven't finished watching the animated film." Lin Che quickly gestured for them to retreat to the armored vehicle hidden in the woods. Lia stifled a laugh as she approached Lin Che, saying, "Your fishing method is rather crude." She glanced back at Elvira, who was pouting, and lowered her voice further. "A group of nobles dressed incognito, lacking guards or servants, is one thing, but bringing along a 2-headed giant? Who would believe you are mere soft targets? The more foolish habits the nobles exhibit, the more they seem ripe for the picking. Elvira does not need to pretend. She is right there. You must temper your demeanor. Acting as her personal steward, be obsequious and occasionally show a hint of timidity to make others believe you are merely a spendthrift, not a fighter." Kalen could serve as the noble's knightly protector and lover, fitting Elvira's status as a half-elf's beloved. Lia winked at Elvira, saying, "If the young lady feels slighted, the knight can always come to her rescue." How realistic. Evelyn adjusted her role to that of a noble attendant, akin to Lisa, but with a more vivacious personality, while Lia would stealthily blend in, fulfilling the role befitting an assassin. Upon hearing Lia's suggestion, Lin Che's combat outfit instantaneously morphed. He donned a deep blue butler's suit embroidered with silver threads featuring a wolf totem and a lavish copper badge pinned at the collar, even adopting a slightly hunched posture as he walked. As the group emerged from the narrow streets, they appeared transformed. Entering the town's most luxurious tavern, the Oak Barrel, the performance was officially underway. The tavern was bustling with travelers, mercenaries, and voluptuous serving girls. The oak bar was laden with ceramic cups and wine jugs, while bear and deer heads adorned the walls. Upon entering, Lin Che raised his voice, deliberately infused with the haughty air of the winter nobility. "Barkeep, bring forth your finest wheat beer and roasted meat." He surveyed the patrons, lifting his chin higher. "Today, all expenses will be charged to Miss Elvira, daughter of the governor of the Winter Province. Surely, she can afford a mere pittance for your ale." Elvira adeptly immersed herself in the role, pinching her nose and wrinkling her brow. "The stench of these commoners is unbearable. Lin, do have them keep their distance." The barkeep's jug clattered against the bar as his eyes fixated on the silver embroidery of Lin Che's sleeves, the fabric worth at least 50 gold dragons. The surrounding patrons hushed, whispers circulating. "The daughter of the Winter Governor? What a lavish spender." Some mercenaries instinctively touched the daggers at their waists, their eyes gleaming with greed. Lin Che deliberately took a sip from a mug of wheat beer, then spat it onto the floor. "What is this inferior brew? It tastes worse than the foot-washing water from the governor's mansion." He brandished a gold dragon, slamming it onto the bar with enough volume for the entire tavern to hear. "Another. Bring me the strongest firewater. If it lacks potency, I shall dismantle your wretched tavern." Kalen stepped forward at the opportune moment, feigning a troubled expression. "Lin, do not be impulsive. The young lady is present." Lia, seated beside Elvira, feigned casual conversation among noble women, purposely letting slip that the governor's mansion had provided 2 million gold dragons as travel funds. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, Lin Che departed, tossing 100 gold dragons as a tip to the barkeep, observing the obsequious smile on the man's face, inwardly mocking the label of a fool with too much money attached to him. Upon returning to the guest room on the second floor of the tavern, Lin Che swiftly reverted to combat mode. In a virtual display from his left eye revealed footage from the drones. 20 Hummingbird stealth reconnaissance drones had enveloped Acorn Town, capturing even the tiniest details, including the mouse hole at the tavern's rear. No bites. That 100 gold dragons and tips should have been enough to lure in some petty thieves. Liao leaned against the window, observing the crowd below. What is the rush? The fat lamb will not run to us. We must wait for the wolves to catch the scent. She cast a glance at the commotion in the adjacent room, a hint of scorn curling her lips. Karen had seized the opportunity, charming the governor's daughter into revealing her heart. Lin Che opened the surveillance feed from the armored vehicle, and there he saw Deshertu engrossed in a virtual screen, his two heads huddled together watching mechanical battle wolf, occasionally slapping their knees and exclaiming, "Well played." Meanwhile, Xiao Shirtu was analyzing. This tactic is flawed. The light and shadow camouflage coating allowed the armored vehicle to meld seamlessly with the surrounding forest. Even the passing merchant convoy paid no mind. As night fell, the tavern's clamor intensified. The sounds of dice, gamblers' shouts, and the flirtations of courtesans intertwined, filtering up through the floorboards. Lin Che leaned back in his chair, the four iron-toothed assault mechanical dogs silently prowling at his feet, their metallic claws leaving faint traces on the ground, poised to pounce at any moment. At that moment, an anomaly appeared on the drone's feed. In the shadows of the tavern's back door, a limping man was whispering with several masked figures. The limping man was a helper at the tavern, his eyes widening when Lin Che had tipped him that afternoon. Among the masked individuals was a burly man wielding a massive axe, adorned with the emblem of the notorious Duan Ren mercenary group. Before long, another group emerged at the town's entrance. They rode gaunt horses, curved sabers at their waists, and skulls hanging from their saddles. They were the Black Wind Bandits, infamous for preying on merchant convoys. Further in the woods, shadows of several figures in black robes lingered, their staves glowing with an eerie green light, reminiscent of dark sorcerers. The fish had arrived. A smirk crept across Lin Che's lips as the estimated value of the evil coins on the left screen began to fluctuate. The Duan Rin mercenary group averaged level 45, while the Black Wind Bandits were at level 52, and those dark sorcerers were at least level 60. This encounter could yield several 100,000 evil coins. Evelyn's voice came through the tactical system. Are we to engage? Not yet, Lin Che replied, observing the increasing number of shadows in the drone feed, waiting for them to gather before striking. He activated the miniature surveillance device in Iwei LA's room, overhearing Karen's still sweet-talking, Iwei LA's laughter tinged with shyness. While Meng Lisha quietly offered fruit beside her, her tone lacking the usual respect and tinged with subtle tension. Lin Che raised an eyebrow. This mate seemed far from ordinary. Suddenly, the wind outside turned chilly, and the street outside the tavern gradually quieted. Only a few streetlights remained lit, casting a dim light under which a dozen shadows crept along the walls, making their way towards the tavern's second floor. Lin Che stood up, the night watchman emblem feeling alive, signaling that the show was about to begin. Chapter 64. The mechanical dogs tear through enchanted armor. Unmanned drones showering fire on ambushers. Every one of you move out. The first to reach the second floor's treasures gets an extra 30%. Roared Hawk, the leader of the Duan Ren mercenary group, brandishing his battle axe, his rough voice echoing through the empty tavern. Behind him, over 20 mercenaries donned bronze enchanted armor, etched with faint red magical runes. In front of them were a dozen ruffians and a group of hastily hired mercenaries, the ruffians clutching rusted daggers, their eyes glinting with greed as they rallied each other, their avarice overshadowing their fear. The tavern's patrons had long since fled. In fact, it was entirely deserted. Even the tavern staff had vanished. They've emptied the place for us. Hawk reveled in this intimidation. What are you waiting for? Hurry up. Once I collect the gems, you will all be rewarded. On the second floor, Leah and Evelyn were wearing tactical coordination goggles. The pale blue transparent lenses adhered to their left eyes, projecting real-time footage from the drone. Concealed in the alley outside the tavern were 6 crossbowmen, while across the street, a cart harbored a dozen ambushers. Leah tapped her fingertip on the lens, fascinated by the magical eye that revealed the outside world without any magical fluctuations. The ruffians downstairs dared not charge up the stairs directly. Instead, they rummaged through the hall. Some kicked open barrels searching for hidden gold coins, while others stuffed liquor into their clothing, and some even attempted to pry open the bar's drawers. Hawk's lieutenant, a mercenary with a scarred face, kicked one of the ruffians in the backside. Quit dawdling. The fat sheep upstairs is our target. If you trigger a trap, I'll be the first to take you down. Only then did the ruffians curse and shuffle toward the staircase. their footsteps echoing on the wooden steps like the beating of a death knell. At this moment, Karen sheltered Ai La in the corner of the room. 4 palm-sized star core defense modules, standing guard. The silver-gray metallic shells embedded with pale blue cores emitted beams of light that formed a transparent azure barrage, preventing even flies from entering. The maid Ming Lisha nestled closely to Ai La, clutching a small silver dagger, softly reassuring her, "Do not fear, Mississippi Mister. Lin Che has made arrangements. They cannot breach here." Ai La's complexion paled, yet she steadied herself and nodded, her grip on Karen's sleeve tightening. Suddenly, the door to the second floor burst open, revealing Lin Che clad in a wrinkled silk nightgown, the collar undone. With faint pink lipstick marks adorning his chest, evidence of a playful mark from Luia. Catching sight of the ruffians at the staircase, his eyes widened, stumbling back 2 steps. Panic evident in his voice, "Who are you? Where are the guards? I still have the gems from the governor on my table." The ruffians paused for a moment before erupting into laughter. A lanky ruffian waved his dagger. "What a soft noble. Where are your guards? We're here to take your gems and your woman." With that, he charged forward, dagger aimed at Lin Che's chest. Lin Che hurriedly retreated into the room, slamming the door shut. The tavern door was sturdy, and the ruffians found themselves unable to break through immediately. "Damn it! Open up, you cowardly noble! Open the door!" Bang! Finally, the ruffians kicked the door down and surged in, only to find Lin Che standing tall. His earlier panic vanished. His nightgown had transformed into a sleek black combat uniform, the night watchman emblem gleaming under the light. "You couldn't wait any longer? Perfect. This saves me the trouble of continuing the charade." As his words fell, 4 rending-toothed tactical mechanical dogs emerged from either side, stepping forth. These mechanical canines stood half a man's height, their sleek silver alloy bodies adorned with dark purple energy patterns, and their diamond-shaped heads bore miniature sensors on either side. As they opened their jaws, 3 rows of hardened tungsten alloy teeth were visible, with faint blue currents entwined between them. Their necks could extend flexibly by 0.5 meters. Equipped with a biting arm, and their claw tips revealed 10-centimeter titanium steel blades, leaving marks on the floor. "Attack! Tear them apart!" Lin Che commanded, and the mechanical dogs lunged at the ruffians. The lanky ruffian at the front barely had time to react before a mechanical dog clamped onto his arm, tearing it off in a gruesome display, blood spraying everywhere. The remaining ruffians, terrified, turned to flee, but the mechanical dogs were swifter, their claw blades slicing through flesh in mere seconds, leaving a pile of mangled corpses at the top of the staircase, blood streaming down. "Damn it, it's an alchemical creation." Hawk's complexion shifted, shouting as he swung his axe, "Push those mercenaries forward. Use explosive crossbow bolts." His subordinates, armed with swords and blades, forced the remaining mercenaries forward, sacrificing flesh to buy time. 5 mercenaries quickly readied explosive magical crossbows, their arrowheads wrapped in fiery red runes, and with a loud bang, they shot towards the mechanical dogs. However, the bolts merely exploded into sparks upon hitting the mechanical dogs' bodies, as their nanomaterial coating rendered them impervious to such low-tier magical attacks. The resulting fireworks and metal debris caused considerable injuries among the greedy mercenaries. The mechanical hounds swiftly turned towards the first floor, their alloyed jaws effortlessly piercing through the mercenaries' enchanted armor. With a chilling snap, one of them severed a mercenary's neck, dark purple blood cascading through the gaps in the armor. "Retreat! Fall back outside." Hawk, sensing the dire situation, immediately issued the command. The tavern space was too confined, their comrades awaited outside. He understood the sinister nature of these mechanical hounds, realizing that only the forces on the perimeter could suppress them. Yet, before the mercenaries could reach the doorway, a low, ominous hum resonated from outside. 8 Sky Wraith heavy suppression drones swept across the rooftop, their sleek black bodies glinting ominously, equipped with dual 7.62mm rapid-fire machine guns. The guns erupted in a hail of gunfire, silver bullets cascading like a torrential downpour. The crossbowmen hiding in the alley had no time to scream before being reduced to mere sieves. The mercenaries on the opposite side of the street, as well as the elite mercenaries in front of the tavern, fell victim to the drone's bullets, which acted like the impartial hand of Lady Justice, claiming lives indiscriminately. Hawk, witnessing the carnage outside, felt his vision redden with rage. Just as he prepared to counterattack, a thunderous crack echoed, sending a chill down his spine. On the second-floor windowsill, Lin Che stood poised with an asteroid Barrett anti-material sniper rifle, its electromagnetic barrel emanating a faint blue glow, the scope meticulously locked on a Hawk's back. Taking a deep breath, he squeezed the trigger. The 127mm armor-piercing explosive round whistled forth, effortlessly penetrating Hawk's enchanted armor, entering through his back and exploding within. Blood erupted from his chest, shrouding the area in a mist of dark crimson. Hawk let out a muffled groan as his battle axe clattered to the ground, his massive form swaying before collapsing heavily into a pool of blood. This second-tier master-level warrior died without ever knowing who had ended his life. The remaining mercenaries, witnessing their leader's demise, were stripped of their will to fight. They either fled into the alley or fell to their knees, begging for mercy. But the mechanical hounds granted them no reprieve, the sound of throats being severed echoing relentlessly. Soon, silence enveloped the tavern, leaving only the metallic scent of blood and the low hum of machinery. One mechanical hound sauntered to the basement door, its voice module emitting a teasing electronic tone. "Friends in the basement, the trash outside has been cleared. If you don't come out to tidy up soon, the blood on the floor will congeal." The basement door creaked open, and the bartender cautiously peeked out, clutching a rag. Upon seeing the carnage, his legs weakened, almost collapsing to the ground. "Yes, sir, I'll clean it up right away." Lin Che observed the 250,000 sin coins with dissatisfaction, pondering whether these individuals would be too frightened to return. Chapter 65. The greedy lad as bait. The black-robed mage plots to rob a fortune. The disarray within the tavern was more glaring than a battlefield. Broken oak planks leaned haphazardly against the walls, stained with blood, while shards of glass embedded in the floor bore remnants of brain matter. Even the sturdiest walnut tables and chairs had been shattered into thirds, embers sparking from the charred edges. The owner, Hawkins, pressed a cloth against his swollen gums, mopping the floor. The memory of the metallic hound's teeth crunching through bone still sent tremors through his legs. Yet, he dared not express a hint of dissatisfaction, forcing a smile more painful than tears as he kept his gaze fixed on the two silver mechanical hounds at his feet. The lethal creatures lay on the ground, licking their claws, their alloy shells gleaming coldly, while the gears at their joints emitted a faint, buzzing click. A pale blue cleaning solution dripped from their fangs, forming a small river on the floor that diluted the bloodstains. "Hurry up. Don't let the bits of flesh get stuck in the floorboards. How will we sit when the esteemed winter's thunder arrives?" Hawkins bellowed, as over 30 tavern staff and ladies shrank back, working in silence, not daring to breathe heavily. Everyone knew these mechanical hounds could crush even fine iron. Angering them meant certain death. Yet, there are always those unafraid of peril. Among the crowd, a lad in a gray tunic named Taimu crouched beside a mercenary's corpse, stealthily reaching for the bulging coin pouch. This boy had previously been caught stealing, nearly beaten to death, and now, seeing no one was watching, his thieving instincts resurfaced. Suddenly, the mechanical hound appeared before him, its sharp alloy teeth only 3 centimeters from his eyes, the cold metallic scent choking him. "Ah, spare me." Taimu collapsed in fright, his pouch tumbling from his grasp, bloodstained gold coins rolling across the floor. "Boss, this lad is stealing again." A bearded staff member lunged at Taimu, covering his mouth with a bloodstained rag. "Just kill him. We don't need his trouble." Others quickly echoed in agreement. How dare he touch the belongings of Winter's Thunder? Does he wish to die slowly? Hawkins drew a dagger from his waist, its cold gleam catching the light. Just then, the mechanical hound looked up and clamped its jaws around the blade. With a crunch, the fine iron dagger snapped in two as if it were mere biscuit. Lin Che leaned against the bar, casually spinning a blood-stained gold coin between his fingers, unfazed, and remarked, "Taking a life is so easy. But why not give the other party a chance? After all, isn't life meant to be lived for gold?" He tossed a full bag of freshly acquired gold coins, the pouch landing on the floor before Taimu, splattering blood across the boy's trousers. "Inside are 300 gold dragons, tainted by blood. Do you dare to take it?" Taimu's eyes widened with greed as he momentarily forgot the blood on his face. Trembling hands loosening the drawstring of the pouch. The sound of coins clinking echoed as he looked up at Lin Che, his voice quivering. "Master, is this money truly mine? Not only yours, but you will also work for me from now on." Lin Che tossed him a bronze badge, etched with the night watchman's iconic firearm motif. "First, clean the gold coins, then dismantle the armor of the Broken Blade Mercenary Corps. Go find Yifulin, she will arrange work for you." Taimu bowed 3 times, his forehead smeared with blood upon the floor. "Thank you, master. I, Taimu, will follow your orders without question, even if it means gnawing on werewolf bones." Those surrounding him stared in disbelief, some swallowing nervously. 300 gold dragons could sustain a commoner for 10 years. This boy had indeed struck gold. Reward for thievery? Yifulin descended from the 2nd floor, her loosely tied long hair cascading over her shoulders, accentuating her fair complexion. She approached Lin Che, gently poking his chest with her fingertip. You would take in someone with sticky fingers as a subordinate? Aren't you afraid he might expose our secrets? Lin Che pulled her close, his fingers gliding along her cheek. Let him expose them. That would be ideal. He lowered his voice, a calculating glimmer in his eyes. Our mechanical hounds are too fierce. Those bandits dare not approach. We need a flaw to make them believe they can find an opening. This greedy lad, Taimu, is perfect bait. Yifulin blinked, her understanding dawning instantly. You intend to deliberately have him leak information? Stage a scene to lure those people out? Clever, Lin Che replied, pinching her chin. As Leah said, only wounded prey will attract the hyenas. Once Taimu is bought, we can put on a show, such as me being poisoned or the mechanical hounds malfunctioning, ensuring that those hiding in the shadows will certainly emerge to their doom. At that moment, Hawkins's furious roar echoed from outside the bar. Anyone caught touching the gold coins again will have their hands chopped off. Everyone turned to see a staff member slyly pocketing a silver coin, only to be tackled by a mechanical hound, its metallic claws pressing against his neck, a mere inch away from snapping his spine. Hawkins gripped the broken dagger, sweat trickling down his brow. He had come to realize that working with Lin Che bore many benefits, yet the risks were immense. One wrong move could lead to death. No one knew what this madman would do next. The speed at which the aftermath was tidied up exceeded expectations. The Duanru Binging Tuan's equipment cluttered half the room, blood-stained enchanted armor, dulled weapons, and crossbow bolts still shimmering with magical light. Suddenly, the voice of de Shirtu echoed through the tactical channel, a blend of his left side's simplicity and his right side's cleverness. Captain, can I have that battle axe? I'll cover the price difference with my savings. Lin Che couldn't help but chuckle. The axe is yours. No need to make up the difference. If I find myself surrounded by werewolves in the future, you must clear the path for me with this axe. Fear not. De Shitu's voice brightened instantly. As long as I'm alive, no one can lay a finger on the captain. Beside him, Xiao Shirtu quickly added, Miss Yifu Lin is the same. I'll keep a watch for cold arrows from the shadows. Yifu Lin felt warmth in her heart and subtly squeezed Lin Che's hand. Once everything was in order, Lin Che took Yifu Lin upstairs. Yifu Lin nestled in Lin Che's embrace, her fingertips tracing the patterns of firearms on his combat uniform. The resources we seize today can be exchanged for 20,000 Jinlong. Leah mentioned she could repair those magical items, allowing us to sell them for a better price. However, she requires a 500 Jinlong service fee, which I have already promised her. Lin Che leaned down to kiss the top of her head, gently patting her back. You can decide these matters. I trust you. Yifu Lin looked up, her eyes glistening with emotion, her fingers tugging at his collar. Shall we attend to some serious business now? Just as their noses were nearly touching, Lin Che's tactical system emitted a series of beeps. It was a surveillance alert. Lin Che activated the virtual screen, and immediately, the image of Taimu appeared. He was bare-chested, his torso stained with alcohol, cavorting with 3 tavern girls in a room, boastfully waving a bag of Jinlong coins. Don't let that guy intimidate you. He is just a fool. No matter how formidable those mechanical dogs are, I still managed to acquire the Jinlong. Yesterday, a man in a black robe approached me, asking for information on Lindong Lei, and today they have arrived. Clearly, the goddess of wealth must have affection for me. I leaked Lin Che's itinerary, and they promised me another 500 Jinlong. One of the curly-haired girls leaned closer, wrapping her finger around his neck and cooing, Taimu, don't boast too much. If Lord Lin finds out, we're all done for. What if he does? Taimu took a swig of low-quality beer, the liquid dribbling down his chin. Can he really harm me? Once I get the money, I'll take you south to enjoy life, and we'll never have to endure this shabby little town again. But sweetheart, I need to see if you can hold 500 Jinlong. Annoyed, Lin Che turned off the screen, a cold smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Yifu Lin looked up at him. Shall we deal with him now? No rush, Lin Che replied, pinching her face gently. Let him frolic for a few more days. When those men in black truly make their move, we'll take them all at once, avoiding unnecessary trouble. Meanwhile, in the black pine forest to the west of the town, 4 black-robed mages encircled a floating magical crystal ball. The crystal ball replayed images of mechanical dogs tearing into mercenaries, with a faint purple shadow energy swirling on its surface. The leading mage spoke in a raspy voice, tracing his finger across the crystal ball, leaving a black mark. These mechanical constructs are more powerful than expected. It seems we need to borrow the bone corrosion mist from the CC Lee family's werewolves. That mist can corrode steel within 3 seconds and will surely disable those iron monstrosities. However, the name of Lindong Lei is too fearsome. A tall, thin mage shrank back, his voice trembling. I've heard he killed Chieftain Gul'dan and blew up the Abyssal Rift. Can we really defeat him? The leading mage scolded him for his cowardice. What are you afraid of? 2,000,000 Jinlong. As long as we capture the governor's daughter. No matter how powerful Lin Che is, he'll have to obediently deliver the money. That greedy little brat Taimu. Let us sweeten the deal with an extra 200 Jinlong to lure Lin Che to the Hafen Gorge, where both sides are cliffs, perfect for laying a trap. Moreover, his mechanical constructs are quite valuable. They could fetch a handsome price. They failed to notice a small hummingbird drone hovering from a branch of a pine tree. The drone's wing beat frequency was below the human hearing range, and its lens was focused on the crystal ball, recording their conversation word for word. With the footage simultaneously transmitted to Lin Che's tactical system. Inside the armored vehicle, Dashida's left side was glued to the animated screen, his eyes wide with excitement. His right side was fixated on the surveillance footage, fingers incessantly tapping on the communicator. Noticing the black-robed men preparing to leave, Xiao Shurtu elbowed his left side. Quick! Send a message to the captain. The black-robed men are seeking to borrow the bone corrosion mist from the werewolves, and they want to lure us to the Hafen Gorge. Dashurtu hurriedly fished out the communicator, his left side still inquiring. So, did the protagonist in the animation win? I haven't finished watching yet. Xiao Shurtu rolled his eyes and patted his head. Send the message first. Otherwise, Captain Lin will say we're not taking this seriously. Besides, the captain loves hunting werewolves. He might even praise us this time. Not long after the message was sent, Lin Che replied with a simple okay. Dashurtu drooped his head. Didn't you say the captain would praise us? How come it's just one word? Xiao Shurtu sighed, running his hand over their smooth heads. Even if he praises us, it won't make our heads grow hair. Let us hurry and watch the animation. We might need to work soon. The two exchanged glances and chuckled, with the left side continuing to stare at the animation while the right side occasionally glanced at the surveillance screen, awaiting Lin Che's next command. Chapter 66. Who is the fool? Who is the turtle? The dark mages are a scourge that everyone in the Valoran continent seeks to eradicate. They have forsaken the beliefs of humanity, kneeling before the feet of abyssal demons, living by sacrificing the living and plundering souls to advance their power. On the church's bounty board, the head of a master-level dark mage could fetch 30,000 Jinlong. Yet the number of mercenaries who perish under their dark magic each year is no less than 80, if not 100. Lin Che's earlier deployment of the Holy Judgment micro-anti-magic nuclear bomb in Yingqiao City not only obliterated the demonic body of Stephen Gu, but also toppled a significant portion of the abyssal Lord Malzak's follower network in Valoran. The 4 dark mages currently hiding near Acorn Town are evidently not followers of Malzak. If they were, they would have fled at the first hint of danger. How could they dare remain in such a perilous place? They are followers of the abyssal bone demon Kazak, reveling in the accumulation of bones and feeding on souls. The leader, Moses, has reached the 5th-tier master level, wielding a soul-devouring staff made from the skull of an infant, with ghostly green flames flickering in the eye sockets of the skull atop the staff. The other 3, Kel, Vale, and Zeiss, are also at the 1st-tier master level. Each time they break through their realms, it signifies the lives of at least dozens, if not hundreds, of civilians sacrificed on the altar, sparing not even the children. The Hafen Gorge has a narrow and elongated terrain, easy to defend and difficult to assault, making it ideal for using the bone corrosion mist to dissolve those iron constructs. Moses rides atop a ghostly wolf reeking of decay, laying out their plan. Kel, Vale, you go to the Cecily family and find Boru. Tell him I'll exchange 10 portions of abyssal bone powder for his bone corrosion mist. Inform him that if he refuses, the next sacrifice will include the pups of his wolf clan. Zeiss, come with me to the gorge to set up the shadow prison formation. Make sure to bury the formation's core within the cliff before Lin Che enters the gorge. They all understand that this is a high-stakes gamble. If they win, they will not only secure the governor's daughter's ransom of 1,000,000 Jinlong and an additional 2,000,000 Jinlong, but also dismantle Lin Che's mechanical constructs to sell for a fortune, allowing them to escape to another country and hide for the rest of their lives. However, for gamblers, there is no notion of losing. There is only the prospect of not yet winning. The following morning, Lin Che awoke to a soft sensation against his side. 2 women lay beside him. Yifu Lin, clad in a purple lace nightgown, her long hair cascading over the pillow, breathing lightly like a feather, and Li Weiya, wearing a white silk nightdress. One leg draped over his waist, her fingers unconsciously stroking his abdominal muscles. The woman hailing from the Night Elf tribe, who merely days ago insisted that Lin Che was nothing more than an amusing plaything, now finds herself unable to sleep through the night unless she entangles herself in his presence. Unbeknownst to her, A faint golden spider emblem, the size of a fingernail, has appeared at her waist, a mark that should belong to a male. Leah has been secretly concocting a potion of enchantment, hoping to transform Lin Che into her shadow spider puppet. Yet she is oblivious to the fact that Leah has already replaced the mind-controlling shadow enchantment herb with the loyalty-inducing loyal flower essence. At this moment, Leah sits before a vanity mirror in the adjacent room, delicately pinching a small golden flower between her fingers, listening to Leah's soft moans drifting in from next door. With a cold smile curling at the corner of her lips, reflecting on the delightful taste of loyalty that the lascivious night elf is about to experience. As Lin Che donned his battle attire, Evelyn rubbed her eyes and sat up. He handed her a warm towel, his fingers grazing her cheek. Tame has gone to hire a carriage. Those dark sorcerers are about to make their move. Will he obediently lead the way? Evelyn accepted the towel, her fingers brushing against his, instinctively lingering, as she had recently developed a fondness for Lin Che's scent. His greed and lack of intellect render him the perfect pawn. Lin Che smiled as he tucked a stray hair behind her ear, directing her attention to the tactical screen. He had just circumvented the tavern and found himself beneath the old locust tree. On the tactical system screen, Tame's figure stood out conspicuously. The lad crouched near the town's entrance, fiddling with a battered iron chest, and after a prolonged search, he extracted a rolled piece of parchment. Upon unfolding it, he discovered instructions written in charcoal: lure Lin Che into the Black Wind Gorge. He then dug around the decaying earth beside the chest and unearthed an oilcloth bag containing 500 gold dragons, the coins still speckled with dirt. Yet they gleamed with the most exquisite hue. We're in for a windfall. Tame stifled a laugh, swiftly shoving the coins into the lining of his shirt, neglecting to brush off the dirt from his clothing as he turned eastward. He needed to gather intelligence that would convince Lin Che, a fool with abundant wealth, to trust him. What nonsense about the thunder of winter. It was all a fabrication, and soon he would forge his own reputation. As fate would have it, he stumbled upon a merchant caravan just entering the town. The leader of the caravan was a burly man with a scruffy beard, who was quite amiable. Noticing Tame's rough mercenary attire, he feigned a sigh. "Young man, you cannot head east. Yesterday, a band of werewolf brigands attacked us and injured 3 of our men. If you're traveling, it would be wiser to take the Black Wind Gorge. Although it's a bit off the path, there have been no reports of banditry lately." Tame's heart leapt with joy. This aligned perfectly with the parchment's directives. He feigned gratitude, thanked the caravan leader, and hurried back to the tavern, entering with a flushed face as if he were in a rush to deliver urgent news. "My lord, trouble is brewing," he exclaimed, rushing to Lin Che, who was enjoying roasted meat and flatbread, his hands braced on the table as he gasped for breath. "There are werewolf brigands to the east. I heard from the caravan that several travelers were injured. We can only take the Black Wind Gorge. I inquired with multiple caravans and mercenaries. A caravan passed through there last month, and it was quite safe." Lin Che pretended to hesitate, tapping his fingers on the table. "The Black Wind Gorge? I've heard that place has steep cliffs. What if we run into an ambush?" "Rest assured, my lord." Tame patted his chest, looking earnest. "We have mechanical hounds and your reputation as the thunder of winter. Even if there are petty thieves, they wouldn't stand a chance against you." Lin Che seemed persuaded, nodding as he patted Tame's shoulder. "You are quite thoughtful." No sooner had he spoken than he suddenly pulled a set of light brown leather armor from his tactical pack. The armor, adorned with defensive runes, though merely of ordinary quality, was a significant upgrade from Tame's rough cloth attire. "This armor is for you. Along with a single-horse carriage for you and your friends, it will make your journey more comfortable." Tame's eyes lit up instantly, and he bowed repeatedly in thanks, turning away with a grin that nearly reached his ears, while inwardly cursing. "Fool, you believe everything I say. Once we enter the gorge, let us see how you meet your demise." Nearby, the tavern owner, Hawkins, watched with envy. He had spent 10 years running a tavern in Acorn Town, amassing a respectable fortune, while Tame, by merely delivering a message, was rewarded with magical leather armor and a carriage. However, recalling the sound of mechanical hounds tearing through mercenaries last night, he suppressed his jealousy. This lad is not long for this world. Lin Che is not rewarding him. He is merely providing funds for a dead man's journey. Half an hour later, the caravan set out. For carriages carved deep ruts in the dirt road. Tame's carriage led the way, laughter and banter from him and the ladies echoing from within, the curtains left wide open. In the second carriage were Lin Che and Evelyn, the latter gazing intently at the tactical tablet, where the footage from the hummingbird drone revealed numerous figures concealed in the grass on either side. The penultimate carriage contained Kalen, Ivira, and Menglisa, all clad in black robes. Ivira had inadvertently lifted the hem of her robe upon boarding, revealing a glimpse of her golden-trimmed skirt. This scene was duly noted by hidden observers, solidifying their assessment of the fat sheep. The final carriage was an open-top affair, pulled by 4 inferior horses. The ruts it left were deep as if weighted with lead, and beneath the tarpaulin lay a bountiful load of spoils. The scar-faced driver's eyes glinted with greed as he planned to seize the carriage once they entered the gorge. 4 mechanical hounds prowled around the caravan, their silver bodies reflecting cold light as infrared beams swept through the grass, seemingly vigilant, yet actually relaying coordinates to the armored vehicle trailing behind. 300 meters away, the giant rock was nestled in the floating armored vehicle, one head fixated on the anime screen while the other, Little Rock, monitored the tactical screen, muttering. The scar-faced guy is reaching for a dagger. Captain, should we take him out first? The caravan moved slowly, the inferior horses huffing heavily, requiring frequent rests every few hundred meters. Ivira was still complaining from the carriage. Lin Che, why didn't you rent a goblin airship? This wretched carriage is shaking me to pieces. A group of drivers huddled together, overhearing Tame's antics from within the carriage. With the scar-faced one spitting in disdain. This lad knows how to enjoy himself. Once we enter the gorge, I'll make off with his woman. Scarface, how much do you reckon we can pocket from that 200,000 gold dragons? The lanky driver rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming with avarice. At least 50 gold dragons. Scarface sneered. Once we've dealt with these noble brats, I'll head south to marry a wife and never again engage in this blood-soaked business. They failed to notice a small hummingbird drone perched on a tree branch, capturing every word of their conversation and transmitting it verbatim to Lin Che's tactical tablet. Evelyn handed the tablet to Lin Che, raising an eyebrow. There are not only dark sorcerers but 3 brigand groups, totaling over 1,000 men. Lin Che took the tablet, his fingers dancing across the screen as he calculated the route and time. The more, the better. For master-level dark sorcerers, 1 T suffice. If we can lure out a master-level opponent, it will make this charade worthwhile. Brothers, let us step it up. Otherwise, your deaths 1 T be dramatic enough. We have 3 hours left. Find more people. The carriage continued forward, wind whipping up dust and stones from the grass, clattering against the carriage with a rhythmic sound. The entrance to the Black Wind Gorge loomed closer, the cliffs on either side resembling giant axes stained with ink, cleaving the sky into a narrow strip. A gust from deep within the gorge carried a scent of rust, akin to the anguished wails of countless souls. Tame remained inside the carriage, flirting with the ladies, entirely unaware that he was not leading a fat sheep into a trap, but rather delivering 1,000 hyenas into Lin Che's meticulously laid snare. What a path to death. Unfortunately, this road was not meant for Lin Che, but for them. Chapter 67, Black Wind Gorge. An ambush turns into a counter-ambush, with many families caught. Boss, the caravan has entered the gorge, Rorik whispered, crouching behind the cliff, his voice trembling. The wind in the canyon whipped up loose stones, striking his face, the mournful sound echoing like the wails of tormented souls. Despite having stained his hands with the blood of numerous lives, the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. Lin Che lifted the curtain of the carriage, and a cold gust rushed inside. His gaze swept over the towering cliffs on either side, nearly 100 meters high, when suddenly the tactical system's dashboard flashed ominously. The hummingbird drone was disrupted by the fierce winds, its scanning signal diminished by 70%. The infrared detection had failed. Retrieve the drone, and send the mechanical hounds forward 300 meters. Lin Che's voice remained steady as he deftly tapped the tactical panel. 4 silver-white mechanical hounds sprang from the rear side of the convoy, their alloyed paws crunching over the gravel, producing a sound akin to nails scraping against glass. The infrared scanners atop their heads emitted 2 crimson beams, sweeping through the depths of the canyon. With every 10 meters they advanced, they paused to wag their tails, indicating the absence of traps or ambushes. This unusual caution made the scarred face stiffen with tension. He wiped the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve and immediately signaled the driver at the forefront. The driver understood instantly, cracking the whip against the horse's flanks, the reins tightening as the warhorse reared. Whoa! The horse was startled. The carriage carrying Tame bolted forward frenetically, and the mechanical hounds accelerated to keep pace, their steel claws leaving long scratches on the ground. Lin Che sighed in resignation and called out to the convoy, "Stay close. Don't let the carriage ahead get lost." At this moment, Tame inside the carriage was indulging with 3 young women. His shirt was disheveled, and on his left, one gently scratched his chest with her nails, while the one on the right held a wooden cup filled with ale to his lips, and the middle one, Lucy, lay across his legs. "My dear, once we get Lin Che's gold, let us go to the southern coast for some wine." Tame chuckled as he reached out to caress Lily's chin. But just as the words left his lips, the carriage suddenly collided with a boulder, and he lost his grip, his head striking the iron frame of the carriage, exploding into a flurry of golden stars, and he instantly lost consciousness. When he awoke again, Tame felt as if his bones had been shattered, dragged along the ground like a lifeless dog. The three young women were pressed against the cliff's edge, their flimsy dresses torn apart, revealing enticing white legs. Trembling and crying uncontrollably. "Tell me, boy, where is the governor's daughter in which carriage?" Gabriel, the second in command of the Black Wind Bandits, stomped on Tame's hand. A curved dagger poised against his neck. The blade reflected Tame's pale face, with tears and snot streaming down. "My lord, spare me. Ivila is in the middle carriage. I have gold. Take these women too, they are all yours." "Fool, once you're dead, everything will belong to me." Gabriel grinned, his yellowed teeth forming a grotesque smile. The sound of the blade slicing through the throat was as crisp as tearing parchment, blood spraying onto the ground like spilled red paint. Tame's eyes bulged wide. He never comprehended that from the very beginning. He was merely an ordinary person already treading the path of death. Gabriel waved his hand, and suddenly, over 100 Black Wind Bandits surged from the grass. Tame's carriage was positioned in the middle of the canyon. A cart laden with spoils was overturned. Gold coins rolling across the ground, gleaming blindingly under the sun. As Lin Che leaned out to assess the situation, the driver beside him suddenly lunged. "Die?" The driver's dagger, its hilt wrapped in burlap and slick with sweat, aimed directly at Lin Che's side. Yet the dagger struck his combat suit, producing a sharp clang, sparks flying. Without even turning, Lin Che swiftly seized the driver's wrist, applying pressure as the metallic patterns of his suit glimmered with a faint blue light. A resounding crack echoed as the wrist bone shattered. The driver screamed in agony as he collapsed, and Lin Che drew his handgun, firing with a bang. The bullet from the Desert Eagle pierced through the driver's skull, blood splattering across the carriage like a splash of red paint. "Is there anyone else?" Lin Che demanded, scanning the crowd of Black Wind Bandits, a bunch of masked scum. "Black Wind Bandits? More like black monkeys. You fools cannot even set an ambush." From deep within the canyon, the command of their leader Warren echoed, his iron mask amplifying his voice like a rusty saw. "Kill him. Whoever brings me Lin Che's head will be rewarded with 50 gold dragon coins." The Black Wind Bandits charged forward. The mounted bandits kicked up stones as they galloped, their curved blades glinting. Archers on the cliffs ignited their arrows, sending fire-tipped projectiles raining down like shooting stars. Some unfurled wind scrolls, whipping up debris to strike the convoy, while others ignited fire scrolls, launching fireballs trailing orange-red flames at the carriage. Just then, 20 mechanical hounds erupted from the sides of the convoy, their paws extended sharp steel claws, gripping the crevices of the rocks as they climbed like silver geckos. The hidden archers hadn't even drawn their bows before being pounced upon by the mechanical hounds. Some had their throats bitten out directly, blood streaming down the cliff. Others were knocked off the edge, crashing onto the stones below with a dull thud. The system continuously chimed, each bandit's death echoing like coins of sin being collected. Suddenly, a buzzing sound resonated from the canyon's entrance. The camouflage of the hovering armored vehicle faded, revealing its black alloy body glinting in the sunlight. The armory hatch opened, and 2 Earth-Splitter Blade cluster robots roared forth, their tungsten steel blades whirring at high speed, spraying blood mist against the cliff, as if a bucket of red paint had been thrown. A mounted bandit failed to evade in time, his horse and body shredded into pieces, bits of flesh splattering onto those behind him. The Tsanglong electromagnetic machine gun atop the armored vehicle suddenly opened fire, 7.62mm bullets raining down like a torrential storm. The bullets pierced through the chests of the Black Wind Bandits, shredding their leather armor, and even the wooden boards of the carriage were riddled with holes. The carriage that should have contained Ivila was hit, splintering into pieces. Inside, it was empty, save for a communication device that emitted Karen's deliberately feigned panic. "Ivila, quickly hide. Damn it, where are they? Lin Che, I want you dead. No one deceives the Black Wind Bandits." Warren roared, as a shadow suddenly darted from behind him. An assassin cloaked in black vanished in the blink of an eye. He was Warren's hidden trump card, specifically trained to deal with experts. In the next moment, he materialized right beside Lin Che, a dagger aimed straight for Lin Che's back. Yet Lin Che, as if possessing eyes in the back of his head, sidestepped and deftly drew his chainsaw sword. The chainsaw roared to life, its gears spinning rapidly, cleaving the assassin in two. "Is that all you've got?" Lin Che kicked aside the corpse. "A mere little dagger? Do you think I'm a watermelon?" Evelyn hid behind the carriage, each hand gripping a Desert Eagle. She squinted her eyes, her rhythm of breathing and trigger pulling perfectly synchronized. A bullet pierced through one bandit's collarbone, accurately striking another in the heart. Another bullet shot through the forehead of an archer, blood streaming down his face, obscuring his vision. The smoke of gunpowder wafted away with the wind, bullet casings clattering against the gravel with a crisp sound. A kilometer away, Moses observed the scene through a magical crystal. His fingertips traced across the crystal ball, revealing images of the Black Wind bandits meeting a gruesome fate. Such splendid soul energy. It seems someone is helping us test the might of the thunder of winter. It is time to act. The mages behind Moses rose immediately, their black robes embroidered with bone patterns. Following the wind, a wisp of green mist gradually drifted toward the battlefield. It was the bone corrosion mist from the Sicilian family. To enhance its effectiveness, and to ensure Lin Che's demise, the Sicilian family had sent 20 vials, intending to make the thunder of winter disappear forever from the Black Wind Canyon. Beneath their feet, the bone-eating ants crawled out from the piles of bones. These fist-sized creatures, grayish-white in color, could easily crush stones with their mandibles. Dozens of bone-whipped soul-eaters lay on the ground, their spines forming whips adorned with scraps of flesh, emitting hissing roars from their throats, accompanied by various abyssal creatures and their crafted bone beings. This time, there were not merely 4 mages. Over 20 dark sorcerers formed a circle, with the 9th-tier Grand Mage Emger at the center, who sought a powerful offering, particularly on this day, his 30th birthday. Let us welcome the thunder of winter into the abyss. Moses sneered, raising his hand towards the canyon and reciting a dark incantation. Accompanied by the bone-corroding mist and whispers from the abyss, Chapter 68, The Bone Butcher. Emger looked down upon the chaos within the canyon, playing with a polished human skull between his fingers. This was a memento taken from the head of the prison warden of the imperial capital a decade ago. 10 years prior, when he rescued Moses from the imperial guillotine, the lad trembled for the crime of stealing bread. Now, Moses had become a 3rd-tier dark sorcerer, yet still had not mastered true slaughter. Fortunately, today he had finally matured, qualified to prepare a birthday gift for him. The noble's sword can slay the commoners, yet my bone staff can massacre the nobles. This was the oath inscribed upon Emger's staff. 20 years ago, the noble knights of the Winter Province burned down his village, with his mother crucified and fed to wolves. From that moment, he understood that only power could make the nobles wail. Thus, he allied with the Dark God, gaining strength bestowed by the abyssal bone demon Kazak. He also became enamored with the act of killing. A mercenary squad in his way, turned into bone dust to be scattered across the wheat fields. Clerics who accused him, their holy texts shoved down their throats, while he crushed their bones little by little with his staff. Even passing human caravans, simply for casting a glance at him, were reduced to nourishment for his bone puppets. Now, the church and the empire had jointly placed a bounty of 5 million gold dragons on his head. The title of Bone Butcher could silence crying children in taverns across the Valoran continent. He had come today to observe and appreciate, without intervening. In the name of Lord Kazak, summon the corrupting mist, devour the souls of the living. The ancient language of the abyss swept over the cliff with the wind, and the altar behind Emger suddenly trembled. Hundreds of corpses of commoners, bound by chains, simultaneously burst, and a viscous, tar-like green mist rose from the skeletal remains. The moment it touched the vines on the cliff wall, the vines turned to black ash, and even the rocks were corroded with tiny holes. This was the forbidden magic Moses had learned from him, the corrupting, soul-eating mist. Within the mist dwelled countless tiny bone insects, capable of devouring steel and burrowing into wounds to consume flesh and blood, even tearing souls from their bodies to become food for the vengeful spirits within the mist. The bone-corroding mist was merely an appetizer. This was the main course. Moses laughed uproariously at the edge of the altar, his staff thumping against the ground, eager for the thunder of winter to experience the taste of being devoured by souls. Below the canyon, the allies of the Black Wind Bandits, the Broken Finger Gang and the Bloodfang mercenary group, were retreating in a frenzy. The leader of the Broken Finger Gang, Gray, rode his warhorse, the whip drawing blood from its flanks, when suddenly his subordinates cried out in horror. He turned to see that one of his men had touched the green mist. Their flesh was visibly dissolving, and their pale bones gleamed coldly in the mist, even the marrow consumed clean by the bone insects. "Boss, this mist is just like the bone-corroding mist from those werewolves," his subordinate cried, his voice trembling as he gripped his curved dagger. "Damn it, those werewolves are using us as bait," Gray cursed, raising his hand to activate the magic amulet on his chest. A pale golden aura enveloped him, temporarily warding off the pursuing tendrils of mist. "Now run." Our magical gear can withstand it. But as soon as he finished speaking, the mist ahead suddenly thickened. Within the viscous green haze, countless bone insects were visible crawling about, resembling a living mire. Gray swung his blade, but the moment the edge touched the mist, it was corroded away, and in the next second, he was engulfed by the mist. The screams lasted only 3 seconds before a pile of bloodied bones fell from the mist, the golden aura of the amulet failing to hold for even 2 breaths. After a brief moment, over 300 members of the 2 bandit groups were devoured by the corrupting, soul-eating mist. The green mist expanded threefold, like a colossal green boil, surging through the canyon towards Lin Che, devouring everything in its path. Even the rubble was left pockmarked. Warning: high concentration of corrosive substances detected, safety threshold exceeded by 180. The red warning lights flashed furiously within Lin Che's tactical helmet, data streams on the visor glowing crimson. He turned to the nearby Evelyn, his voice cold yet resolute. "Evelyn, withdraw the armored vehicle immediately. I will handle this." No sooner had he spoken than he raised his hand and pulled the trigger of his Desert Eagle, firing 2 armor-piercing rounds directly into the green mist. Yet, as the bullets pierced the haze, they merely stirred a ripple of green, causing the mist to surge forward like a famished beast pouncing upon the nearby corpses of the Black Wind bandits. Those corpses, enveloped by the mist, began to dissolve rapidly. As bones fell from the mist, they were suddenly ensnared by a dark energy. The bones clicked together, forming a towering abyssal bone puppet standing 4.5 meters tall. These puppets were adorned with abyssal runes, their arms wielding razor-sharp bone blades, their eye sockets glowing with green fire, and with every step they took, the ground was scorched with blackened marks. 30 of these puppets had once raised a count's fortress. Moses stood atop the cliff, laughing maniacally, pointing his staff towards Lin Che. "Today, 50 will be more than enough to grind you into scrap." Emger had once used this tactic to turn a fortress guarded by 7 or 8 master-level practitioners and 500 elite enchanters into a pile of bones. Over 30,000 soldiers and civilians had been denied the chance to flee, becoming fodder for the bone puppets. Now, Lin Che and his mechanical creations would meet the same fate. Just as Lin Che intended to activate his hoverbike to escape the mist, black runes suddenly lit up beneath his feet. With a hum, a black light screen rose from the ground, trapping him within a 10-meter diameter space. The light screen was assaulted by vengeful spirits that collided against it, their mournful wails echoing through his helmet. "Lin, I've reached the armored vehicle. Kanji, a rapid-fire mechanical hound, has been deployed for support." Evelyn's voice crackled through the communicator, filled with evident anxiety. "Those bone puppets are too powerful. We must retreat. The mechanical troops can hold them off." "Do not worry, I am fine." Lin Che activated the microwave vibration function of his helmet, barely countering the sonic attack from the vengeful spirits, while simultaneously issuing commands through the communicator for the mechanical turtle and mechanical brown bear to follow. "Target the dark sorcerers at the cliff." 12. Kanji, rapid-fire mechanical hounds, immediately surged from the rear flank of the convoy. The alloy bodies of these mechanical hounds were coated in a matte black finish, with fine steel claws extending from their paws, firmly gripping the crevices of the cliff. Twin light machine guns mounted on their shoulders gleamed with a cold steel hue, ammunition belts automatically feeding into the bodies, with their barrels already aimed at Moses and the others atop the cliff. However, when they reached 500 meters, countless bone spikes erupted from the cliff, resembling a suddenly sprouting forest of bones. Moses had long set the bone prison trap. Over 20 bone whips, soul devourers, charged forth from the rocks. The bone whips striking towards the mechanical hounds, accompanied by a terrifying swarm of bone-eating ants, densely crawling towards the joints of the mechanical hounds, attempting to burrow into the wiring. Bang! A mechanical hound was struck by a bone whip, its alloy shell instantly cracking open, allowing the green mist to seep into the wound, quickly corroding the internal circuitry into black sludge. The mechanical hound plummeted from the cliff, crashing onto the rocky valley floor, instantly transforming into a heap of smoking scrap metal. "Do you think this is the end?" Lin Che's voice echoed through the communicator, as the hover armored vehicle at the canyon entrance suddenly opened its side hatch. 5 1-meter-tall, Xuanjia heavy defense mechanical turtles emerged first. Their shells were reinforced with tungsten alloy, equipped with 30mm light cannons, and enveloped in a pale blue energy shield, the shells already loaded with ammunition. Following closely were 10 furious main mechanical brown bears, standing 2 meters tall, their bodies adorned with sharp alloy spikes, capable of easily crushing steel plates with their paws. While 2 Gatling guns mounted on their backs began to warm up, the 7 62mm bullets glinting coldly on the ammo belts. The mechanical beasts ascended the cliffside, where the wind at the summit was less fierce than that of the canyon. Only a gentle breeze of 2 to 3 levels, just sufficient to stabilize their combat. Let them witness the true essence of a metal storm. Lin Che shouted into the communicator, his finger already poised on the trigger of the Barrett. The mechanical tortoise fired first, the 30mm cannon roaring as it struck the abyssal bone puppets, instantly shattering the chests of 2 of them. Green flames erupting from the fissures in their bones. The mechanical grizzly bear's Gatling gun began to unleash a torrent of bullets. The dense hail of fire aimed directly at Moses and his companions. The dark mages at the cliff's edge hastily raised their magical shields, but were forced to retreat under the relentless assault of bullets. 20 units of the Rift Toothblade cluster robots surged forth from the armored vehicle, flowing towards the cliff like a silver tide, their blades whirring at high speeds, shredding the obstructing skeletal creatures into fragments. Within mere minutes, over 30 of Moses's meticulously crafted 50 abyssal bone puppets had been obliterated. What alarmed him even more was the fact that these mechanical entities did not approach them at all, rendering most of their magical attacks ineffective. 500 meters was a mere stone's throw for bullets, yet an insurmountable distance for magic. The wailing spirits proved futile against the machines, and the corrupted bone-devouring mist was repelled by the energy shields. His once proud killing move had become a mere jest. The figure of Emj, hidden behind the cliff, finally stood upright, ceasing his play with the skull. He raised his hand and waved towards the cliff, a faint black magical energy surging forth, causing dozens of bone spears, as thick as arms, to erupt from the ground. The surface of the bone spears was adorned with abyssal runes, and as they sliced through the air, they emitted a sharp, whistling sound, aimed directly at the foremost, frenzied mechanical grizzly bear. Crack! The energy shield of a mechanical bear shattered like glass, and the bone spear pierced directly into its core circuitry. The mechanical bear emitted a piercing electric sound, plummeting from the cliff and exploding upon impact, alloy fragments scattering for dozens of meters. Emj stepped forth from the shadows, the green mist parting around him as if in fear of his power. He gazed down at Lin Che, trapped within the light curtain, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth, whispering in Lin Che's ear, "Thunder of Winter? Are you prepared to be my birthday gift?" Chapter 69. The howitzer shatters the show-off. As the gate of bones opened, Lin Che welcomed the monster spawning ground. What a load of nonsense, the bone butcher. What a grandstanding fool. Lin Che fixed his gaze on the image of Emj in his tactical helmet, his fingers swiftly gliding over the virtual control panel, allowing him to demonstrate the true meaning of technological supremacy. At the entrance of the gorge, the hovering armored vehicle suddenly opened its top hatch, and 2 pitch-black, Mountain Breaker heavy anti-armor howitzers slowly rose. The cooling patterns on the cannon tubes glimmered with a pale blue light as the automatic loading mechanism clicked, loading high-explosive shells aimed at the bone altar atop the cliff. This was a heavy weapon Lin Che had exchanged for 8 million Sin coins, specifically designed to tackle formidable foes. The tactical system was linked, and the howitzer entered automatic firing mode. A chilling electronic voice resonated in his helmet. Boom, boom, boom. The orange-red cannon flames illuminated the gorge, the shells whistling through the air, crashing directly into the edge of the bone altar. Stone chips and bones flew, and the black runes upon the altar dimmed significantly in an instant. Before Moses could react, the second howitzer unleashed 6 shells in quick succession, raining down upon the altar's center like a torrential storm. Activate the defensive shield. Moses screamed hoarsely, his hands forming seals to summon a bone wall. But before he could finish the incantation, the shells exploded at his feet. Bang! The pale green magical shield lasted a mere 0.5 seconds before being torn apart, and Moses was flung like a broken kite, his body disintegrating in midair. The 4 dark mages beside him fared even worse, crushed into a pulp by the shockwaves of the shells, unable to even utter a scream. Lin Che's tactical panel was inundated with kill notifications. Kill LV-132 Dark Mage. Gain 640,000 Sin coins. Kill LV-128 Dark Mage. Gain 560,000 Sin coins. Kill LV-125 Dark Mage. Gain 500,000 Sin coins. Kill LV-123 Dark Mage. Gain 460,000 Sin coins. Kill LV-56 Bone Whip Devourer. Gain 20,000 Sin coins. Amidst the dust at the cliff's peak, Emj staggered to his feet, his appearance a wretched sight. His once pristine black magical robe was tattered, revealing gruesome wounds beneath, his left arm unnaturally twisted, clearly broken by shrapnel. His mount, the bone giant ape, lay lifeless. Its skull blown to smithereens, the green flames within its cranial cavity extinguished. Moreover, his two most cherished artifacts, the soul-devouring skull crafted from the saint's skull and the bone staff embedded with abyssal gems, were now reduced to mere fragments scattered across the ground. If it weren't for these two artifacts absorbing the fatal blow, I would have met my demise at the hands of a mere fledgling today. Imj gritted his teeth. Black blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, the humiliation of hiding in a grass pile from noble pursuers during his childhood resurfacing in his mind. Lin Che, I will tear you apart. He suddenly pressed his hand against his chest, his nails digging deep into his flesh, dark green blood oozing between his fingers. With my soul as a beacon, I summoned the abyssal bone demon gate. Let the bone prison descend. Ancient and obscure abyssal incantations echoed through the gorge, and the bones on the ground began to tremble. The Black Wind thieves and the Severed Finger Gang, those corpses of the deceased, dragged their mutilated bodies towards Emsh. Blood-red mist rose from the corpses, intertwining with the bones, gradually coalescing into a massive stone door over 10 meters high and 7 to 8 meters wide. The door was engraved with twisted bone patterns, each line pulsating with green flames, the unique sulfuric scent of the abyss mingling with the stench of decay, instantly filling the entire gorge. The raging winds within the gorge suddenly ceased, as if the very air had solidified, with only the roars emanating from behind the stone door, akin to countless beasts raging in fury. Another summoning of the abyss? Could there be a touch of originality? Lin Che rolled his eyes, while the analysis report in his tactical helmet popped up, detected abyssal energy fluctuations. The stone door requires over 1,000 living beings' blood and flesh as offerings to maintain stability. Current energy level stable. He chuckled to himself, thinking that if it weren't for the Black Wind thieves providing so many offerings, this gate would not have opened. Nevertheless, it was a fortuitous monster spawning ground, and he would not let it go to waste. Having previously slain 3 bandit groups and the first batch of bone creatures, Lin Che had amassed 2 million sin coins. Yet this amount was insufficient to cover even a tenth of the cost for his mechanical battle pets. His mind was now consumed with the desire to farm more monsters, gather enough funds, and exchange for a nuclear bomb. All mechanical units, take note. Contract the defensive line and aim at the bone gate. Lin Che issued his command, with the mechanical tortoise responsible for bombarding large targets near the stone door. The mechanical bears and mechanical dogs suppressing medium and small creatures, while the rift robots handled the stragglers. Remember, do not fire at the stone door. The mechanical legion sprang into action immediately upon receiving their orders. 5 mechanical tortoises moved with heavy strides, their cannon barrels trained on the direction of the stone door. Boom, boom. The 30mm light artillery shells struck the edges of the stone door, obliterating the abyssal bone puppets that dared to peek out. 10 mechanical bears lay prone on the ground, their Gatling guns unleashing tongues of flame. 7. 62mm bullets raining down upon the stone door, turning the advancing bone whip devourers into Swiss cheese. 20 rift robots roamed in front of the defensive line, their tungsten steel blades whirring rapidly, reducing any encroaching bone soul ants to powder. As long as ammunition was sufficient, firearms would reign supreme. From the open stone door, the number of emerging bone creatures was not overwhelming, yet given enough time, countless bone entities would swarm forth. 3 meters in length, covered in bone armor, capable of spitting green fireballs, the abyssal bone demon hound, the bone stitcher, comprised of dozens of corpses, its arms resembling sharp bone saws, easily capable of rending steel, and the soul-devouring bone moth, the size of a palm, its wings dust capable of paralyzing nerves, causing skin to rot upon contact. These creatures surged violently through the stone gate, undeterred by the fate of their comrades who were reduced to mere fragments. The rear ranks pressed forward fearlessly. They possessed no lungs, yet inhaled the air of the primary world with the fervor of ravenous beasts, their eyes fixated solely on carnage. More. Bring forth even more. Lin Che beamed as he gazed at the ever-increasing tally of sin coins on the tactical panel, his smile widening. The confined terrain was perfectly suited for firepower output, a veritable breeding ground for monsters tailored to his whims. The cacophony of gunfire, artillery, and the monstrous howls melded into a symphony of chaos. And in a mere span of moments, a mound of bone fragments over a meter high began to accumulate within 100 meters of the stone gate. The ammunition-loading robots beside the armored vehicle scurried back and forth, transporting crates of bullets and shells to the mechanical units. Yet the stockpile visibly dwindled at an alarming rate. Damn it! Lin Che suddenly smacked his helmet. He was still trapped within the shadow cage. The spare ammunition in his space could not be utilized, and if this continued, he would inevitably exhaust his supplies. A solution was imperative to shatter this prison. He lifted his gaze to the summit where Amuge, pale-faced, struggled to maintain the stone gate, clearly at great expense to himself. An idea sparked in Lin Che's mind, and his fingers glided back to the tactical panel. Chapter 70. Old Tricks Revisited, Mini Nuke, Songming Heavy Hover Armored Vehicle. The weapon bays on either side slowly unfolded, and the barrels of two armor-piercing mini-missile launchers glimmered with a cold light. The tactical system's holographic screen displayed the ballistic parameters, target, core area of the shadow cage. Distance, 87 meters, trajectory correction, 32, warhead, high explosive armor-piercing type. Lin Che assumed a forward stance, gripping the handles of the dragon spine V-shaped blast shield tightly. The shield towered half his height, its outer layer forged from black iron and embedded with nanofiber honeycomb plating, while the blue energy patterns at its center pulsed as the cushioning system activated. He commanded through the communicator, launch. Buzz. Whoosh. The first missile, trailing a pale gray tail flame, struck the edge of the shadow cage's runes with pinpoint precision. The black light screen trembled violently. The ethereal wails of the vengeful spirits emanating from its surface echoed hauntingly, yet no cracks appeared. Lin Che narrowed his eyes, sensing the vibrations through the shield, and swiftly adjusted his aim. No, striking the edge is futile. Lock onto the central rune node of the cage. The second missile recalibrated its trajectory, hurtling directly toward the darkest core of the light screen. Boom. The shockwave sent debris flying, and Lin Che was jolted back half a meter. The dragon spine V-shaped, cushioning system fully activated, the fifth-level shock-absorbing springs creaking softly, while the rear vibrating matrix shuddered at high frequency, dissipating most of the impact as energy ripples. The light screen of the shadow cage manifested a web of cracks, and the wailing spirits within began to dissipate. One more shot. Press the advantage. The third missile whistled through the air, precisely penetrating the fissures. Crack. Boom. The shadow cage shattered completely, black fragments cascading like snowflakes. Lin Che stowed his shield, brushed off the debris that had splattered onto it, and dashed towards the armored vehicle. Moments later, he stood atop the armored car, a megaphone in hand, his voice amplified to echo throughout the black wind gorge. Amuge, you cowardly old man, can you even hold your ground? The summoned skeletal minions are no match for my mechanical dog. If you lack the capability, summon your master Kazak, and let me see if the abyssal bone demon hides in its lair, gnawing on bones. On the opposite cliff, Amuge leaned against a crumbled wall, panting heavily. He appeared to be in his 30s, with taut skin and shoulder-length black hair, yet at this moment, his cheeks were gaunt as dry wood, and his eyes were lined with wrinkles. Summoning the stone gate had cost him at least 100 years of his lifespan. Hearing Lin Che's taunts, he trembled with rage. Damn it, you crawlers. Today, you shall witness the wrath of the abyssal bone demon. He spread his arms wide, reciting an arcane abyssal incantation, and the scattered bones in the gorge suddenly levitated, black mist surging from the depths, enveloping them into a massive, cocoon-like entity. The sound of bones clattering together was deafening, and as the cocoon ruptured, 100-meter-tall, abyssal bone prison titan emerged. Its body was composed of thousands of interlocking bones, vibrant green flames flickering in its eye sockets, and its arms bore enormous bone blades stretching several meters long. Each step sent tremors through the gorge, causing debris to tumble from the cliffs. Winter's thunder. This bone prison titan is forged from 1,000 corpses, and today, you shall perish beneath its blades. Amuge's voice resonated with frenzied fury. Lin Che observed the approaching behemoth, unfazed, a grin spreading across his face. The targeting frame on his tactical visor locked onto the titan entirely, and he commanded through the communicator, Mechanical Turtle Battalion. Initiate fusion protocol. Target. Bone prison titan. Switch weaponry to Starfall anti-heavy target penetration explosive shell. 5. Xuanjia heavy defense mechanical turtles. Converge towards the center of the gorge. Their back armor unfurling, hydraulic arms interlocking, the alloy shells merging into a colossal shield measuring 10 meters in diameter. While the original 30mm cannons amalgamated into a single enormous cannon, the giant claw Mo Gong mechanical turtle was assembled. The boosters within the cannon glowed, emitting a low-frequency resonance as the shell was loaded. This shell employed a tungsten steel alloy warhead, encased in 3 layers of ballistic armor, with a miniature booster affixed to the rear, yielding an explosive yield equivalent to 5,000 kilograms of TNT, specifically designed for high-defense targets, each costing precisely 1 million Sin coins. Within the armored vehicle, Evelyn, Lia, and others gathered by the observation window, their eyes fixated on the blue glowing cannon. Liawei expressed her concern. Can this behemoth handle it? That bone titan seems incredibly resilient. Liao reassured her. Fear not. Do you not trust Lin? Boom. The cannon thundered, blue flames illuminating the entire gorge. The starfall shell, trailing a brilliant tail flame, soared directly towards the chest of the bone-prisoned titan, impacting precisely at the seams of its skeletal structure. Crack. Boom. The anti-magic coating instantaneously disintegrated the black mist enveloping the titan's surface, the tungsten steel warhead penetrating its bones before erupting violently. Amidst the blinding explosion, a massive hole was blasted through the titan's chest, fragments of bone cascading like a meteor shower. Its colossal form staggered and crashed against the cliff, creating a gaping breach in the gorge. From a higher vantage point, the previously straight, sugar-coated hawthorn-shaped black wind gorge now bore a noticeable indentation the size of a hawthorn. System notification: no effective kill target detected. The bone prison titan is a magical conglomerate and lacks a soul core. Lin Che furrowed his brow, about to command the cleanup of the remaining bones when the tactical visor suddenly flashed a red warning. High-speed moving target detected, identity locked. Aim huge, distance 1,200 meters. Fleeing eastward along the gorge. He looked up to see a dark figure riding a spectral wolf galloping away. It was Aim huge. Seizing the opportunity to escape while the titan drew fire. Attempting to flee? Too late. Lin Che leaped from the armored vehicle, drawing the Meteor Barrett anti-material sniper rifle from his tactical pack, swiftly setting it upon a rock, aiming at Aim huge's retreating silhouette. The tactical visor automatically calculated wind speed and bullet drop. Wind speed 45 ms, distance 1187 meters, trajectory correction 18, bullet type. Songlong Annihilation armor-piercing explosive shell. He inhaled deeply, his finger tightening on the trigger. Bang! The muzzle flash illuminated the air, the bullet's piercing shriek echoing through the atmosphere. 1,000 meters away, Aim huge glanced back with a menacing grin, plotting revenge. Lin Che, I shall repay today's humiliation 100-fold. We shall meet again. And I will ensure. Before he could finish his thought, a searing pain erupted in his chest. Looking down, he saw his torso burst open with a gaping wound. Viscera mingled with black blood spewing forth. No. His scream was snatched by the wind, and his body plummeted from the spectral wolf, disintegrating upon impact. The spectral wolf, having sprinted 100 meters away, eventually noticed its master was absent, standing bewildered in place, turning in circles. Defeated LV-199 Dark Mage, Bone Butcher Ermg, obtained 1.99 million sin coins. Lin Che retracted his Barrett and spat out a mouthful of ash-laden saliva, a wretch steeped in malevolence, worth so much even in death. It seems my efforts in pursuing you were not in vain. At that moment, the skeletal gate in the center of the canyon began to tremble violently. With the magical support of Erm gone, the skeletal edges of the stone gate crumbled and the luminous circle diminished at a visible pace. Yet the skeletal creatures within continued to surge outward frantically. The bone whip soul devourer's whip entangled the stone gate, while the bone-eating ants poured forth like a tide of darkness, and several abyssal bone puppets were stuck in the crevice, emitting deep, guttural roars. Lin Che gazed towards the abyss through his tactical scope and saw a swampy basin behind the gate, where a mass of skeletal creatures raced towards the diminishing circle. A massive shadow rapidly approaching in the distance. It was the abyssal bone demon Kazak, drawn by the fluctuations of magical energy. Since he had arrived, he would not leave empty-handed. A wicked smile danced at the corners of Lin Che's mouth as he commanded through his communicator. Mechanical Hound number 07. Execute the Abyssal Express Plan. Load Saint Judgment Mini Anti-Magic Nuke. Target, the core of the skeletal gate. Mechanical Hound number 07 immediately charged from beside the armored vehicle, its abdomen opening to securely hold a black nuclear core the size of a rugby ball in its core slot. Its alloy body bore countless scratches from the bone-eating ants during its charge, its left arm severed by the bone whip soul devourer. Yet it continued its relentless advance towards the stone gate. With a crunch, the mechanical hound burst through the onslaught into the luminous circle, causing the gate to seal completely behind it. Just as Kazak reached the edge of the basin, he saw the battered mechanical hound tumble before him. A flicker of confusion crossing his eyes as he raised his hand to command the bone puppets behind him. Bring it over, I want to see. Before he could finish, the mechanical hound's electronic voice suddenly rang out with a cold, mocking tone. Lord Kazak, devoid of fur, greetings from the winter's thunder. Enjoy your time in the explosion. Kazak's pupils constricted sharply, and just as he was about to order a retreat, the nuclear bomb emitted a blinding white light. Boom. The anti-magic shockwave instantly swept across the entire basin, even lifting the distant cliffside as the abyss echoed with the furious and desperate roars of the bone demons. Soon drowned out by the roar of the explosion. Defeated LV-235 Bone Whip Soul Devourer. Obtained 1.35 million Sin Coins. Defeated LV-67 Bone Wolf. Obtained 140,000 Sin Coins. Delightful. Watching the incessant stream of system notifications, Lin Che felt that the abyss was quite hospitable, as both Malzak and Kazak had generously bestowed upon him a significant amount of Sin Coins. How wonderful it would be if he could obliterate Kazak as well. Chapter 71, Apocalypse Zero, the Intelligent Combat Command System, by Yi, floated within the black alloy body of the Tsangming armored vehicle, emanating a cold glow. The anti-gravity device beneath expelled a soft blue gas, rendering it nearly silent as it traversed the stony path littered with debris. The interior was lined with cream-colored cashmere carpets. Soft leather seats adorned with crystal goblets, droplets of water clinging to their walls. Sipping a chilled beverage was an exquisite comfort. Evelyn pressed her cheek against Lin Che's chest, her fingertips gently tracing the night watchman emblem on his combat suit, her ears flushed with pink. Just now in the canyon, I thought those bone puppets would rush in. Lin Che lowered his head to nuzzle her hair, catching a hint of lavender fragrance. With the mechanical legion present, even the mightiest puppets are merely live targets. He raised his hand to activate the tactical panel, where live footage of 4 rip-toothed mechanical hounds patrolling in a triangular formation around the armored vehicle was displayed. Their steel claws clicked crisply against the gravel, infrared scanners sweeping the cliffs on either side, ensuring no skeletal creatures lay in ambush. The steep cliffs of Hafing Canyon receded outside the window, and in mere moments, the 5 or 6 kilometers of road vanished. As the armored vehicle emerged from the canyon's exit, an expanse of verdant waves suddenly filled their view. This was the renowned Songfing Prairie within the Valoran Empire. The scent of grass wafted in the wind, and distant sheep scattered like pearls. Occasionally, centaur riders could be seen galloping with spears raised, their manes billowing in the breeze. The animal skin skirts at their waists fluttering. This land was a paradise for nomadic races, home to centaurs, gnolls, and harpies for generations. The Empire had attempted to subdue it thrice, only to be repelled by the united forces of the other races, ultimately conceding autonomy to this expanse, without even establishing provincial governance. Stop the vehicle. I want to gather inspiration. Ivila suddenly leaped from her seat, clutching a sketchbook, with Menglisa hurriedly following to ensure the young lady did not stumble. In high spirits, Lin Che ordered the armored vehicle to hover at the edge of the prairie, smiling as he suggested, "Perfect. Let's have a picnic and sample some wild buffalo meat from the Songfing Prairie." No sooner had he spoken than 2 rip-toothed mechanical hounds darted forth like arrows. Their alloy bodies nimbly weaved through the grass, and within 10 minutes, they returned clutching a robust black buffalo in their jaws. The beast's hooves still twitched slightly, evidently just subdued. De Shirtu patted his chest, declaring, "Captain, let me handle this." He fetched a butcher's knife from the storage compartment of the armored vehicle, swiftly and precisely slicing open the buffalo's throat, blood flowing into a specially designed catch basin. His movements clean and efficient, not a drop of blood staining the buffalo's body. Lilia opened her magical toolbox, and a plethora of exquisite utensils poured forth: silver knives, gilded porcelain plates, a crystal jar filled with honey cake, and even a compact magical warming stove. "I bought these at Frostspine Pass. Perfectly useful." She smiled, placing a piece of butter into the warming stove. Livia leaned in, her fingers teasing a piece of cake. "Sister Lilia, you have hidden treasures in your box. Can you help me pick out a few next time?" While everyone busied themselves preparing for the picnic, Lin Che reclined on the grass, resting his head on Evelyn's lap, his fingertips lightly tapping on the tactical panel. Although the battle in Hafing Canyon had ended in victory, the Mechanical Legion's shortcomings were glaring. The tactical system was sluggish, and ammunition consumption exceeded expectations. Should they encounter a more formidable enemy, they might find themselves at a disadvantage. He needed a true intellect, and without hesitation, placed an order in the Sin Mall, spending 100 million Sin Coins to acquire the Apocalypse Zero Intelligent Combat Command System. This system not only analyzed battlefield data in real time, optimizing ammunition ratios, but could also directly take control of all mechanical units when necessary. Lin Che anthropomorphized it with the name, Bai Yi. Bai Yi, report on the modification progress, he silently commanded. In the next moment, a cool electronic voice resonated in his mind. Modification of Tsangming armored vehicle completed. Added, prism type, energy shield generator, weapon storage capacity increased by 30. New automatic ammunition loading module added. Optimization of mechanical legion completed. 12 damaged mechanical hounds eliminated. Remaining units consolidated into Iron Dome Universal Mechanical Combat Cluster. Lin Che's lips curled upward. The gains from the Hafeng Canyon battle far exceeded his expectations. One shot of the 30 million Sin coins worth, Saint Judgment mini anti-magic nuke, not only obliterated the abyssal rift, but also dispatched a considerable number of skeletal creatures. With system notifications resonating for over half an hour. After accounting for mechanical losses and ammunition costs, he netted a profit of 2.8 billion. However, money that comes swiftly can also be spent just as quickly. Purchasing Bai Yi cost him 100 million. He allocated another 100 million for Bai Ye's modification budget. The remaining 80 million would hardly suffice in Bai Ye's eyes. According to the current world combat power assessment, to contend with the Valoran Empire, a complete combat system would require at least 1 billion Sin coins. Bai Ye's electronic voice carried a hint of disdain, stating that the current Iron Dome cluster could only address localized conflicts, lacking heavy siege weapons and aerial support units. Furthermore, a magical technology fusion laboratory had yet to be established, preventing the development of specialized weapons and targeted combat strategies against magical entities. Lin Che rubbed his temples. He was once oblivious to the intricacies of this world, driven by the allure of becoming a mercenary and the remnants of past life ideologies. However, he has now come to realize that passively waiting for opportunities can be more effective in luring sinners to him. Much like the ambush in Hafeng Gorge, where he could effortlessly earn millions. He turned to the air and inquired, Bai Yi, what was your suggestion earlier, and how shall we execute it? Proposal 1. Establish a bounty board for criminals, publicly accepting high-reward targets through the mercenary guild, such as abyssal followers and treasonous nobles, enticing them to make the first move. Proposal 2. Release select information about mechanical combat capabilities, such as the kill data of the Iron Dome cluster, deliberately exposing weaknesses to lure dark forces into ambush. Suddenly, Bai Yi's holographic projection appeared before Lin Che, taking the form of a figure clad in silver-white armor. Both strategies could be executed simultaneously, with expectations of attracting at least 3 waves of high-value targets each month. Lin Che focused on the projection, his fingers lightly tapping on the grass. A memory flashed back to the time he first crossed into this world, feeling utterly helpless. Back then, he possessed only a desert eagle and lacked even a decent combat suit, barely surviving by slaying werewolves. Now, he commanded a mechanical legion, had the Bai Yi system, and allies like Wei Lin and Li Ye, yet he occasionally found himself lost in thought. Beyond acquiring evil coins and growing stronger, what else did he truly desire? Bai Yi, what is the purpose of my existence in this world? Lin Che asked casually. The holographic figure paused momentarily, its electronic voice tinged with a mechanical precision. Based on behavioral data analysis, the initial objective was survival. The current objective is to accumulate combat power, while the long-term goal remains unspecified, if forcibly defined. Could it be for peace? Lin Che suddenly chuckled, the vibrations from his chest prompting Wei Lin to glance up at him. What is it? She inquired. He shook his head, gazing at Wei La chasing butterflies and Ashur Tu waving at him with a roasted buffalo steak. He softly remarked, it just strikes me as amusing that the word peace sounds more comedic when uttered by Bai Yi than in a stand-up routine. Bai Yi's holographic figure flickered slightly, appearing to process the humor. The wind of the Zhongfeng prairie carried the scent of fresh grass, caressing the vibrant land and brushing against Lin Che's lingering confusion. Amidst this uncertainty, a line of text materialized on his tactical screen. Targets identified by Bai Yi for Lin Che. Chapter 72. Fishing for Big Game with the Head of Imgur. Secrets hidden at the Count's banquet in the municipal hall of Nuanyang City in the Goldcrest province. Sir Gareth tapped his fingertips repeatedly against a simple wooden box positioned beside a long oak table. The lid was slightly ajar, revealing a weathered skull, with remnants of green magical flames flickering within its eye sockets like a dying candle. This skull belonged to Imgur, the Bone Butcher, a notorious figure who ranked among the top 10 on the Empire's bounty list and was loathed by the Holy Light Church. Are you certain this is Imgur's head? Gareth's gaze sharpened as he looked up, his pupils scrutinizing. The hands of 2 private knights beside him rested on their sword hilts, the cold light glinting from the gaps in their dark silver enchanted armor. Last year, 3 mercenary groups had presented fake heads for the bounty and were subsequently displayed publicly by the church as a warning. Li Ye, standing behind Lin Che, stepped forward, unfurling a gilded scroll in her palm. Her fingertip precisely pointed to a shallow scar behind the skull's ear. Sir Gareth, observe this suture. Imgur was struck down by the Holy Light Knights a decade ago, leaving a unique fracture in the skull. Additionally, the wax seal from the Winter Governor's office on the scroll and my magical contract mark bear witness to our family's honor that this skull is genuine. I am certain. Lin Che interjected at the opportune moment. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, he was seized by a violent cough, blood seeping from between his fingers as he covered his mouth. His complexion turned ashen, reminiscent of the battle in Hafeng Gorge, where that old fiend summoned the Abyssal Bone Gate, intending to use them as offerings to the hairless Abyssal Bone Demon. Had they not been fortunate, they would have long since become fodder for his bone puppets. His cough intensified, his hand trembling as it gripped the table's edge. I've heard Imgur has a bounty of 500,000 gold dragons. We urgently need this sum to replenish our gear and tend to our wounds. We cannot travel with the governor's wealth while possessing only 200,000 gold dragons, relying on this decrepit cart, can we? Besides, that money belongs to Miss Ai Wei La. As honorable mercenaries, we would never misuse our employer's funds. 200,000 gold dragons. Gasps echoed through the hall. All eyes turned towards the door, where the cart's wheels still bore the dark red stones from Hafeng Gorge, and bloodstains could be seen at the torn edges of the cart's curtains. Everyone, even the elegantly dressed Ai Wei La, was bandaged and reeking of magical potions, now nestled in Ka Luan's embrace, looking as though they had just escaped a nightmare. Nwanyang City was the domain of Count Hoffen. The Count's castle, built from countless blue stones, was adorned with the battle achievements of generations of counts. Even the guards at the city gate were equipped with enchanted weapons. Such was the noble heritage of the Empire's core province, far grander than the Marquisate of Winter, a mere borderland. Yet, no matter how formidable the heritage, it could not withstand the temptation of 200,000 gold dragons against the 500,000 bounty. Several municipal hall officials had begun to glance toward that battered cart, their throats subtly bobbing. After all, they were not descendants of the Count. Gareth's tone softened, though caution still lingered. I do not wish to be difficult, but the bounty on Imgur is issued jointly by the Empire's Ministry of Finance and the Holy Light Church. The 500,000 gold dragon amount cannot be collected by the entire Goldcrest province. You will need to. He paused, adding, however, I can assure you that the municipal hall has 20 vials of cleansing potions to alleviate the residual effects of dark magic. I can arrange for you 2 vials and a new cart. Are you mocking us? Lin Che slammed the table, the blood on his hand smearing across the wood surface. Why not just say from the beginning that you cannot provide us with the funds? We brought the governor's wealth, carried 200,000 in cash, risked our lives to slay Imgur, and all we receive in return is 2 measly potions and a broken cart? Do you think I care about your cart? Do you know what Miss Ai Wei La travels in? Please, calm down. Gareth raised his hand hastily, his face tinged with embarrassment. Before he could speak further, Ka Luan stepped forward, bowing slightly with the grace of a true noble. Sir Gareth, we appreciate your kindness. We are indeed in urgent need of supplies. We shall gratefully accept the potions and cart. However, we kindly request that you expedite the arrangements, as we must proceed to the Mercenary Guild to post the bounty without delay. This statement was impeccably crafted, providing Gareth an avenue to retreat while concealing any hint of urgency. Lin Che cast a sidelong glance at Ka Luan, noting the cold glint in his eyes. The demeanor and eloquence of this half-elf bore little resemblance to that of a mercenary. He resembled an old fox steeped in noble circles, likely harboring more secrets than Count Hoffen himself. With Ka Luan's interjection, Lin Che understood that his performance had reached its conclusion, regardless of how extravagant his display was. As long as someone believed it, that was sufficient. The 2 vials of cleansing potions were quickly delivered, and Lin Che snatched them, shoving them into Yi Wei Lin's hands while muttering, "Penny pincher." This infuriated Gareth, his cheeks bulging with suppressed rage. Yet he restrained his anger and had the knights escort them out. As they transported supplies from the cart, a heavy chest spilled its contents across the ground, the sight of gleaming gold strikingly vivid. Lin Che cursed at the municipal staff to hasten their cleanup and then hurriedly departed. The sound of the cart wheels on the cobblestone road echoed louder than the gasps of disbelief. Upon leaving the municipal hall, the group made their way directly to the Mercenary Guild. The blonde lady behind the counter noticed the night watchman's emblem on Lin Che's chest, her eyes brightening instantly. Her fingers instinctively adjusted her skirt, her voice softening. "Lord of the Thunder of Winter, you are a legend in our guild. What bounty do you wish to post?" 3 stalks of shadow orchids. The higher the grade, the better. As many high-grade anti-dark potions as you have, and 10 reports on recent cultist activities, particularly those related to the Abyss. Lin Che spoke decisively, tapping his fingers on the counter. "Price is not an issue. I want to see the goods within 3 days." As the lady's reluctant gaze followed them, they proceeded to the largest magic shop in the city. Leah supplemented her stock of magic crystal sand, while Lin Che, adhering to Bai Ye's instructions, procured a substantial quantity of fundamental magical materials, ample enough to leave the shopkeeper astounded. Bai Ye was diligently preparing for the conquest plan. Ultimately, 3 hired carriages, along with one provided by the municipal hall, came to a halt before the Golden Rose Inn. This establishment was the most opulent in Nuanyang City. Upon alighting, Ivila furrowed her brow in discontent, insisting that the suite must be adorned with Northland snow sheep wool carpets. The roses on the windowsill must be freshly draped with morning dew, and the hot water in the bathroom must remain uninterrupted. If any of these requirements are unmet, I shall change inns, she declared. The proprietor, rubbing his hands in nervousness, wore a forced smile, his gaze darting toward Lin Che and his entourage, whose lingering scent of blood had yet to dissipate, and whose ragged garments hinted at concealed weaponry. It was only when Lin Che slammed a bag of gold dragons onto the counter that the sound of clinking coins caused the proprietor's eyes to narrow with keen interest. 3 suites, the finest, payment for 3 days in advance. Rest assured, I will make the necessary arrangements immediately, he exclaimed, hastily summoning a server and discreetly signaling them. This group clearly bore the marks of having recently emerged from a life-and-death struggle, their pockets lined with considerable wealth, a situation that warranted close attention. However, at 100 gold dragons per night, a 3-day stay in 3 rooms would yield a handsome profit of 900 gold dragons. As night descended, several groups of patrons checked into the inn. Although dressed well, they opted for ordinary rooms, clearly sent as scouts to gather information. The well-informed proprietor had already discerned Lin Che's background. The Winter's Thunder was escorting Ivila, the daughter of the Winter Province, to the royal capital. With 2 million gold dragons in tow, after all, who would publicly announce such a fortune in the municipal hall? It was impossible for him not to be aware. In the steamy confines of the suite's bathroom on the 4th floor, Evelyn leaned against Lin Che, her fingers delicately tracing his palm, her voice laced with concern. Lin, do you think those individuals will come? The atmosphere in Nuanyang City feels too strange. Even the beggars on the street are staring at our carriage. Lin Che gently pinched her chin, his gaze penetrating through the curtain-esque gap toward the shadows below. There, a figure cloaked in black was fixated on the inn's entrance, the tip of their staff glimmering faintly. They will come, he replied, a faint smile curving his lips, though his eyes betrayed a cold glint. With 5 million from Emuge, coupled with our 2 million, we possess sufficient wealth to entice those cultists and bandits. We are currently injured, surely they must be tempted. Perhaps a single crossbow bolt could spell our end. Do not utter that word, Evelyn interjected, pressing her crimson lips against Lin Che's mouth as the water in the bathtub began to ripple. Damn it. I think I have seen those infamous figures beginning to appear in the inn. The great Hofen, why have you fallen ill? These ruffians dared to enter Nuanyang City. Just as the innkeeper began to sweat, pondering whether to concoct an excuse to evict Lin Che, the sound of synchronized hoofbeats echoed from the street's end. 4 pure white steeds, pulling a dark carriage adorned with silver trim, approached, their wheels cushioned with beast hide. The blue lion emblem gleamed prominently under the lamplight. It was the exclusive carriage of Count Hofen. The appearance of the Count's private army caused the onlookers to remain motionless, some even exhibiting a hint of provocation, an unprecedented occurrence in the past. Clearly, the rumors of Hofen's injury were true. A tumult was brewing in Nuanyang City, and Lin Che had arrived because turmoil equated to opportunities for ill-gotten gains. The leading knight dismounted, cradling a gilded invitation. Lord Lin Che of Winter's Thunder. Count Hofen has heard of your slaying of Emuge and has prepared a banquet, inviting you and your companions to dine tonight. The innkeeper let out a silent sigh of relief, internally beseeching the gods for protection. Finally, this formidable guest would take his leave. Even if the Count's castle was not entirely safe, it was certainly preferable to avoiding a scene of bloodshed within his establishment. Lin Che accepted the invitation, his fingers grazing the blue lion emblem embossed upon it, feeling the raised edges beneath his touch. He raised his eyes toward the Count's estate, his smile deepening. It was the perfect opportunity to ascertain whether Count Hofen sought Emuge's head or intended to devour him whole, like a plump lamb. See you tonight. Lin Che called out to the guests seated and standing in the lobby as he departed. Chapter 73. Internal strife within the Count's castle. Lin Che's rejection sparks controversy. Hofenschneider, over 70 years of age, had wielded power in Nuanyang City for nearly 50 years, holding the title of Earl of Silver Oak, conferred by the Empire. This title stemmed from the family's ancestral guardianship of the Silver Oak Forest, establishing them as a prestigious old noble family in the province of Golden Sparrow. Although the Golden Sparrow Province's territory did not encompass even 1/3 of Winter's domain, its wealth surpassed Winter's by 100-fold. The plains and hills surrounding Nuanyang City were blanketed with warm sunflowers, which could store magical energy and served as essential materials for concocting high-grade potions. The Schneider family, by monopolizing the production and sale of warm sunflowers, amassed annual revenues in the millions of gold dragons, all while possessing 300 kilometers of fertile territory and a private army of 5,000, including 12 master-level knights. Hofen himself was a genuine knight master, having once single-handedly hunted a storm eagle with a wingspan of 30 meters. Today, that eagle's head served as a trophy, mounted atop the castle's entrance, its beak adorned with the silver oak emblem, exuding the majesty of an old noble lineage. Yet, at this moment, the atmosphere inside and outside the castle was thick with menace, shattering that very dignity. On either side of the grand entrance, 2 squads of private soldiers stood poised for conflict. The left side donned silver-white armor emblazoned with the Schneider family's acorn emblem, while the right side wore dark armor, their emblem depicting a crow entwined in thorns. As Hofen's ebony carriage arrived, the leader of the dark-armored squad stepped forward, hand resting on the hilt of his sword, barking, "By order of Viscount Sophia, all entrants must undergo inspection." The guiding silver-armored knight's expression shifted abruptly, yet he dared not intervene. Instead, he turned to glance at Lin Che within the carriage, his eyes filled with apology. Were it any other mercenary or noble, they might have acquiesced to the Count's request for cooperation. But who was Lin Che? He was never one to conform to the rules. Bang! The carriage door swung open, and Lin Che drew his Desert Eagle, firing 2 shots at the ground beside the squad leader's feet. Chunks of stone erupted, splattering against the man's trousers, and Lin Che's tone dripped with derision. "What is this? The Silver Oak Count has abandoned his lordship to become a bandit? If you're not welcoming, just say so. It would save us all this annoyance." The squad leader's face turned ashen, hand gripping the sword hilt, ready to draw, while the surrounding soldiers raised their weapons, aiming at the carriage. "Stop!" The guiding knight dashed forward, positioning himself between them, first speaking softly to the squad leader. "This is a distinguished guest personally invited by the Count. Viscount Sophia will also attend the banquet." Turning to Lin Che, he bowed deeply. "My lord, please quell your anger. It was our internal miscommunication, and there was no intention to offend. Please, you may enter." The squad leader glared at Lin Che for 3 seconds before gritting his teeth and waving his hand to clear the path. The 2 squads of soldiers parted, their hostility unrelenting, until the carriage finally crossed the castle's threshold, at which point the tense atmosphere began to ease. Lin Che, assisted by Evelyn, returned to the carriage, which was lined with dark purple velvet carpeting, and the alcoves held magical lamps exuding the scent of cedar, though lacking the ostentation of the winter governor's residence. The inn exuded an understated elegance characteristic of old nobility. "Is your family not reputed as the old noble of Valoran?" Lin Che teased Ivila, nudging her playfully. "Compared to this silver oak estate, you seem more like a nouveau riche." Ivila pouted and turned her face away, muttering softly, "Winter is cold. Gold and silver decorations can warm a house. Besides, the silver oak tree lives for 1,000 years, while the cedar only has a lifespan of a few hundred. Their family rose to prominence through military merit only a century ago, lacking the deep roots of true old nobility." Lin Che chuckled and refrained from further teasing her, as Bayez's electronic voice echoed in his earpiece. 3 sources of magical energy detected within the castle, suspected to be high-level defensive formations. The dark-armored soldiers are equipped with standard gear from the Thorn Crow mercenary group, indicating possible infiltration by external forces. Based on this analysis, entering the main castle is not advisable. Armored vehicle support will take at least 10 minutes. 10 minutes will suffice, Lin Che replied quietly, his fingers tapping on the tactical pad. In the imagery relayed by the hummingbird drone, shadows of several figures cloaked in black flit about the tower on the western side of the castle. "I am eager to discern what murky waters the Earl of Inxiang intends for me to wade through." The carriage eventually halts at the side entrance of the main fortress, revealing not the anticipated banquet hall bustling with revelry, but merely a butler clad in black formal attire, bowing in greeting. "My lord, the Honorable Lin Che. Miss Ai Wei La, the Earl awaits you in the reception room." His tone is gentle, yet the expressions of the maidservants, Meng Li Sha and Kai Lun, shift subtly. According to noble protocol, Ai Wei La's name should precede that of the Earl. Following the butler up the spiral staircase, the reception room contains only a long wooden table. Seated at the center is Hofen, dressed in a deep gray uniform, his hair streaked with silver, yet his demeanor remains vigorous. To his left and right sit a young man in silver-white knightly attire, exuding an air of arrogance, and a woman in her 30s clad in a purple gown. Her makeup exquisite, yet her gaze icy. Welcome, the Honorable Lin Che, and welcome, the Winter Blossom, Miss Ai Wei-la. Hoffman rises to greet them, his tone neutral. Yet he deliberately places Lin Che's title before Ai Wei-la's. It becomes evident that the butler's oversight was intentional on the part of the host. Ai Wei-la seems unfazed by this slight, adeptly performing a curtsy, and attempts to advance for a kiss of greeting. Only to be halted by Hoffman's raised hand. No need for excessive formalities. Please take a seat. This further underscores the Schneider family's disdain for the Ai Wei-la family. Or rather, the arrogance of the old aristocracy. He gestures towards the two individuals beside him. This is my younger son, Baron Karl, and my sister, Countess Sophia. Karl immediately rises, his gaze bypassing Ai Wei-la and fixating on Evelyn, extending his hand in a rather presumptuous manner. Beautiful lady, I am Karl Schneider. It is a pleasure to meet you. Not necessary, Lin Che interjects abruptly, his tone as frigid as ice. As he places his hand to block Karl's advance. She is under my protection and is unaccustomed to such crude manners. Karl's hand freezes in midair, his face instantly turning a deep shade of crimson. My lord, this is the etiquette of the Valoran nobility. You are insulting me. And what of it? Lin Che raises an eyebrow, his disdain evident in his gaze. She is mine, and I shall protect her as I see fit, regardless of your sentiments. Humph. Sophia scoffs from the side, her voice low yet clear, a mere mercenary from the countryside, clearly oblivious to decorum, resorting only to brute strength. Hoffman clears his throat, cutting through the dispute. Enough? We are all guests here. Let us not be riled over such trivial matters. He neither admonishes Lin Che nor defends his children. It is apparent to all that he is deliberately fostering this atmosphere. The butler soon serves the dishes, presenting roasted golden and succulent thunderhawk legs, lava shrimp sprinkled with magical spices, and sweet wine brewed from the nectar of the warm sunflowers, each dish exuding opulence. Lin Che does not wait for Hoffman to speak. Directly seizing a knife and fork to carve a piece of thunderhawk meat and shove it into his mouth. The sound of his chewing echoing loudly in the quiet reception room. Rude. Sophia frowns, extracting a handkerchief to dab at the corners of her mouth, as if she has encountered something unsightly. Karl chimes in, Father, what manner of person have you invited? He lacks even the most basic table etiquette. Dear Baron Karl, do not be upset. Kai Lun quickly intervenes, smiling. Lord Lin has just arrived from the Blackwind Gorge, having fought his way through and must be famished. Besides, sincerity is the rarest quality, would you not agree? This statement provides Karl with a way out while simultaneously flattering Lin Che, demonstrating a knack for diplomacy. Hoffman nods, addressing the butler. Add another portion of thunderhawk leg for Lord Lin. He is correct. Genuine individuals are far superior to those who merely feign sophistication. As the evening progresses, Hoffman converses with Kai Lun about the scenic vistas of winter, shares familial anecdotes with Ai Wei-la, and discusses magic with Leah. He appears to embody the essence of an erudite nobleman. Sophia occasionally interjects a remark while Karl maintains a stony demeanor. Only Lin Che seems unfazed, indulging in his meal and occasionally assisting Evelyn with fish bones and carving roasted meat, his affectionate gestures deepening Karl's scowl. Sophia casts several glances towards Lin Che, occasionally attempting to engage him, but he remains indifferent, only coughing occasionally, his complexion pale, with his handkerchief stained with a hint of crimson. He is feigning severe injury. As the night deepens, Hoffman finally broaches the main topic. Lord Lin, the city of Warm Sun is currently tumultuous. It would be dangerous for you to travel with the governor's daughter. Why not stay in the castle for the night? I shall have Gareth escort you to the royal capital tomorrow. Lin Che smirks inwardly. The moment has finally arrived. He feigns inebriation, swaying his wine glass. Then I shall trouble the earl. However, Ai Wei-la adeptly rises, feigning discomfort. My lord, I would prefer to return to the inn. My belongings remain there, and I am not accustomed to unfamiliar environments. This had been their prior arrangement. The inn is a mere 3 kilometers from the armored vehicle outside the city. Should trouble arise, they could provide support within 3 minutes. Far safer than remaining in the castle. Hoffman hesitates briefly before nodding. Very well, I shall send a squad of knights to escort you back. Father, I shall accompany. Karl eagerly interjects. It is evident that he wishes to sample the charms of the snow spirit from winter. After escorting Ai Wei-la and the 3 of them away, Lin Che is led to his guest room by the butler. Evelyn thoughtfully pours a cup of sobering tea, but he waves her off. I am not intoxicated. He retrieves his Desert Eagle, fingers caressing the barrel, addressing his earpiece. Bai Yi, Keep a close watch on the western tower of the castle. Notify me immediately of any movement. Received. Infrared scanning activated. There are living beings moving within 50 meters. The alarm will trigger immediately. At this moment, the castle is thoroughly monitored by the hummingbird drone. No one can escape by Ye's watchful eyes. An hour later, a gentle knock sounds at the door. Who is it? Lin Che presses his hand against the gun's grip. The door opens to reveal Sophia Schneider standing alone at the threshold. Lin Che raises an eyebrow. It is unexpected that Hoffen does not come to seek him. The drama unfolding at the Earl of Inxiang's estate grows ever more intriguing. Chapter 74, Rejecting Temptation. Lin Che asserts authority. Iron Dome Collective crushes the mercenary corps. In the corridor of the guest rooms within the Earl of Inxiang's estate, Sophia Schneider stands before the door. Clad only in a gossamer silk nightgown, the light purple fabric clings to her figure, accentuating her tall stature. With a neckline plunging low enough to reveal the gentle curve of her collarbone, it is evident that she has intentionally forego the undergarments. Her fingertips clutch the ties of her nightgown, her gaze imbued with a deliberate softness, her voice softened. The Honorable Lin Che, I apologize for the late-night intrusion. I have an urgent matter to discuss. Lin Che approaches the door, speaking earnestly. I await the Earl Hoffen. I am here to negotiate a business deal that could yield a substantial profit, not to engage in idle chatter with a noblewoman. With that, the door slams shut with a resounding thud, leaving Sophia's shock and indignation outside. Lin Che makes it clear that he has no interest in women of her status. She stands momentarily in disbelief, her hand nearly caught in the door, unsure of where to place it. As a noblewoman of the Schneider family, she believes her beauty and form rival that of a youthful maiden, save for the few fine lines at the corners of her eyes wrought by the burdens of family affairs. Yet, never has a man so brazenly rejected her. Damn barbarian. Sophia mutters through clenched teeth, the plush velvet carpet beneath her feet crumpling under her weight. However, as her thoughts drift to her family's current plight, she takes a deep breath, smooths her nightgown, and knocks once more, adopting a tone of authority befitting her status. Respected Lord Lin Che. As the heir of the Schneider family, I wish to discuss a business opportunity that could prove immensely profitable for you. This time, the door opens to reveal Evelyn. Dressed in a fitted black combat uniform, her eyes carry a hint of wariness, yet she steps aside. Countess Sophia, please enter. Sophia takes note of Evelyn's form-fitting black attire, which is both revealing and enticing. This individual has an affinity for women. Could it be that her own figure is lacking? Sophia muses inwardly. Inside the guest room, Lin Che reclines on the sofa, spinning a gold dragon coin between his fingers. He lifts his gaze to Sophia, denying her the luxury of pleasantries. Let us dispense with trivialities. Who is the target? How many must I eliminate? What is the price? State these 3 points clearly, and spare me the nobleman's convoluted rhetoric. As Sophia was about to elucidate the enmity between her family and the second prince, Lin Che abruptly interrupted, expressing his disinterest in the internal strife of the Schneider family. The sordid affairs of the nobles in Yindun had already nauseated him. I only recognize targets in golden dragons, or goods that can be exchanged for magic crystals. His words, blunt to the point of rudeness, unexpectedly relieved Sophia. Her greatest dread was encountering a hypocrite who sought benefit while maintaining a facade of propriety. She straightened her posture, her tone grave. The targets fall into 2 categories. First, the Thorncrow mercenary corps within the castle, and second, those who covertly support the second prince outside the city. As for the ultimate target, it is His Imperial Highness, Second Prince Alfonso. The second prince is too distant. We shall not engage him for now. Lin Che swiftly crossed off names from the list. Let us first deal with the Thorncrow. I need to see your sincerity and allow you to witness my capabilities. Sophia raised an eyebrow. Your Excellency has just endured a bloody battle in the Blackwind Canyon, and your mechanical creations must have suffered considerable damage. You yourself have sustained grave injuries. The Thorncrow mercenary corps numbers over 1,000, with their leader being a half-step master. Should we not deliberate further? Lin Che chuckled. Deliberate further? Does your Schneider family still have time? The Thorncrow has already infiltrated your castle. Are you certain that you possess ample time? He continued. Now, woman, set aside your inherent arrogance and restraint. I have no interest in your Schneider family's affairs. My focus lies on them. And your presence merely provides me with a pretext for action. To casually annihilate a mercenary corps would not be the act of a hero. It would be that of a madman. However, if I accept a noble's commission, then this slaughter becomes a business transaction. Lin Che raised his hand to activate his tactical wristband. In the next moment, over 30 translucent projection screens illuminated the guest room, showcasing the castle's western side from various perspectives. There were aerial shots captured by hummingbird drones, ground reconnaissance footage from mechanical dogs, and even internal scenes relayed by tiny probes infiltrating the cracks of the walls. Bai Yi, activate the Iron Dome Universal Mechanical Combat Cluster, Lin Che commanded through his earpiece. The cold, electronic voice of Bai Yi responded, received. Iron Dome Rock-Solid Defense Mechanical Turtle, 5, Anti-Magic Coated Shield, 30mm Energy Cannon, shield resistance increased by 40. Iron Dome Fury Assault Mechanical Bear, 10, dual-mounted 762mm Electromagnetic Rapid-Fire Machine Guns, firing rate increased to 1,200 rounds per minute. Iron Dome Swift Fang Mechanical Dog, 20, lightweight body. 556mm Armor-Piercing Ammunition Chain, movement speed increased by 30. Iron Dome Skyward Heavy Suppression Drone, 8, mounted with a 127mm heavy machine gun and fragmentation grenade launcher, are in position, awaiting combat orders. These upgraded mechanical units left Sophia in silent awe upon their emergence. How had they arrived? From when had they approached the castle? The screen suddenly shifted to the western tower, where 10 swift Fang mechanical dogs were stealthily traversing along the wall, their silent pads gliding over the bluestone floor without a whisper. Meanwhile, the mercenaries of the Thorn Crow were engrossed in drinking and gambling, their curved sabers casually draped over chair backs, oblivious to the argent shadows flitting outside the window. Suddenly, one of the swift Fang mechanical dogs leapt up, its metallic teeth severing the throat of a mercenary by the window, blood splattering against the stone wall. As the remaining mechanical dogs breached the door, there was no gunfire, only the muffled sound of torn throats. Within half a minute, all 20 mercenaries on the first floor had fallen silent. It was not until one individual on the second floor, needing to relieve himself, discovered the blood trails that the alarm was raised. Enemy attack. 2 figures, cloaked in earthy yellow fighting spirit, crashed through the floorboards and leapt down. They were 2 master-level mercenaries of the Thorn Crow. The warrior on the left wielded a broadsword, his fighting spirit coalescing into a half-meter-long blade of light, cleaving towards the nearest swift Fang mechanical dog. The ranger on the right drew back his longbow, an arrow imbued with fighting spirit whistling toward the mechanical dog's core. Oh, fighting spirit? Lin Che scoffed, giving orders through his earpiece. Bai Yi, show our clients a metal storm. Buzzing, the first swift Fang mechanical dog targeted suddenly unveiled a dual-mounted machine gun from its shoulder, the electromagnetic coils glowing with a pale blue light. Before the warrior's blade could strike, 762mm armor-piercing rounds rained down like a tempest. The earthy yellow fighting spirit shield shattered under the barrage of bullets, and the projectiles pierced the mercenary's enchanted leather armor, creating numerous wounds on his chest. His lifeless body crashed to the ground without a sound. The ranger's fighting spirit arrow merely grazed the mechanical dog's shield before being deflected by the energy barrier. In the next moment, the suppression drone locked onto him, unleashing 127mm rounds that tore his body asunder, blood and flesh splattering across the wall. Kill LV-132 Master Warrior. Gain 640,000 Sin coins. Kill LV-128 Master Ranger. Gain 560,000 Sin coins. The system notifications rang incessantly in Lin Che's ear, while the battle on the screen raged on. The rock-solid mechanical turtle withstood the mercenaries' arrows and magic, slowly advancing to the tower's entrance. Its 30mm energy cannon aimed at the door and fired, obliterating the reinforced gate as if it were made of paper, debris and flames erupting alongside the mercenaries' anguished screams. The remaining mercenaries panicked, retreating into the depths of the tower's hidden room. The walls of that secret chamber were crafted from the unique bluestone of Warm Sun City, sufficiently sturdy to withstand continuous barrages from magical crossbows. A few mercenaries, shields in hand, barricaded the entrance, shouting, "Hold on. The captain will return soon." But in the next instant, 2 fury mechanical bears charged forward, their claws clutching Iron Dome fragmentation shock grenades, forcefully wedging them into the crevice of the hidden room's door. Boom. The moment the grenades detonated, a powerful shockwave radiated through the walls. Even those mercenaries cowering in the corners were left bloodied from their orifices, their insides ruptured, collapsing and convulsing on the ground. In less than half an hour, the 1,000-strong Thorn Crow mercenary corps had suffered near-total casualties, leaving only 3 vice-captains to stubbornly resist in the upper corridor. Still wishing to struggle? Lin Che raised an eyebrow. Bai Yi, do we have any new toys to showcase? Indeed. On the screen, a rock-solid mechanical turtle adjusted its cannon, the muzzle glowing with blinding white light. The Iron Dome energy explosive shell whistled through the air, not directly striking the magical shield, but detonating against the load-bearing beam above the corridor. Crash! The entire floor suddenly collapsed, showering bluestone debris like a waterfall. The warrior's magical shield was instantly shattered. A collapsing tower was of little concern to Sophia. However, the Viscount's complexion flushed slightly, her breath quickening as if she had just run 100 miles. Her hands clenched tightly around the armrest of the sofa. Her gaze filled with fervent desire, not for a man, but for the coveted Iron Dome mechanical cluster. Viscount Sophia. Lin Che lifted the cup of water handed to him by Evelyn, savoring a sip leisurely. Is this level of firepower sufficient to resolve your troubles? If you desire it. Negotiations can be entertained, provided that your offer is commensurate with my goods. Sophia abruptly lifted her head, her voice trembling slightly. I want 10. No, 20. The Schneider family is willing to pay 300,000 golden dragons, along with 30 healing potions. The price could wait. Let us enjoy the spectacle first. At this moment, the three captains, somewhat disheveled, crawled out from the ruins, blue fighting spirits surging as they swung their battle axes, striking true. Chapter 75. I am serious about being impressive. The crystal chandelier in the guest room still radiated warm light as Sophia was about to say something further. Suddenly, a sharp sound of metal tearing through the air erupted from outside the window. She turned her head abruptly, witnessing Lin Che's figure launch like an arrow from the windowsill. The Night Watcher Abyssal Tier Chainsaw Sword, humming to life in the night sky, the serrated edges glimmering with dark purple luminescence, colliding with the light blue fighting spirit battle axe that was cleaving toward the ruins in the distance. How had he exited? Sophia clenched the hem of her dress. The calm demeanor of the superior before her shattered into astonishment. Just moments ago, she distinctly recalled seeing Lin Che coughing blood, his pallid face a testament to his injuries. Yet the figure before her, displaying explosive agility as he leapt 100 meters, bore no resemblance to someone who had suffered grievous wounds. Evelyn, standing by the window, casually remarked, the true strength of the thunder of winter lies in its ability to thrive even when wounded. She lifted her gaze to the outside, a faint smile gracing her lips, filled with admiration and affection, devoid of any concern. Sophia failed to grasp Evelyn's deeper meaning, interpreting it merely as a demonstration of Lin Che's formidable prowess. As Lin Che's silhouette swept over the wall, he lightly tapped the top with his toes, landing with the precision of a hawk amidst the ruins of the Thorn Crow Mercenary Corps. The Iron Dome cluster had already formed a circular perimeter under by Yi's command. The cannon of the Iron Dome Heavy Defense Mechanical Turtle glowed with a pale blue energy, while the Iron Dome Rapid-Fire Mechanical Hound had its machine guns primed. All mechanical units focused their optical sensors on the center of the ruins, as if preparing to illuminate the stage for the imminent protagonist. Bai Yi, proceed as planned. Lin Che's voice echoed through the tactical communicator. Acknowledged. However, I must remind you that the audio module is of no use in combat, merely an unnecessary expenditure. Bai Yi's electronic voice carried a hint of programmed exasperation. Yet in the next moment, all mechanical units erupted in a synchronized blast of the stirring BGM. The melody of the iron-blooded young brigade of the Heavenly Earth Guild resonating through the night. Even the rubble seemed to tremble in rhythm. This was a feature Lin Che had whimsically added during a moment of boredom on the Tsangfeng grassland. He was indeed serious about showing off. In the center of the ruins, 3 vice leaders of the Thorn Crow Mercenary Corps had already assumed a defensive formation. The burly man wielding a battle axe was enveloped in a soft blue aura. The pressure from his axe could send shards of stone flying. The slender figure with dual short swords moved gracefully, weaving shadows among the debris. The most troublesome was the assassin cloaked in black, a faint gray stealth aura radiating from him as he approached Lin Che's back. Is this all you can do? Lin Che scoffed, suddenly sweeping his chainsaw sword across. When the dark purple serrations met the edge of the battle axe, the blue aura fractured like glass. The burly man's pupils constricted as he prepared to counterattack. But Lin Che had already leapt into the air, using the recoil to propel himself. His toes barely touching the axe handle as he spun away from the thrusts of the dual short swords, the serrated edge of his weapon grazing past their blades. Sparking flames. Quick to evade, the dual short sword wielder gritted his teeth, eager to pursue and deliver a finishing blow, only to see Lin Che abruptly turn, the chainsaw sword flicking back in a swift motion. With a swift slash, the edge of the assassin's cloak was instantly torn away, the tactical helmet's infrared scan locking onto his heart. You thought infrared couldn't see you? Lin Che's voice carried a chilling edge as he surged forward like an arrow. The assassin attempted to vanish once more, but the Iron Dome aerial heavy suppression drone had already deployed a flare, the blinding light rendering his stealth magic ineffective. In the blink of an eye, the chainsaw sword pierced through his chest, blood splattering in a vivid arc as the serrations spun rapidly. With a gentle twist of his wrist, Lin Che sent the assassin's head flying in a graceful arc, finally resting it on the blade. The eyes of the severed head remained wide open, reflecting the fleeting joy of imminent escape, as blood dripped from the neck onto the stones, producing a rhythmic sound. Kill confirmed. Level 185 assassin, awarded 7 million Sin coins. As the system notification faded, Lin Che turned, meeting the terrified gazes of the remaining 2 vice leaders. The battle axe wielder attempted to retaliate but was swatted away by the Iron Dome rampaging mechanical grizzly, crashing heavily against a broken wall. The dual short sword wielder sought to flee but was caught by the steel claws of the Iron Dome rending mechanical hound, dragged back before Lin Che. The BGM continued to resonate through the night as Lin Che stood tall amidst the ruins, one hand gripping the chainsaw sword, the severed head still resting on the blade. Blood from his battle suit dripping onto the ground. Behind him, the mechanical cluster glimmered ominously, resembling the arrival of a war deity. The hummingbird drones hovered above, capturing footage from multiple angles, while Bai edited in real time. In the frame, Lin Che's chiseled profile was illuminated by the dark purple glow of the chainsaw sword. The backdrop of burning ruins and lined-up machines, each frame exuding an aura of breathtaking charisma. The promotional material has been saved. Expected to spread across all taverns in Warm Sun City by tomorrow, Bai's electronic voice chimed in. Lin Che raised an eyebrow, suppressing a chuckle. Initially, he found the idea of being filmed a bit embarrassing, but now, looking at himself in the footage, he felt that this display was worth it. After all, the more people recognized the might of the Thunder of Winter, the more would dare to offer Sin coins. Just then, Bai's alert sounded. Movement detected from the Schneider family's private military, having moved towards the ruins 3 minutes ago, now retreated to the eastern barracks. Likely having received an unknown directive. A shadow flickered in Lin Che's eyes, familiar schemes and conspiracies resurfacing. All right, clean up the aftermath, he commanded through the communicator before turning towards the guest room. Inside, Sophia had lost the authoritative aura she once held, her gaze filled with shock and fervor. The image of Lin Che slaying the assassin, standing amidst the ruins, was etched into her mind. When Lin Che entered, she forgot to rise, staring blankly at him. Leaning against the doorframe, the chainsaw sword still embedded in the ground, blood dripped from its serrations. Greetings, the beautiful Viscount Sophia. His tone carried an air of casual indifference. Yet it radiated undeniable dominance. You witnessed my performance. Now, it is time to discuss the price. How many gold dragons do you believe the Schneider family can offer to procure the disappearance of these troubles? Evelyn interjected. I almost forgot to mention. The battle video and photographs will spread throughout the province of Goldfinch by tomorrow morning. By then, those seeking to enlist Lin Che's services will likely be numerous. Sophia inhaled deeply, regaining some composure. Lord Lin, we are willing to offer 3 million gold dragons, along with half a year's harvest of warm sunflowers from Warm Sun City. She knew this offer was already the limit of what the Schneider family could muster. Yet in light of Lin Che's demonstrated combat prowess, it seemed insufficient. Then I shall offer myself. Chapter 76. Mechanical Cleanup Shocks the Nobility. Sophia's covert schemes to forge alliances. The power of the Iron Dome cluster was as explosive as its efficiency in clearing the battlefield was absurd. The ruins on the west side of the castle towered higher than the 2 of them. Remnants of the Thorn Crow mercenary corps' shattered armor and broken blades embedded among the rubble, the mingling scents of blood and gunpowder still lingering. 20 Iron Dome worker bee spider cleaning robots buzzed in, their silver-white bodies gleaming coldly, 6 mechanical limbs moving with an almost lifelike agility. The 3-tiered storage compartments of their abdomens opening wide. Before Sophia could react, the frontmost worker bee spider had already plunged into the debris. The front alloy pincers clamped onto a broken battle axe with a decisive snap, swiftly dismantling it into 3 parts: blade, handle, and enchanted gemstone. The central magnetic plate glowed with a pale blue light, as silver coins from the cracks and the gold notes from the mercenaries' pockets seemed to sprout legs. Flying into the collection area, even bloodied magical rings were gently brushed off and neatly placed onto a velvet tray. 2 additional worker bee spiders were dedicated to handling the corpses. Their mechanical arms ejected transparent preservation membranes, wrapping each body without missing a single hair. The sealing chamber closing with a hissing sound of depressurization, the entire process devoid of a single drop of blood spilling. The corpses, also spoils of war, were accounted for according to Bai's algorithm. Within half an hour, the once chaotic ruins transformed into an orderly scene. Intact enchanted armor was stacked into 3 small mounds. Broken weapons gathered to one side, gold coins, silver dragons, and coppers neatly piled, and even large denominations of banknotes were inspected, with low-grade potions and antidotes organized by category from the mercenaries' hidden pouches. Sophia stood on the corridor, her eyes wide with disbelief. Unable to restrain herself from stepping forward, Lord Lin. The cleaning robots are of great interest to the Schneider family, who are willing to procure them at 3 times the market price, even considering renting 10 units initially. She recalled how the family's private army would inevitably deplete some spoils during battlefield cleanup, and her heart raced as she gazed upon the industrious worker bee spiders. War is a burden for the common folk, yet a source of wealth for the nobility. Lin Che leaned against the second-floor railing, admiring the logistics machinery before him, instantly recognizing it as the handiwork of Bai Yi. Indeed, Bai Yi's cold electronic voice soon echoed in his earpiece. The worker bee spider is a temporarily modified model. Its core chip reliant on the exchange of Sin coins, and it is not currently suitable for mass production. However, analysis from the Warm Sun City Resource Bank suggests that if we use the fibers from the nearby Warm Sun flowers to create sealed compartments and cast mechanical arms from the castle's abandoned metal alloys, the cost per unit could be reduced by 67, saving 120,000 Sin coins compared to direct exchange. It is advisable to prioritize establishing a base at the abandoned mine in the northwest outskirts of Warm Sun City. The tunnels can be repurposed into defensive fortifications and utilize the energy from the mineral veins for power. Lin Che felt a surge of satisfaction. This intelligent system truly knows how to manage resources, even calculating the optimal location for a base. This is precisely the sense of detachment he desired, focusing solely on killing while leaving logistical matters to Bai Yi. He waved dismissively from the balcony, casually stating, "Not for sale. I don't have enough for myself." With that, he turned back to his guest room, leaving Sophia standing in place, her eyes brimming with desire, her fingers unconsciously caressing her spatial ring. She was already contemplating how acquiring this mechanical technology could enable the Schneider family to suppress the influence of the second prince. Perhaps the Schneider family could even ascend to the status of Marquis in the north. Entering the guest room, Sophia paused for 2 seconds, retrieving a crystal vial from her spatial ring and spritzing some royal perfume on her neck. This exquisite item had been procured from the capital, with top notes of cedar and a base of rose, captivating numerous noble gentlemen. She approached the sofa in her high heels, deliberately bending down to adjust her skirt, the fragrant breeze wafting towards Lin Che. Her voice, soft enough to be palpable, whispered, "My Lord Lin, regarding our subsequent collaboration, we have discovered that the second prince's infiltrators have already penetrated the municipal hall of Warm Sun City." Before she could finish her sentence, Lin Che leaned back abruptly, propping himself against the armrest of the sofa, creating a half-meter distance, and bluntly remarked, "Beautiful lady, please step back. Your perfume is too overpowering. It irritates my throat." Sophia's movements froze instantly, her cheeks flushing crimson, her nails nearly embedding into her palms. This was the second time she had been so bluntly rejected. She prided herself on her well-maintained appearance. At 30, she possessed a charm that a young woman lacks, coupled with the grace of a noble woman. Yet, in Lin Che's eyes, she was deemed less appealing than a mere bottle of perfume. Most importantly, he had the audacity to call her 100 gold dragon perfume pungent. However, she quickly suppressed her emotions. Noble education taught her that the more challenging a bone is to chew, the more valuable it becomes once conquered. She straightened up and sat back on the opposite sofa, her fingertips tracing the edge of her teacup, her voice regaining its calm. The Thorncrow Mercenary Corps is merely an appetizer. The real threat lies with Count Lawrence, who commands 3 Knight Masters and leads an army of 10,000 private soldiers, arriving in Warm Sun City in 3 days. The Schneider family is willing to offer half of the warm sunflower harvest as compensation, amounting to nearly 1 million gold dragons annually, provided you can help us withstand this onslaught. Lin Che abruptly interrupted her, as the virtual screen before him lit up with a fluorescent green data stream. Scrolling rapidly. Battle Data Summary. 1. 227 members of the Thorncrow Mercenary Corps eliminated, including 8 LV-100 elites, 3 LV-180 advanced masters. The leader remains at large and requires vigilance against potential retaliation. 43 complete enchanted equipment pieces captured, 620 broken sets, and 503 weapon fragments. Collected 180,000 gold dragons, 320,000 silver dragons, and 56 million copper coins, with a total value of approximately 6.3 million gold dragons. Acquired 21 million Sin coins. Expenditure: 120. 000 rounds of 762mm ammunition, maintenance for 3 mechanical hounds, and an expenditure of 1.8 million Sin coins. Net profit, 19.2 million Sin coins. Suddenly, a red exclamation mark popped up in the corner of the screen, and Baye's electronic voice sounded again. Emergency recommendation. Prioritize establishing a base. The abandoned mine in the northwest outskirts of Warm Sun City is the optimal choice. The tunnels can deploy an electromagnetic defense network, and residual heat from the mineral veins can melt snow, reducing winter maintenance costs. If construction is initiated within 72 hours, basic defenses can be completed before Count Lawrence's army arrives. Lin Che glanced at the screen, not responding immediately. He certainly understood the advantages of building a base. But the Schneider family's trump cards had not yet been fully revealed. Rushing to construct a base could render them passive. He stood up, gesturing to Sophia, indicating he had matters to attend to, thus bidding her farewell. Sophia wished to say more, but upon meeting Lin Che's gaze, she abruptly fell silent. His eyes were as cold as ice, suggesting that if she persisted, she would be dragged outside by the mechanical hounds and torn to shreds. Reluctantly, she rose to leave. And as she reached the door, she faced Evelyn, who was there to see her off, and instantly forced a sincere smile. Lady Evelyn, let us discuss in detail tomorrow. I appreciate your assistance. Her demeanor was far more respectful than when addressing Ai Weilaw. She understood that the woman who could remain by Lin Che's side and negotiate on his behalf was the true ally. Upon returning after seeing Sophia off, Evelyn's black circular pendant around her neck suddenly emitted a soft glow. Her combat suit flowed like liquid silver, contouring to her skin before transforming into a delicate black circle, snugly fitting around her neck. She wore only a purple lace lingerie set, Lin Che's favorite style, her skin glowing under the warm yellow light. Lin, you were impressive today. Swiftly dispatching the Thorncrow mercenary corps, Evelyn lunged into Lin Che's embrace, her fingertips playfully tugging at his collar, her tone laden with a playful charm. Lin Che wrapped his arms around her waist, leaning down to whisper in her ear, his warm breath brushing against her earlobe. No matter how impressive, none can surpass my Evelyn. Only you can make me willingly rise. Evelyn's cheeks flushed instantly, her body going soft as she leaned into his embrace. Enticing murmurs soon wafting from the guest room, drifting through the open window downstairs. Only the patrolling worker bee spiders remained unfazed, diligently sorting the spoils of war, polishing enchanted gear, tallying gold notes, and neatly stacking copper coins by denomination, striving to extract every ounce of profit from the battle. Meanwhile, in the virtual backend that Lin Che could not see, Bai was rapidly refreshing data. Lin Che's physical condition, heart rate 82 beats per minute, muscle tension at 15. Aligning with post-battle relaxation standards, recommended subsequent intake of 300 milliliters high-calcium milk to alleviate muscle fatigue. Sophia Schneider behavioral analysis, collaboration success rate 37. Potential tactics include marriage, can provide a noblewoman from the family's collateral branches, wealth temptation, warm sunflower harvest mining rights, and information exchange, second prince's infiltrator distribution map. The advantages of her status as a married woman, score 8210, based on social experience, resource mobilization capabilities, and crisis response maturity assessment. Significantly surpassing Ai Weila's score of 5,710, emphasizing noble identity premium, with comparatively low actual cooperative value. The fluorescent green data stream continued to scroll, unbeknownst to Lin Che that his intelligence system was secretly analyzing this external combat information. If Lin Che were aware of Baye's scoring criteria, he might chuckle and scold. You intelligence system, do you even know what experience entails? Chapter 77, The Charisma at the Negotiation Table. Experience is never merely theoretical rhetoric from books. It is the practical skill honed through the trials of swordplay and the entanglement of interests accumulated through repeated trials and errors. Just like Evelyn, her current experience is indeed considerable. On the parchment, each line reads, "Do not reveal your cards first. Keep a keen eye on your opponent's finger movements." These insights were painstakingly gleaned from last night's late-night discussions with my companions. The Schneider family has fallen into misfortune? They deserve it. After all, they have always competed with my father for the winter fur trade. The voice of Ai Weilaw, filled with schadenfreude, crackles through the communicator, accompanied by the rustling of pages turned by Meng Li Sha. However, Yifu Lin, in noble negotiations, one must be patient. Allow them to speak first. The one who rushes loses. Karen's voice follows, calm and methodical. Focus on the cost of eliminating the Thorncrow mercenary corps. The price of each 762mm armor-piercing round is 3 silver dragons, and we consumed 120,000 rounds last night, not to mention the maintenance costs for the mechanical hounds. All these expenses must be included in our quote to make it clear that we come at a high price. Simultaneously, we must emphasize our superiority to prevent being outmaneuvered. Leah added, if they lament their family's plight, mention the warm sunflower essential oil stored in Erlhofen's cellar. Each bottle can fetch 200 gold dragons. And they have at least 10,000 bottles hidden away. Fu Lin mentally repeated these words thrice, allowing her tension to gradually dissipate. She understood the current situation all too well. The Schneider family has lost half of their castle to the Thorncrow mercenary corps, and outsiders now search them upon entry and exit. This is hardly the demeanor of a great noble. They are clearly the fat on the chopping block, yet to be devoured. Most importantly, this time Lin Che entrusted her with the power of negotiation. This respect and acknowledgement weigh heavier than any pressure. The alerts from her combat suit's monitoring system warned her repeatedly of an accelerated heartbeat, prompting her to adjust her breathing. Meanwhile, Baye's Iron Dome mosquito mini-surveillance device had already dispersed like fine sand throughout every corner of the castle. These minuscule mechanical insects nestled upon chandeliers and hid within the seams of carpets, capable of capturing even the hushed whispers of kitchen maids with crystal clarity. The consolidated information revealed 3 crucial clues. First, Erlhofen's injury is feigned. Bayi retrieved nearly a week's worth of dietary records. The Earl consumes 2 pounds of Thunder Eagle meat daily, high in protein, suitable for a warrior's recovery, definitely not the liquid diet of a patient. And not a single vial of the healing potion for bone injuries in the cellar has been touched. Moreover, an old servant was overheard telling companions, last night, I awoke in the night and saw the Earl practicing swordplay in the training ground. The sword's gleam nearly cleaved the moon in two. Second, the Schneider family's support has crumbled. They had always backed the Empire's third prince, yet last month, he perished in a raid by the Bloodclaw werewolf tribe on the western frontier. Interestingly, the 3 major werewolf factions in the Northern Empire can enter and exit the castle adorned with noble crests, while the Bloodclaw werewolves are viewed as savages, leaving behind corpses in their battles against the Empire's forces. Without the third prince's backing, factions once oppressed by the Schneider family now seek to take their revenge. Third, Hoffen's son Karl is a confirmed wastrel, taking advantage of his father's injury. He audaciously gambled with Count Lowens of the Red Pine family in the name of the Schneider family's heir. It must be noted that the Red Pine family and the Schneider family are sworn enemies, having once fought over the warm sunflower mine a decade ago. Yet Karl paid no heed, wagering the entire yield of 3 years of warm sunflowers and the castle's subsidiary estate, ultimately losing everything and placing his blood handprint and family seal on the table, mortgaging the family castle. Now, the entire Golden Wattle province is buzzing with gossip. A fool from the Schneider family has put their ancestral heritage at stake. What concerns Lin Che even more is the footage relayed by the drones, showcasing the leader of the Thorncrow mercenary corps. The man, bearing 3 deep scars across his face and accompanied by a thorny crow perched on his shoulder, reappeared. He was first seen in the Night Raven Tavern in Warm Sun City, engaging in a secretive discussion with 3 cloaked figures for half an hour, departing with a black cloth bag containing something exuding a faint malevolent aura. Bayi analyzed and marked it as suspected abyssal bone powder, utilized for summoning lower-tier demons. This information could be seamlessly woven into the negotiation, yet noticing Fu Lin's evident tension, Lin Che refrained from further comment, finding joy in witnessing his woman's growth and determination. Is this not a form of nurturing? At 8 in the morning, sunlight streamed through the castle's stained glass windows, casting colorful speckles on the carpet of the reception hall. As the maid guided Lin Che and Fu Lin inside, Sophia was already seated. She wore a deep purple velvet gown, adorned with the silver oak crest of the Schneider family at the neckline, and a pigeon blood ruby ring on her hand, exuding an air of noble elegance. Yet, the fatigue in her eyes was unmistakable, with the fine lines around them more pronounced than the previous night. Having witnessed Lin Che's mechanical creations and being aware of the Schneider family's predicament, her burden was heavier. Fu Lin remained clad in a fitted black combat suit, a desert eagle tucked into the tactical pocket of her sleeve. This initial firearm was a gift from Lin Che. Following Karen's instruction, she confidently approached the main seat and sat down. Lin Che had previously stated that she was fully responsible for the negotiations. Thus he took his place in the adjacent guest seat, propping his chin with one hand, resembling an audience member eager for the unfolding spectacle. Sophia's pupils constricted. This detail was precisely captured by Bayi, target's emotional fluctuation at 30, surprised by Lin Che's delegation of authority, the desire for alliance intensifying. The last to enter was Carl, sporting dark circles under his eyes, a pale complexion, yet an unusual flush danced beneath his eyes, as if he were exhilarated from a night of boozing. Baye's camera zoomed in, clearly capturing the faint pink pollen clinging to his sleeve. Can we commence? After a prolonged wait, Fu Lin smiled silently, prompting Sophia to speak, her fingers unconsciously caressing her gemstone ring, an indicator of impatience, which Fu Lin mentally noted. Of course, Fu Lin leaned slightly forward, her tone calm, yet substantial. First, we must clarify the scope of resolution, the remnants of the Thorn Crow mercenary corps, the spies sent from the capital, and the troubles stemming from Count Red Pine. All these factors must be accounted for. Last night, the elimination of the Thorn Crow cost us 120,000 rounds of armor-piercing ammunition and 3 damaged mechanical hounds. These alone amount to 800,000 gold dragons. Sophia immediately countered, but we only tasked you with dealing with the Thorn Crow and the capital spies. Count Red Pine is a family grievance. Family grievance? Fu Lin interrupted her, producing a copy of the gambling contract printed by Bayi. Baron Carl had wagered 3 years' worth of warm sunflower yield to Count Red Pine, and now they are seeking to seize the estate, which will affect your ability to pay remuneration. Does that not constitute a problem? Carl's face instantly flushed red, ready to curse, only to be silenced by a cold glare from Hoffen, forcing him to swallow his words. The negotiations continued. Sophia, the beautiful Fu Lin. You understand time dragged on for an hour, the tension palpable. Hoffen finally spoke, his voice laced with the cunning of an old fox. Lady Fu Lin. The Schneider family is willing to offer 5 million gold dragons, of which 1 million will be paid in warm sunflowers, with the remaining 4 million to be settled once all troubles are resolved. This is our utmost sincerity, considering my old age. What do you think? Fu Lin's heart tightened. This offer was 1 million lower than anticipated. She instinctively glanced at Lin Che, who nodded reassuringly, his eyes brimming with trust. Agreed. Fu Lin stood, yet insisted on receiving the 1 million worth of warm sunflowers up front, immediately. Hoffen also rose, extending his hand to shake Fu Lin's. Deal. I will have the warm sunflowers delivered to you this afternoon. As the group exited, Carl lingered at the back, his gaze fixated on Fu Lin's retreating figure, the flush in his eyes deepening. Baye's electronic voice echoed in Lin Che's earpiece, detecting that the pollen on Baron Carl's sleeve is a sacrificial offering exclusive to the pleasure which Lilith, suspected to be a follower. The Abyssal Sanction Plan preparation has been initiated, recommending priority monitoring of his social circle. Lin Che glanced back at Carl, a playful smile gracing his lips. Another scum from the Abyss, and a newcomer at that, quite intriguing. He firmly believes that the enchanting sorceress lilies would be captivated by the formidable, Holy Judgment mini anti-magic nuke, while the corpses of the Thorn Crow mercenary group, which have yet to decay and reek, serve as a fitting prelude. Chapter 78, Mechanical Frenzy Shakes the Nobility. The Night Watchman's battle armor astonished the audience as tactical assaults were initiated with the target locked on the Hongfeng Manor. Suddenly, the virtual projection screen erupted with the sound effects reminiscent of Starship armored combat. The electronic tones intertwined with metallic, rending howls, crashing like thunder into the parlor, silencing the previously murmuring nobles, their gazes riveted to the screen. 32 floating projection walls unfurled in a circular formation, each vividly displaying real-time footage of the Tsangming floating armored vehicle. The black alloy chassis rolled across the bluestone streets of Warm Sun City, the floating air currents stirring up debris from the ground. The Night Watchman's silver firearms glinted under the sunlight, exuding an oppressive aura. The parlor of the Inxiang Castle was already crowded, with silver-armored soldiers stationed every 3 steps outside, their hands resting on their sword hilts, even their breathing subdued. Hoffen sat at the head, muscles tensed beneath his dark gray uniform, his fingertips unconsciously rubbing the family crest in his hand. Sophia sat beside him, her finely crafted makeup concealing the intense fixation of her pupils on the projection, oblivious to the stray strands of hair that slipped down her temples. Carr leaned back in his chair, yawning, yet his curiosity was evident, his feet tapping in rhythm with the mechanical movements on the screen. Nightingale stood at the back, hand resting on the hilt of his sword, exuding an air of loyalty. The moment the armored vehicle appeared, his pupils constricted sharply. Though this mechanical creation was not as massive as the Empire's heavy siege engines, the power radiating from its sleek metallic lines was far more disquieting. Is this the might of the armored vehicle? Gales could not help but voice his doubts. The outer walls of the Hongfeng Manor were forged from enchanted granite, and even a siege hammer would struggle to breach them. Before he could finish, a thunderous explosion rang out from the projection. 3 Iron Dome groundbreaker assault vehicles charged toward the manor's gates like rampaging bulls, their front alloy horns glowing with an eerie blue energy. Upon impact with the granite wall, the half-meter-thick stone crumbled like brittle cookies, shrapnel flying as 10 Iron Dome, fang-shooting mechanical hounds burst forth from the vehicle doors. Their shoulder-mounted 762mm machine guns immediately unleashing a torrent of fire, the gunfire reverberating through the sound system, even causing the wool carpet in the parlor to tremble. Patience. The best is yet to come. Lynch reclined on the sofa, spinning a hefty gold dragon coin between his fingers, as a cold electronic voice from his headset announced, "Leah? Dashitu, Luia have arrived at the flank of Hongfeng Manor. The battlesuit activation program is functioning normally. Shall we synchronize the close-up projection?" Synchronize. Lynch paused in his coin spinning, a glint of amusement flashing in his eyes. The next moment, one of the projections abruptly switched to a side view. Leah and her companions stood outside the manor's perimeter wall, the black rings around their necks glowing faintly as liquid metal surged forth, swiftly enveloping their bodies like a living entity. Leah's blazing flame sorceress custom battlesuit was nothing short of spectacular. The black and red liquid metal flowed like boiling magma. The shoulders adorned with semicircular lava patterns, with each step releasing tiny fire particles, dazzling in their brilliance. The cuffs housed miniature magic array projectors, with a faint golden magic reserve reading of 98 hovering at her wrist, pulsing gently with her breath. Even the edges of her hood were adorned with dark red flame tassels that danced like flickering tongues of fire in the wind, adding a fierce radiance to her otherwise cool profile. "Do not come too close. My fire magic barrier will incinerate the mechanical hounds," she spoke into the communicator, her voice traversing the projection to the parlor, prompting Sophia to lean forward instinctively, whispering in awe, "Is this the perfect fusion of magic and machinery?" Even the fluctuations in magical energy can be displayed in real time. Dashitu's, Earth's Fury Giant exclusive, was even more imposing. His 3-meter-tall frame was encased in dark brown alloy armor, with earthy yellow elemental runes embedded at the seams. When the chest runes illuminated with a hum, the ground trembled slightly, even causing the projection to sway. Each of his 2 heads donned a half-helmet, the left focused on defense, its obsidian crystal faceplate snapping shut with a crisp sound, capable of enduring high-level combat energy. The right emphasized reconnaissance, its goggles emitting a faint blue infrared light, clearly outlining the silhouettes of guards behind the walls as they swept past. "Zayashidu, keep an eye on the left flank. Do not let any escape." The left head of Dashitu rumbled. The right head, Zayashitu, immediately responded, "Understood. There's an archer on the second floor wearing enchanted armor. Energy level LV80. Be cautious." The 2 heads coordinated seamlessly. The heavy battle suits did not hinder their movements, but instead amplified the giant's sense of power tenfold, causing gales to swallow hard. Luiu's Shadow Soul Assassin model exuded a deadly elegance. The form-fitting, streamlined battlesuit was deep purple at its core, edged with glowing purple shadow patterns that vanished in the darkness, only to shimmer with fragmented light in the sunlight. The mask covered from chin to bridge of nose, revealing only her pale purple eyes, while the night vision device inside could present thermal imaging in darkness. Her tactical belt was adorned with 3 alloy daggers, seamlessly integrating with her suit, releasing faint purple cutting air currents with each draw, causing even the air to emit a subtle hum. "There are 2 sentries at the back door. I will take care of them." Her voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable decisiveness. The moment she finished speaking, she darted forth like a purple shadow, moving past the corner without disturbing even a speck of dust. Without the projection tracking her, her movements would have been imperceptible. Carr, who had been previously nonchalant, suddenly sat up straight, murmuring, "This is even more extraordinary than the goblin assassins of the underground world." She moved without disturbing the wind. At that moment, Yifulin timely presented a stack of gold-foiled documents to everyone, a light smile gracing her lips. The battle suits of the 3 are called Night Watchman Core uniforms, crafted from liquid memory metal, capable of loading exclusive modules based on the user's abilities. Miss Leah's fire module amplifies fire magic potency by 30. Mr. Dashitu's earth module hardens the skin to withstand attacks from high-level warriors, while Miss Luiu's assassin module reduces stealth energy consumption by 50. "Are these battle suits for sale?" A baron suddenly clenched the documents tightly, his voice laced with desire. "With this equipment, the strength of our personal soldiers could at least double." "Apologies. They are not for sale at this time." Yifulin shook her head, her tone calm, yet resolute. Each uniform costs 5 million gold dragons and is currently only supplied to core members of the Night Watch. At her words, gasps of disbelief filled the parlor. 5 million gold dragons for a single suit? Even the affluent Schneider family would need to save for half a year to afford one. Several nobles instinctively touched their money pouches, their eyes brimming with longing. Previously, they had criticized Lin Che's reluctance to sell as overly conservative. Given the current world's metal purity, they could barely touch liquid memory metal. Even if they were given the design blueprints, they could not replicate it. Yet, what I desire is precisely this unattainable allure. Lin Che's fingers paused in their spinning of the gold dragon coin, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. What others possess, but he does not, is the most enticing. At this moment, the battle at Hongfeng Manor was nearing its conclusion. The mechanical hound's machine guns felled the last of the resisting mercenaries, bullets sparking against enchanted armor. Leah raised her hand and conjured a wall of fire, the orange-red flames forming a barrier that obstructed the window, forcing the slave trader attempting to escape through it to retreat. The acrid scent of charred air seemed to waft through the projection. A massive fist from Dashitas smashed through the second-floor floorboards, sending rebar and shattered stones tumbling down. He grasped the estate owner hiding within, whose enchanted armor felt as fragile as paper in his grip, the metallic screech of distortion resonating painfully. Louia leaned against the back door, droplets of blood from her dagger falling to the ground. The body of the Dark Sentinel had long been dragged away by a mechanical spider, leaving only 2 faint trails of blood on the floor. The projection screen displayed the battle report from Bei, the words crystal clear. The cleansing of Hongfeng Zhuanyuan is complete. 47 targets eliminated, including 1 LV-142 slave trader, 13 sets of ordinary enchanted armor seized, a total of 280,000 gold dragons in gold notes, 200 rounds of 762mm ammunition expended, 8 grenades used, no mechanical damage. Had it truly concluded in just a quarter of an hour? A noble murmured, his voice trembling. If his own private soldiers were involved, even if they triumphed, they would have sustained at least half their numbers in loss. Other nobles whispered amongst themselves, some claiming that these mechanical creations were superior to the Imperial legions, while others suggested the Night Watcher's prowess could rival the Royal Guard. A few discreetly cast glances at Lin Che, their eyes now tinged with awe. Only Hoffman remained composed, his fingertips lightly tapping the armrest. His gaze fixed on the mechanical dog within the projection, a flicker of brilliance igniting in his eyes. He had not erred in his judgment. Lin Che's strength could indeed save the Schneider family. Yet, this sharp sword had not yet been firmly grasped in his own hands. However, as the projection switched targets, an eerie silence fell upon the reception room, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. The screen boldly displayed the words Qiangmu Zhuanyuan. This was the estate of Baron Bonton, Hoffman's trusted aide. Bonton's complexion paled instantly, his face ashen as he stumbled before Hoffman, nearly collapsing to his knees, his voice quivering. My lord, this is impossible. I am utterly loyal to you. How could I possibly be in league with the second prince? There must be a mistake in the intelligence. You must believe me. Hoffman raised his gaze to meet him, his eyes as cold as the waters of a winter lake. Whether the intelligence is flawed or not, we will find out shortly. Bonton's countenance fell entirely. In a sudden panic, he drew a poisoned dagger from his bosom, its blade gleaming ominously under the light. The sound of fabric rustling as he rummaged through his clothing echoed sharply in the silent reception room. Hoffman, you have long coveted my territory. Even if I die today, I will take you down with me. Impudent. Sir Gales drew his sword at once, the sound of the blade unsheathing slicing through the air, only to be halted by Lin Che's raised hand. What are you doing? Are you in cahoots with him? Gales glared at Lin Che, his words cut short. Lin Che, speaking casually into the communicator, instructed, Bei, send the mechanical dog to guard the main entrance of Qiangmu Zhuangyan. Do not let Bonton's men escape. Bei's crisp response came through the earpiece. Understood. The Iron Dome Kanjia mechanical dog is en route to Qiangmu Zhuanyuan and will arrive in approximately 3 minutes. At that moment, Bonton's dagger was merely half a meter from Hoffman, but was suddenly blocked by a faint blue energy barrier. As the barrier illuminated with shimmering star-like specks, it was revealed to be the Star Core Defense Module. The dagger struck the barrier, sending ripples across its surface, leaving no trace behind. This essential home defense mechanism, priced at 100,000 gold dragons per set, could withstand all attacks below master level. Lin Che advanced slowly, his voice calm, yet imbued with an air of authority. If you wish to slay the Count, you must first consider my consent. With a sharp crack, the sound of breaking bones echoed clearly, silencing the surrounding nobles. Some even turning their faces away in fear. Bonten's body crumpled to the floor, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, his eyes wide in disbelief. Unable to comprehend how he had been defeated so swiftly. His blood flowed across the ground, but was halted by the faint blue barrier before Hoffen, pooling into a neat square stain. Like an invisible shield, it completely isolated danger from within. Yet Hoffen appeared oblivious to the corpse at his feet, his fingertips continuing to tap lightly on the armrest, his gaze fixated on the projection of the mechanical dogs cornering the private soldiers of Qiangmu, the corners of his mouth curving slightly upward. Friends, this cleansing battle has only just begun.